face as he taught Rayon the heavenly thunder art. To think he used a technique he'd only learned overnight, and against a transcendent monster, no less, it was almost laughable. Is it over now? Dorian lowered his sword, gasping for breath. Can we go back now? It's way too hot here in this place. No, Rayon cut him off, shaking his head. It's just beginning. No sooner had he spoken than scarlet flames erupted from the neck of the beheaded Balrog. Thick fire, shaped by some invisible hand, sculpted a new head crowned with 5 horns. I didn't expect you to strike so sooner with a technique beyond my perception. The Balrog muttered, rubbing the back of its neck as if impressed. Gah! Dorian screamed and collapsed, never imagining the Balrog would resurrect. Its head was cut off and it still came back. This is insane. Is it some kind of lizard? As ugly as it is persistent. Burin, Martha, and Runnan all paled, their lips trembling at the sight. Isn't it weirder for a demon to die just from losing its head? Rayon loosened his fingers, showing no sign of surprise. Did you know it would come back? Wrath whistled in surprise. I've seen it before. The flame demon lord, a transcendent from the Black Tower, hadn't died even when Wrath tore off his head. If an actual demon like a Balrog died from a decapitation, that would have been stranger. Fully expected the head to regenerate. This prey is even tastier than I thought. The Balrog licked its lips, sounding almost delighted. Don't act tough. Rayon tilted his chin and looked up at the Balrog. You may not have died, but you've lost a lot of strength. The Balrog had spent an enormous amount of power regenerating its head. Its strength was now about the same as Rayon's. I'm not just posturing. The Balrog spread its arms wide, baring its teeth in a grin. It's a joy to fight someone like you. Whether I die, you die, or we both die, it doesn't matter. Give me your all. With a roar that made the skin prickle, he stamped his foot. The thin ground cracked open as lava and flames erupted in every direction. No, the only one dying here is you. Rayon clicked his tongue and slashed. The silvery blade of frost fell toward the Balrog's head. I'll crush you. The Balrog reached into the flames and drew out a massive greatsword that burned with molten heat. FWOOSH. The Balrog's greatsword blazed with such intensity that it crushed the chill of Rayon's strike. Boom! The two swords wreathed in flames, the other in frost collided with a deafening shockwave that shattered the frozen ground and sent chunks of lava exploding everywhere. You're not running. The Balrog nodded in surprise. For a human, you know how to fight, but it's not the right choice. His eyes narrowed. That frail body of yours can't withstand my strength. He gripped his greatsword, determined to smash Rayon down. But no matter how much force he used, Rayon's arms and legs didn't budge. You're holding your ground? How? The Balrog's eyes widened in disbelief. Now it's your turn to withstand me. Rayon smiled coldly, raising his wrist. The slender heavenly drive began to push back the Balrog's enormous flaming sword. Rumble. Rayon, who was less than half the Balrog's size, started to overpower him. Both humans and demons stared in shock. This is human strength. The Balrog gripped his sword with both hands, trying to hold his ground, but Rayon didn't falter. If this surprises you, you're in trouble. Rayon tilted his chin, looking the Balrog in the eye. This is only the beginning, HMPH. After sucking up all my bones and flesh, it's only right you crush a thing like that. Wrath snorted. That's right. Fine, let's settle this with strength. The Balrog, pride wounded, stomped and unleashed a surge of demonic energy. The ground around him melted, and blue flames flickered on his greatsword. SSSSHHH. Rayon unleashed a wave of frost to meet the Balrog's fiery blade. 2 silvery flashes split the flames, deflecting the sword that followed. Clang. Steel clashed again and again, dark cracks spreading through the cave as molten lava bubbled up, ready to explode. Rumble. Rayon and the Balrog fought atop the raging lava, unleashing relentless blows at each other. There was no technically raw force and speed, wiping out everything around them. He charges like a wild boar, ignoring every injury. Rayon deflected the Balrog's sword, which came not with precision but sheer explosive power. Similar to a warrior, but not quite. No matter how reckless a warrior is, they'll try to avoid fatal blows. But the Balrog attacked with the intent to kill, without even caring if he died too. His swordsmanship was rough, but each movement was filled with conviction and spirit, making him a difficult opponent. Looks like you're wearing out. Thinking he had the advantage, the Balrog twisted his lips into a grin and turned his sword into a whip, slashing it down. He wielded the flame whip with the ferocity of a dragon breathing endless fire. SZZZZZT. The more they fought, the stronger the Balrog became. The flames from his whip turned blue, pushing back even the chill of Glacier. That pathetic frost can't stop my flames. He scoffed at Glacier's cold and turned the whip back into a flaming greatsword, swinging it down. Boom! Rayon blocked the blow, but the heat was so intense that even the cold wrapped around heavenly drive began to melt. How dare he? Wrath bared his teeth in fury. What are you doing? You're making me look bad, he raged. Crush him with force. I was planning to. Now that Rayon had analyzed the Balrog's swordplay and abilities, it was time to end it. I'll finish this. The Balrog gripped his sword in both hands and swung. With a thunderous roar, a fiery wind mixed with light wind swept across the cavern. The underground was swallowed by the storm. Step. Rayon stepped forward, thrusting the heavenly drive toward the Balrog's sword. Frost blossomed from the blade, scattering across the underground like a field of silver flowers. Final move of the Demon King of Wrath, Silver Aurora. A shining aurora drawn by swordsmanship blossomed in the realm of transcendence. Kang, intense heat and biting cold clashed, sending up clouds of steam, but the outcome was clear in seconds. Glacier's cold swallowed the Balrog's fire, turning the entire cavern silver. Crack, even the storm of flames froze solid, forming something like a world tree. Wait, that cold. The Balrog tried to summon fire to push back the aurora, but the silver world had already bound his limbs, covering his body and head. Are you connected to the Lord of Wrath? But before he could finish, his mouth and head froze. You talk too much. Rayon twisted his lips and slashed. Boom! The Balrog's frozen body exploded, and the raging lava and flames finally calmed. This time, there was not even the faintest sign of life left in its body. Hugh. Rayon lowered Heavenly Drive and let out a short sigh. That wasn't easy. It seemed simple, but it was a close call. If he hadn't used the full power of Glacier, he might have been burned instead. Well done, Wrath spread his hands. He dared to ignore my power. Serves him right. He wagged his tail at the shattered Balrog. You're actually complimenting me. Rayon smiled as he sheathed his sword. Compliment? When did I do that? You said well done. It just slipped out. Don't get cocky over beating someone whose name I don't even know. Wrath shook his head, saying it was only natural for a Balrog of unknown name to be defeated. I won't get cocky. But transcendence really is different. To be able to move his sword as he wished and control the power around him after slaying an ancient dragon and a Balrog, he finally felt like he'd truly reached transcendence. Rayon narrowed his eyes at the ground where the Balrog had stood. This isn't the Balrog's demonic energy. The Balrog's energy was clean, almost like a warrior's, but the traces of demonic power left where it was summoned felt foul. Of course, someone else had summoned it. The Balrog he'd just fought was strong, but not strong enough to tear open a dimensional barrier like a Demon King. It had to have been summoned by someone who'd prepared carefully, probably the Black Tower. There was no doubt. Only the mages of the Black Tower would use such filthy demonic energy. Were they planning to raise its power in this space, then unleash it? He wasn't sure, but it seemed the plan had been to summon a Balrog here, subdue the dwarves, and use them as part of their own force. The Grey Hammer Guild and the dwarves had suffered greatly, but dealing with the threat here had prevented thousands, maybe tens of thousands from dying. But he couldn't be entirely happy, not with all the death and injuries that had still occurred. Rayon tasted bitterness on his tongue as he turned. He nodded with a smile to the anxious people looking his way. It's over, you're safe now. He brushed off the lingering heat of the Balrog from his hand and nodded. It won't resurrect again, right? Dorian, still shaking, pointed a trembling finger at the Balrog's frozen corpse. I can't guarantee it won't, but even if it does, it won't be a threat anymore. Rayon shook his head lightly. Beings beyond humanity could sometimes come back to life, but they would have exhausted most of their power doing so. If it happened now, even Shirl could handle it. You called it a Balrog earlier. What exactly is that? Martha squinted, recalling her first impression. A demon. Rayon clicked his tongue, looking down at the corpse. They're an exceptionally powerful kind of demon. He gave a brief explanation of what Wrath had told him. Balrog, now that you mention it. Borgos raised his chin, his jaw trembling. My father once told me about monsters like that, creatures obsessed with flames, battle, and weapons. He exhaled, the memory finally coming back. He said there were few in the world who could stand against Theme and you. Borgos, his bloody knee scabbed over, approached Rayon. He knelt on the hot ground, bowing his head despite the pain. Not a single groan escaped him. Please don't. Rayon gestured for Borgos and the others to get up. I only did what I could. He shook his head, saying it was nothing extraordinary. No, it was extraordinary. If you hadn't come, we would have died with our hammers in these flames. Borgos insisted, saying Rayon deserved every bit of gratitude. Then get treated first and thank me later. This is a little much. Rayon, as Rayon spoke, Wrath shouted, urgency in his voice. Crack, the ground where the Balrog died split apart, or rather, space itself was being torn open, and a pitch-black wave surged forth. Boom, the air itself shattered as a dimensional rift exploded open. Clang, Rayon quickly drew Heavenly Drive to defend, but the force was overwhelming and he was thrown back. The others were sent flying, crashing into the walls. Rayon wiped the blood from his lips, struggling to look up. Thud. From the black rift, two burning crimson eyes appeared. The being that emerged was similar to the Balrog he'd just defeated, but on an entirely different level. Just meeting its gaze made Rayon's eyes feel like they were burning. No way, why is that thing here? Wrath screamed in disbelief. No way, I told you earlier, didn't I, that there's a demon who kicked away the throne of Devildom itself. Wrath swallowed. That's him, the leader of the Balrogs, Askarai. Rayon bit his lip as he stared at the black, torn rift in space. Just as Wrath said, an overwhelming presence that pressed him to his knees and squeezed his chest. The Balrog standing within that dimension possessed an aura on par with the demon kings he'd faced before. It seems I'm too late. I came because it felt like you'd fallen into a trap set for me. A dull, emotionless voice echoed from deep within the swirling black dimension, making Rayon's heart drop. From the words, it seemed the Black Tower's true target wasn't the Balrog he just killed, but rather the Balrog King Askarai. Were you trying to draw me out? Askarai's crimson gaze flashed and fixed on Rayon. It felt like his eyeballs were being scorched atop hot iron. He's got a different personality from the other demon kings. Unlike the others, Askarai didn't bother hiding his aggressive aura. Just standing in front of him was draining Rayon's mental strength at an alarming rate. What are you thinking? Wrath frowned suspiciously. Usually you'd be mimicking me and running your mouth by now. This time is dangerous. Rayon replied, forcing his racing heart to slow. I need to think carefully. This guy wasn't a demon king. Askarai was a monster who'd left the demon king's throne behind just for the thrill of fighting. If he tried to impersonate Wrath as he had with the other demon kings, Askarai might just rip through the dimension and snap his neck on the spot. For now, silence was best. You really do think fast. Wrath clicked his tongue, sounding almost regretful. You're right. If you tried acting like me, that fiend would have come for you in an instant. He can't use his full power here, but still. He snorted, calling himself a slippery eel. Did you fight him before? Of course I did. He attacked me the moment we met. Wrath narrowed his eyes, recalling old memories. Did you win? Obviously. Wrath scowled. I froze that maniac and threw him into the deepest abyss of devildom. He's tough as hell, though. Eventually he crawled back out. He shook his head at the memory. So you didn't kill him. I actually liked him a bit. There aren't many like that, even in devildom. Wrath gave a short laugh, admiring Askarai's audacity to leave the Demon King's throne. Yeah, Rayon clicked his tongue softly. Hearing Wrath's story made it even more certain the Balrog King, Askarai, was exactly the battle-crazed monster he'd heard about. Then if I just stay quiet, he'll probably leave. Even as a transcendent, Rayon was nowhere near enough to catch this monster's interest. He didn't seem to care about revenge for his kin either, so if Rayon stayed quiet, Askarai would probably just go. You're not going to answer. Well, fine. I have no interest in battles that are already over him. Askarai looked like he'd turned to leave, but then inhaled sharply. His burning red eyes froze upon the silver frost rising from the Balrog's corpse. Silver aurora could it be, glacier. Askarai's gaze burned even brighter, and the pressure pouring from him instantly intensified. Wrath, is that you? For the first time, emotion filled Askarai's voice so much so it felt like Rayon's ears might burst. Damn, Rayon bit the inside of his cheek. He recognized Glacier. He must have realized from experience fighting Wrath. It was like a hornet's nest had come flying at him. Ho-ho, Wrath's blue eyes sparkled. At last, my chance. He smacked his lips, excited. You can't talk sense with that guy. If he comes out, I'll have to handle him myself. Wrath wiggled his fingers eagerly. Give me your body right now. Stay out of it. Rayon swatted Wrath aside and let out a heavy sigh. The situation just got a lot more dangerous. A single misstep could get not just him, but everyone else here killed. Cold sweat trickled down the back of his neck. Think fast. He ran through every scenario Wrath had told him about Askarai, replaying all his past experiences, and finally settled on the most promising answer. Wrath, answer me. Askarai's pressure swelled to the point it felt like he would tear the dimension apart if he didn't get a reply. Rayon's fingers shook and his hair stood on end. Sigh, what a pain you are. Rayon imitated Wrath's tone, letting out a short sigh. After listening to Wrath for so long, the voice and mannerisms came out naturally. It really is you. Wrath, Askarai nodded as if he'd expected it. There's no other demon who could wield this kind of frost. His eyes glittered with the joy as if he is meeting a long-lost friend. You hehe. Wrath burst into laughter at the sight of Askarai trembling. You made a rookie mistake trying to act like me. Now you can't stop him. He gleefully rubbed his chubby hands. It's not a mistake I want him to come out, just like you said. Huh, what are you talking about? Wrath stared at him with wide eyes. Not for free, of course. Rayon shook his head, then looked down into the dimension where Askarai stood. Yes, that aura, that power only the Lord of Wrath could have it. But Askarai's red eyes narrowed. Why are you so weak? You even used your trump card on someone like this. He stamped his foot in disappointment, and the shockwaves rolled through the underground, even from outside the dimension. Such was the force of his power. You're still as dumb as ever. Rayon snorted and shook his head. Does this pathetic body look like mine to you? Then, I'm only here because my subordinates were in danger. I just sent a spirit form with a bit of my strength. He flicked his hand, claiming he'd only sent a small fragment of power. If I lost a little strength, ripping open the dimension on short notice, so what? Crushing a dumb Balrog like that was nothing. Rayon said it was easy and stomped the frozen Balrog's corpse, shattering it. You broke through the dimension with a spirit form and did that much. Askarai laughed in disbelief. There's nothing I can't do. He looked up arrogantly, as if to ask if Askarai could do the same. Interesting. Askarai shouted with glee, clapping his fists together. The shockwaves made the black dimension churn like a raging sea. Fighting like that should be fun. Without hesitation, he grabbed the space itself and tore it open with both hands. Crack! A flawless white arm shot out of the fractured space. With thin fingers that didn't match his overwhelming power, Askarai conjured black flames and dropped them onto the Balrog's corpse. Boom. Wrapped in black fire, the Balrog's body floated up, rapidly regrowing flesh and bone regeneration beyond even a troll's. It was like watching a phoenix rise from the ashes. Thud, revived by black flames, the Balrog stood and clenched his fists. Inside his new eyes burned the same overwhelming force as Askarai's. How's this? The Balrog's voice carried immense weight. It was Askarai's voice from within the black dimension. This should make things even right. He called forth blackened demonic energy, looking like a wave of black lava behind him. You idiot, that guy can't be reasoned with, Wrath screamed. Even if you beat Askarai like this, he'll force his way through with his real body next. He insisted that Rayon let him take over. Just watch. Rayon gestured for Wrath to step back, clicking his tongue. At least things are going according to plan. Askarai wasn't here in person, he was just using the dead Balrog's body, and he'd burned up a lot of energy crossing over. With so much of his power diminished, Rayon could at least hang on for now. Though I do have to use a sword, he'd already thought about that and threw out the last bait. Even your puppet is weak. Rayon clicked his tongue as if disappointed. I don't even need to use my full power. He turned his chin, declaring he'd fight only with his subordinate's strength. Yes, that's the arrogance I expect from you, Wrath, but... Askarai grinned wide, black flames burning. This time will be different. He vanished, leaving only a trace of black fire, then reappeared above Rayon's right side. Fast. As expected of the Balrog, Kinghai's use of power was far more precise and skilled than the one Rayon had just fought. He was faster and more refined, even while using less energy. Then, Rayon planted the Heavenly Drive and Soul Requiem sword into the ground. Sword Field Creation, Divine Demonic Harmony. Drawing both the divine and demonic swords, he struck at Askarai's fist as it came barreling in through the black flames. Clang, sword and fist collided with a sound like crashing steel, and a tremendous shockwave rattled the entire underground. A sword, Askarai frowned in disbelief. You're actually going to fight me with a sword. A sword's just a sword. You just have to swing it. Rayon mocked, making a remark no swordsman would ever utter. Even from you, I can't accept that insult. Askarai creased his brow and reached into the air. Come forth, Bastar. His cry split the dimension, opening a space dyed in black. From a hell of crimson magma emerged a massive black greatsword, forged from darkness itself. The black sword radiated intense heat, making the air in the underground shimmer. He's serious now. Wrath twisted his lips at the sight of the sword called Bastar. His body may be fake, but that sword is the real deal. That was Askarai's real weapon. I'll cut you down with a single blow for that disrespect. Askarai swung Bastar downward. Black flames surged, sweeping over the entire cavern as if burying the world in ashes. Rayon watched the raging storm of black fire, biting his lip. This is my only chance to defeat the Balrog King. Even with Askarai's power reduced, the gap between them was massive. If Rayon was going to win, it had to be while Askarai was still off guard. Thud, Rayon drew Rimmer's sword behind him and advanced straight into Askarai's black flames. WOO. There was only one way to block that overwhelming attack. Summoned his full might, pushing both 10,000 flames cultivation and glacier to the limit. Askarai's black flames and Rayon's azure and crimson aura clashed in a thunderous shockwave. The cavern filled with mist as the molten earth evaporated, and the sturdy walls and ceiling crumbled like clay. If it weren't for the cracks left by Askarai tearing through the dimension, the entire underground would have collapsed. You call that swordsmanship? Pathetic. Askarai scoffed and poured even more power into the black greatsword. Crack, black waves washed over and erased the azure and crimson light. The force was so overwhelming that both the divine and demonic swords seemed about to snap. You're still all brute force. Then let me show you what comes next. Rayon forced a smile and used Rimmer's sword to form a spatial sword. He shifted his attack to right in front of Askarai's face, then unleashed his final technique. From the blade that pierced through space, a golden brilliance signaled a new beginning. It was the harmony of azure, crimson, invincible sword and Genesis, something he'd only ever pictured in his mind. Crimson and blue paint merged with golden radiance, creating a new path of swordsmanship. Crack, Askarai's black flames split and the greatsword was knocked aside. In the gap, 3 swords struck his chest at once. Boom. Even Askarai, though only a puppet, couldn't withstand Rayon's transcendent sword strike and crashed into the lava-baked ground. He seemed to have spent all his energy and couldn't even lift a finger, breathing raggedly. When did you learn the sword? When did you ask? Rayon, suppressing the dizziness threatening to make him collapse, shook his head calmly. I never did. Don't be ridiculous. Your sword was clearly imbued with intent. It's just... He smiled faintly, lowering his fingers. I just copied what my subordinates experienced. Wrath once said he created demon manifestation after seeing the path Rayon had walked. It was perfectly possible. Rayon played the part, lifting his chin arrogantly. Kahahaha. Askarai grabbed his head and burst out laughing. As expected of the Lord of Wrath, only you and those 3 can satisfy me in devildom. He rose again, his aura even fiercer. Let's go again, this time both of us at full strength. Askarai's spirit left the Balrog's body and the dimension began to warp again. He was preparing to come through in person. Rayon snorted and shook his head. I don't fight the weak. He sheathed his sword, saying it wasn't worth his time. Don't talk nonsense. Even you can't call my true self weak. Askarai stamped his foot, demanding another fight. Show yourself or I'll kill you right now. He raised his flaming hand, signaling he was dead serious. Go ahead. Rayon spread his arms and nodded. The Lord of Wrath never goes back on his word. He closed his eyes, signaling he was done. Askarai, sensing the sincerity in Rayon's words, froze in place, unable to raise his hand any higher. What's going on? Wrath blinked in confusion. This can't be happening. Askarai, you idiot, get in there and fight. He shook his oversized head, unable to process what just happened. You know why? Rayon smiled faintly at both Askarai and Wrath's bewilderment, just as I planned. He wiggled his finger. Go ahead and say hello. Hello? What for? To welcome our new pawn. As Rayon grinned, Wrath's face crumpled like a withered leaf. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. How should I cook this now? Rayon licked his lips as he looked at Askarai, like food that could be eaten in one bite. A pushover. Wrath opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What on earth are you trying to gain from that guy? He trembled his chin, unsure of what Rayon was aiming for. You'll see soon enough. Leaving Wrath staring blankly, he approached Askarai, king of the Balrogs, whom the injury is severe. It felt like a blade had pierced his energy center. He had only taken a single step, yet pain surged through him as if his energy center and mana circuits were being torn apart. It must have been the recoil from using the full power of sword field creation simultaneously. Since it was an internal injury bursting from the inside and not due to external impact, it was a very serious condition, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. He needed to finish the fight with Askarai first. What a pathetic body. Rayon shook off the blood from his hand, enduring the excruciating pain radiating through his body. Wrath, what are you thinking? Askarai's breath trembled with deep anger. Do you really plan to die by my hand? With apparent sincerity, he tore the air with his fingers. A terrifying fighting spirit surged from the split dimension, enough to send chills down the spine. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Rayon spread his arms, telling him to do as he pleased. Askarai will never attack me. What Askarai wanted wasn't Wrath's life, but a duel with him. As long as he stayed still, he wouldn't be attacked. Wrath. Askarai's clenched fist trembled. He wanted to fight, but was confused by the situation where he couldn't. Why won't you fight me? At least give me a reason. Askarai stomped in frustration, shouting for an explanation. I already told you, I hate fighting the weak. Rayon shook his head with a mocking smile. I am the weak one. Askarai gaped, seemingly hearing such words for the first time in his life. I spared your life and cast you into the sea of the devildom because I expected more from you. But if this is all you amount to, it's truly disappointing. Rayon slowly closed his eyes with genuine pity. Wrath blinked in disbelief. What is this? Why is your acting so good? He exhaled heavily, feeling no actor could match Rayon. Askarai, this guy is acting. Snap out of it. Wrath waved his arms desperately, begging Askarai to see through the act. What are you talking about? I've changed drastically since then. But Askarai, shocked by being called weak, couldn't even begin to think it was an act. You can confirm it yourself. Askarai tore the rift in the dimension even wider. Even though it consumed an enormous amount of fighting spirit and was tearing his body apart, he showed no sign of stopping. Disappointing. Rayon clicked his tongue as he looked at Askarai's hand gripping the dimensional gap. You waste so much fighting spirit just crossing dimensions. How do you expect to fight me? He shook his chin in disdain. Wrath. Askarai gritted his teeth. He'd clenched so hard the sound of bones crushing could be heard. You really want to fight me that badly? Rayon narrowed his eyes and looked down at Askarai. Of course, if I can fight you, I'll do anything. Askarai pounded his chest with his fist, sincerity radiating from his eyes. I hate fighting weaklings, but if you want it that much, I suppose I can't say no. Rayon nodded calmly as if sipping tea. Really, but not now. He shook his hand as Askarai's eyes widened. Not now? Askarai frowned as if questioning what he meant. You wasted your strength and fighting spirit crossing dimensions. You're not worth fighting in that state. A duel should be at full strength, both sides. Rayon gathered his hands and nodded his chin. Then, when I return to the devildom, I will accept your challenge. He lowered his chin, suggesting they fight in the devildom, not the middle world. Are you serious? You know how great the repercussions would be if we fought in the devildom, right? Have I ever lied? Rayon met his eyes without a hint of wavering. Besides, there's no need to worry about repercussions. I won't lose. You're definitely different from the other Hollow Kings. Askarai nodded, seemingly trusting Wrath's words, but you were wrong about one thing. This time I'll be the one who wins. He clenched his flame-covered fist as if signaling to wait for him. Wrath gasped. What the heck, I didn't say a word, so how was a duel agreed to? He trembled his chubby arms in disbelief. You crazy bastard. Not only are you draining my stats, now you're selling my name too. Wrath shouted, wondering why he had to fight Askarai. Just wait. The conditions are perfect right now. You get the benefits while I do the cleanup. There's responsibility, but no pleasure when I'm around you. What kind of deal is this? He wildly waved his arms, screaming about the scam. Wait, don't tell me you're going to lose to Askarai. Rayon blinked at Wrath. The monarch of Wrath losing to a Balrog. What nonsense. Even with you draining my power, I could crush that level of fighting spirit easily. Wrath snorted, dismissing the idea. Then it's all good. Exactly, all good. I'll win Isuate, no. Wrath, grinning, suddenly widened his eyes. Why am I fighting in the first place? He gritted his teeth, saying even the angels wouldn't sell people out like this. I can see the sincerity in your eyes. Askarai nodded, saying he could see Rayon's sincerity. Of course I'm sincere. Rayon smiled faintly at Askarai. Since I'm not the one fighting, since Wrath would handle the fight, he could speak sincerely with no hesitation. It was the opposite of Wrath's complaint. It was responsibility-free pleasure. I do not lie. Rayon nodded calmly, leaving Wrath howling behind him. It's all lies. Every time he opens his mouth, lies pour out. Wrath flailed in the air, begging for someone to listen. Then when will you return to the devildom? Askarai licked his lips, already eager for the fight. I am currently enjoying the journey of my subordinate. Once this one perishes, I too shall return to the devildom. I'm also interested in what's unfolding in this world. Rayon answered that he'd return only after this body's life ended. That long? Askarai frowned, finding it too long. My subordinate will live at most another 80 years. To us, that is but a fleeting moment, I know, but thinking about our fight already makes my blood boil. He raised his flaming finger, eager to fight right away. Since you're so excited, make sure to grow stronger so the fight won't end in a blink. Rayon waved his hand at the impatient Askarai. Askarai still seemed to think it was too long, holding his head. Though he was calm and cautious in battle, he was no different from a child. Now comes the important part. He had tricked Askarai this far, couldn't just send him away. He had to milk him, if not as much as Wrath, then close. Let's do this. Rayon raised a finger and pointed to his chest. Transfer the fighting spirit you possess to my subordinate. If he dies, it will return to you, and you'll know when our fight will happen. Askarai furrowed his brow, showing interest. So that's what this was. Wrath clapped as if he finally understood. He was after Askarai's fighting spirit all along and used me to get it. He trembled, calling it diabolical. Don't fall for it. It's all lies. He's acting to steal your energy. Wrath clasped his hands, hoping Askarai would hear him. Not bad, but Askarai muttered it was fine, not hearing Wrath at all. That body already contains fighting spirit. It shouldn't be too difficult. Nodding, he looked persuaded by Rayon's words. Nu-uo. Wrath's scream echoed through the underground chamber as his last hope was crushed. But your subordinate living 80 more years means he's 20 now, something like that. To possess that level of physical prowess and aura at that age, I see why you made him your subordinate. Very well. Askarai spread his palm, black fighting spirit bursting through the dimension and wrapping around Rayon's body. Unlike before, it didn't contain killing intent, so Rayon calmly received it. Whoosh. Using the trait Fighting Spirit Manipulation, the built-up energy drained away and was replaced with Askarai's fighting spirit. His entire body felt like it was being cooked on a hot iron plate. Askarai's fighting spirit itself was an immense power and heat. It felt like he could enhance his 10,000 flames cultivation even further with it. He thought it would end quickly, but Askarai transferred more fighting spirit than expected. It was far more than the thunder energy from the recently acquired Heavenly Thunder art. You're giving more than I expected. Any reason? Rayon narrowed his eyes, asking what he was thinking. A gift for a young strong one. Askarai straightened his back and nodded with dignity. A gift, that young human who serves you might one day reach my level. It's a milestone for that moment. He licked his lips, calling it a marker for the future. Of course, if your subordinate dies, the energy will return to me. You said 80 years. I'm really looking forward to that day. Wrath frowned, unsure if it was praise or an insult. But what was that interesting thing you mentioned earlier? Askarai shifted his gaze, remembering Rayon's last remark. There are some wretched demon kings and even more wretched angels stirring. It's fun to watch. It's a given that the angels will join the battle when they fight Darius Robert in the future. A battle-crazed Balrog like Askarai could be helpful, so Rayon dropped the bait early. Demon kings and angels. Askarai narrowed his eyes in interest, then shook his head. It does sound interesting, but right now, all I care about is my fight with you. He burned with desire for a duel with Wrath, not caring for other battles. Not happening. I'll never fight him. Wrath shook his head violently, shouting nonsense. Then I'll be waiting in the devildom for your return. Askarai waved lightly, and the rifts and crimson sparks he had created began to disappear one by one. One last thing. As he turned to leave, Askarai reached out his pale hand. Quadiu-diu-diu-diu-ke. As the dimensions stitched together like threads were torn again, his greatsword Bastar unleashed overwhelming black flames toward the upper left. Kueg, a white-haired man hiding in the shadow of a fallen rock, screamed. He tried to dispel the flames with demonic energy, but Askarai's fire would not be erased. So it was you, the rat, who tried to lure me out. Askarai's gaze turned so cold it was almost frigid. Wait, listen to me, The only sound a rat should make is a squeak. With a flick of his chin, the black flames exploded, obliterating the white-haired man's body into pieces. Kyujujuju, they're all safe. Dorian, Borgos, and the artisans had fainted. Buran, Martha, and Runnon barely opened their eyes, and Cheryl was gripping her twin swords, ready to intervene if needed. Most of the conversation had been drowned out by the noise from the dimensional rifts and sparks, but Rayon felt it was time to give them some explanation. Filthy worms. Ascarai shook his hand, letting out a chilly aura. Then I'll be waiting. Leaving those last words behind, he closed the final rift and vanished. Wow. Rayon swallowed hard as he looked at the black flames that had evaporated even the blood. That was close. If Ascarai had wanted, he could have ended up like the white-haired man without even blood remaining. A chill ran down his spine. How could you just let him go? Wrath waved toward the space Ascarai had vanished. He should have burned this guy too. That bastard's existence is a threat. He'll ruin the whole world. He shouted that the guy should have been killed too. Why are you like this to friend? Rayon approached and grabbed Wrath's shoulder. Friend, what kind of lunatic sells out his friend? Wrath gritted his teeth and brushed his hand off. I had no choice to survive. I even planned to let you eat everything you wanted for a week to make up for it, but now I guess not. Rayon licked his lips in disappointment. Wrath's body slowly turned toward Rayon. Yeah, I even planned to include dessert, with bead ice cream. Bead ice cream. His eyes slowly rose toward the heavens. Well, if it's to survive, it can't be helped. A generous monarch like me shall understand. He slid over with a pleased expression. You really are generous. There's no demon king in all the devildom with a heart as big as mine. Then you'll fight Ascarai too, right? I mean, if you wanted to, you could easily win. Oh, of course. If I unleash my power, I can crush him with ease. Wrath nodded with a slightly awkward smile. Good to hear, as Rayon grinned and nodded. You have perfectly deceived the king of the Balrogs. You have achieved a great feat. All stats have increased. The trait Fighting Spirit Manipulation has evolved into Ascarai's Fighting Spirit. The rewards for fooling Ascarai popped up. Since we're friends, this much is fine. No, it's not, Wrath screamed, waving both fists. We're not friends, you bastard. This is robbery, not friendship. Rayon first closed the reward messages and turned around. Buran, Martha, Runnon, and Cheryl were looking at him with puzzled eyes. Not surprising they'd look at me like that. It was one thing to have a conversation with Ascarai, but the repeated mentions of demon kings and the devildom were bound to raise questions. What will you do? Wrath licked his lips nervously, seemingly more tense than Rayon. What else? I'll just have to explain. Glenn and Rictor already knew that Wrath was his friend and a demon king. These people could be trusted as much as those two, so telling them now seemed like the right thing to do. Really? Look. Rayon smiled faintly as he looked into the eyes of the slowly rising Buran, Martha, and Runnon. They have the kind of eyes that believe no matter what. Though confused, the three captains of the Light Wind Division didn't avert their gaze. It meant they trusted him no matter what. Even though Dorian was still unconscious, he likely wouldn't be any different. And he looked at Cheryl, who had lowered her twin swords. Since she had heard the most, she appeared more shaken than the others, but she didn't speak up. That meant she intended to listen first with someone Rayon could also trust. Then. Wrath trembled as he looked at Runnon and Martha. Finally, I get to meet the ice cream girl and the beef girl. He bounced in the air, excited. It hadn't been long since he was cursing the system, but his mood had already improved a truly consistent demon king. Cheryl approached him with heavy steps. Can you explain what's going on? Why were you speaking so strangely, and why did that demon call you a demon king? Despite her confusion, she looked at him with trust in her eyes. How dare she? Wrath threw a pudgy punch at Cheryl. How dare she say my speech is strange? It's magnificent. He grabbed her collar and shook her, demanding an apology. I heard it too. Buran nodded, holding his burned shoulder. He called you a monarch and a demon king. He looked at Rayon with calm eyes, asking for an explanation. Don't pressure him. He'll explain when he's ready. Martha, who usually spoke first, instead remained calm and suppressed her emotions. Yeah, definitely. Runnon also blinked quietly, seemingly deciding to wait like Martha, just as I thought. Rayon looked at Cheryl and the three captains with a faint smile. Just as you thought. Martha tilted her head, confused. It's not hard to explain, actually. As Rayon was about to speak, stones and dirt began to fall from the ceiling. Let's wake the others and get out of here. The overwhelming fighting spirit Ascarai released had shaken not just this underground chamber, but the entire tunnel it was about to collapse. Even with Cheryl and himself there, getting trapped underground would be dangerous. Escaping took priority. Right, that comes first. Cheryl nodded and started waking Borgos and the dwarven craftsmen. Hey, Dorian, get up. Martha kicked the drooling Dorian. Hup, Dorian shot up like someone electrocuted. What? I swear I saw some crazy monster pop out. He mumbled, looking dazed. Enough, carry the others. Buran smacked Dorian on the forehead and pointed at the injured craftsman. What's going on all of a sudden? The ceiling. Runnon pointed up. Her temporary ice pillars were cracking, and stones and soil continued to fall. Only then did Dorian realize the situation. He He nodded and picked up 3 severely injured dwarves at once. Sir Borgos, please get on my back. Rayan tried to carry Borgos up, but he stopped. The pain from his internal injuries had intensified now that the adrenaline wore off. With a damaged energy center and torn mana circuits, he could barely walk, let alone carry someone. Oh, benefactor, I'll walk on my own, so please put me down. Borgos, realizing Rayan's condition, flailed to get down. I am fine. As Rayan struggled to walk, Cheryl stepped forward. I'll carry him. You just follow. Already shouldering 2 people, Cheryl lifted Borgos with her arms. Though small in stature, she looked like a giant carrying 2 adults on her back and 1 in her arms. Sorry, don't be. We'd all be dead if not for you. Cheryl told him to just follow and took the lead. Yes. Rayan sighed and followed her from behind. Did you take down that monster? Dorian recalled Ascarai emerging from the dimensional rift and inhaled deeply. As expected of you, I believed in you. I didn't defeat him. What belief? You were unconscious. Rayan snorted at Dorian. Even unconscious, I believed in you from the bottom of my heart. Dorian insisted, nodding. Whatever, just take care of the injured. Yes, sir. He smiled confidently and tightened his grip on those he was carrying. As Rayan forced his heavy legs to move, his brows twitched. Despite calming down, his body didn't feel worse. It actually started feeling lighter and more at ease. What's going on? No matter how many traits or how strong he was, he couldn't recover this fast from injuries to his energy center. It felt good, but it was too strange. It made him uneasy. It's because of that damn fighting spirit. Wrath frowned at him. Fighting spirit. The one you got from that damn act. Ascarai's fighting spirit. He clicked his tongue. Balrogs, being demons of battle, can adapt to fight anywhere, anytime. You gain the king's fighting spirit, so an injury like that is nothing. Wrath sighed as if disgusted by the power Rayan had obtained. I see. He examined his inner energy and saw Ascarai's fighting spirit moving on its own, patching up the torn energy center and mana circuits. It's not quite healing, but it'll keep you going. That's how it feels. To think such power was given to someone who doesn't even understand it. Wrath swung his fist through the air in frustration. Maybe that's why I got it. Rayan smiled faintly and picked up the pace. Huh, are you okay? Dorian looked worried. I can manage. This place is collapsing too. We need to leave. Cheryl shook her head as she saw rocks falling over the scorched workshop. Let's go. We'll be crushed. Dorian trembled. Wait, Martha grabbed Dorian's collar and shook her head. But it's dangerous. We should let them say their final goodbyes. She pointed behind them. Borgos and the craftsmen stood silently, biting their lips as they looked at their burned comrades in the destroyed workshop. Even if they were to die here, they wouldn't stop mourning their fallen comrades. SSSSSS. Run-On cast a cold barrier to protect them while they paid their last respects. She too coughed blood from overexertion, but she didn't dispel the barrier. Let's go. Borgos picked up a charred hammer and nodded. The craftsmen silently followed him toward the exit. Borgos bowed deeply to Cheryl and Run-On for shielding them. I understand how you feel. Cheryl nodded with a faint smile. Yeah. Run-On also blinked quietly, agreeing. We should say our goodbyes outside. It's really dangerous now. Burin gulped as he watched the rocks pressing against Run-On's ice wall. Understood. Borgos nodded and led the craftsmen to the surface. Let's go too. Rayan nodded and waved to Burin, Martha, Run-On, and Dorian. Yeah. Sigh, we saved people, but it still doesn't feel good. Rest in peace. Burin, Martha, and Run-On paid their respects and headed up. Just as Rayan was about to head up last, a faint, ominous energy rose from the collapsing depths and drifted toward him. He tried to repel it, but it slipped behind him and seeped into the Soul Requiem sword. What is that? It was clearly negative and ominous energy, yet he didn't feel any threat from it. It felt like the lingering spirit of a soul bound to the Soul Requiem sword. I'll look into it later. Rayan took a short breath and climbed out. The moment he left, Cheryl's aura faded, and the entire underground base of the Grey Hammer Guild collapsed. A chunk of the mountain crumbled away. That was close. Dorian sighed as he looked at the now collapsed underground entrance. Borgos bit his lip at the sight of the now inaccessible tunnels. The craftsmen, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears they had held back. Borgos grabbed a blood-stained patch of ground with his thick fingers. After taking time to collect himself, he approached Rayan. Could you tell us what happened? He bowed, asking Rayan to explain. Of course. Rayan nodded and explained about the king of the Balrogs and that the one who summoned him was a demon from the Black Tower. I see, so that's what happened. Borgos nodded, then suddenly knelt. Borgos of the Grey Hammer bows before his savior. Our savior. The craftsman bowed with him. Please don't do this. Rayan shook his head, saying it would worsen their injuries. Borgos pressed his forehead to the ground. Accept it. Cheryl came over and placed a hand on his shoulder. You've more than earned this gratitude. She nodded, saying it would be ruder not to accept it. Understood. Then please rise. Rayan accepted the gratitude and helped Borgos up. I will repay this favor no matter what. Borgos thumped his chest. Yes, I'll be waiting. No, he stood and shook his head. You won't have to wait. I'll start immediately. He clenched his teeth, determined to begin work at once. In this situation, Rayon exhaled and raised his hand in disbelief. No, it's actually better to work right now. Borgo said this emotional state would help them make better weapons and clenched his fist. We feel the same. We want to work too. The other craftsmen and dwarves nodded eagerly. Please entrust us with the task. Borgos bowed again. Understood. Rayon smiled and nodded. But where will you work? This place was too dangerous due to the Black Tower's proximity. We'll head to Sieghart. Borgos licked his lips. But do they accept refugees? Because the dwarves and craftsmen had serious burns, they returned to the Safia household to receive treatment. That's a relief. Burin nodded as he closed the treatment room door. Yeah, luckily no lasting damage. Martha wrapped a blood-stained bandage and nodded. She looked at Runnan, who was standing blankly, and nodded. Me? Runnan tilted her head. You kept that ice barrier up, sweating the whole time. If you hadn't, we might have lost limbs or worse. Martha nodded again, a compliment from the Rakshasa. Runnan looked genuinely stunned. Who are you calling a demon? I step up when I need to. Martha grit her teeth at Runnan. HMPH, no point complimenting you, she snorted in irritation. Let's not fight. Let's rest for now. I'll guide you to the guest rooms. Dorian stepped between them and nodded. Before that, Rayon looked at the three captains and Shirl. I need to talk to you somewhere quiet. Yes. Dorian nodded and guided everyone to the parlor. Though fancy, it was soundproof perfect for a serious talk. What's this about? Dorian shook his leg impatiently. Got something urgent? Rayon asked as he sat at the front. Yes, I need to clear out some other stock before father arrives. Dorian said he had to finish his deliveries. No matter how you look at it, this guy's crazy in his own way. Wrath shook his head, saying Dorian was as mad as he was. Then sit still. Rayon gently pushed Dorian's shoulder and sat down. Heavenly Sword Division leader no, Shirl, please sit too. All right. Shirl sat across from him, already knowing what he intended to say. Rayon looked each person in the eye, Burin, Martha, Runnan, Dorian, and Shirl. Yes, I can trust them. There was no need to explain to the three captains and Dorian, and Shirl had once risked her life with Rimmer to save the Light Wind Division. If he couldn't trust these people, he couldn't trust anyone. You heard what happened. Mentions of the devildom, demons, demon kings. Rayon brought his hands together and nodded. Yeah, that flaming monster called you a demon king. Burin nodded. But didn't you call yourself one first? Martha shook her head, saying Rayon said it first. Runnan just looked at him, as if silently expressing her trust. Shirl also waited silently. What are you talking about? Dorian tilted his head. I'm not a demon king or a demon. I'm just a human, however. Rayon glanced at Wrath sitting on his shoulder and shook his head. The guy with me is a monarch of the devildom. He explained Wrath's identity. Wrath trembled slightly, nervous about how the people he'd grown fond of would react. A demon king is on your shoulder. Burin and Martha widened their eyes. Runnan quietly listened. I see. Then all those strange events make sense now. Dorian nodded, now understanding everything. He's not dangerous, right? Shirl was more concerned about Rayon's safety. No, he's actually helped a lot. Rayon smiled faintly and nodded, all this time. After a short breath, he explained everything that had happened. All that. Martha, Runnan, and Dorian were shocked. He's the one who helped us escape the Flame Demon Army too. Yeah, it was him. Rayon nodded to Burin. Wait a second. Burin jumped up. That thing on your shoulder wasn't a sea spirit, it was a demon king. He looked at Wrath, who had created his artificial eyes. Rayon lightly poked Wrath and smiled. Finally revealed, I'm the one who gave you those eyes. Wrath raised his chin proudly. Burin bit his lip. I used to think demon kings were just beings to be defeated, but to think all this was going on behind the scenes. He made eye contact with Wrath and then nodded. Burin dropped to one knee and bowed. The shitty eyes guy is bowing. Wrath's eyes widened. Of all people, I thought he'd hate demons the most. He trembled in surprise. He's not a narrow-minded kid anymore. Burin wasn't blinded by prejudice. He valued the help he received more than labels like demon. If there's anything you want, I'll do it. Burin nodded. Really? Wrath's eyes widened. You mean it? I'll relay it. Rayon nodded at Wrath, whose lips curled into a smile. Then obviously food. Tell him to bring me every kind of cuisine I haven't tasted. Wrath said Burin, being rich, must know lots of delicious dishes and demanded them all. My friend says this. Rayon smiled. Wrath blinked blankly. I didn't say that. I said food, not sword techniques. He jumped around, shouting. Not just sword techniques, but footwork and martial arts are good too. Rayon grinned as he spoke. This guy's really into human martial arts. Okay, I'll gather everything I can. Burin clenched his fist. Are you even human? Wrath clutched his head and screamed. Even the angels weren't this bad. Where did you come from? There should be some old advanced sword manuals in the Black Tortoise Palace too. Martha nodded, saying she'd return to her family to find martial manuals. Yeah, me too. Runnan blinked, saying she'd gather sword manuals from the Sullian family. Sword manuals. I don't need them even as kindling. Just bring the delicious food from your houses already. Wrath flailed and shook his head violently. Is he dancing? Burin widened his eyes at Wrath flailing about. He must be really happy. He laughed heartily, saying he'd gather every sword manual he could get. You shitty-eye bastard. Have you lost your mind? You call this dancing? Wrath screamed, furious that Burin misunderstood. He pounded his chest, lamenting the fools around him. Calm down. I asked them to bring sword manuals for your sake. Rayon lightly tapped Wrath's bright red shoulder. Nonsense. You just wanted to benefit from the deal. Wrath ground his teeth. Think about it. They were so tense after hearing you were a demon king. But Rayon narrowed his eyes at Wrath. If the great demon king greets them with present your food to me, the dignity vanishes instantly. I helped you maintain your image as the monarch of Wrath. He motioned with his chin for Wrath to consider it. Well, I guess that's true, right? Now imagine meeting the king of humans for a negotiation, and the moment you see him, he goes, I like food. Bring me all the food from the devildom. What would you think? M might be tasty. No, you'd be disappointed. You'd think he's just a glutton with no sense of time or place. Rayon persuaded him, saying he helped preserve the demon king's dignity. Besides, you don't need food from anyone else. Didn't I say I'd let you eat anything you want for a whole week once we return? Actually, make that 10 days. He spread 10 fingers in front of Wrath's eyes. 10 days, ahem. Well, if you say it like that, I suppose I have no choice but to believe you. Heh. The moment he heard 10 days, Wrath's anger melted and he beamed. Too easy. What was that? Nothing. Rayon waved it off with a smile. But to think it wasn't just any demon, but a demon king who saved and helped us. Martha looked at Rayon and slightly lowered her chin. It breaks the preconception that all demons are evil. She sighed, saying the world was complicated. Angels were the wicked ones. Run-On pouted, likely recalling Uriel, the archangel summoned by Darius. The demon king, no, that demon king has helped us in more ways. Burin leaned forward curiously. The flame demon army incident was the biggest, but there were plenty of others. Rayon wet his throat with the slightly cooled tea and explained the past events briefly. There was a duel between demon kings in the Superi kingdom. Burin's jaw dropped. A fight between demon kings in a holy kingdom. That sounds like a play. One that get cursed to death. Martha chuckled dryly, thinking it sounded interesting. He's been with us all along. Run-On bowed her head slightly in gratitude. What kind of supplies are in the demon king's castle? I bet it's overflowing with essentials. Dorian licked his lips as if already planning to loot the demon king's castle next. All the unexplained events finally make sense. Cheryl nodded calmly, as if all her questions had been answered. Rayon, what's the name of the demon king with you? She looked at him, taking a deep breath. He is Wrath, the monarch of Wrath, and he's on your shoulder right now. Yes, on my shoulder. I see. As soon as Cheryl heard that, she stood from her seat and walked in front of Rayon. Cheryl of Sieghart's Heavenly Sword Division pays her respects to the monarch of Wrath. She drew her twin swords and performed the formal Sieghart sword salute. She wrapped herself in noble energy, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Cheryl, this should have been that damn slacker's job, but since he's not here, I'll do it. She shook her head, saying she was expressing gratitude in Rimmer's place. We'll join you. Burin stood up slowly behind her. It's the right thing to do, even if it's a bit late. Martha nodded and drew her sword. Yeah, definitely. Run-On gripped her reversed snow flower sword. Dorian tapped the Sieghart emblem on his chest and smiled. Burin, Martha, Run-On, and Dorian all stood behind Cheryl and saluted Wrath. But I'm a demon. Is it okay for them to treat me like this? What if others find out? They won't care. What? Because they know it's not about the race, but the being in question. Ah. Don't get flustered. Rayon smiled and nudged Wrath forward. He nodded as he spoke. Even though Wrath always called the Light Wind Division his subordinates, it seemed he still worried about the demon-human divide. At the same time, the unexpected gratitude from those he helped without asking anything in return deeply moved him. Ahem. Wrath coughed and turned his head sharply. It's only natural for a king to help his subordinates. It's not a big deal. No need to praise me like this. He waved his hand, saying it was nothing. Wrath sniffled and gestured for ice cream. What did he say? Burin tilted his head, seeing Wrath's gesture. He says don't praise him. It's nothing compared to his ability. This time Rayon passed the words on exactly. Truly a demon king, so magnanimous. Martha smiled broadly, saying she liked that about him. What does he look like? I want to see him. Me too. Run-On also nodded, saying she wanted to see him. He doesn't feel like a demon king. I didn't question it when Rayon said he was a sea spirit. I don't know if I should say this, but he's really cute. Burin chuckled, describing Wrath as a puff of blue cloud. See, cute cloud. Are your eyes broken? I'm the monarch of Wrath. The word cute has nothing to do with me. Wrath screamed, demanding they take it back. He wagged his tail in protest, looking more like a rabbit or a squirrel than a fearsome demon. Dorian chuckled as he drooled. What's in there? How much can I grab? His sparkling eyes made it clear was seriously planning to rob it. That guy's hopeless. Wrath trembled in fear. I must ban him from entering. He absolutely must not be let in. He ground his teeth, saying he had to expand his blacklist beyond just lust and one other person. One more thing. Rayon raised his finger with a grin. He says, bring beet ice cream. Wrath flinched and turned his head. You actually told them. His eyes watered as he stared at Rayon. I didn't want to ruin the mood. Rayon just wanted to see more of Wrath's moved expression, so he told the truth for once. Say a joke at a time like this. Are you channeling Rimmer? Burin clicked his tongue, saying not to follow in Rimmer's footsteps. That's just lame. Martha waved her hand, telling him to stop the nonsense. Come on, there's no way a demon king eats ice cream. Even I won't fall for that. Dorian snorted, saying not to tarnish the demon king's image. You don't need to lie, Rayon. If you want ice cream, I'll buy it for you. Cheryl sheathed her sword, saying he should have just asked. Wah, Wrath blinked blankly. It's true, I really said it. I love beet ice cream. He shook his head in disbelief. I told you I was going to believe that the monarch of wrath loves ice cream. Maybe if you were the monarch of gluttony. Rayon sighed, saying breaking that stereotype was harder than convincing people the angels were evil. It's true, I love beet ice cream. Wrath screamed and grabbed his head, realizing he couldn't get what he wanted. Ungrateful fools, I'll never help you again. Let's go. Just as Wrath vowed never to help again, Run-On nodded. I'll buy it all for you. She said she'd get every flavor of beet ice cream for him and snorted softly. Oh, ice cream girl. Wrath sniffled as he looked at Run-On. Only the ice cream girl truly understands me. He clenched his fists, saying he'd take care of her even after death. Run-On, don't fall for it. Burin shook his head. It's all Rayon messing with you. The Demon King is mad right now. He furrowed his brow, saying Wrath was clenching his fists. You shitty eye bastard, I'm taking those eyes back. Wrath charged at Burin, saying he'd reclaim his gift. You must really like me. Burin grinned, taking Wrath's charge as affection. I don't like you at all. You idiots are driving me crazy. Wrath shook his head violently, holding it in both hands. This is fun. Rayon smiled with interest as he watched Wrath's show. Maybe I'll do it again sometime. The next morning, Rayon headed to the front gate of the Safia Merchant Guild with Borgos and the craftsmen, now treated. Addis had come out early, as if expecting them to leave in the morning. Heading back already, Addis smacked his lips, seeming reluctant. He looked especially disappointed not to see Dorian longer. Yes, Rayon nodded and rubbed his neck. The Black Tower might pursue us at any time. It's better for everyone if we leave quickly. The Black Tower was after both the Balrog and the Grey Hammer Guild. Staying here could bring harm to the Safia Guild. Returning quickly was the best course. He bowed to Addis in gratitude. No, I should be thanking you. You saved an old comrade. Addis bowed back, thankful for saving Borgos and the craftsmen. Addis. Borgos bit his lip, feeling the sincerity. It's a shame to leave, but there's no choice. Be safe. Addis gave a genuine smile, not as a merchant, but as an old friend. HMPH. If Sieghart's heat isn't to my liking, I'll be back immediately. So be ready. Borgos snorted and furrowed his brow. Of course, I'll prepare plenty of the beer you like. Addis smiled, saying his seat would always be ready. Then we'll be off. Goodbyes shouldn't be long. Borgos turned to leave. Though he spoke firmly, his slow steps showed he was reluctant. Understood. Rayon smiled and nodded. See you next time, Guildmaster. He bowed to Addis and followed Borgos. Meeting you taught me what a true merchant is. That people come before profit. Burin bowed sincerely with a hand over his chest. See ya, Dorian's dad. Bye. Martha and Run-On gave casual but warm farewells. Hey, show some respect to elders. Burin chased after them, scolding them with a red face. Father. Dorian glanced back and approached Addis. Dorian. Addis nodded briefly, looking at his grown-up son. Are you enjoying your time in Sieghart? It's scary, but I'm learning a lot and it's fun. Dorian stood straight. The boy who once ran from his father was no more. I see. Addis nodded with warmth in his eyes. I have many duties as guildmaster. Why now? It means I won't hand over this guild to you anytime soon. Until you're ready, go see more of the world. He said he'd hold the position until Dorian finished that journey and smiled confidently. Dorian stared into his father's kind eyes and drew his sword, pointing it downward. He performed the formal Sieghart salute by striking the ground with the silver blade. I'll return stronger so you won't be disappointed. I'll be waiting. Addis nodded with a gentle smile. Yes, then see you. Dorian suddenly grinned and followed after Rayon. Turning back to wave, he looked just like the child who used to waddle after Addis. To think he's already grown into someone who can look like that. Addis softened his gaze, watching his son's back. Kids grow up fast. Indeed, feels like just yesterday he was learning to walk. Butler Ligwin nodded in agreement. Guildmaster. As they were reminiscing, the warehouse manager ran up. If it's not urgent, can it wait? I'm in a good mood. Addis signaled not to interrupt and kept watching Rayon and Dorian's retreating figures. It's urgent. The manager stepped forward. Go on. Addis nodded reluctantly. Why young Master Dorian took the guild's inventory. That's all. I already knew. We had plenty in stock anyway. No, while you were talking to the Grey Hammer Guild, he cleared it out early this morning. The manager showed him documents in a panic. If we let him go, we can't fulfill any contracts this month. We'll suffer astronomical losses. He gasped, saying there was nothing left. Get that bastard. Adis trembled as he raised a shaking finger toward Dorian. Catch that thieving brat. Ah, what a waste. Dorian let out a short sigh as he rubbed his blackened, bruised eye socket. If I'd taken everything I stuffed in my pockets, we wouldn't have to worry about supplies for a while. He waved the spoon in his hand, clearly still regretting not being able to steal everything from the Safia Guild. You were seriously planning to steal all of that. You're out of your mind. Martha shook her head at Dorian. I didn't know your dad could get that angry. She gave a disbelieving chuckle. Yeah, his face turned all red. Run-On nodded, seemingly recalling Addis's flushed expression. No surprise. The stuff he pulled out of his pockets was bigger than the Safia Guild building. Martha said she'd never seen anything like it and put down her stew bowl. Can't you all just eat quietly? You're disturbing the other guests. Burren furrowed his brow as he wiped down the dining table with a napkin. Instead of lecturing us, how about educating that thief over there? Martha waved a hand toward Dorian, telling Burren to scold him instead. I'm planning to give that thief a proper lesson once we get back anyway. Burren ground his teeth, saying he was an embarrassment to the family. Stealing from my own house isn't theft, it's technically mine. Dorian rolled his eyes, saying as long as they used it well, there was no problem. You didn't take house items. You took merchandise. Cheryl clenched her molars and smacked the back of Dorian's head. Gah, you used to be quiet, but now you're the craziest one of all. What the hell was that guy thinking, raising you? She clicked her tongue as she looked down at Dorian, now face planted on the table. Unbothered by the noisy table, Rayon stacked his empty dishes to the side. This place is not bad, huh? He had planned to just eat some Nadine bread but ended up stopping by this small village restaurant to get something more nutritious for the wounded, and the food was surprisingly good. HMPH. The chef's skills are a little lacking, but I could feel their sincerity. Wrath muttered that it wasn't bad as he patted his rounded belly. But I shall be merciless when it comes to dessert. They better make it right. He waved his puffy hands expectantly, looking forward to the dessert. This is just a countryside eatery. There's no chef or dessert. Rayon sighed. The cook was just the restaurant owner, and there wasn't even such a thing as dessert on the menu. Really, even after being denied, Wrath smiled nonchalantly. Then I'll just go home and eat twice as much dessert. He licked his lips like it didn't bother him in the slightest. I get to eat whatever I want for 10 whole days. I can't wait. It's going to be wonderful. Wrath giggled, saying he'd visit every famous restaurant in Sieghart, not just the outer residents. Rayon silently watched Wrath hum a tune. What is it? Wrath squinted at Rayon's silent gaze. Don't tell me you're going back on your promise. He trembled, his blue eyes fluttering anxiously. Of course I'm keeping it. Rayon smiled and shook his head. He had always planned 10 days, only offering a week first, so he had every intention of keeping his word. Then what's with your face? Wrath scowled, clearly displeased. My face, what about it? It's the look of someone contemplating whether to eat Nadine bread or not. It pisses me off just looking at it. He snorted, saying Rayon's face was irritating. Guess he's feeling better now. Rayon chuckled, seeing how expressive Wrath had become. The food at that glutton's house was good, and we've eaten well on the road too. Wrath nodded, saying he was feeling better. We did get treated pretty well. Addis had shown them nothing but the best, save for that moment he caught and smacked Dorian. Then I guess it's time to check. Check what? The reward. Rayon flicked his finger to bring up the reward he hadn't checked before. You have perfectly deceived the king of the Balrogs. You have achieved a great feat. All stats increased by 40 points. The trait Fighting Spirit Manipulation has evolved into Askara's Fighting Spirit. The trait Askara's Fighting Spirit has increased by 2 ranks. The trait Demonic Energy Adaptation has increased in rank. All stats up by 40 points. Fighting Spirit Manipulation had evolved into Askara's Fighting Spirit, and it had immediately risen 2 grades. As expected from a great feat notification, the reward was exceptional. All that for tricking Askara a little. Wrath furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend it. Isn't it obvious? Rayon shook his head. Because you acknowledged Askara as Demon King level. That's why the reward's so high. Wrath had personally said that Askara was a dangerous being who abandoned his Demon King seat. Since Wrath had certified it himself, the huge reward made perfect sense. When did Eog? Wrath clamped his mouth shut, remembering what he'd said. Even if I did say that, this is still too much. His head flushed red with anger. His emotions changing his complexion. Rayon didn't know whether to call that endearing or just dumb. Damn it, enough, quiet please. Rayon ignored Wrath's tantrum and pulled up the description for Askara's Fighting Spirit. Askara's Fighting Spirit. The fighting spirit personally granted by the king of the Balrogs, who conquered the Devildom's arena, possesses strong resistance to light and darkness attributes, includes resistance to pain and injury, allowing one to maintain full strength even when gravely wounded. Rayon exhaled in awe after reading the description. It's not quite on the level of a demon king's authority, but this is no joke. Askara's Fighting Spirit functioned like aura at its base, but also granted resistance to pain, a powerful trait. As he'd experienced, even transcendents weren't immune to injury. This would be extremely helpful in future battles. Grrrgh. Wrath clutched his swollen head in frustration. That damn Escara. When I return to the Devildom, I'll freeze him solid and bury him in a hole. He ground his teeth, vowing revenge. Then you'll be the one fighting instead of me. Just as expected from you, Wrath. Rayon smiled and patted his shoulder. I guess that's how it is. Wrath blinked and punched the air. Damn it, nothing ever goes my way. He shook his head violently, overwhelmed. He's such fun to watch. Excuse me, leader. As Rayon chuckled watching Wrath flail, Dorian scooted over. Though he said just a tour, he was already drooling. He says that. Why are all the people around you insane? Wrath screamed, saying Rayon's friends were all like Rayon himself. There isn't a single useful one. Why is this place harder to live in than the heavens? In a tunnel where dried lava and melted frost still clashed. Darkness thicker than shadow rippled across the hellish ground where the ceiling had collapsed and the walls had been torn down by Escara's fighting spirit. It hadn't been there from the beginning. It had slithered in from outside, oozing between rocks. SSSSSS. A woman with pale skin and blue hair rose from the black shadow. Though the space was too tight for even small animals to stand, she moved through the tunnel like an invertebrate. After surveying the entire area, the blue-haired woman stopped at the spot where the white-haired man had been crushed by Escara's flames. She gathered the burnt black ash and dirt into her hands, her gaze cold. A Balrog-class demon king just walked away. She nodded slightly as she stared at the end of the tunnel where Escara vanished. Rayon Sieghart must have a greater secret. Cradling the scorched soil soaked in the white-haired man's blood, she slipped into the crack of the collapsed tunnel. So many guests today. Outer Commander Elian raised his brow as he looked at Borgos and the craftsmen. They're craftsmen of the Grey Hammer Guild. They've come to help with our project. Rayon didn't mention the underground village incidents, simply said they'd come to help. I've long heard of Borgos, the continental master craftsman. It's an honor. Though he knew the full story, Elian simply welcomed them and personally opened the outer gates. Borgos seemed to like Elian's directness and returned the greeting as he entered the outer castle. These roads are wide. No wonder they call it the peak of the 6 Kingsnow, 5 kings. He whistled at the broad road leading from the outer to the inner castle, but the heat rising from the ground is low, typical of the north. He frowned, displeased with the weak geothermal energy. Where the Sieghart craftsman work has heat comparable to blazing furnace mountain. You'll be satisfied. Rayon said he'd introduce him soon and smiled. Is it the Vulcan workshop? That's something to look forward to. Borgos nodded, excited about meeting Vulcan. It's not very large, but you'll be satisfied with the geothermal heat. As he explained the workshop and the inner workings of Sieghart, they soon arrived in front of the Patriarch's Hall. This is the Patriarch's Hall. Let's go in. Whoever built this must have been no ordinary man. Borgos mumbled, overwhelmed by the aura the building gave off, and stepped inside. Word of their arrival must have gotten around, as the audience chamber's doors were wide open, and the remaining executives were seated beneath the pillars. Oolong. Glenn sat on the throne, exuding even greater pressure than usual, perhaps because it was his first time meeting Borgos. Just meeting his sunken red gaze sent chills down the spine. Phew. Rayon took a short breath and stepped into the audience chamber. He stood in the center and confirmed that Borgos and the craftsmen had followed before kneeling. We greet the Patriarch. We greet the Patriarch. Buran, Martha, Runnan, and Dorian followed his lead and shouted their return greeting. Borgos of the Grey Hammer greets the King of the North. Even Borgos, overwhelmed by Glenn's presence, lowered his head stiffly. Greetings to the King of the North. The dwarves and craftsmen also bowed, crushed under Glenn's pressure. Welcome to Sieghart. Glenn nodded gently as if he hadn't just been radiating crushing energy. It's unfortunate what happened at Blazing Furnace Mount. I should have acted faster. He clicked his tongue in regret. Please don't say that. Just sending the Light Wind Division leader and Heavenly Sword Division leader was more than enough. I heard you plan to begin work immediately. Are you sure? Glenn narrowed his eyes slightly. I'd rather work than dwell on things. It helps clear the mind. Borgos shook his head, saying he wanted to repay the favor. I've heard a rough summary. Now tell me exactly what happened. Glenn tilted his chin, asking why Borgos and the craftsmen had come here. Yes, well. Rayon stepped forward and explained everything that had happened. He, of course, left out the part about tricking Escara with Wrath's performance. Glenn gazed at Borgos with a calm yet questioning look. Work is fine, but I have a favor to ask. Borgos sighed and looked Glenn in the eyes. I'd like to stay here for a while. Would that be allowed, even after the work is done? Yes. He nodded, saying he wanted to stay in Sieghart. Granting that isn't difficult, but why would you choose to stay here? Do you trust us that much? Glenn tilted his chin slightly, confused. To be honest, it's not that I trust Sieghart. Borgos slowly turned his gaze to Rayon. It's not Sieghart I trust. It's the Light Wind Division and Rayon. He calmly nodded, saying it was Rayon he believed in. Ah. Rayon hurriedly shook his head. That's not good, saying he trusted Rayon more than Sieghart in front of Glenn, who held the family sacred, could provoke an unknown reaction. He nervously looked up at the platform, but Glenn's reaction was completely unexpected. Rather than getting angry, Glenn's lips trembled as they curled into a faint smile, like he was genuinely happy. He even raised a shaking hand to cover his mouth, unable to hide his emotion. The old man's at it again. Wrath groaned, shaking his head in dismay. Karun's eyes turned cold, clearly displeased with Borgo's words. That dwarf knows what he's talking about. Unlike Karun, Balder smiled brightly and nodded. My nephew's got guts and he's dependable. Sometimes I think he's better than me or even my brothers. Hey dwarf, you chose the right side. He clapped his hands loudly, saying Rayon was better than many of the division leaders. Shut your mouth. Karun struck Balder in the side, reminding him they were in the presence of the patriarch. Why does the patriarch's hall always have to be like a library? Why can't we talk freely? Balder brushed off his side as if it were nothing and scrunched his nose. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat and subtly lowered his chin. So you trust the leader of the Light Wind Division that much? He narrowed his eyes, pretending to feel discomfort as he covered his mouth. I do. Borgos stepped up beside Rayon and nodded. He didn't even ask what was going on and still came to rescue this old man after meeting me just once. His lips trembled slightly as he recalled Rayon reaching the deepest parts of the underground ruins. Dwarves don't easily make friends, but once we do, we trust and follow them for life. This young man, this benefactor, is someone worthy of that trust. Borgos thumped his chest with his fist, saying it was a debt he could never repay. Well said, Chief. We feel the same. Just as he risked his life for us, we can risk our hammers for him. Palenton and the other craftsmen echoed Borgos' sentiments and beat their chests. Lifelong trust, huh? Karun crossed his arms, speechless at how much trust Borgos had in Rayon. Friendship between a dwarf and a human. Amazing. Balder let out a satisfied hum like he'd just downed a mug of beer. Master Borgos. Rayon bit his lip as he looked at Borgos standing proudly. I didn't expect that much trust. He knew Borgos and the Grey Hammer Guild were thankful, but he thought their relationship had a hint of transactional exchange. That, it turned out, had been a huge misunderstanding. They saw him as nothing less than a true benefactor. I see. Glenn's hands trembled and the tips of his ears flushed red. He was clearly holding back an overwhelming emotion. If you had disrespected Sieghart, you would have paid the price, but this is a different case. He closed and reopened his eyes, indicating he accepted Borgos' words. Do as you wish. If you want to become one of us, we welcome you. If you choose to leave, we accept that too. He nodded, welcoming Borgos and the Grey Hammer Guild. Welcome, dwarves. Make my sword heavy, thin, and smooth. Balder stomped his foot, loudly stating the type of sword he wanted. Heir. Karun sighed lightly and swung his arm, elbowing Balder hard in the ribs. Gawk. Balder had assumed it would be a light jab like before, but he flipped backward, eyes rolling from the impact. Apologies. He's still not fit to be a division leader. Karun bowed to Borgos, telling him not to mind Balder. Rayon gave a dry laugh as he met Karun's calm gaze. Back then, he'd have lost his temper before Balder even opened his mouth. It was surprising how much people could change. Even though Borgos said he trusted Rayon more than Sieghart, Karun didn't react in anger. Instead, he remained composed and respectful. It was likely because he truly loved Sieghart. No, Borgos shook his head, looking at the fainted Balder. To a craftsman, working with dragon bones and scales is a dream. Such precious materials shouldn't be wasted. I intend to craft equipment tailored to each wielder. He folded his hands and said that custom work would be more appropriate, even if it took time. Custom forging will take more time and effort. Are you sure? Glenn's voice carried concern for Borgos and the other craftsmen. Of course. Compared to what our benefactor did for us, that's nothing. Borgos said he would do even more if Rayon asked for it. Besides, it's good for us too. Just like with swordsmanship, there's no end to hammering. He nodded, saying it was a training opportunity for them as well. If you say so, I'll accept. Glenn slowly lowered his gaze, agreeing. A craftsman only needs 3 things: a place to rest, a flame, and a hammer. Borgos smiled confidently as he listed the essentials. It was the smile of someone who had reached transcendence through his craft. A place to rest, flame, and hammer. Karun looked at Borgos with a faint smile. There was a trace of admiration in his calm eyes. Understood. We'll provide the best accommodations. You've had a long journey, so rest first. Glenn also seemed pleased with Borgos' character and nodded. Rest is good, but I'd like to start working immediately. Borgos firmly shook his head. Idling around only leads to bad thoughts. I want to get to work right away. He bowed, saying it didn't matter if things weren't ready. Sometimes getting lost in work is for the best. Glenn sighed, understanding how Borgos felt. Very well. Light Wind Division leader, escort our guests to Merton. He lowered his voice, instructing Rayon to take Borgos and the dwarves to Merton, where Sieghart's craftsmen resided. We'll discuss everything else later. Understood. Rayon stepped back and bowed to Glenn. Let's go. After the farewell, Rayon left the hall with Borgos and the other craftsmen. Division leaders, assess what kind of weapons your swordsmen need and submit the list to the Shadow Division. It seemed they were really planning to forge custom weapons for all Sieghart swordsmen. Yes, sir, understood. The division leaders left with bright smiles, thrilled at the thought of receiving swords crafted from dragon bones by master dwarven artisans. Patriarch. Once the others had left, Karun stood before Glenn's elevated seat. Since the Light Wind Division leader has achieved another great feat, I'd like his reward to be what I suggested earlier. He said only that before dragging the unconscious Balder out of the audience chamber, if he meant what I think. Cheryl narrowed her brows as she looked toward the door Karun had exited, raising Rayon to palace leader, most likely. Roan laughed softly and nodded. Karun had already suggested it before. He really has changed a lot, but I get it. Cheryl let out a dry breath and chuckled. Rayon now isn't the same kid I taught dual swords to. It felt more like traveling with someone stronger and more skilled than me. She said he could run a palace just fine. Ahem. Glenn no longer bothered to hide his smile, his lips curving into a long, proud grin. He reminds me of the old patriarch. That lazy bastard raised one hell of a disciple. Cheryl shrugged as she looked at Glenn's smile. It wasn't that guy, it's all Rayon's doing. Glenn snapped, narrowing his brows. That's true. He'd have grown just fine anywhere. Cheryl nodded with a laugh. She remembered their past arguments over whether the disciple or grandson came first. No. He wouldn't have grown like this if not for Sieghart. You're right, it's because he's the patriarch's grandson. Cheryl sighed and nodded. Ahem. Glenn finally relaxed into his throne, visibly satisfied. But what about the Central Martial Palace Lord's suggestion? Cheryl looked up, curious about Glenn's thoughts. Palace leader, huh? Glenn closed and opened his eyes as he stared at the center of the hall where Rayon had stood. Yes, it's about time. As soon as Rayon left the Patriarch's hall, he led Borgos and the craftsmen to Merton Village. The heat is definitely strong here. Borgos licked his lips, feeling the rising geothermal heat just by walking, unusual for the north. He rubbed his thick hands, saying he liked it. A man with both skill and character worthy of a continental artisan. The heat intensifies along this path. That mountain must be volcanic. Borgos' apprentice nodded as he looked at the mountain behind Merton Village. Yes. There used to be a red dragon turtle absorbing geothermal energy there. Rayon explained the previous encounter. A red dragon turtle loves lava and heat. If it came all the way out, this place must rival Blazing Furnace Mountain. Borgos chuckled, saying he was looking forward to the Vulcan's village. And we're here now. Rayon raised his hand and pointed to the modest but sturdy entrance of Merton Village. Clang! The moment they stepped in, the air changed. With a heat like flowing lava, endless hammering sounds rang through the air. Borgos nodded slightly as he looked at the outermost workshop where the sounds came from, still a bit unpolished but full of passion. He smiled faintly, pleased with the young craftsman's hammering. The other dwarves and craftsmen also smiled for the first time since leaving Blazing Furnace Mountain, enjoying the sounds echoing through the village. Truly a smith's soul. It wasn't for nothing that they were called master artisans. Just hearing hammering sounds was enough to lift their spirits. Master Vulcan is up there. Rayon led the excited Borgos and dwarves toward the main workshop at the village peak. Their cheeks flushed with heat and anticipation, they quickened their pace. As he observed Vulcan's workshop, Rayon narrowed his eyes. There's someone else here. He felt another presence inside besides Vulcan. They didn't seem to be working, so it should be fine to call them. Master. Rayon knocked on the steel door and called Vulcan's name. Creak. Before he could exhale, the door swung open. Vulcan appeared, face flushed as if drunk. Rayon, what took you so long? Vulcan scowled, asking why he only sent word he was coming without showing up. Sorry, I ran into some things along the way. Rayon bowed and apologized. You said you were bringing dragon bones, so I had high expecha. Vulcan clicked his tongue, then widened his eyes at the sight of Borgos behind him. Dwarf, what are you doing here? It just ended up this way. Borgos gave a bitter smile, saying it was a long story. Something must have happened. Vulcan furrowed his brows, reading Borgos' expression. Well, since I'm crashing here, might as well explain briefly. Borgos nodded and explained what had happened. Whoa. Vulcan was at a loss for words, blinking as he absorbed the story. It's all fine now, so don't make that face. Borgos lowered his chin, asking to be treated normally. But I've seen plenty of your swords, but this is my first time seeing your workshop. It's tiny for a continental artisan, isn't it? He tried to lighten the mood with a joke. Size doesn't matter for an artisan. But the response came not from Vulcan but from within the workshop. A familiar voice. Another continental artisan, Kuberad. This time, Borgos widened his eyes in surprise. Just like you were summoned by Rayon, I was summoned by this guy. Kuberad sighed, saying Vulcan had begged him. He pestered me so much, you'd think he was still active on the front lines. He shook his head, saying he got 10 letters a day. What, 10? It was only 9. Vulcan snorted, saying he couldn't even count properly. enough chatter. Show us the materials. I've had enough of his drunken rambling. Kuberad motioned for them to get started. Understood. Rayon nodded and called Dorian forward. Unload everything. Oh, all of it. It might not. Dorian looked around and hesitated. Down to the road should be enough space. Got it. He nodded and reached into his belly pouch. Rumble. Dragon bones, fangs, horns, and scales began pouring out endlessly. Being from ancient dragons, they were massive, quickly filling not just the front yard but even the main road of Merton village. As so much, Borgo's eyes bulged. Red, black, and gold. 3 dragons. Kuberad trembled. There's more than just 3. 2 of them are ancient dragons. Even the bones hold pure mana. Vulcan's eyes sparkled in excitement. The swordsmen of Sieghart will soon send in their requests. The materials are more than enough. Please craft your finest works. Rayon folded his hands and bowed. Let's warm up with something small first. Yeah, I already know what to start with. Vulcan and Kuberad's gazes landed on the Heavenly Drive and the Soul Requiem sword. Let's take a look at your swords first. As friends and artisans, they both licked their lips with identical words. What? Rayon blinked as he looked at Vulcan and Kuberad smacking their lips. You're saying you'll take a look at my swords first? Yes, it'd be a waste to leave such good materials lying around. Vulcan looked over the dragon bones and teeth filling the workshop and nodded. I'll use the teeth, bones, claws, and even scales to forge a sword that will never break. He clenched his fist, saying he'd use this opportunity to forge the Heavenly Drive even stronger. You forged the Heavenly Drive back when you had just finished training. It's time for a repair, don't you think? Vulcan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he said this was the perfect time. I agree. Kuberad nodded beside him. As I said before, the Soul Requiem sword wasn't originally meant for battle. Since you're using it as a weapon, I'd like to refine it a bit. He rotated his thick wrist, saying he wanted to refine the sword so its energy could be used more efficiently. If you two are offering, I have no reason to refuse. Had this offer come from any other continent's craftsman, he would have refused outright. No matter how skilled, it's incredibly difficult to reforge someone else's work. But Vulcan had forged the Heavenly Drive, and Kuberad the Soul Requiem sword. They were the original artisans. Those two could surely refit the swords to suit him perfectly. May I join in as well? Borgos lifted his short leg and squeezed in between Rayon, Vulcan, and Kuberad. Sir Borgos, Rayon widened his eyes at the dwarf. What's a dwarf trying to squeeze in for? You haven't even made any weapons. Vulcan waved his hand, telling him to sit this one out. I did make one. I forged a dagger for my benefactor. Borgos raised his chin, referring to the 1,000-kill dagger he had tucked inside his black dragon robe. You mean you're going to reforge that dagger? There's something else too. Borgos pointed to the sword on his right hip. Rimmer's sword. No way. You think elves who only know how to raise trees could have made the woodwill sword? Of course it was crafted by one of my ancestors. He curled his lips, saying the sword had been forged by his forebear. Woodwill sword. Rayon bit his lip lightly as he gripped Rimmer's sword, so that was its name. Until now, he'd just called it Rimmer's sword or the leaf sword, but its real name had been Woodwill sword. Rimmer not even telling him the sword's name before leaving it was very much like him. You didn't even know the name. Borgos tilted his head in disbelief. It wasn't mine to begin with. Ah, right, you said Rimmer left with it. He exhaled heavily as if it now made sense. I appreciate your offer, Sir Borgos, but this sword isn't mine. It wouldn't be right. Rayon shook his head, saying he would need permission from Starin. No, it's fine. I was the one who regularly maintained the Woodwill sword while it was in Safia. Borgos puffed from his nose, saying he would have reforged it earlier if he'd had the materials. I already told Starin I'd reforge it. If you don't believe me, I'll send him a letter right now. He thumped his chest with a fist, asking to be trusted. You can trust him. Vulcan smirked at Borgos. A dwarf never lies when it comes to hammering. He flicked a finger as if to say, just leave it to him. Right, if he's been watching over that sword, he'll be able to handle it without trouble. Kuberad also nodded, signaling that Borgos could be trusted. Rayon smacked his lips and removed all 3 swords from his waist. Then I'll be in your care. He entrusted the Heavenly Drive to Vulcan, the Soul Requiem sword to Kuberad, and the Woodwill sword to Borgos. Just wait a little. I'll forge you a sword that can protect your goal even more firmly. Vulcan gave him a pat on the shoulder, telling him to look forward to it. I'm planning to harmonize the vengeful spirits within the Soul Requiem sword so they can move more freely. At your current level, you should be able to control their strength. Kuberad spoke quietly, his eyes glowing as he said the sword would undergo major changes. I'll forge something like a devil's weapon, one that can cut down anyone. Borgos pressed his lips tight, as if trying to infuse the weapon with the feelings he had when facing the Balrog King Ascarai. Though the 3 master artisans were equal in skill, their forging philosophies were entirely different. Since we're doing this, shall we make it a little competition? Borgos raised a finger, to see who makes the finest. He shrugged, clearly amused. Forging swords isn't about comparing with others, it's a battle with oneself. Getting cold feet, Borgos rolled his eyes teasingly at Kuberad. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm Kuberad. Kuberad's calm gaze vanished, and he shouted in fury. It seemed he too had been holding a fiery spirit inside. Not bad. Vulcan nodded approvingly. Since we've even got some gold ingots, the results should be fun. He pulled out 6 gold ingots and handed out 2 each. You've got 1 week. That all right? Of course, that's plenty. The 3 artisans gathered their materials and split off into their individual workshops to begin work. Are those really master artisans? Burin exhaled sharply, bewildered by how childishly the 3 had behaved. They looked happy. Runan nodded, saying it felt like kids playing together. That's all fine, but if all 3 work on Rayon's swords, when are they going to make ours? Martha wrinkled her nose. You don't need to worry. Palenton shook his head. Now that it's a competition, they'll be trying to outdo each other. That means more quality gear for us. He smiled, saying to just wait patiently and exceptional weapons and gear would roll out. They'll be back soon, so we should probably start sorting out the materials. You're right, let's get to it. Palenton and the village chief of Myrthen called over the artisans and began organizing the materials. Perhaps because the leaders were getting along well, the artisans of Myrthen village and the dwarves of the Grey Hammer Guild worked together like old friends despite this being their first meeting. Chief. Runan approached the village chief as he carried dragon bones and scales. Ah, Lady Runan, it's been a while. The chief bowed, saying he was late to greet her. Runan bowed after showing him Snow Flower. I'm glad. You'll be able to use an even better sword soon. The chief smiled, saying one of the 3 artisans would surely forge a superior sword. No, Runan shook her head. What? I want you to do it. She said she didn't want to part with Snow Flower and asked him to repair it like Rayon's sword. Oh, are you serious? The chief's lips trembled in disbelief. You're passing up a guaranteed masterwork to give it to me. Yes, Runan nodded without a hint of hesitation. Please reconsider. I'm confident in my skills, but I can't compare to those 3. The chief waved his hand, saying this wasn't a chance that would come twice. This is perfect for me. It even uses the same materials as Rayon's. Runan said that Snow Flower was like a pear with Rayon's heavenly drive and shook her head. A pear, huh? The chief let out a thin smile and nodded. Now that the materials have been split, I suppose that makes sense. Understood. He clenched his lips as he looked at the dragon bone in his hand. I'll do my best not to fall behind those 3. The chief of Myrthen village accepted Snow Flower from Runan with a firm nod. His reddened eyes burned with the desire to chase after the continent's master artisans. All right, me too. Dorian, inspired by Runan, walked over to the Grey Hammer Guild's dwarves. Hello, what is it? Palenton looked up while holding a bone larger than his own body. I have a request. Dorian approached Borgo's apprentice, who was moving dragon scales. Me. Borgo's apprentice blinked at Dorian. Please make my sword again. Dorian bowed deeply before him. The apprentice opened his mouth wide in shock, but I'm still lacking in skill. He waved his hand, saying he was nowhere near the village chief's level. No, you're not. Dorian gently smiled, stroking his sword. I've held and tested many swords, but nothing's ever suited me like this one. He bowed again, asking him to make another sword just for him, hearing that I'll do my best. Borgo's apprentice thanked him instead and accepted the sword. Maybe I should get mine reforged too. Martha licked her lips as she drew her sword. My father gave it to me as a gift, so I don't really want to replace it. She tilted her head, saying she still wanted to use the sword Denier gave her. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched Martha hug the sword. Come to think of it, Denier wasn't around today. He hadn't shown up, supposedly because of a mission. But that absence stirred not relief but unease. Until he knew for sure whether Denier was ally or foe, he would continue to feel this ominous anxiety. You punk, Wrath smacked Rayon's shoulder hard. You're not planning to just wait here forever, are you? Of course I'm heading back. Rayon brushed aside the anxiety and smiled faintly. If I don't get back now, Big Sis will clobber me. Rayon told them to contact him once the swords were ready and returned to Sieghart. Damn it, Wrath ground his teeth as he looked at the darkening annex. I had to suffer in that hot village, and now dinner's long past. I missed both lunch and dinner. He sniffled, lamenting that he'd missed 2 meals. Now it's already bedtime, and there's probably no food left. Wrath rubbed his head, not wanting to eat stale bread again. You might not have to eat that today. As Rayon opened the door to the annex with a smile, mouth-watering aromas poured out. We heard you were coming and started preparing. You arrived at the perfect time. Helen waved with a smile as she carried food from the kitchen. Rayon's home, son, your timing is perfect. Sylvia and Edgar came out from the dining hall, waving. Rayon, she ran out from between them and hugged him. Why are you so late? She pouted, saying her stomach had been growling all day. Sorry. Rayon comforted her and patted her back. Come on, Mom and the others set everything up. Led by Je, Rayon entered the dining room, where the table was packed with steaming dishes. What is this? It's already night, why's dinner just starting now? Wrath's eyes widened. I asked Yua earlier to prepare dinner a bit late today. Rayon waved toward Yua, who stood behind the table. I didn't expect it to be this extravagant, though. Gasp. Wrath's pupils trembled. You actually planned this. I even brought beet ice cream. Eat it after the meal. Helen waved, saying she bought multiple flavors. Beat ice cream? We made a promise. KHHH. Wrath wiped away tears with his round hand. You've finally come to your senses. He nodded deeply, moved. Very well, I now officially welcome you as a demon. Wrath spread his arms as if to say, come here. I really don't need that. Rayon sighed deeply. Wrath's delusions seemed worse than ever. 3 days later, Rayon left the annex wearing a ceremonial robe with a deep crimson hue. Where are you going? She paused while practicing swordplay in front of Edgar and Sylvia. A meeting. Yeah, it's when important people gather together. He waved at her, walking off with small but firm steps. A big meeting, huh? A sudden meeting like this, what could it be about? Edgar and Sylvia frowned in concern. I don't know the details, but it seems important. 2 days ago, they were suddenly told to attend a meeting at noon today. With all executives of Sieghart gathering, it was surely a major matter. Wrath clicked his tongue as he perched on Rayon's shoulder. It's the perfect time for a food tour. But no, now we have to eat at the old man's house again. Despite his words, his smacking lips betrayed his excitement. He liked everything from gourmet meals to street snacks. Why he was the monarch of wrath and not gluttony was a mystery. Should I come too? She tilted her head, looking like she wanted to tag along. You'd be bored. You just sit the whole time. I'll play with you when I get back. Rayon patted her head, promising to play later. Don't worry and focus on your work. Yeah, we'll take care of ya. Sylvia waved with a smile and Edgar chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Just watching them warmed Rayon's heart. It truly felt like a peaceful family now. See you later. Rayon smiled softly as he left the annex and headed for the main building. On the way to the family hall, he passed many swordsmen, all of whom lowered their heads with tense expressions. Wrath nodded briefly at the bowing swordsmen. Used to be they just curse it at you. Now you've grown into a man worthy of being my host. He nodded approvingly. You still haven't given up. Rayon tilted his head at Wrath's serious face. I never give up. One day I will devour your body. Wrath shook his head, saying he couldn't let go of the stats and traits he'd invested. For someone who says that, you haven't picked a fight with me lately. Shut up. I'm just waiting for the right moment, like a cheetah. Yes, a cheetah waiting to pounce. Sure you are. Rayon teased him as he entered the family hall. Rumble. The normally intimidating iron doors to the audience chamber were wide open, and inside the executives had already taken their seats. It truly was a great meeting. Even the elders and veteran swordsmen rarely seen were gathered, making the vast hall feel crowded. Hey, nephew, Balder, leaning against a pillar, shouted. Karun had his arms crossed, eyes closed, uninterested. Come sit here. Balder beckoned Rayon to stand next to him. Sorry, but I don't think that's my place yet. Rayon declined politely, saying he couldn't take that seat yet. I'd say it's about time. Balder smacked his lips, saying it wouldn't be too early, still a long way to go. Rayon declined smoothly and stood in his usual place, waiting for Glenn. Once all the executives had entered except those on missions, a door at the back opened and Glenn, Roan, and Cheryl walked out. Salute to the patriarch. At Karun's signal, all in the audience chamber knelt and bowed their heads. Unlike usual, Glenn didn't tell them to rise immediately. He walked slowly up to the dais. He didn't sit on the throne but stood at the edge and motioned with his chin. Rise. Yes, sir. Only then did the executives lift their heads and straighten their backs. There was a distinct tension on their faces. Rumble. Glenn gazed down at the executives of Sieghart with a crushing presence. It felt like he'd returned to the cold, ruthless version of himself from 20 years ago. The subject of this grand meeting is. Glenn's dry gaze shifted to Rayon on the right. The promotion of the Light Wind Division. He said this was the main subject of the meeting and lowered his chin. What? Rayon widened his eyes as he looked at Glenn. He knew it was important, but he didn't expect it to be about himself. I will take over from here. Chad, leader of the Shadow Agents Division, bowed beneath Glenn. After ascending to Transcendence, the Light Wind Division leader shattered Darius Roberts' schemes, saved Eris Sieghart, and blocked an ancient dragon's assault in Safia. Chad listed all the accomplishments Rayon and the Light Wind Division had achieved. Therefore, the Shadow Agents Division recognizes that the Light Wind Division has earned enough merit to be promoted to the Light Wind Palace. He nodded calmly, saying it was an undeniable achievement. If anyone opposes, raise your hand. Chad gestured with his chin. HMPH, it may be a bit fast. But there's no reason to oppose. If anything, it's overdue based on achievements. None of the executives raised their hand. Most wore expressions that said this had been a long time coming. With no objections, the decision. I object. At the cold voice, all eyes turned to the far right. Karun stood by the pillar closest to the dais, raising his hand. Karun, Glenn frowned deeply in disbelief. Have you gone mad? You're the one who called this meeting. Balder spun his finger by his temple and scowled. Did you go senile already? He's opposing it. Rayon narrowed his eyes at Karun. Why? He also believed that the Light Wind Division still lacked a few things to qualify as a palace. He wasn't even aiming for the title of Palace Master, so he didn't mind if the promotion was delayed. What intrigued him was Karun's reason for objecting. He's the one who proposed it, yet now he's opposing it. Lately, Karun hadn't been trying to keep him in check. If anything, he'd been helping. For such a man to oppose a promotion he himself proposed, there had to be a reason. True martial palace master. Glenn furrowed his brow as he looked down at Karun. You proposed the agenda and now object to it. What's your reason? His voice was low, yet simmering with fury. That's right, you're the one who said to promote the Light Wind Division. Balder stood in front of Karun, shaking his fist. You're not senile, so why are you kicking down your own proposal? He shouted at him to come to his senses and shook his shoulder. Karun proposed it. What a twist. Then why propose it and oppose it yourself? Even the other executives tilted their heads, unable to understand Karun's actions. True martial palace master. Glenn gripped the armrest of his throne hard enough to crush it as he called Karun's name. State your reason. His eyes were dry, void of patience for jokes. Division leader Chad was correct. Karun pushed Balder aside and stepped forward. After ascending to transcendence, the Light Wind leader achieved numerous feats, and the division has supported him admirably. In terms of fame, no unit has expanded Sieghart's renown as much as they have. Despite opposing the promotion, Karun acknowledged Rayon and the Light Wind Division's accomplishments. And it's not just achievements. The leader is a transcendent, the vice leader is a grandmaster, and most members are masters. Their martial strength alone warrants recognition. Then why oppose it? Balder slammed the pillar behind him in frustration. Personnel. Karun slowly closed and reopened his eyes. The current Light Wind Division has just over 30 members. Even for a division, that's too few. No matter how skilled, accidents are bound to happen with such low numbers. While he acknowledged their strength and record, he shook his head at their lack of manpower. Rayon nodded calmly. Can't argue with that. If they were to become a palace, they needed more people. After the first selection ceremony, only Ewa Julius and Mark Gorton had joined the division. As a palace, they might be tasked with several missions at once, so additional personnel were essential. To be a palace of Sieghart, you must be able to handle 5 or more missions at once. Even if the team leaders are top masters, it's difficult to assign them across all missions with so few subordinates. Karun continued, stating only plain facts without emotion. Well, that is true. Division leader Chad nodded as he lowered the document in his hand. There may be fewer missions right now, but war will soon bring a flood of new ones. He lightly crumpled the paper he was holding, admitting the division's numbers were lacking. Personnel. Glenn let out a low hum, as if he couldn't refute Karun's point either. Therefore, Karun took another step forward and raised his hand. I believe at least 30 more swordsmen must be added to the Light Wind Division for it to qualify as a palace. If they're seasoned warriors, perhaps fewer would suffice. He calmly lowered his hand after stating his opinion. Well, you're not wrong. Balder frowned as he looked at Karun, but the selection ceremony ended last year. It'll take years before another one's held. We could promote them now and... That's unacceptable. Karun shook his head firmly. This isn't just any force. It's a palace of Sieghart, the face of the family. It cannot be handled lightly. He displayed a sharp gaze as if urging them to think clearly. He's not wrong. Glenn nodded slowly, agreeing with Karun, however. Karun glanced at Rayon and slightly lifted his chin. It would be a waste to ignore the feats of a man who slain 2 ancient dragons, secured an alliance with Safia, and gave all Sieghart swordsmen the chance to wield dragonbone swords. He looked up at Glenn and joined his hands. Therefore, please allow another force to be incorporated into the Light Wind Palace. Rather than waiting for recruits, he was requesting that an existing force be absorbed into the Light Wind Division. Glenn exhaled a thin breath as he seemed to grasp Karun's intent at last. Not a bad idea. He nodded as if accepting Karun's suggestion. But since this has only just come up, both sides should be given time to consider. There is one force that already expressed their wish to join. Karun raised his hand, saying there was already a candidate. What? Rayon and Glenn widened their eyes. The Iron Division, currently on assignment, has expressed their desire to be under the Light Wind Palace. Karun lowered his hand, saying he had already spoken with the Iron Division leader. When did you? Before they left for the mission. Karun nodded calmly, as though he had planned all of this from the beginning. The Iron Division, Rayon narrowed his eyes at Karun. Then there's no way he's a traitor. If Karun had said he would send new personnel, Rayon would have refused outright. But the Iron Division's leader, Trevin, was a trustworthy comrade. Even when the entire house looked down on him, Trevin treated him like a direct descendant and even supported him in the Aryan family. If it had been anyone else, Rayon might have suspected ulterior motives, but not with Trevin and the Iron Division. The Iron Division, Glenn nodded and turned to Rayon. That's a good fit. The Iron Division and Light Wind Division have fought together many times. Yes, I've both helped them and received help from them. Rayon agreed and nodded. Then it seems both sides are in favor. Glenn smiled faintly. We'd also like to join. How do we apply? Please give us a chance. Perhaps because the Iron Division had spoken up first, other quiet executives began raising their hands, saying they wanted to join the Light Wind Palace too. Some among them were stronger than the Iron Division, but Rayon wasn't particularly drawn to them. When it came to new comrades, trust mattered more than strength. Seriously, you should have just said that from the start. Why stir up such a grim atmosphere? Balder frowned and poked Karun in the side. Look at those plump cheeks. You came ready to go all out for your nephew, didn't you? Shut your mouth. Karun frowned and gave Balder a light jab in the side. Gah. Though the blow didn't seem that strong, Balder doubled over, clutching his abdomen. Then the matter of promoting the Light Wind Division to a palace will proceed once the Iron Division returns. Division leader Chad sighed in relief and raised the second document. The second topic concerns securing space for the increasing number of wounded. While listening to Chad, Rayon looked toward Karun, who stood with arms crossed, gazing straight ahead as if he had nothing more to say. Rayon's first impression of Karun was that of a petty man's narrow-minded. It was laughable. But now he seemed larger than life, even beyond martial prowess. People really can change. Rayon smiled faintly as he watched Karun walk a path opposite that of Darius. True martial palace master. After the meeting, Rayon approached Karun. Karun turned his cold gaze toward him just as he was leaving the chamber. What is it? He lowered his brows slightly, asking what Rayon wanted. Rayon bowed, thanking him for preparing what he himself could not. Karun shook his head calmly. It's only natural for the Light Wind Division to become a palace, and a palace moving with such few numbers would make us look bad, so I stopped it ahead of time. He turned around, saying it wasn't done for their sake. Even so, you were the only one who thought that far ahead. Rayon bowed again with sincerity, if you really mean that. Karun turned back briefly, then slowly spoke. Keep pushing forward even after becoming a palace. With those words, he left the audience chamber. What's with him? Did he eat something weird? Did he get swapped with someone outside? Balder groaned as he held his aching waist where Karun had struck him. You feel the same, right? Yes, it is surprising. Rayon smiled and nodded. I don't know how a finger jab can hurt this much. Help me out here, of course. Rayon bowed to Glenn on the throne and then supported Balder as they left the chamber. Listen well. Being a palace master is more work than you think. First, you'll need a new building, and the kids don't listen for crap. Glenn watched Karun walking ahead, with Rayon and Balder behind him, and his aged eyes quivered. Karun siding with Rayon and Rayon supporting Balder. Cheryl stepped forward, smiling faintly. I never thought I'd see something like this. You really can't predict how life will unfold. She exhaled softly, amused. I feel the same. Roan chuckled and nodded. I never imagined young Master Rayon would become close to those two. To be honest, I thought the Lord's parenting was a complete failure. Cheryl lifted her eyes slightly. She laughed, clearly pleased by Karun and Balder's transformation. Indeed, the grandchildren have always been outstanding. Roan smiled gently, mentioning Rayon, Burin, and Martha. Even so, Glenn's stern expression did not ease despite all the praise. My lord, Cheryl tilted her head, puzzled. Is something wrong, Rayon? Glenn bit his lips slightly and continued. His hand trembled as he gripped the throne, worried. Cheryl and Roan lowered their heads, speechless. Try it, sis. Rayon stepped back and nodded. Okay, she nodded confidently and swung the wooden sword above her head. Whoosh. The gust from her blade split both the ground and the lake in front of it. Well done. Rayon smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Your control was perfect. Unlike before, she had managed her aura so that the force didn't spill out of the lake. To think she mastered aura control in just a weaker body had indeed reached the realm of a grandmaster. Really. Her eyes sparkled as she looked up, wanting more praise. Yes, it was perfect, hee. She scratched the back of her head, pleased. All right, let's try horizontal slashes next. Okay. With renewed confidence, she launched into horizontal slashes, diagonal strikes, and thrusts. Her swordplay warped the lake's surface comparable to Rayon's own when he was a grandmaster. How was that? Impressive. Rayon slowly nodded. Truly. He only wanted to teach her aura control so she wouldn't hurt others, but she was already expressing the sword's essence. Even though her memories as the Green King were gone, her body was recalling the sword. Just a little more instruction and she'll regain her original skill. Wrath nodded, saying her talent was extraordinary. I think so too. As Wrath said, with a bit of proper guidance, she could soon return to the level of a top grandmaster. Wait, that would make her the youngest in the annex, but also the strongest. Rayon glanced at Sylvia and Edgar watching from the side. Sylvia's skills had improved with consistent training, but Edgar was still recovering. If she advanced quickly, Edgar might become the weakest in the annex. That could be interesting. Oh, the dignity of a father. Wrath groaned pitifully. I should keep teaching her while I'm still here. Even Sieghart wasn't safe while war raged. He had to teach her properly so she could protect herself in the annex. What will you teach her? Wrath narrowed his eyes with interest. I've got just the right one for her. Rayon smiled and approached Ja. Sis, the next sword technique you'll learn is Fangs of Insanity. The Fangs of Insanity was the sword of sensation perfect for someone with talent beyond her own. Fangs of Insanity. What does that mean? Je tilted her head curiously. Well, it's a sword style that embodies a puppy biting with its fangs. He couldn't exactly say it meant a mad beast, so he softened it to puppy. Puppy, she nodded eagerly, loving it. All right, let's start with how to use it. Rayon began explaining the formula and basic method of the Fangs of Insanity. Her memory was sharp, she learned it in one go and began practicing the technique on her own. She's already better than you. Exactly. Rayon nodded. As Wrath said, her talent already surpassed his own. They practiced until sunset. Just as Rayon was about to end the lesson, 3 pigeons flew in through the darkening sky. They panted heavily as if they had flown nonstop. So cute. Je dropped her sword and hugged the exhausted pigeons. Let's see. Rayon pulled the letters from their legs. All 3 letters said the same thing. An unbreakable sword has been completed. I forged a sword that will turn even grudges into your power. A devil has descended. Vulcan, Kuberad, and Borgos had each written to say their swords were finished. The wording alone was enough to send chills down his spine. This is. Rayon smacked his lips and looked up at the shimmering sky. Looks like we're in for something incredible. A sword? Someone made a sword. Je's eyes widened as she looked at Rayon. Now that you mention it, I don't see your sword anywhere. She waved her hand in front of his face, asking where the heavenly drive was. I left it with the old master smiths. They said they'd make me an even better one. Rayon pointed at the letters, saying he had entrusted his swords to the elder craftsmen. Huh, then why does one of them say a demon has descended instead of talking about a sword? Je tilted her head, confused by Borgo's message. Yeah, I don't really know either. Rayon gave an awkward smile as he folded the letter. He couldn't exactly tell her the elder smiths were competing to outdo one another. The old geezers are more childish than kids despite their age. Wrath shook his head in exasperation. I want a shiny sword too. Je raised her wooden sword above her head in protest. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. It wouldn't be a bad idea. Now that she'd learned how to control her strength, letting her wield a real sword without a sharpened edge might be fine. And I should give one to Mother, Father, and Aunt Eris too. All right. Rayon nodded and led Je over to the garden table where Sylvia and Edgar were sitting. Would the 2 of you also like to have new swords made? Swords, from dragon bones. Are you saying you'll have ours made too? Sylvia and Edgar blinked in surprise. It hadn't even crossed their minds. Yes, since I'll be ordering one for Je, I wanted to make ones for you as well. Rayon nodded, asking what they thought. Well, the sword I'm using now isn't bad, but if it's something made because of my son, I absolutely have to use it. Then could you make mine out of a dragon's horn? Edgar excitedly pounded the table with his fist. Horn, yes. Swords made from a dragon's bones are tough, those made from teeth are sharp, and those made from horns absorb aura better. He nodded, explaining that each part of a dragon had its own unique properties. There's such a difference. Sylvia looked dumbfounded. Of course, depending on which materials you use and in what proportion, swords from the same smith can turn out completely differently. Edgar nodded sagely, saying the world of artisans was deep and complex. I didn't know either. Rayon exhaled, having left everything up to Vulcan, Kuberad, and Borgos. He had no idea there were such differences in materials, nor did this king. I only know the thighs are tender, the belly is firm, and the tenderloin melts in your mouth. Wrath licked his lips, saying he only knew which parts of the dragon meat were the tastiest. A truly majestic demon king. Then I should explain. It's not just the bones and horns. Dragon scales also serve different purposes. The ones near the neck are flexible and tough, good for armor. The torso scales are just tough, so better for shields or weapon inlays. And the element varies by dragon type too. Edgar began showering them with unprompted answers, determined not to miss his chance to explain. Red dragons grant fire resistance and affinity, blue for water, gold. Ah, father, there were 3 dragons, so it should be possible to make a whole sword out of horn. Rayon quickly interrupted to stop Edgar's endless chatter. Really? Edgar stopped mid-sentence and let out a gasp as if he'd just chugged a beer. To think I'll be wielding a sword made of dragon horn in my lifetime. Having children really is the best. He raised a thumbs up, saying it was better than achieving anything himself. Then I want one made from teeth. So I can slash apart anyone who threatens this place. Sylvia nodded with a sweet smile despite her terrifying words. Okay. Rayon could feel her firm resolve to protect the annex. It seemed she still held on to the memory of when the white blood cult attacked. I want mine made mainly from a dragon horn, sleek and agile so I can use my swordsmanship properly. It needs to be flexible, but not like a whiplight but sturdy, slightly shorter than a longsword. Even while making requests, Edgar was full of words. It felt like he was finally releasing all the chatter he'd bottled up while living with Sylvia. I want everything. Je nodded, saying she wanted it all. Use the scales, bones, everything. She lifted her sparkling eyes and asked for a sword made from all the materials. Got it. Rayon nodded, compiling their requests. Just as he was about to head to Myrthen Village, Zhe grabbed his sleeve. I want to come too, she smiled, saying she wanted to go with him. It'll be boring, Rayon shook his head. All you'll see is hammering. It's dull. I'm going. I have to. Zhe gripped his arm tightly. Her strength was so great that even her reinforced training robe tore at the sleeve. What's the harm in bringing her? Edgar and Sylvia smiled, saying it would be a good experience. Rayon looked at the moisture in Zhe's eyes and sighed softly. Guess I have no choice. Since it was her first sword, unlike with Sylvia and Edgar, it might be best to discuss it directly with the smiths. All right, let's go together. Rayon sighed again and nodded. Yay, Zhe wiped away her tears and laughed brightly. Mom's trick worked. She ran into Sylvia's arms, saying the tears did the trick. Didn't I tell you? Your brother might look cold, but he's actually soft-hearted. Sylvia praised her and patted her head. Rayon sighed as he watched Zhe boast to Edgar and Sylvia. That was all acting. She's already acting like that. Wrath gave a baffled laugh. She really is your sister. Another god of acting has arrived. Clang, clang, she turned her head left and right, amazed by the sound of hammers ringing throughout Myrthen Village. Hammers, more hammers over there. She pointed at a hammer larger than a person's forearm and giggled. Everything was new and exciting. Not too hot, Rayon looked down at the beaming Zhe. I'm fine, she shook her head, saying it was perfect. Her body's still at the Grandmaster level. She had lost all her memories of swordsmanship and martial arts, but her body still had the physical resilience. She didn't seem to feel heat or cold. But why are they hitting fire with a hammer? Zhe pointed at a smith striking a glowing piece of metal. That's not fire, it's heated metal. When you heat metal, you can change its shape. Rayon explained how swords were made as they ascended through the Villageth and spotted a familiar face. General Administrator. It was the gambling monster. He was leisurely touring Myrthen Village with a bottle dangling from his finger. What brings you here? I came to commission a sword, too. He waved lazily, saying he was part of the annex and should get to order one first. Of course. Rayon smiled and said it was only fair. Oh, and I have a gift for you. He opened his subspace pouch and pulled out a bottle of fine liquor he'd bought for the gambling monster. "'Kay, now this is what I like." Despite saying it wasn't necessary, he immediately snatched the bottle. "Did you come because you heard my sword was finished?" Grandpa, before he could ask about the sword, Zhe ran forward and grabbed his hand. "Why haven't you visited lately?" She pouted, looking sad that he hadn't come around. "Ah, Esha, that's, I've been watching over the other kids lately." He stammered in front of her clear eyes. "First grandpa doesn't come, second grandpa doesn't come, black grandpa doesn't come, so I'm bored." She puffed her cheeks, saying she hadn't seen Glenn, Rictor, or the gambling monster lately. Then I have to visit." "Absolutely." He trembled and nodded, smiling broadly at her cuteness. They've grown close. The gambling monster had always been responsible, often visiting the annex to act as a true general administrator. It seemed they'd bonded during that time. "I'll see you tomorrow then. I'll have everything ready." Rayon, just as Rayon was telling him to come by tomorrow, someone shouted his name. "I told you to hurry. Why are you dawdling?" It was Vulcan. He stomped in front of his workshop, yelling, "You're too loud. Let him come at his own pace." Kuberad waved, saying he'd come soon enough. "Yeah, the outcome's already decided anyway. No need to rush." Borgos nodded calmly, as if he'd already won. "General Administrator, could you watch my sister for a bit?" Rayon asked the gambling monster to look after Zhe and headed up to Vulcan's workshop. "Sorry I'm late." He bowed to Vulcan, Kuberad, and Borgos. All three were disheveled from working through the night, their hair and clothes in shambles, dark circles under their eyes. "Ah, you brought her too." Vulcan recognized Zhe and nodded heavily. The girl who had the gambling monster flustered. "Who is she?" Kuberad and Borgos tilted their heads, not knowing who Zhe was. "She's my sister." "Sister? You have a sister?" Kuberad blinked in surprise. "Yes," she appeared rather suddenly. Humans really are strange. A sister popping up out of nowhere." Borgos shook his head, unable to understand. "I'll explain briefly." Since he would need to request her sword, Rayon explained the situation. "I see." Kuberad sighed, sounding pained. "Filthy Eden bastards. I swear, anyone who covers their face is never normal." Borgos ground his teeth, revealing his deep grudge against the 5 demons. "Let's put that aside. Today's about giving you new swords." Vulcan waved his hand, changing the mood. "Yes, this is a celebration." Kuberad nodded with a faint smile. "I hope you'll use this sword to slash every one of those demons to pieces." Vulcan stepped aside and pulled away the cloth covering the table. Whoosh. Beneath the white cloth were 3 newly reforged swords. They didn't seem much different from before, perhaps because they were still sheathed. They felt just like when he'd held them. "You won't understand just by looking. Try them out." Vulcan stepped back, urging him to draw. "It only has meaning if you see for yourself." Kuberad nodded calmly. "A demon is born." Borgos licked his lips, his eyes blackened as if he'd gone mad. "Understood." Rayon took a deep breath and grabbed the heavenly drive forged by Vulcan. Even though the handle hadn't changed, it fit his grip more perfectly than before. Sheeing, as he drew it, a clearer ring echoed than before, revealing a pure white blade. Its shape hadn't changed much, but he could feel the sword's will, an unyielding resolve. From the moment he first gripped the sword to when he reached transcendence, that resolve had quietly settled into the heavenly drive. He could feel it no matter who or what he faced, this sword would not bend. It's amazing. I can feel its strength without even swinging it. Rayon gently swung the sword, his crimson eyes trembling. Ha ha ha. Vulcan laughed heartily, pleased with his reaction. Next, he returned the heavenly drive to its sheath and picked up the Soul Requiem sword. Whoosh. As soon as he grabbed the hilt, a chill ran down his fingers. It felt like being exposed to necromancy, but there was no malice. SSSSSSHHK. As he drew it, the blade was even redder, like blood had been spilled on it. Though the blade's aura was thicker, the foul stench of grudges had lessened. It now felt more like the noble aura of a powerful sword. The Soul Requiem sword's strength will have increased, but its malice has diminished. Noit's been converted into power. Rayon touched the blade and swallowed dryly. I heard your teacher soothe the spirits inside the sword, so I chose to believe in them too. Just as you help them, they'll help you in return. Kuberad nodded, saying mutual trust would create great power. Rayon bowed and then picked up the woodwill sword. As soon as he grabbed it, a red current fluttered before his eyes. It felt like facing a killer intent on murder chilling. Ting! The blade revealed itself in a blue hue as clear as Rimmer's wind, but within that clarity was deep, thick killing intent. It wasn't just intent to kill, people, it felt like it could cleave the world. Rayon brought the tip to his finger. Slice. Even with his transcendent body, the blade cut him without any aura blood flowed. That's terrifying. He only expected a scratch, but it left a real wound. The killing power was absurd. Knew it. Borgos clapped as if he had predicted the reaction. Use that sword to cut down every last one of those demon bastards. He bowed heavily. I'll do my best. Rayon clenched his fist, saying he'd become strong enough not to lose to the woodwill sword. So which sword is best? Kuberad tilted his head slightly, finally showing interest. No need to ask, it's mine. No, it's mine. Borgos and Vulcan both confidently pointed at themselves. They're all so good, I don't think I can pick. Rayon looked between the three swords and shook his head. The heavenly drive held unwavering resolve. The Soul Requiem sword transformed malice into salvation, and the woodwill sword carried a deadly will to kill anything. All three were outstanding in quality, but their embedded wills were so different that he couldn't declare a winner. This match is a draw. Rayon closed his eyes, unable to decide. There's no such thing as a draw. Borgos shook his head furiously. There must be a decision. Kuberad licked his lips, unsatisfied. In the world of craftsmanship, everything must be settled. Vulcan scowled. Look again. Rayon, just as he was about to be forced into choosing, the gambling monster arrived at the hilltop, carrying Ja. Though she was tall for a girl, his massive frame made it look natural. Sis, are those the grandpas who'll make my sword? Ja smiled at Borgos, Vulcan, and Kuberad. Hello, she got down from the gambling monster's arms and bowed. A sword. Vulcan tilted his head. My sister has been learning swordsmanship, and I wanted to request a blunted training sword for her. I see. Vulcan narrowed his eyes as he looked at her hands and legs. Despite appearances, she's got incredible sword energy. She's a bundle of talent, that's for sure. Kuberad and Borgos swallowed dryly, sensing her ability. As I mentioned, her original level was High Grandmaster. Rayon sent an aura message only the smiths could hear. She lost her memories and power, but if she wields a sword properly. He nodded as he watched her inspect the heavenly drive with a smile. She'll definitely reach transcendence again. He ended with conviction, just talent made it inevitable. What the? She's really that strong. Borgos and Kuberad widened their eyes in surprise. Miss Vulcan stepped forward and met her eyes. Would you swing a sword for us? He handed her a standard sword and asked her to give it a try. How hard? She tilted her head toward Rayon. Don't hold back. Swing it with all your strength. I'm for that mountain. He pointed at a distant mountain and told her to go all out. Okay, she nodded and swung the sword. It looked like a simple slash, but embedded in the motion was the flow of the fangs of insanity she had only recently learned. Boom! Like a wild beast's fang, the strike shattered a section of the mountain's face. I hit it. She jumped excitedly, thrilled she'd struck the rock. What in the... Good heavens, even Vulcan was wide-eyed, stunned like Kuberad and Borgos. As I said, who will forge the first sword for a future transcendent? Rayon waved his finger like an auctioneer. Me, I'll do it. No, it should be someone delicate like me. This time we settle this once and for all. The three master smiths shouted in unison, eager to craft Ja's sword. They're all good. Ja smiled brightly, overjoyed by the attention. Those childish old men. Wrath shook his head. It's like they're aging backward. You're one to talk. After dropping Ja off at the annex, Rayon headed to the 5th training ground. It had been tidied up after the light wind swordsmen finished their practice. Yawn. Wrath yawned and rubbed his eyes. You ate well, we not just sleep. Why come here again? Waved his hand, wanting to head back to bed. I got new swords. I need to test how much I've changed. The traits of the Heavenly Drive, Soul Requiem sword, and Woodwill sword had improved drastically. He needed to adapt to them directly. It can wait until morning. Wrath groaned, annoyed. It's nice and quiet now. Rayon smiled and drew the heavenly drive. Just holding it made his body and mind feel sturdier as if nothing could defeat him. F-whoosh. As always, he began with basic swordsmanship. He swung the heavenly drive, overlaying the techniques he taught Zhou with his own understanding. Swoosh, the blade, carrying his belief, cut through the chilly dawn air, an unwavering, unyielding sword just as Vulcan had promised. It's like the word steadfast was forged into a blade. It's even tougher than before. Wrath nodded in admiration, sheeing. Rayon sheathed the sword and drew the woodwill sword. Its blue blade, filled with killing intent, erased the darkness. Shiving. With a smooth step, he entered the center of the field and performed the fangs of insanity. The chilling sharpness within the woodwill sword exploded in every direction like a mad beast's fangs. Boo! Though he hadn't intended it, a web of killing intent erupted from the final motion, tearing through the air. This is dangerous. It wasn't just aimed at enemies. Without perfect control, he could hurt allies too. No wonder that dwarf said he birthed a demon. Wrath sighed, calling it a wicked sword. Then last, Rayon reached for the soul requiem sword, but the training hall doors opened, and Glenn entered. Testing swords alone, are you? Glenn waved calmly. Patriarch. Rayon hurried over and bowed. He hadn't expected Glenn to come here. Since you've got new swords, how about we fulfill that promise? Promise? A duel. Glenn smiled and reached for the heavenly tremor's blade. Let's see how far you've come. A duel? Ah, Rayon nodded as he looked at Glenn. That's right, it was postponed. When he returned to the family after reaching Transcendence, Glenn had suggested a light duel. At the time, Eris wasn't in good condition, so they had indefinitely postponed it. It seemed Glenn wanted to have that duel now. It would be an honor. He bowed, saying he would gladly accept Glenn's instruction. KRRGH. Wrath screamed in protest, clutching his head. It's going to get even noisier now. How am I supposed to sleep? The guy groaned with irritation, saying this would only double the racket. I'll try to be quiet, like you can keep things quiet while fighting that old geezer. Wrath ground his teeth, insisting there was no way it could stay quiet. Don't get too excited. Glenn slowly raised the heavenly tremor's blade. I won't be going easy on you. He nodded slightly, as if telling Rayon to come at him with everything he had. Rayon bit his lip as he stared at Glenn. No openings. Or rather, was everything an opening? Glenn was simply standing with his sword, yet it felt like facing an insurmountable wall. It was like he had no openings whatsoever, perhaps. Everything about him seemed like an opening. That's what a true natural stance looks like. Wrath narrowed his eyes. Every place that looks attackable or not, they're all traps. He clicked his tongue, saying that this entire space was already consumed by Glenn, not coming. Glenn smiled faintly, cloaked in a heavy and sharp energy. If you hesitate, you'll lose without even swinging your sword. He was right. Just standing before Glenn made Rayon's head spin and cold sweat run down his back. Glenn's energy was slowly invading his space. Then I'll just have to go in with force. Rayon let out a murky breath and drew the heavenly drive and soul requiem sword. The intent within the newly forged blades slowly calmed his unstable emotions. Rumble. He planted the heavenly drive and soul requiem sword into the ground, opening his mental world. Sword field creation, divine demonic harmony. A red sun and blue moon rose into a cloudy dark night sky. The aura of heat and cold poured down on Rayon like stage lights. KWHHHH. With the sacred sword forged in the flames of the sun and the demonic sword sculpted in the frost of the moon, Rayon once again stood before Glenn. The swords are giving me strength. He could feel the sacred sword's flames and the demonic sword's frost radiating stronger energy than before. As the heavenly drive and soul requiem sword were enhanced, the might of divine demonic harmony had clearly risen as well. I'm coming. With that short phrase, Rayon unleashed the supreme harmony steps. He dashed toward Glenn's left, leaving behind a crimson flash that tore through the darkness. F-whoosh. The moment his foot touched the ground, he twisted his wrist, gripping the swords. Within the sacred sword's flame rampaged the mad beast of fangs of insanity, and atop the demonic sword's frost bloomed the chilling wind of glacier. CRANG. Combining Shirl's dual blade technique with the essence of fangs of insanity and glacier, he aimed for Glenn's shoulder and waist, judging your opponent's power and going all out from the start. Glenn nodded, seemingly pleased. A good strategy, but too light. He slipped the heavenly tremor's blade through the narrow seam where the sacred and demonic swords converged. It was a single strike that shattered the synchronous flow of the dual blade technique like clockwork. CLANG. Though Glenn's strike was light, it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. The fangs of insanity and glacier shattered simultaneously, and Rayon was violently flung backward. Huff. Rayon brushed the sweat from his brow as if nothing happened, and Ray gripped his swords. Then I'll come at you a bit heavier. Biting his lip, he stepped into supreme harmony steps. The speed darkened his vision as he surged forward, slashing both swords at Glenn. BOOM. The sacred sword's flame roared into the shape of a dragon, while the demonic sword's frost shimmered into a glowing white orb. Flame dragon technique and mid-air cannon, some of the most powerful strikes detonated simultaneously. KWANG. The entire Zeeghart ground seemed to tremble. The floor of the training hall twisted and brown fissures cracked across the sky. That was rather spicy. Glenn dusted his hand lightly, having taken the brunt of mid-air cannon and flame dragon technique head-on without a scratch. Still didn't break through. Rayon furrowed his brows as he looked at Glenn standing amidst the fading mist. Overpowering him isn't an option. Glenn hadn't even used his full strength, yet he had blocked both techniques. Overwhelming him with brute force was impossible. Then it's my turn. Glenn casually swung his sword. It was a loose, almost warming-up strike, but the result was anything but light. Boo! The black night sky split open, unleashing a red thunderbolt. Glenn's thunder aura was faster and fiercer than a thunderclap. Can't just block. If he let himself be pushed back once, the duel would be over without him ever swinging properly. No matter how fierce the attack, he had to keep a counter in mind. F-whoosh. First, he raised a flame barrier with the sacred sword to stop the falling lightning. Then he braced his body against the violent force of the thunder and lifted the demonic sword he'd angled downward. Zzzzz. A white wave bloomed from the demonic sword's blade, devouring the red lightning crashing through the flame barrier. It was a counterattack technique, white shadow slash. Sharp. Glenn nodded in amusement and twisted the heavenly tremor's blade. Splinters of lightning burst like a spray and shattered white shadow slash. I suppose I can go a bit harder. Smacking his lips briefly, Glenn stepped forward. Thunder aura concentrated in the heavenly tremor surged as red beams, transcending the very concept of speed. Clang. Rayon crossed the sacred and demonic swords diagonally to block the strike, but it wasn't perfect. The thunder aura pierced his aura, pressing into his bones and flesh. From here on, you'd better keep your eyes wide open. Glenn lifted the heavenly tremor above his head. Above the blade, the vast night sky and red lightning crackled. It was the sword path of the heavenly thunder art he had once taught Rayon. Rumble. But this was no mere demonstration. It held a power on a different level than when he had first taught it. Glenn clearly hadn't been bluffing about not holding back. Still, I have to endure. Rayon gritted his teeth and raised his swords against a strike that seemed to contain the very heavens. For a swordsman, watching Glenn's techniques in action was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to learn whatever he could, no matter the cost. So this is how the heavenly thunder art is really used. Facing the real thing, Rayon finally understood how to wield it moving forward, a sword that pressured the enemy's breath. The heavenly thunder art wasn't just about speed and strength, it was a brutal technique that gnawed at both body and spirit. You're holding up well. I can raise it further. Glenn smiled and poured even more thunder aura into the heavenly tremor. Waves of red lightning engulfed the fifth training ground. It's breaking through. The thunder aura penetrated the sacred sword's flame and the demonic sword's frost, stacking pressure against Rayon's body. The pain and numbness that started at his fingertips began to spread throughout his entire body. Thunder aura isn't just about speed and power. Glenn spoke quietly. His swords flow hard to track, sometimes profound, sometimes beastly sharp. Rayon bit his lip. He knew the sword path, but his body moved slower under the weight of the thunder aura, making it hard to block. It felt like sinking deeper into a swamp the longer the fight continued. Penetration. Glenn looked at him with calm eyes that belied the intensity of the duel. Thunder aura has the power to pierce an opponent's aura. If you don't consciously resist it, it'll hit every time. He smiled faintly, saying thunder aura was incredibly useful in prolonged battles. You're probably having trouble moving now, so let's end this. It seemed Glenn had intended to show the proper use of the heavenly thunder art and thunder aura from the start. He was about to finish the duel, but Rayon had yet to try everything he came here to do. He couldn't end it like this. FWOSH. As Glenn brought the heavenly tremor down toward his shoulder, Rayon exhaled sharply and unleashed a new power. Rumble. The Askarai's fighting spirit, embedded in his swords, expelled the numbing thunder aura from his body. The will of a king did not yield even to Glenn's thunder aura. In a split second, it restored Rayon's body and mind to their original state. Clang. Rayon stomped his right foot and struck the heavenly tremor with both blades. Rayon Sieghart swordsmanship. Form 6, Divine Demonic Harmony Azure Crimson Invincible Blade. Flames and frost burning along the straight blades exploded like a final breath, sweeping toward Glenn's entire body. What? For the first time, Glenn's eyes wavered in surprise. Not at the Azure Crimson Invincible Blade, but at the fact that Rayon had moved at all despite being overwhelmed by thunder aura. Crackle. Even in that brief moment of shock, Glenn slashed through the flames and frost of Azure Crimson Invincible Blade with the heavenly tremor, extinguishing them in an instant. I expected that. Even with Askarai's fighting spirit, the gap between him and Glenn was still vast. There was no way he could truly break through, which is why he had prepared his final move. Szzz. The woodwill sword slid out of its scabbard and shot toward Glenn's back. It was Void Kill, a unique swordplay that fused Silent Slash, Void Slash, and Spatial Blade. Rumble. The shockwave of the Reborn Azure Crimson Invincible Blade struck from the front, while Void Kill tore in from behind. Glenn's pupils narrowed as he was besieged from both sides. Ha! A deep smile finally appeared on Glenn's lips. Impressive. At his murmur of praise, a thunder aura unlike anything so far erupted. What had been a marble-sized spark expanded in an instant, crushing both Azure Crimson Invincible Blade and Void Kill. Erg. Rayon rolled across the ground, letting out a weary breath. If Glenn had unleashed that thunder aura in earnest, he'd be dead. He had clearly held back to the end. Glenn's true power was still beyond his reach. Thunk, the sacred and demonic swords returned to their original forms, embedding into the ground, and the woodwill sword flew across the room, stabbing into the wall. Huff. As he panted and lifted his gaze, he saw Glenn smiling down at him. Looks like you gained something again. Glenn returned the Heavenly Drive, Soul Requiem sword, and woodwill sword and handed them to Rayon. You always exceed my expectations, but this time I'm truly surprised. His voice carried sincere admiration. All three swords have different personalities, yet they suit you well. I'm looking forward to what's next. Glenn nodded, congratulating him on acquiring such fine weapons. I won't let you down. Rayon sheathed the swords and stood, smiling faintly. By the way. Glenn's expression suddenly darkened as he stepped closer. He suddenly brought up Karun with a furrowed brow. I'm not that close, really. Rayon tilted his head, then shook it. Glenn seemed to want them to grow closer, but Rayon honestly explained that they weren't yet. I see. Oddly, Glenn's lips curled upward slightly, as if he liked the answer. Right, I do think it's cool he's changed and is trying to atone for the past, but we're not close yet. What's cool about that guy? Absolutely not. Glenn shook his head, saying it wasn't even close. Just keep it exactly like it is now. He patted Rayon's shoulder and left the training ground with a much lighter step. Rayon blinked in confusion as he watched Glenn leave. Wait, is Karun an enemy? Yeah, on. Wrath yawned loudly and shook his head. I'm just wondering when these idiots will finally catch on. He smacked himself on the head, urging Rayon to go to sleep already. From now on, your name is Black Wave. It means burying your enemies in waves of death. A swordsman from Light Wind Unit 1 raised his black sword and grinned. That wave's nothing. You can't even reach the toes of this. Green Tide Ver 3. Just look at this dazzling blade. A Unit 2 swordsman admired his sword, infused with a soft green glow. Super Haxar, Destiny of Fate, I'm sorry. But now, the new sword, Storm of the Storm, is calling my soul. The Unit 3 swordsman hugged his sword, where a blue wind swirled, tears in his eyes. Ha. Rayon sighed deeply as he watched the Light Wind swordsmen reveal their long-standing madness over naming swords. They're still like that. They'd done the same back when Light Wind started naming swords with ridiculous names and competing. Even now, they hadn't changed. Still, they weren't the only ones happy. Every Light Wind swordsman had received a sword forged from a dragon's bone, and laughter filled the 5th training ground instead of training shouts. This sword really is the best. Run-On blinked blankly as she swung her new sword, shaped like her original snow flower. Nothing beats what you're used to. Martha smiled broadly, clearly satisfied with her newly forged weapon based on the one Denier had given her. That presence, as Rayon smiled, watching everyone admire their swords, he sensed a familiar energy approaching the 5th training ground. Thunk. The doors opened and Mark Gorton entered, wearing a gray robe. Sir Mark Gorton, you're back. Dorian Burren and Martha rushed to him with delight. It's been a while. Mark Gorton gave a light nod to the Light Wind swordsman and stepped up to the platform. He knelt with a heavier gaze than before. Welcome back. Rayon descended to meet him. You seem to have gained a lot. Day by day, I trained earnestly and I found a small path. Mark Gorton smiled faintly, saying that training never betrays. Just as you said, Sir Lawrence may seem cold, but he's deeply considerate. He helped me in many ways whenever I visited. That does sound like him, though I'm sure Sir Lawrence was annoyed. Rayon narrowed his eyes, examining Mark Gorton's aura. You've grown a lot. Even if it wasn't a short time, Mark had improved tremendously. Before leaving for the Holy Sword Alliance, he was about even with Run-On and Martha. Now he stood a little ahead of them. It seemed he would be the first to break through the wall of Grandmaster. He's even found composure. True. Mark, once called a genius, had stagnated at the entrance to master level and always seemed impatient. Now he had the calm air of a seasoned warrior. I wanted to return right after hearing about Vice Leader Rimmer, but the Alliance Master stopped me. Said Rimmer wouldn't want me to leave training behind. Mark bit his lip, apologizing for missing Rimmer's funeral. No, that was the right call. Rayon shook his head with a smile. Master would have said the same. Rimmer was always indifferent to death. If he knew Mark had missed his funeral due to training, he would have been pleased. But it seems something's changed. Mark glanced around at the swordsman curiously. We got new swords. Dorian waved his weapon excitedly. Swords, oh, from that dragon. Mark nodded in understanding. Sir Mark, wouldn't now be a good time to forge a new blade? They gestured toward the other's swords and suggested he make one too. It's a great opportunity, but the sword our leader gave me is enough. Mark shook his head, saying he had no desire for new weapons. He was like a sage untouched by worldly things. You could use it as a base and improve on it. Is that possible? There are some remarkable craftsmen in Myrthen village. Rayon nodded and explained about the artisans in Myrthen. That's tempting. No, I want to make one. Mark's asceticism ended instantly. Even he couldn't resist the allure of weapons forged by the continent's top artisans. Then let's head there right away. Rayon stepped out with Mark to head to Murthan only to see Chad, head of the Shadow Agents Division, rushing toward them. Light Wind Division leader. Chad approached with a grim face and bowed. The family head has summoned you. He exhaled softly, saying Rayon needed to go to the audience chamber. Is it urgent? Chad bit his lip, his expression heavy. Greet the patriarch. He knelt before Glenn, who had risen from the throne and was looking out the window. Rise. Glenn slowly turned and gestured for him to stand. Rayon bowed once more and stood up. Looks like Vice Leader Burin told you first. Glenn nodded calmly toward Chad, who stood behind Rayon. Indeed, a request came in just a short while ago. Though not as much as the Light Wind Division, the Iron Division has accomplished much through difficult missions. It's rare for them to ask for help first. He lowered his brows while holding a letter that seemed to be from Division Leader Trevin. That must mean it's a serious mission. Rayon exhaled heavily. The mission originally assigned to the Iron Division wasn't difficult. Glenn shook his head with a short sigh. What was the Iron Division's original mission? Reconnaissance. Recon. Rayon widened his eyes at the unexpected nature of their mission. Then something serious must have happened during the reconnaissance. Reconnaissance missions, though bothersome and time-consuming, are not typically dangerous since they stay within Sieghart territory. The fact that they sent an urgent request made him uneasy. If you go northeast outside of Sieghart's domain, there's a nomadic village called Badri. It was already sizable, but after the war it grew larger as displaced people gathered there. Glenn suddenly brought up the unrelated Badri village. Yes, I know it. Rayon nodded, having seen it from a distance before. After completing their mission, the Iron Division was on their way back when the village requested help to stop monsters. I'm sure Division Leader Trevin agreed without hesitation. Rayon smiled faintly, recalling Trevin's face. Of course he would have gone. Trevin was someone who never looked down on Rayon even when he was weak and of low rank. Even if the request came from outsiders, he would have agreed without hesitation. Indeed, he asked for my permission first, and I told him to accept. Glenn smiled faintly, saying Trevin had properly reported the matter in advance. You personally. If that village disappears, the nomads will have nothing left. He nodded as if it were only natural. That's true. Rayon smiled slightly, feeling the warmth flickering in Glenn's otherwise cold gaze. The initial report said only a few monsters were appearing. They weren't strong and they intended to take care of it themselves. Glenn put down the first letter and opened the most recent one. Now they're saying monsters are endlessly pouring out from land stained in purple. He furrowed his brows deeply. No matter how many they kill, they keep coming. The monsters have now reached the village. If it continues like this, the nomad's home will be wiped out. Glenn read the letter and folded it. Monsters appearing from purple-stained land. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the folded letter. It could be one of three things: a new monarch's birth, the Black Tower, or Eden. Monsters could be gathering due to the birth of a new monarch, or it could be a scheme by Eden or the Black Tower. He'd have to see for himself to know for sure. Strictly speaking, this doesn't concern Sieghart. I could order the Iron Division to return with no issue. Glenn stated the situation calmly. Will you still go? He lowered his gaze with weight, probing Rayon's resolve. Yes. I will go, Rayon nodded without hesitation. Right now, it may not concern Sieghart, but it could become our problem. And there's a chance that Eden is involved, so it's best to act early. Even if the incident happened outside their domain, it could affect them later. Preventing it now was the right choice. Division Leader Trevin said he wanted to join the Light Wind Palace, and now he's asking for a mission to prove himself. I like that. Rayon bowed, asking for the mission. Very well. Glenn's cold expression softened into a faint smile. As you said, it's best to snuff out dangerous sprouts before they grow. He nodded and lowered his hand. I could have assigned this mission to the Heavy Armored Division, but since the Iron Division will be working with the Light Wind Palace, I thought it best for your team to handle it. Glenn explained the reason he called Rayon. Rayon placed his hand over his chest and bowed. This is a perfect opportunity. With the Iron Division's transfer to the Light Wind Palace nearly confirmed, this would be a good chance to gauge the abilities of his future subordinates. He formally accepted the mission. Since it's an urgent request, there's no need to report back to me. Depart as soon as you're ready. Glenn motioned for him to go. I'm leaving in 2 days myself, but it looks like you're just as busy. Cheryl turned her chin slightly, saying she wouldn't see him for a while. Stay safe. She waved gently as if to say goodbye. Heh heh heh, Roan chuckled as he stepped forward. I doubt you need advice, Division Leader. I just pray for your safe return. He bowed carefully as if entrusting Trevin to him. Then, Rayon bowed to Glenn, Roan, and Cheryl in turn before leaving the audience chamber. In the past, I used to worry when I saw his back. Roan shook his head slightly, looking at the door Rayon exited through. But now he's so reliable. No matter what the Iron Division is facing, I believe he'll bring them back safely. He laughed, saying he never expected Rayon to become so dependable. I feel the same. Cheryl clasped her left wrist with her right hand and nodded. During the last mission, when Rayon stood in front of me, it felt like I was looking at the patriarch, like no matter who the enemy was, he would never lose. She smiled faintly, saying there was no need to worry about the Iron Division. Ahem. Glenn began rotating his ankle like he was dancing, clearly pleased by their praise of Rayon. He's not that impressive, just capable enough to handle his duties wherever he goes. Despite his modest words, he couldn't hide his radiant expression. During our recent duel, he managed to move even after taking consecutive hits from my Thunderstrike. He's still inexperienced, but with more experience, few will stand above him. Glenn smacked his lips, saying only the leaders of the 5 kings and 5 demons could rival him now. Patriarch. Shadow Agent's leader Chad stepped up to the platform and bowed. While I was on my way to retrieve Rayon, another report arrived. He bowed and offered a white envelope from his coat. It's from the agent monitoring the 5 divine orders. The 5 divine orders. As Glenn read the letter, the warmth in his gaze vanished. A cold aura befitting the King of the North surged around him, so they've finally decided to make that foolish choice. Rayon left the audience chamber and returned to the 5th training ground. The light wind swordsmen had all remained there, having heard the news from Chad. Rayon climbed onto the platform and faced the division's hardened expressions, as you've heard. Rayon spoke as he swept his calm gaze across the light wind swordsmen. He nodded, stating it wouldn't be an easy mission, but when we were in danger, they came to us without hesitation. Now it's our turn to help them. He placed his hand on Heavenly Drive, saying it was time to repay their debt. Of course, even if they weren't from our division, we'd still go. Martha shouted that they had to help their own no matter what and nodded vigorously. It's surprising to hear you speak about the division. Burren chuckled, looking at Martha, but she's right. It's only right to help comrades no matter the situation. He clenched his fist, saying they must save them even if it costs them their lives. Trevin cried a lot when he thought Rayon was dead. Run-On bowed her head, saying he had been devastated when he disappeared. We have to help now. She hugged her newly forged snowflower sword tightly, saying she wanted to help. It's in the east. That's where the hospen trees grow strong and elastic, perfect for supplies. Dorian laughed, saying he'd stock up while they were there. You're really obsessed with supplies these days, huh? Crane shook his head in disbelief. There's a ghost that keeps using up my stuff. I have to grab what I can when I can. Dorian stomped his foot while vaguely cursing someone, Sir Mark Gorton. Rayon ignored Dorian and called out to Mark. Looks like we'll have to postpone testing the new blade. Of course. Mark smiled softly, saying it was fine. This works out better, actually. I've had too many sparring sessions. I've been craving some real combat. He nodded calmly, clearly having grown in composure. Then get ready and return here by this evening. Yes, the Light Wind Division shouted in unison and rushed off to prepare. Krrrr. Wrath let out a low admiration as he watched them leave. They've really grown. I suppose they do become dear with time. Well, you're not entirely wrong. Rayon smiled and nodded. But why are you so quiet today? What nonsense. I've always been a being of few words. Wrath declared his nickname was the Demon King of Silence and tilted his chin. Bullshit, how dare you call me bullshit? Wrath flailed his arms, demanding Rayon take it back. No, I mean you are not even complaining about the food. That's not like you. Normally, he would have thrown a fit over camping food. You kept your promise to feed me whatever I wanted for 10 days. I can endure this. He wagged his hand, saying he'd bear with it because Rayon upheld his word. Wow, you're actually capable of thinking like that. Rayon patted Wrath's head and sincerely praised him. HMPH, I am a monarch of the demon realm. My dealings are forged in steel. Wrath snorted, cheeks red from the praise. But you shouldn't be thinking about me right now. What do you mean? Rayon tilted his head at Wrath. Your sister, of course. She's been enjoying learning swordsmanship from you. I bet she'll be thrilled to hear you're leaving. Wrath grinned as if looking forward to Zha's reaction. Ah, Rayon swallowed dryly as Zha's face came to mind. I'm doomed. Since it was an urgent mission, the Light Wind Division assembled at the 5th training ground before sunset. All swordsmen stood in formation before the platform as Rayon entered. Burren blinked as Rayon climbed up the platform. D-Division leader, your hair. He let out a weak laugh at Rayon's hair, which looked like a swallow had built a nest in it. Just work, I assume. Martha chuckled knowingly. It looks like she went easy on you this time. She waved her hand, saying it wasn't as bad as usual. I'm jealous. Run-On smacked her lips, muttering vaguely. Big Sis is the only one who can take division leader down a peg. Dorian cheered, thumping his chest. I didn't expect him to let it slide, even if she's his sister. Isn't that right, Sir Gambling Monster? Crane turned to the Gambling Monster, saying it was the first time he saw Rayon so subdued. Ahem. Normally, the Gambling Monster would have scoffed, but he averted his gaze, also weak to Zha. That's enough. Rayon swept his messy blonde hair back like Glenn and stood at the edge of the platform. In the past, he would have had to schedule rest times, but now that every member was a master, they could minimize even sleep. This could be our final mission as the Light Wind Division, so let's finish strong. He made eye contact with each swordsman and nodded. Yes, sir. The light wind swordsmen stomped their feet and roared. Then we march. Rayon stepped off the platform and walked through their formation. As he passed, the swordsmen followed behind, forming a line like a blade. Though not an official sword formation, their combined aura was heavy and sharp, a testament to their accumulated swordsmanship. Rayon and the Light Wind Division used the warp gate to reach the edge of Zeekhart territory, then headed east. The area the Iron Division moved to lay outside the boundary, so they had to march through the night. By limiting sleep to 2 hours and enduring Nadine bread while Wrath wailed, they arrived half a day earlier than expected. Wrath gagged, trying to scrub his tongue. I can endure the lack of sleep, but that bread, how can bread taste like rubber? It's unbearable. He rubbed his tongue furiously. We're almost there. Rayon patted Wrath's head like a puppy. Once we handle this, you can eat properly. Just hang in there. He wouldn't mind eating Nadine bread forever, but the others were suffering. They'd need to rest once they reached the village. Still, Rayon smiled faintly as he watched the swordsmen behind him climbing the mountain. They're enduring well. Before they would have shown fatigue, but now no one looked tired. They climbed steadily. Even those brats are climbing. If you complain, you deserve death. Wrath snorted, watching Yua and Julius with bright expressions. Right, Yua and Julius smiled even more brightly so as not to burden their seniors. Because of those two, none of the swordsmen could afford to look exhausted. Once we cross this mountain, the village should be in view, just a little more. Rayon encouraged them and reached the peak. But there was no village in sight. Whoosh. Where the village should have been was now a vast, ominous sea of purple. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the plains engulfed by purple waves. What happened here? This region where Badri village was located originally had a mix of open plains and hills. It wasn't as fertile as the central continent, but there was always enough grass to feed livestock. Now, not even weeds were visible due to the purple waves. That's demonic energy. But it wasn't just any ordinary demonic energy. Demonic energy was the power formed from the grudge of the dead. He had encountered strong demonic energies in battles against necromancers, but the energy covering the plains now was far more vile than anything he knew. And the problem wasn't just the demonic energy that blanketed the land. Grotesque monsters were constantly pouring out from within those foul purple waves. Ooh. The Soul Requiem sword let out a hum, as if warning him to be careful, seemingly sensing the malice within the purple demonic energy. How foul. Wrath clicked his tongue as he looked down at the land. That kind of stench doesn't come from just 1 or 2 deaths. It seems countless people were sacrificed. He wrinkled his brow, calling whoever did this a monstrous fiend. No doubt. Rayon exhaled a short breath as he watched the undulating purple waves. It's still growing. Though the purple sea seemed to ripple in place, it was slowly spreading wider. Why are you just standing there instead of going down? Are you tired, Orha? Martha was about to tease Rayon, but her eyes widened when she looked down the mountain. What the hell is that? She trembled as she stared at the violet waves covering the land. Purple smoke. No, is it energy? What the hell is that? Burin couldn't comprehend what he was seeing and swallowed dryly. It stinks. Ranan pinched her nose with her fingers and squinted, as though she had already smelled the foul demonic energy. KHHHK. Dorian gasped as if this situation was beyond anything he could have imagined. What is that? He trembled as he stared at the ominously glowing purple waves. Its demonic energy formed from the concentrated grudges of the dead. Rayon snapped his fingers to draw the attention of the Light Wind Division swordsmen. Exposure to demonic energy will rot your body and corrupt your mind. Wrap your entire body in mana for protection. After giving the Light Wind Division time to steady their breathing, he turned his gaze down the mountain. He could see a large crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain. Are those the people of Badri village? More than expected. Badri village wasn't originally a large place, but it seemed many who fled the tyranny of lords and cities had gathered here, turning it into a semi-urban settlement. The Iron Division is up front. The Iron Division swordsmen were battling the monsters in front of the purple tide to protect the villagers. Trevin, at the forefront stood a middle-aged blonde man unleashing powerful sword strikes. Trevin was fending off the monsters with the same unchanged vigor. He's not in great shape. Trevin had become a grandmaster after the war with the North-South Union, but his hand trembled as he gripped his sword, perhaps due to prolonged exposure to demonic energy. He seemed exhausted. But even in his weakened state, he didn't retreat a single step and continued to protect the Iron Division and the people of Badri village. We should hurry down. Mark Gorton bit his lip, suggesting they go help the people below. Light Wind Division, move at full strength and stand ahead of the Iron Division. Rayon nodded and gave the order to charge. Yes, sir. The Light Wind Division took a deep breath and dashed down the hardened mountain slope faster than they had at the beginning of their journey. Guru. Rayon followed behind the Light Wind Division, releasing his perception of the snow flower in all directions. Nothing unusual so far. There was no sign of a necromancer, but he remained on alert and focused his mind while using his footwork. Wrath shook his head as he watched the flowing purple. Looks like dinner's going to be Nadine bread again. Just dinner. Rayon looked at the vast purple sea covering the plains and shook his head. We'll probably be eating Nadine bread tomorrow and the day after too. You cursed bastard. Wrath furiously scrunched up his nose. Whoever caused this mess, come out now. This king will tear you apart. He shook his clenched fist, swearing to crush even a demon king if necessary.
Hello.
Trevin exhaled heavily after beheading a decaying werewolf that emerged from the sea of demonic energy. There's no end to them. The purple sea before him had originally been smaller than a stream, but it grew after devouring the monsters they killed, then swallowed villagers, and had now become an uncontrollable wave. The more it expanded, the more monsters poured out. No matter how hard they fought, they were constantly pushed back. Commander, the right flank is collapsing. An Iron Division swordsman clenched his jaw as he blocked a corrupted ogre's fist. The left flank can't hold much longer either. Another swordsman on the left spoke through trembling, pale lips. Hold the line. Even if you die, hold it. Trevin drew a short breath and thrust his sword into the purple tide. The aura blast spiraled diagonally along the blade, erupting in a massive explosion. Though not perfect, the aura blast was strong enough to rip apart the monsters and make the purple wave stagger. Whoosh. But as if unaffected by the blow, the purple sea filled the empty space and surged back toward them. Reinforcements are coming soon. Just hang in a little longer. Trevin gritted his teeth and strengthened his grip on his sword. It's tough. Even for a grandmaster like him, the waves of demonic energy took their toll. The poisonous aura released by the dying monsters further overwhelmed the less experienced swordsmen. But the people of Badri village hadn't yet fully evacuated, so no matter how difficult it became, they couldn't abandon the front line. If we fall here, the villagers will die. Hold your ground to the end. Commander, we're fine. A gray-haired elder with a wet cloth covering his mouth approached. He was the village chief who had first requested help. You should leave now. I shouldn't have called you. Despite his rotting cheeks and ears from exposure to the demonic energy, he trembled with guilt and lowered his head. Don't say that. Trevin shook his head firmly. As a Sieghart swordsman, I cannot ignore something like this. If I fled and left you behind, that friend of mine would scold me thoroughly. He told the village chief to step back and turned his gaze elsewhere. I can't show him a shameful side. He had accepted Karun's offer to join the Light Wind Division, believing Rayon had the heart and character to lead others. To follow someone with true righteousness and honor, he could not back down here. Just thinking of Rayon seemed to restore some strength. Trevin generated an aura blast on his blade and pushed back the approaching wave of demonic energy. Whoosh, the recoiling purple wave surged violently. Judging by the flow, a stronger monster was about to appear. Trevin gasped as he saw the figure emerging from the wave. A person. This time it was a person holding a sword, but their skin was pale like a zombie, devoid of any vitality. What the? As Trevin frowned, the swordsman suddenly lunged at him and stabbed. Kayang. He managed to block it, but the zombie swordsman wielded demonic energy like aura as he swung. Though not powerful, the demonic energy he emitted made it difficult for others to fight him. I have to eliminate it quickly. To avoid further casualties, Trevin crushed the zombie swordsman's head entirely. But as if it were only the beginning, the purple sea continued to spew out decayed monsters and zombie swordsmen. A young Iron Division swordsman on the right flank collapsed, his face turning pitch black. I can't breathe.
Damn it, Commander.
Other swordsmen also fell, unable to withstand the demonic energy and poisonous aura, dropping their swords and kneeling one after another. Freak. Even the remaining fighters trying to protect their fallen comrades were wounded and forced to retreat. The front line that the Iron Division had barely held crumbled in an instant. Commander, we can't hold this position. We must fall back. Vice Leader Kamen decapitated a zombie swordsman and shouted desperately, Retria. Just as Trevin was about to order a retreat, the wave of demonic energy surged and engulfed the fallen Iron Division swordsman. No, Trevin reached out to block the demonic energy, but he couldn't cover every side. While shielding the left flank, he saw the right flank swallowed whole. He desperately wanted to help, but he had no way. If he moved to the right, the left flank would die. Damn it. Like a passing vision, the memories of his subordinates and their journey together flashed before his eyes. His gut churned, khhhk. Time seemed to slow as Trevin screamed in agony. The night sky split apart and a crimson streak traced like a comet's tail. A flaming red blade sliced through the purple tide about to engulf the Iron Division. Rumbly, the crimson flame not only repelled the demonic energy, but also incinerated the monsters that tried to crawl out from within. That sword. Trevin's crumpled face broke into a smile as he recognized the blade that pushed back the sea of demonic energy. He turned around and called out the name he had been waiting for, Rayon. Long time no see, Iron Division leader. Rayon bowed his head to Trevin. He smiled faintly, echoing the words Trevin had once said when Rayon helped the Aryan family. That's not it. Trevin stammered, flustered by the sudden counterattack. We can catch up later. Let's clean this up first. As Rayon flicked his finger, brilliant lights flashed across the dark sky. The Light Wind Division had formed the Light Wind Formation. Their sword strikes rained down like a meteor shower, bursting the monsters and zombie swordsmen erupting from the Purple Sea. But the Purple Sea only paused briefly before squirming again and advancing toward them. It's worse than I thought. The concentration of demonic energy was far denser than it appeared from the mountaintop. It was a miracle the Iron Division had held out this long. There's definitely something in there. Something sinister was hidden deep within the writhing Purple Sea. Even aura attacks are useless. It's like cutting water, it just fills right back in. Trevin shook his head, saying even aura blasts only temporarily stalled the demonic energy. I knew it was dangerous, but I didn't expect the demonic energy to erupt like this. Rayon frowned, asking why Trevin hadn't said anything about this part. When I sent the request for aid, the demonic energy wasn't this bad. Trevin scowled at the rippling purple waves. It started small, about the size of a stream, with just some goblin-like creatures coming out. But the stream grew, and before we knew it, it surrounded us. He bit his lip as he looked at the blackened land. The people here fled from the tyranny of other cities to settle in this land. I wanted to protect their home, but I failed. Trevin trembled as he clenched his trembling fist, blaming his own incompetence. Then let's take it back now. Rayon twirled the heavenly drive and smiled faintly. What, if a new subordinate wants it? I don't see why not. He chuckled and wagged his finger. This is my responsibility. You don't need to waste your strength. Trevin shook his head, insisting Rayon didn't need to get involved. Talking to him is pointless. Martha shook her head. He doesn't really listen to others. She gestured for Trevin to give up. She's right. If he says he'll do it, he'll do it. Buran nodded, suggesting it was better to leave him be. Welcome. Run-On patted Trevin's shoulder, saying it was good they came. What are you all? Trevin let out a hollow breath, baffled. Welcome to hell on your own 2 feet. Crane nodded, dark circles under his eyes. You don't need to feel pressured. Mark Gorton shook his head calmly. The leader made his decision because he believed he could do it. He raised his finger and pointed forward. The blazing white blade of the heavenly drive split half the Purple Sea, engulfing the plains. Rayon stopped his hand from swinging down the heavenly drive once more. The demonic energy is regenerating. The Purple Sea, split by the strike, writhed and began to consume the flames of 10,000 flames cultivation. The demonic energy deeper inside is far stronger. The demonic energy waves directly ahead could be cut through with aura alone, but the energy surging from the center of the Purple Sea was so thick and tenacious that even aura blast wouldn't easily pierce it. Then I'll go stronger. With a graceful motion, Rayon pulled the heavenly drive back over his shoulder, then thrust it forward toward the Purple Sea. Whoosh! A massive fire dragon surged up along the blade and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. The sword strike of 10,000 flames cultivation, heavenly flame dragon break surged forth to devour the entire Purple Sea, scorching away half the demonic energy covering the plains. But it didn't take long for more demonic energy to rise from the earth and refill the void. It's not just that new demonic energy keeps appearing, it's getting stronger. Every time he burned away the demonic energy with fire, an even stronger demonic energy emerged. At this rate, there was no way to erase the Purple Sea completely. Then I'll have to remove the source. He could unleash full power strikes from the Transcendence realm to wipe away the sea, but that risked opening himself up to enemy attacks. For now, he decided it was better to assess the situation first. Whoosh! Rayon created a massive wall of flame using the remaining fire on his sword, blocking the incoming demonic energy. What exactly happened here? After confirming the demonic energy couldn't breach the fire wall, he approached Trevin. That kind of demonic energy wasn't here when I first arrived. Trevin sighed deeply as he looked at the shimmering purple earth, and the monsters weren't rotten like they are now. They were just ordinary ones. He shook his head at the sight of the decayed monster corpses. Then where did this purple demonic energy come from? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the purple wave trying to climb over the fire wall. After I killed all the monsters that came out of the plains, it suddenly erupted from underground. Trevin wiped away the blood dripping from his mouth, admitting it might be hard to believe, but it was the truth. He's internally injured. Rayon frowned as he noticed the black blood dripping from Trevin's lips. He must have been holding off that demonic energy alone. That's not enough to identify the source. We need to know how it started. I can explain. Just as Rayon narrowed his eyes toward the Purple Sea, an elderly man with white hair hobbled toward them with a worn staff. And you are? I'm Kiprin, the village chief of Badri. The man introduced himself as the village chief and gave a deep bow. I am the Light Wind Division leader of Zeghart. Rayon used the winds of Garanua to sweep away the demonic energy carried by the air and bowed his head in return. Ah, I've heard of your fame, Light Wind Division leader. The Dragon Slayer, the Usurper. Let's skip that for now. Please tell us how it all started. Rayon raised his hand, urging the village chief, whose eyes had widened, to begin explaining. My apologies. Keeprin gripped his staff tightly and let out a long sigh. In truth, there were no monsters in these plains before, just dry grass. Naturally, nothing would come here. He raised his eyebrows, saying the land may have been barren, but it was peaceful. But one day, monsters began appearing from beyond the river. At first, it was just small ones like goblins and kobolds, so we managed to fend them off. But then stronger ones like orcs and gnolls started showing up, and we couldn't handle it anymore. He explained that he had planned to request help from a mercenary group, but ended up running into the Iron Division and asked for their help instead. Trevin and the Iron Division eliminated all the monsters attacking the village and even went beyond the river, but there was nothing there. Trevin furrowed his brow deeply. We believed we had cleared out all the nearby monsters and were preparing to return to the family when... No way, exactly. New monsters emerged from beyond the river. Dozens of trolls appeared all at once, though we found no trace of them earlier. He bit his lip, saying it made no sense. As we fought back the endless monsters and tried to build a wall to protect the village, the river suddenly turned purple. Trevin pointed to the river flowing at the edge of the plains, his clenched fist trembling. Yes, I realized this wasn't a normal situation and sent a request. But right after I did, the purple waves began spewing out a stench so vile it was overwhelming. He shook his head, saying the river had swollen in an instant. Just before you arrived, zombie swordsmen started appearing. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Trevin let out a long sigh, despite having witnessed it all himself. Chief, before the monsters appeared, did you notice anything strange about the village or the river? Rayon turned his gaze to the chief. Ah, now that you mention it. The old man tapped the ground with his staff as if remembering something. The morning the goblins first attacked, I saw a strange boulder beneath the river. A boulder? Yes, it looked like it had thorns sticking out of it. I could barely make it out through the water. I've seen rocks pushed around by the current before, but this one was unusually large, and I thought it was odd. He lowered his white eyebrows, saying he forgot about it due to the constant monster attacks. That must be it. Martha crossed her arms and nodded. If we smash that rock, this cursed demonic energy sea might disappear too. She grinned, saying they'd found the answer. Then this isn't a natural occurrence. It's someone's scheme. Burin narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. The Black Tower or Eden. He flicked his finger, saying either was suspicious. Then let's prepare for battle immediately. Crane shouted, saying there was no need to wait, and gripped his sword tightly. No. Run-On quietly shook her head. We can't just charge in. She looked at the roiling purple sea with disapproval in her eyes. Run-On, you're scared just like I am, aren't you? I understand completely. Dorian sniffled, saying he knew exactly how she felt. That's not it. Rayon glanced at Run-On and gave a small nod. She's saying we need to be careful. The more monsters we kill and the more we push back the demonic energy, the stronger the backlash becomes. The village chief said orcs and gnolls appeared after goblins and kobolds, and Trevin said stronger monsters, and the demonic energy river rose up after they were defeated. Given those results, it was clear that the more they killed and erased the demonic energy, the greater the rebound. Wrath, just to be sure, do you sense any celestial energy in that purple sea? Knowing Darius Robert might be capable of combining celestial and necromantic powers, Rayon asked Wrath directly. Angels, what angels? If I felt them, I'd have said so already. Wrath shook his head. All I feel from that sea is stench, pure, vile stench. Still, it's strong enough to be a threat to you, so don't let your guard down. He snorted, warning Rayon not to underestimate it. Then are we just supposed to leave it like this? Trevin bit his lip, thinking he'd made a mistake. Damn it, I shouldn't have gotten involved. He struck the ground with his fist, blaming himself for worsening the situation with good intentions. No. Rayon placed a hand on Trevin's shoulder and shook his head. You did well. What are you talking about? Trevin widened his eyes in disbelief. But still. Even if there's backlash, we have to deal with it eventually. We can't guard this place forever. Rayon clicked his tongue as he watched the slowly advancing waves of demonic energy that resisted even the flames of 10,000 flames cultivation. You mean? Yes, we fight. He raised the heavenly drive and nodded. We break that rock with everything we've got before the backlash hits. If that fails, we'll evaporate the entire river. Ah. Trevin blinked blankly at Rayon's calm but confident declaration. When the sun rises, we'll begin. Rest up until then. Rayon tossed Trevin medicine for internal and external injuries, telling him to recover. Are you sure? Who knows what'll come out of that rock? Trevin trembled slightly as he held the medicine. Before I came here, I had a spar with the head of the house. Rayon smiled faintly as he swung the heavenly drive. The white blade glowed red as it formed an even larger wall of flame. He said the only ones who could beat me now are the transcendent relics of the old world leaders of the 5 kings and the 5 divine orders. His eyes flashed with a red gleam as he lightly pushed away the demonic energy waves. Trust your new commander. As the purple sea consumed the vast plains and hills, the sun rose over the mountain, casting golden light. Thud, bathed in the radiant dawn, Rayon stood before the sea of demonic energy. Holding the heavenly drive in his right hand and the soul requiem sword in his left, he stomped his left foot into the ground. Kua, as the dual blades struck down, red and blue flashes flared. The fusion of flame, dragon break, and mid-air cannon, one force pushed forward, the other pulled inward, creating a massive explosion. Boom! Like a miracle from the gods, the center of the purple sea was torn apart, opening a path straight to the river, the origin of this disaster. Charge, charge! At Rayon's command, the Light Wind Division and Iron Division formed their formations and charged into the purple sea. Cruo. Corrupted monsters and zombies hidden within the cleaved demonic energy surged out to attack the swordsmen. Wipe them all out. This is our only chance. Focus. I've got the rear. With Martha, Burin, and Run-On at the front, the Light Wind Division led the charge, while the Iron Division supported from behind. Miraculously, their coordination was flawless. Their past battles together had paid off. Rumbly, Rayon didn't even need to step in. The monsters rising from the sea of demonic energy lost their heads at the hands of the two divisions. But it wasn't an easy fight. Just being in this space filled with demonic energy rapidly drained their stamina, mental strength, and aura. It was like fighting in a sea of poison. They had to break the rock and escape as quickly as possible. Rumbly, the waters completely black. Burin bit his lip in disgust. Are we even able to go in there? Martha furrowed her brow, saying it looked like touching it would rot their flesh. It's suffocating. Run-On covered her nose and mouth, saying it was hard to breathe. Just as they said, the demonic energy rising from the water was so thick that even masters might not be able to approach it. There it is. Through the demonic eye of wrath, Rayon looked beneath the river and gave a small nod. Is that the rock? Just as the chief described, a thorn-covered boulder stood tall under the river. But those aren't thorns. The protrusions on the rock weren't thorns, but cursed markings. As expected, this boulder was the source. Even without seeing the markings, the demonic energy it emitted was far more poisonous than even the rest of the sea. Stand back. Rayon instructed everyone to retreat, then drew up 10,000 flames cultivation to its limit. Enveloped in golden flames, he stepped into the river. Buzz, he descended into the demonic energy-filled river, evaporating it as he went and stood before the boulder. Just standing here gives me a headache. The demonic energy was so potent that just facing the boulder caused mental pain. One strike. He activated Azure Sky Sword to completely shatter the boulder. Goo! As the grand fire imbued with the sky descended, the cursed marking on the boulder flashed white and exploded with immense force. Kuang, the sword strike of Azure Sky Sword clashed with the boulder's miasmic explosion, sending shockwaves across the area. The demonic energy wave was pushed back. The surface of the land flipped and shot into the sky. Tusk. Anticipating this outcome, Rayon raised a flame wall to block the shockwave and looked toward where the boulder had been. Fwoosh. As if the river had never existed, the purple ground was flattened and atop it stood a white-haired old man. The overwhelming demonic energy rising from beneath his feet warped the very air. Rayon trembled as he looked at the fierce-looking elder. The Demon Blade, it's been a while. One of the leaders of the 5 Divine Order, the Demon Blade Dreg, grinned coldly as he looked down at his arm pulsating with demonic energy. Rayon Zeeghart. That old bastard, isn't that the worm I ripped the arm off of? Wrath furrowed his brow, recognizing the Demon Blade. Yeah, Rayon clenched his teeth as he stared at him. It's him, the white-haired old man with thin, thread-like eyes. There was no doubt it was Dreg, head of the Black Blood Lotus and one of the leaders of the 5 Divine Order. Demon Blade, why are you here? He had expected some kind of monstrous existence to be sealed within that cursed, ritual-bound boulder, but he hadn't imagined it would be Dreg himself. I don't get what he's thinking. He was the head of the Black Blood Lotus, a transcendental being just below the level of the 5 kings. He lacked nothing, so why had he immersed himself in this sea of demonic energy? I wanted to return, Dreg said, spreading his arms with a serene smile. Return? What do you mean? Rayon narrowed his eyes, confused by the statement. After losing my arm to the Blue Demon King, I walked a path of ruin. Dreg twisted his lips into a grin, glancing at his shoulder where his prosthetic arm was attached. He clutched his wrinkled forehead, saying each day had been agony. And with my arm lost, I had to live at the edge of transcendence, no longer truly one. But that wasn't the worst of it. Dreg looked at Rayon and formed a chilling smile. Because I weakened, the dogs of the 5 Divine Order began to mock me. Not just them. The whole world treated me like a bird with clipped wings. He gritted his teeth, stroking his demonic energy-drenched prosthetic arm. Rayon Zeeghart, do you know? Dreg slowly raised his gaze as if time itself had stopped. Do you know the pain of losing your strength, the pain of soaring in the sky only to crash into the earth? He let out a small laugh and shook his head. You wouldn't. You who only know how to climb without end will never understand. He said it was natural that Rayon didn't know, then lowered his hand. But now it's fine. I can return once more. He yanked the prosthetic arm off his shoulder. Thunk, as he cast the false limb to the ground, the sea of demonic energy swirling around the plains and mountains surged violently, pulling itself toward him. F-whoosh. Like a womb nurturing a child, the purple waves condensed rapidly, wrapping around Dreg's entire body. Should I strike now? Rayon gripped the heavenly drive tighter and bit his lip. No, if that compressed demonic energy explodes, everyone behind you will die, and you'll be severely wounded yourself. Wrath warned that Dreg was like a powder keg, right? No one wrong move would set it off. Then I can only watch. Rayon clicked his tongue and began drawing out 10,000 flames, cultivation and glacier to their peak. Crack, from Dreg's shoulder sprouted a new arm formed of purple flesh. Wasn't regeneration like a troll, it looked like an entirely new body emerging like a slime. And that wasn't the only change. F-woo-oh. His white hair turned pitch black and his wrinkled gray skin tightened into firm, youthful flesh. The man who moments ago looked nearly 100 years old now looked barely in his 20s. Kua. With his new hand, Dreg clenched his fist. The shockwave split the riverbed beneath his feet in two. It was a terrifying display of power. Yes, this is it. This is the strength I longed for, power from the days I ruled the continent. He raised his gleaming new hand toward the radiant sun with a twisted smile. No, not Returnity have been reborn. Rayon stared at the purple arm and bit his lip. What is that? More than his rejuvenated appearance or his regenerated arm, the sheer amount of demonic energy contained in that arm was staggering. It felt as if the entire sea of demonic energy that had blanketed the plains had been absorbed into it. What the hell did you do? Rayon furrowed his brow at Dreg's smiling face. This isn't natural power. A human cannot grow a new arm. Dreg had clearly done something unholy using the demonic energy of this land. To fully control demonic energy, there's always something you need. Dreg twirled his finger slowly. A sacrifice. What? The purple sea that covered these plains was the concentrated essence of demonic energy built up by the black blood lotus. It contains the blood of many. He murmured as if cherishing something precious, his thin eyes slightly lifting. Blood. Rayon repeated the word and swallowed dryly. A living sacrifice. When people speak of blood and sweat, it usually means effort. But in this case, Dreg truly meant human blood. And Trevin had said zombie swordsmen emerged from the sea of demonic energy. The puzzle pieces all fell into place. You didn't. Rayon's lips trembled as he looked at Dreg. You offered your subordinates as sacrifices. Yes, half of the black blood lotus is buried in this land. Dreg nodded without hesitation, as if boasting of an honorable feat. They died happily. For them to aid me even in death would have been the greatest honor. He lowered his gaze and smiled. His eyes dyed purple. You lunatic. Rayon gripped the heavenly drive tighter. He's completely lost it. To regain his strength, he had sacrificed half of his own faction. Rayon had known Dreg was twisted, but this crossed every line. He sacrificed his own subordinates to grow stronger. Wrath gritted his teeth and glared. Hand me your body. This time I'll rip out more than his arm. I'll take his damned head. He was genuinely enraged, swinging his fists wildly. Of course, that wasn't all. Dreg let out a long, narrow laugh. To return in this form, I needed the aura of pure martial artists. Aura, yes, there was plenty of demonic energy, but acquiring aura wasn't easy, so. He glanced toward the flames of 10,000 flames cultivation that had repelled the demonic energy and nodded. I created this plan. To steal the aura you would use to fight monsters and repel the demonic energy. He clapped softly, saying everything had been planned from the start. He praised himself for the flawless execution. Him who? Rayon frowned. Dreg's words suggested he wasn't acting alone. No reason to tell you that. Dreg snorted and turned his head. His wounded pride suggested it had something to do with the 5 monarchs, so the 5 divine have fallen to the monarch's side. No, based on what he said earlier about being disregarded, it wasn't certain. It was more likely that Dreg and the Black Blood Lotus had acted alone. I'm in a really good mood now. I had planned to spare those I met first, but... Dreg licked his lips and brushed his hand over the hilt of his sword. Rayon Sieghart, I can't let you go. I've got no grudge with you. Rayon furrowed his brow. You don't, but I do. Dreg waved his hand and scoffed. He gripped his sword so tightly his teeth ground audibly. Since then I've fallen and fallen while you kept rising. You earned the title Dragon Slayer by killing the water dragon Kaibar. You defeated Axe King Roman and became the usurper. You even led the war against the North-South Union to victory. He listed Rayon's achievements, folding one finger at a time. Your name is spoken everywhere, while mine is mentioned no Harias if I had vanished from this world. An epithet or name that no one speaks holds no value. Dreg chuckled and nodded, the word inferiority flickering in his purple eyes. You're hailed as a transcendental of the new era, while I'm just an outdated relic. So I vowed next time we met I'd cut off your head and end this so-called new age. He grinned, saying he hadn't expected the opportunity to come so soon. Though his appearance was young, the voice and tone of an old man sent a chill crawling up Rayon's spine. Leader, what just happened? Are you all right? Burr and Martha and Run-On rushed over, having been pushed back by Dreg's earlier explosion. Rayon, leader, are you unharmed? The sea of demonic energy is gone, so why does the stench feel even worse now? Trevin and the other swordsmen arrived, all worried. Everyone fall back. Rayon waved them off as Dreg drew his sword from his waist. Let's begin. A battle where the transcendental of the old era tramples the one of the new. With Dreg's declaration, a slash of purple demonic energy surged forward. CHHHHK. Rayon cleaved the wave in two using 10,000 flames cultivation flawless sea of flames. Retreat as far as you can. He gave the order for the light wind division and iron division to fall back. Sheeing. From the purple-stained riverbed, a flash of swordlight burst upward. Clang, clang, clang. Unable to block it all with the heavenly drive, Rayon drew the soul requiem sword and parried the miasmic blades threatening to pierce him. They're heavy. Each one was a transcendent level strike. It made his grip tremble just to defend. So it's true, once your body returns to youth, your power returns as well. Dreg curled his lips in satisfaction. I wonder how long you'll last. He made a smug gesture and swung his blade. This is just the beginning. The space carved by Dreg cracked open, and demonic energy beasts with gleaming purple eyes surged out. What the Rayon suppressed his alarm and slashed with the heavenly drive, but the beasts scattered like mist and regrouped, revealing blackened fangs. They weren't real monsters, they were miasmic sword projections. Whoosh. Even with Flame Dragon unleashed, he couldn't stop them all. One tore into his waist, and the wound began to rot and blacken. This is my demonic realm. As Dreg swung diagonally, an even darker wave of demonic energy-born beasts burst forth, raining down on Rayon and the light wind division. It'll be the last thing you all see. Rumbly, Dreg laughed in exhilaration as he cornered Rayon again and again. Yes, this is the power I needed. His rejuvenated body surged with vitality. His demonic energy was endless. The word invincible, once so distant, now felt close. Kua, a single demonic energy-infused slash tore the land apart. Rayon stumbled back under the weight of it. Dreg Grined was overpowering the young transcendental in both strength and speed. Is that all you've got? You think that's enough to challenge me? He slashed through space again, summoning beasts of demonic energy. Sword strikes and summoning combined into a technique no ordinary aura could match. Shifting, Rayon tried to clear the beasts using advanced footwork, but he kept taking wounds, big and small, getting pushed back. He can't even land a hit. Watching Rayon, who had once been called the future of transcendence, being utterly overwhelmed, it was exhilarating. He wanted to take Rayon's head and show the world that he, Dreg, still stood tall. I'll even get revenge on that Demon King. The humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Blue Demon King burned inside him, but just thinking about him brought those noble blue eyes to mind, eyes that made Dreg hesitate. Even with this power, he still feared him. No, focus on Rayon Sieghart for now. He shoved that fear aside and swung his demonic energy flaming sword down. Rumbly. The ominous demonic energy exploded, erasing the space Rayon stood in. It's over. Rayon, who couldn't even dodge the demonic energy beasts, couldn't possibly withstand this slash. He'd be wiped from this world, leaving only his head behind. Now I'll take revenge on those 5 Divine Order bastards who looked down on me, and... Just as Dreg believed the battle was over and was planning his next move, Kuuwum, a thunderous boom split the heavens. From within the miasmic tide, red and blue flashes burst upward. Shreya, half of the demonic energy sea burned away in golden flames. The other half froze in silver frost and shattered. Between the divine flame sword and the demonic frost sword, a pair of burning red eyes blazed. Dreg saw Rayon's ice end in them. He saw the same pressure as the Blue Demon King who had torn off his arm. The color was different, but the noble, overwhelming presence was the same. Now I can fight. Rayon checked that the Light Wind Division and Iron Division had retreated and nodded. Why you were stalling for them? Dreg's lips trembled as he realized Rayon had been buying time for the others to escape. The head of the house said it might still be too soon, but maybe today's a good day to test it. Rayon lifted the heavenly drive, now blazing with flames, and the soul requiem sword, gleaming with frost. He raised his chin arrogantly, to see if I can overcome the wall of the 5 Divine Order. Rayon raised the divine sword and demonic sword as he watched Demonblade gnash his lips. He has more aura than me. By offering half the Black Blood Lotus as living sacrifices, the amount of demonic energy Dreg could wield far surpassed Rayon's own aura. Facing him head-on with brute strength wouldn't be a wise decision. What I have over him is swordsmanship. The 10,000 swords he'd honed since childhood had blossomed magnificently upon reaching transcendence. Dreg's swordsmanship was complex, even among transcendents, but as long as Rayon focused on his blade, he could fight advantageously. My body and stamina are better too. Even if Dreg had regained his youth, he still couldn't match the physique and endurance Rayon had gained by absorbing Wrath's power. The only concern was that newly grown purple arm, and there's one more thing. If he used what he had learned from sparring with Glenn recently, he could defeat Dreg. It would be exhausting to the point of death but possible. A distraction, is it? Dreg exhaled a deflated laugh as he covered his eyes with his palm. I never liked that confidence of yours from the moment we met. Lowering his purple-stained hand, he grinned with murderous intent. I wonder if that confidence will last when your bones and flesh are shredded. Dreg stomped down, and an overwhelming torrent of demonic energy erupted from beneath him with a thunderous quake. Fiang. The demonic energy spread in concentric rings, then sharpened into the shape of blades that surged toward Rayon. It was like 1,000 archers releasing venomous arrows all at once. F-woo. Rayon let out a pained breath as he looked at the barrage of miasmic blades. I mustn't get wounded. The slash on his waist that had been struck by demonic energy was beginning to rot and fester. If he suffered more wounds, he might not even be able to continue fighting. Go all out from the start. Rayon surged forward into the incoming barrage, amplifying 10,000 flames cultivation and glacier to the limit. QA. The divine sword's flame spiraled upward like a crimson tidal wave, while the demonic sword's frost painted a frozen garden of ice blossoms. Boom! The fusion of flawless sea of flames and flame dragon met the oncoming demonic energy. The petals of cold rising from the waves of fire clashed with the blades of demonic energy flooding in from all directions. Crack, crack, crack. The demonic energy from the right turned to black ash before Rayon's flame, while the surge from the left froze and shattered under the frost. Thud. Rayon didn't just defend, crushed the frozen demonic energy beneath his feet and dashed toward Dreg. He circled to his right and unleashed Crimson Slash with the Divine Sword, followed by Frost Lotus with the Demonic Sword. The twin strikes, sharp and swift, cut toward Dreg's neck and chest. Clang. Dreg snorted and blocked both strikes at once, twisting his blade diagonally. Too slow. Still holding off both of Rayon's swords, Dreg unleashed a massive semicircular strike along the arc of his purple-stained blade. The scale of the demonic energy was overwhelming. It looked like a violet crescent moon rising before him. He's trying to overpower me with brute force. Clearly, Dreg was aware that his advantage lay in sheer aura quantity and intended to win by overwhelming him. Then I'll endure with technique. Like a sword dancer performing an elegant routine, Rayon took a perfectly balanced stance. He lowered the divine sword and wrapped it with golden flames, while raising the demonic sword with the breath of white shadow slash. F-whoosh. Silken strands of flame unfurled gracefully to trap the tide of demonic energy, while the white glow of white shadow slash erased the shards that slipped through. Sheeting. Rayon stepped forward using Supreme Harmony steps, aiming a counterstrike at Dreg's shoulder with the demonic sword, then unleashed Silver Lotus Dream with the divine sword. Clang, clang, clang. Dreg blocked White Shadow Slash with a thick wall of demonic energy and personally parried Silver Lotus Dream aimed at his throat. Approaching me isn't a good idea, you know. He mocked him, asking if he could endure the demonic energy blooming around him. That's none of your concern. Rayon ignored him and slammed down the demonic sword. Kayang. Dreg endured the impact directly and grinned. Then die here. He twisted the sword that had blocked the demonic strike. The demonic energy swirling around the blade concentrated into an explosive force. It shot forward like a miasmic cannon. But the power behind Dreg's demonic energy was so great that the charging time was nearly instant. Before Rayon could react, it was already upon him, even if it's fast and powerful. Rayon retreated using 3 steps of Supreme Harmony and raised the Divine Sword. It won't reach the heavens. In that fleeting moment, he invoked Azure Sky Sword Everlasting Sky. Nothing could reach the endlessly shifting sky. The demonic energy shell couldn't pierce the divine flame and struck the ground instead. Kua, the explosion left behind a bottomless crater. Falling into it would mean no return. Thud. Rayon stepped on a rising rock and closed in again, unleashing 36 crimson slashes. 36 fiery thrusts enveloped Dreg's body in a storm of blades. Shigging, Dreg spun his sword to form a circle, intercepting every angle of 36 crimson slashes. The violet demonic energy melted through the flames and exuded a putrid stench. Kayang. Rayon closed in on Dreg's blind spot with Supreme Harmony steps. Though Dreg's counters were fierce, Rayon used Fluid Sword to flow with the demonic energy and stayed locked in. Your swordsmanship is sloppier than I thought. Dreg scoffed as he tried to interrupt Rayon's revolving sky. This rambling ends here. He wiped out the rotating flame and stomped down. The dried riverbed split like a spiderweb and spewed an overwhelming surge of demonic energy. Thud. Rayon leapt into the air using Supreme Harmony steps just as the demonic energy erupted from below. As he prepared to slash with the Divine Sword, Dreg flashed a chilling grin. Knew you'd do that. Apparently waiting for Rayon to rise into the air, Dreg raised his purple-stained hand. A flash of demonic energy shot from his palm, aiming straight for Rayon's heart. Shrak. Rayon swung the Divine Sword mid-air to split the demonic energy rising from the ground, and used the demonic sword to intercept the purple flash. Ooh, he successfully blocked the demonic energy, but being airborne left him vulnerable. As he tried to step on a stable rock, a blade of demonic energy erupted from the cliff behind him. Whoosh. A wave from the front, a blade from behind. There was no way to stop both while still in midair. No choice. Rayon furrowed his brow and summoned the wind of Garanua. Clang. Riding the green wind, the soul requiem sword unleashed sharp killing intent, cleaving apart the blade of demonic energy from behind. Sword control, is it? Dreg nodded calmly, as if he expected it. This must be your true power now. Maybe, Rayon responded calmly. If he didn't already know, I would have kept it hidden, but he clearly did. His usage of sword control was already known across the continent. There was no point hiding it. Using it at the right moment was more valuable. Then allow me to show you what true demonic energy is. Dreg stabbed his sword into the earth. Violet flames surged from the cracked ground and wrapped around his entire body, unleashing a suffocating pressure. Crack, crack. Just standing there, Dreg split the earth and tore the air apart. It was an overwhelming display of power. That much, the demonic energy rising from him was so potent that even the divine flame and demonic frost of Rayon's sword seemed to waver. His heart tightened and his limbs trembled heavily. Let's begin, or rather, let's end this. Dreg twisted his mouth into a crooked smile and slashed like a whip. Whoosh. The light slash split the sky with violet and summoned countless miasmic beasts that looked ready to swallow the world. The power behind his strikes had more than doubled. Grit. Rayon gritted his teeth and used Shirl's dual swordsmanship, slicing through the oncoming miasmic beasts with circular strikes. But there were too many and they regenerated too quickly. Even with sword control, he couldn't block them all. Splat. His shoulder and thigh were ripped open, oozing blood filled with pus. He tried to block it with aura, but the demonic energy inside the wound prevented clotting. I have to keep going. If he retreated now, Dreg's power would consume everything. The only way to win was to push forward. Boom. Rayon forced himself through the swirling demonic energy, targeting Dreg's left side. Despite the pain in his shoulder, waist, and thigh, he unleashed Azure Sky Sword, recklessly charging in. Dreg blocked it easily and sneered. You're just a moth flying into a flame. He muttered condescendingly and knocked Rayon away with his sword. You'll know who the real moth is soon enough. Rayon let the demonic energy slide off him and charged again. He unleashed Void Slash and Polar Slash, disrupting Dreg's space and timing. HMPH. Dreg snorted and twisted his blade. Blades of demonic energy emerged midair, disrupting both sword techniques. He even intercepted the Soul Requiem sword launched behind him, demonstrating perfect defense. Even his reaction time improved. Since his demonic energy ignited, Dreg's sword had moved with intuitive precision. It seemed not just his strength and physique, but even his senses had been enhanced. Faster, I need to be faster. Rayon tried to accelerate the connection between his Technoquest and froze. His arms and legs trembled so badly it was hard to grip his swords. Black blood trickled from his mouth and nose. This is. So it finally hit you. Dreg straightened up and lowered his sword. You're addicted to my demonic energy. You held out longer than expected. That much I'll praise. Dreg smiled as he looked at the halted Rayon. Yes, lasting this long was impressive. Right now, he was the very source of demonic energy. He hadn't just sacrificed martial artists of the Black Blood Lotus, but hundreds of civilians. The air around him was like molten lava formed from resentment and demonic energy. Even if Rayon had reached transcendence, fighting here and getting wounded meant he couldn't avoid demonic energy addiction. You said you'd surpass the 5 divine order. Dreg let out a chilling smile and shook his head. It's impossible for you. Unless the 5 kings and the 5 divine order turn on each other, the balance will never be broken. A new era? Nonsense. If Rayon had attacked after more time had passed, he might have stood a chance, but now this would be his end. That's not for you to decide. Despite being demonic energy poisoned, Rayon clenched both swords in his shaking hands and charged. Clang, clang, clang. Though the demonic energy was eating him alive and his pain unbearable, his strikes were still sharp, almost holy. He's the real deal. Dreg frowned, recognizing Rayon's resolve. Even now, his swordsmanship is above mine. Where Dreg's technique was unorthodox and dirty, Rayon's blade carved a mystical path as though it encompassed all swordsmanship. Without the demonic energy sacrifices, Dreg might have been in serious danger, but I'll still win. Even if your swordsmanship is supreme, it's meaningless if it can't reach your opponent. Stop struggling and disappear. Dreg stopped clashing blades and overwhelmed Rayon with pure demonic energy volume. Rayon tried to dodge and endure, but his speed slowed and his strikes dulled. Huff, Rayon finally staggered and vomited black blood. His sword-wielding hands trembled violently. This is the end. Dreg grinned, nodding smugly. For pestering me so long, I'll give you a gruesome end. Just as he was about to tear Rayon's flesh apart with his surging miasmic sword, thunk, Dreg, just like the weakened Rayon, dropped his sword with a trembling hand. What is? He blinked in confusion as Rayon slowly stood up. I'll return your words. Rayon raised his chin, crimson eyes glinting. Looks like it finally kicked in.
F-woo.
Rayon exhaled as he looked at the trembling Dreg. Took a bit longer, but it worked. That's. Wrath's eyes widened as he stared at Dreg's shaking hands and feet. Isn't that what the old man used on you? Yeah, that's the lightning technique. Just like Glenn had paralyzed him during their sparring, Rayon used the thunder energy of heavenly thunder art to press Dreg's demonic energy. Lightning energy. Dreg finally realized what had changed in his body. When did, from the beginning. Rayon wiped the black blood from his mouth and nose and shook his head. I mixed it into the heat and frost. Worried that Dreg might notice it, he had hidden the thunder energy inside the flame of 10,000 flames cultivation and the frost of glacier, releasing just a bit at a time. Now, Dreg's body was fully saturated. You were too overwhelmed by your own demonic energy to notice. But the thunder energy of heavenly thunder art has been corroding your body and mana circuits little by little, just like your demonic energy was trying to corrode mine. Feeling how Dreg's demonic energy had pressed against his body, Rayon had responded with the same strategy. So that's why you kept closing the distance. Dreg bit his lip, realizing why Rayon had insisted on close quarters combat. Not bad, impressive even, but it changes nothing. He picked up his fallen sword. The violet-stained blade roared with a fire of demonic energy so intense it seemed it could touch the sky. You're already so demonic energy poisoned you probably can't even move a finger. Dreg released a wave of demonic energy that seemed like it could erase the entire continent. 10,000 Blade Palace. His demonic energy surged, forming thousands of blades across the sky and land. They connected in circular formation, constructing a colossal palace of death. He intended to trap Rayon within and annihilate him. No, Rayon calmly shook his head and readjusted his grip on the divine and demonic swords. I haven't gone all out yet. He drew on the tyrannical energy contained in the Soul Requiem sword. Askarai's fighting spirit flowed into his mana circuits and repelled the reeking demonic energy. Boom, Rayon raised both swords against the thousands of miasmic blades descending from sky and earth. Rayon Sieghart swordsmanship form 6, divine demonic harmony azure crimson invincible blade. The sword technique that had always brought him victory now surged into transcendence. With the Soul Requiem sword, he unleashed the secret technique of heavenly thunder art infused with wind. Shraak. 3 swords converged before Rayon's eyes in divine harmony. Flame, frost, thunder, and wind connected into golden light. Like dawn rising after a long, dark night, the brilliant sword of a new era split the violet sea conjured by a ghost of the past. Through the palace of demonic energy being torn apart by a golden flash, the figure of Dreg emerged. His lips trembled pale blue, as if flustered by Rayon's sword strike that erased the demonic energy. Grrrk. Dreg hastily raised his sword to defend, but it was already too late. The radiant sword that had cleaved the violet demonic energy was already right in front of his nose. Chwack. As if announcing the end, a golden light, more brilliant than ever, shattered Dreg's sword and carved a deep wound into his chest. Cuke. He coughed up black blood and clutched the wound on his chest. Despite the gaping injury, his groan wasn't that loud. It seemed he had dulled his sense of pain using demonic energy. Rayon also coughed up black blood and bent over. I guess I overdid it. Even with Askarai's fighting spirit, the moment he let his guard down, the demonic energy would flood his body and mind. The battle wasn't over yet. He had to stay focused. Catching his breath and steadying himself, he approached the kneeling demon blade. The man, having consumed a massive amount of demonic energy at once, couldn't even control his body and trembled violently. This makes no sense. Dreg mumbled in disbelief, shaking his head wildly. This is the power I obtained by offering hundreds of humans as living sacrifices. It surpasses even my prime. How could the likes of you? He screamed in disbelief, unable to accept that his demonic energy had been broken. The answer is simple. Rayon looked down at him and tilted his chin. You're weaker now, you insolent brat. If it weren't for your strange tricks, I would have won. That's not what I meant. Pointing the heavenly drive at Dreg's neck, he dismissed the notion. What? The man's trembling eyes lowered to the blade of the heavenly drive, slick with his own blood. I meant that the current you is weaker than the one I saw at the festival of the 5 divine order. End nonsense. He gritted his teeth and raised his crumpled eyes. My demonic energy is far greater now than it was then. How can you even say that? If you want to mock me, do it properly. Clenching his fist, he claimed that such provocations wouldn't work. You clearly don't know. You've already been consumed by your own strength. Wrath clicked his tongue in disappointment. At least when we first met, you had the insolence to challenge me, but now you're completely broken. He shook his head, saying the man wasn't even worth fighting anymore. True, Rayon nodded calmly, though I doubt he ended up like this on his own. There had to be someone who extended a hand of temptation to the despair-ridden demon blade. You have more aura now, sure. Rayon looked into the man's violet-glazed eyes and lowered his hand. Your martial arts are dead. What? Dreg furrowed his brow, not understanding. What do you mean? You focus too much on your overflowing demonic energy. Your sword techniques has lost its sharpness and intricacy. You're not even at the entry level of a transcendent anymore. Rayon spoke in a firm tone, like a master teaching a junior martial artist. Your final strike was certainly powerful. Shaping your sword into a palace of demonic energy to suppress your opponent that would have been impossible to block for hundreds of grand masters. But to a fellow transcendent, it was nothing more than a lump of force. The palace of demonic energy Dreg had created was sharp and solid. Even if Rayon had used all his aura, he wouldn't have been able to block it due to the sheer volume. But the foundational pillar of martial arts had not been properly built. Even if vast amounts of demonic energy were gathered, a sword strike without the martial will of a warrior was nothing but food for Rayon's thousands of blades. When you fought the Holy Sword Alliance leader, you were twice as strong as you are now. Even if your demonic energy was weaker back then, your swordsmanship held your convictions and effort. Even that madman obsessed with the sword admired it. Rayon shook his head, stating that having strong demonic energy didn't make a sword powerful. The Holy Sword Alliance leader gouged out his own eyes to reach a higher realm. He's likely in an entirely different dimension now. That lunatic had plucked out his own eyes with the sole belief of surpassing Glenn Zeekhart. He might have been the craziest person Rayon had ever met, but in a way, he was also a respectable swordsman. In contrast, Dreg, when faced with a bit of adversity, didn't try to overcome it himself. Instead, he sacrificed his subordinates as offerings to gain uncontrollable demonic energy. Seeing a transcendent fall apart so pathetically was nothing short of pitiful. The demonic energy you gained by offering up your loyal subordinates isn't even enough to take down someone like me, who just stepped into transcendence, not that you have it anymore. Rayon twisted his lips and brought the heavenly drive down firmly. Whack. With a crisp slicing sound like water being split, Dreg's violet arm was severed from the shoulder. As the arm hit the ground, thick, sticky blood oozed out like sludge. Even with his arm severed, Dreg only clutched his shoulder and didn't scream. As expected, it seemed he had blocked his sense of pain using demonic energy. What do you know to talk like that? He bared his teeth drenched in black blood and glared fiercely. You're just a sheltered brat raised in Zeeghart's greenhouse, never having suffered. That's not true. Wrath shook his head, saying the man was getting more pathetic by the second. Even if this brat devoured all of this king's power, he still survived through utter hell. His luck was so rotten it makes one wonder if the angels ever blessed him. What's with you all of a sudden? Facts are facts, he snorted, saying he had to acknowledge the truth. Thinking about it, even without bringing in his past life, his current life alone had been harsh. Maybe not the most miserable life in the world, but definitely not one most could handle. Enough nonsense. Rayon wiped the blood from the heavenly drive and pointed the tip at Dreg's throat. Who helped you pull this off? Though Dreg led the Black Blood Lotus, which used various spells and tricks, they were ultimately a group of martial artists. Using spells at this scale meant there were others backing him. Grrr, Dreg didn't respond and only glared with eyes full of rage. If you won't talk. Rayon clicked his tongue and shattered the man's collarbone with the heavenly drive. With the sound of bone breaking, Dreg collapsed forward. Hrrrgh. He couldn't feel pain again, but now his face lifted as he ground his teeth. This is your last chance. Stay silent again, and I'll torture you until every bit of your demonic energy is gone. Rayon tilted his chin and spoke coldly. I want to kill him now, but I need to know who's behind him. Wrath had said there was no scent of the angels on the man, but Darius Robert could still be behind this. Rayon needed to pry it out of him. Kehehe. Dreg chuckled twistedly and slowly raised his head. You catch on quick, you're right. Others helped with this spell, but he picked up his severed violet arm with a trembling hand. Only I can stand behind myself. Dreg screamed and bit into the violet arm, swallowing it whole. What the hell are you doing? Rayon's eyes widened in disbelief, but then the man's entire body began to sprout violet veins. It wasn't just the veins. Like the severed arm, his entire body turned a vivid violet. Rayon quickly slashed down with the heavenly drive to stop the transformation. Zzz. The silver blade struck Dreg's neck, but it bounced off as if hitting metal instead of flesh. Zzzzzzzt. As if submerged in purple paint, Dreg stood up, his entire body coated in violet demonic energy. The sword wound on his chest disappeared, and a new arm grew from his severed shoulder. He no longer looked human, even if I become like this. Raising both hands, swirling with demonic energy, he bared his savage teeth. I'll kill you, Rayon Zeekhart. He let out a beastly roar, swearing to sacrifice everything to kill him. Kugagagugugu. As his overwhelming demonic energy surged, the sky howled and the ground split, spewing out searing violet magma. No matter what you look like. Even facing Dreg, who warped space with his demonic energy, Rayon remained calm and nodded. You still can't defeat me. Shut up, Dreg roared and charged. He was fast leaving only violet afterimages, but Rayon could track his path. Cheating. He slashed toward the charging demon blade's chest from the right. Zzing. The blade bounced off the man's flaming black demonic armor. My enhanced body won't be pierced by a mere toothpick like that. Trusting his demonic-infused body, Dreg recklessly charged and swung his blade of demonic energy. I can't use Genesis Blade. Using that technique would kill Dreg for sure, but Rayon would also pass out. There was still more to do. He had to choose a different path. Die. Dreg thrust his demonic sword forward. The violet energy atop the blade exploded, erasing the very space Rayon stood in. I already told you. Rayon stepped into the violet radiance and raised the heavenly drive. You can't build a tall tower without a proper foundation. Shaking his head slightly, he traced 10,000 flames cultivation heavenly flame, flame dragon break. Goo. The sword, reaching the end of the sky, descended slowly and crushed the tsunami of demonic energy threatening to consume the world. Kuyuum. Dreg, standing behind the wave, couldn't withstand the weight of the heavens and fell to his knees. This isn't even sword field creation, how could it be so powerful? He trembled in disbelief. This is what a true sword is. A strong aura or a tough body doesn't make a sword strong. Rayon gave him the answer he could never comprehend and fired the Soul Requiem sword. Pook. Despite all the enhancements, the slender blade of the Soul Requiem sword pierced through the violet armor and lodged in the man's chest. Wuong. The sword devoured the demonic energy within him, emitting a chilling red current. Jaya. For the first time, Dreg let out a real scream, writhing on the ground. As his eyes rolled uncontrollably, it was clear he was finally feeling pain. Looks like your senses are back. Rayon nodded and slammed the heavenly drive into the man's thigh. Kaya, a terrible scream erupted from Dreg. As expected, he hadn't been enduring pain, simply couldn't feel it. This can't be. How is my demonic energy? That sword, despite how it looks, is the best at destroying negative energy. Though a cursed blade, the Soul Requiem sword loathed negative energies like demonic and blood energy. It had likely destroyed the man's spells by devouring his demonic energy. You're a mighty transcendent, right? Let's see how much you can endure. Rayon pushed heat and cold into the wound he made with the heavenly drive. Jaya. Dreg shrieked like a third-rate martial artist and thrashed violently. He tried to pull the Soul Requiem sword out, but of course it wouldn't budge. Ag. The people you killed suffered far worse. Living sacrifices required exploiting even the resentment of the dead, which meant pushing them to the brink of agony before ending their lives. For someone like him to use living sacrifices while being unable to endure even this was revolting. Stop, please stop, I'll grant your wish. Rayon raised the blood-slick heavenly drive. Just die. Seeing Dreg's transformed state made Rayon suspect he might still escape using special spells, or that someone backing him might interfere. It was better to kill him now, even if they couldn't trace the backer. Wait, just as Rayon was about to swing down, the man raised his hand in desperation. I'll tell you who's behind me, don't need it. Black Tower. Just as Rayon ignored him and swung, the man screamed as if to save himself. I know the location of the Black Tower. Black Tower? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he lowered the hand gripping the heavenly drive. Is he serious? There were plenty of theories like the White Blood cult being underground or Eden's base being in the sky, but no one knew the exact location of the 5 demons. Among them, the Black Tower was the most shrouded in secrecy. Not even a general direction had been known. It was hard to believe that Demon Blade knew what even the Archmage of Illusion Chamber had given up on. It's true. Demon Blade gritted his teeth and struggled to raise his upper body. The ones who helped me complete this curse, they were from the Black Tower. He shook his head, saying he wasn't lying. Wasn't it Darius Robert? Darius Robert. No. The one who came to me and said he'd fill me with even more powerful demonic energy than in my prime was the floor master of the Black Tower. Demon Blade raised his trembling hand, claiming it was the Black Tower's floor master who made the offer in person. He said he would prepare all the curses and only asked that I help them once in the future. He lowered his eyes as he spoke of the deal with the Black Tower. Black Tower. Rayon nodded as he looked down at the trembling Demon Blade. If it wasn't Darius, then it must be the Black Tower. Though the owner of the Black Tower was a demon, there were plenty of curse users and necromancers as well. It wasn't out of the question. Then how did you find the location of the Black Tower? Because they might try to use me, I tailed the floor master. Demon Blade swallowed hard and lifted his gaze. I was hoping to find a weakness, but I got lucky and found an area that leads to their headquarters. He nodded heavily, claiming he discovered a path to the Black Tower. If you let me live and set me free, I'll tell you the place. He trembled as if asking what Rayon would do. Fine, I'll spare you, so talk. Rayon nodded and instead stepped closer to Demon Blade. Hey, that's not the face of someone who's actually going to keep their promise. Wrath sighed in disbelief. And why does your voice sound so murderous when you say you'll spare him? He shook his head, asking why Rayon wasn't pretending like usual. Words won't work anyway. People like Demon Blade would only speak if the conditions were ironclad. Words alone were useless. You say such things with murderous eyes. Demon Blade let out a low groan and shook his head. Swear on your soul as the transcendent Rayon Sieghart. Swear that you won't kill me. He glared with violet eyes and shouted for a soul oath. Torturing me won't work. I've placed a curse that will erase my memory if I'm subjected to unbearable pain. Even if I want to speak, I won't be able to. He shook his head, claiming the only way to learn the Black Tower's location was to let him live. A soul oath, huh? Rayon frowned as he lowered his hand. For a fool, he thought that through pretty well. Wrath snorted with his arms crossed. Even for a liar like you, a soul oath is not something to take lightly. It would greatly affect you. How so? Just as he said. If you swear on the soul of a transcendent, it could interfere with your power. You might not be able to grow anymore. That's why I never lie either. He explained that the stronger one's soul, the greater the consequences. Fine. Rayon looked down at Demonblade and nodded. If you tell me the Black Tower's location, I won't kill you with my sword. With your sword, huh? Wrath smirked and licked his lips. Do it properly. Demonblade still seemed skeptical and shook his head firmly. Swear it with your name. I swear upon the name of the transcendent Rayon Zeeghart. If you reveal the Black Tower's location, I will not kill you with my sword. Rayon placed his right hand on his chest and made the soul oath. Even though he only spoke it, a cold sensation like chains binding his soul rippled through him. Then remove this sword first. Demonblade pointed to the soul requiem sword embedded in his chest. Before that, Rayon nodded toward him. You swear too. Swear that the location is real. Of course. He nodded without hesitation. I swear upon the name of the transcendent Dreglointon that I will reveal the location of the Black Tower. If I lie, I shall carry my current wounds for the rest of my life. His entire body shimmered with faint violet light. It seemed he truly bound his soul to the oath. Good. Rayon nodded and pulled the soul requiem sword from Demonblade's chest. Wuwang. The sword let out a deep resonance as if questioning the action, but green wind rose up to calm it. Then, as promised, I'll reveal the Black Tower's location. Demonblade parted his blackened lips. It's in Montiro. Montiro. Rayon repeated the name with a frown. You expect me to believe that? Montiro was a southern city, tucked in a corner near the sea, known more for tourism. It was hard to believe the Black Tower was there. It's true. He shook his head, saying he wasn't lying. I don't know the exact path, but I'm certain the Black Tower exists in Montiro. Tell me what happened. Words alone weren't enough. He needed to hear the full story. I've learned a trick called Grey Stealth. It doesn't use demonic energy or aura, so no one senses it easily. Demonblade wrapped gray energy around his hand and licked his lips. I used it to tail the Black Tower's floor master. He changed his appearance and presence many times across towns and cities, but he couldn't fool someone who uses the same type of demonic energy. He nodded and began recounting the pursuit. After countless detours, the place he finally stopped was Montiro. At first, I thought he'd change again like before, but this time, he vanished completely. As if he'd never arrived. He clenched his trembling fist. I waited for days, but found nothing strange in the town. Just as I was about to leave, I saw him again, this time with another demon I recognized. He looked up at Rayon and nodded. Convinced the Black Tower was hidden there, I slowly searched the area and found a small passage. Only someone like me, who uses demonic energy, could have found it, but I couldn't use it. What do you mean you couldn't use it? There was a curse to repel outsiders. If I forced my way in, my identity would have been exposed, so I gave up. He sighed, saying he confirmed only the location and then left. Who was the floor master you followed? Bataratin, one of the upper floor masters. He has demonic energy like thorns all over his body. I haven't seen him since that second time. Where did you find the passage? On Soben Street, where street food is sold. I found it in an alley. It only opens when their people come and go, so someone without demonic energy like you won't find it easily. Rayon narrowed his eyes at Demonblade, who had finished speaking. Doesn't seem like a lie. For someone who valued his own life above all else, Demonblade wouldn't have lied after swearing on his soul. Montiro being the location was unexpected, but that made it even more believable. Looks like you believe me now. Demonblade sighed in relief. Then let me go. He struggled to rise and demanded the promise be kept. Sure. Rayon nodded and took a step back. Demonblade licked his lips. You think I don't know what you're planning? Rayon Zeeghart would never let him go. He'd surely call his subordinates to attack once his guard was down. Even if I'm seriously injured and have lost my demonic energy. He had one last card to play. If he could unleash the demonic energy hidden in his heart, he could kill Rayon's subordinate and escape. Then, just as he plotted his survival and turned his back, Rayon stepped forward. W, what are you doing? You said you wouldn't kill me. I'll keep my promise. Rayon nodded, placing both the Heavenly Drive and Soul Requiem sword on the ground. You're not thinking something childish like hitting me with your hand instead of your sword, are you? Demonblade sneered. The oath doesn't have such a loophole. If you intend to kill me with intent, even using your hand breaks the oath. He shouted, eyes wide. Don't worry. That's not it. Rayon chuckled and shook his head. Wrath. He gestured to Wrath, who was furrowing his brow. I know it's a lot to ask, but could you lend me a finger? I don't care if it's a burden. That scum who sacrifices his subordinates, I've wanted to kill him myself. Wrath nodded fiercely. You're very cooperative today. If we finish this well, I'll let you eat whatever you want for 10 days. Relaxing his right hand, Rayon let the fury of the Demon King soak into his index finger. The authority of Wrath, Demon King of Wrathbird, into that one finger. Think carefully. If you harm me, you'll be cursed forever. No, I won't. As Rayon calmly shook his head, the finger empowered by wrath rose and pointed at Demonblade. I said I wouldn't kill you with my sword. The one killing you isn't mate's a completely different being. At that moment, the fingertip sparked and fired a silver flash at Demonblade. Eek! Demonblade summoned demonic energy to block the frost like light. F-whoosh. But the silver frost shattered his demonic energy and hand like ice, then began freezing his body. Arg, he screamed in agony as he slowly froze, worse than when his limbs were torn off. What did you just do? It's a torture technique called Garment of the Snow Demon. Wrath licked his lips. Even as they freeze, they never lose sensation. The pain of being endlessly torn apart remains. He wrinkled his nose, saying a leader who sacrifices his subordinates deserves this hellish pain. This cursed frost. Are you with that blue demon king? Only now did Demonblade realize Wrath's identity. Erg, if you had his power, you could have erased my curse. Why make an oath? He trembled, confused about why Rayon didn't just torture him. This is faster. Rayon shrugged calmly. What? Torture is tedious and time-consuming. But this pulls the answer out instantly. Though pathetic now, Demonblade was one of the rare transcendents. Erasing his curse and then torturing him would have taken half a day. Rayon just chose the quicker route. Ah. Demonblade shivered as if more afraid of Rayon than Wrath. I can't die here never. He began channeling his last bit of demonic energy for a desperate spell. Worm. Wrath scoffed and flicked his finger. Crack. The silver frost suddenly accelerated, freezing his mouth, eyes, and demonic energy, everything trapped in icy death. A worm like you doesn't deserve to breathe. Wrath lowered his finger, and Demonblade crumbled into sand, merging with the shattered earth. Even his ashes trembled as if still in pain. It's over, Wrath snorted and withdrew his essence from Rayon's finger. The recoil. He groaned and massaged his body. Sweat trickled down, it must have been truly draining. F-whoosh. As Wrath left, sensation returned to Rayon's finger, surprisingly warm rather than cold. Good job. Rayon patted Wrath's head. It wasn't because of your request. I was just angry he sacrificed his subordinate. Wrath panted, claiming he acted out of fury. And you're keeping your promise, right? Of course. Rayon nodded with a smile. A week of whatever food you want, 10 days, you swindler. Even exhausted, Wrath still remembered the promise and shook his head furiously. Yeah. As Rayon chuckled and lowered his hand, loud footsteps echoed behind him. Division leader, Rayon, you okay? Burin, Martha, and Run-On, whom he'd told to stand down, rushed in, sensing the battle was over. Worry flooded their eyes. I'm fine. It's over. Rayon wiped the blood off the Heavenly Drive and Soul Requiem sword and stepped out. Did you really defeat Demonblade? You beat one of the 5 divine orders. I still can't believe it. Martha and Burin let out hollow laughs of disbelief. I believed in you. Run-On raised her thumb with sincere trust. It was bound to happen eventually, but to think it'd be this soon. Trevin bit his lip as he stared at the icy remains of Demonblade. The era is truly changing. He turned his eyes to Rayon with a deep exhale. That's a bit much, Rayon smiled and waved his hand, then clutched his abdomen. The demonic energies stirring again. With the battle over, Askarai's fighting spirit had faded, letting the lingering demonic energy rage through his body. Woo-wong. As he braced himself, a gentle light and breeze flowed from the Soul Requiem sword, absorbing the remnants from his body. Soon, it consumed all the pain-inducing demonic energy and resonated in satisfaction. Rayon nodded toward the Soul Requiem sword. Woo-wong. It hummed softly as if saying it was nothing. It's definitely changed since Master's soul entered. Its will had grown stronger. The Soul Requiem sword had always had a will of its own, but after Rimmer's soul entered it, it felt more pronounced. I really don't know what he's thinking. Erg. While thinking of Rimmer, Rayon noticed Wrath trembling like he did earlier. You okay? Are you having side effects too? Even for a demon king, projecting externally as a spirit consumes tremendous power and soul. Seemed like the recoil was worse than expected. He's coming. Wrath stammered. Pain, know him. The worst being in existence is coming. As he clenched his teeth and spread his hand, a blue message appeared before Rayon's eyes. You have achieved a great feat. You have brought an era to an end. All stats have traits. What appeared wasn't the worst being in existence, but the rewards for defeating Demonblade. I knew it. Just a gut feeling this damn system. Wrath screamed and shook his head. Rayon stared at him with an icy gaze. Don't look at me like that. If you'd been skinned to the bone like me, you'd be the same. Why are there so many today? This is abuse. Rayon's gaze grew even colder. Stop looking at me like that. Rayon turned his cold gaze toward the reward he'd earned for defeating the Demonblade. You have accomplished a great feat. You have brought an era to an end. All stats increase by 50 points. The trait Demonic Energy Adaptation has leveled up. The trait Demonic Energy Resistance has increased by 2 tiers. The trait Askarai's Fighting Spirit has leveled up. An overall 50-point stat increase and 3 trait upgrades among them. Demonic Energy Resistance, which had been heavily affected during the fight, had risen by 2 tiers at once. It was unlikely, but if he ever had to fight the Demon Blade again, it would surely be much easier now. Look at this. Isn't the reward a bit much for someone I could kill with a single finger? Wrath gritted his teeth, claiming the rewards were excessive for someone like the Demon Blade. That's only true for you. In this world, he was one of the strongest, though maybe not enough to count on one hand. Upon reflection, there were already 11 leaders among the 5 demons and 5 divine order. The Demon Blade probably wouldn't even make the cut. Even among the current 5 divine order, none were weaker than the present Demon Blade. With retired masters like the Sword Saint, the former King of War, and the previous Holy Sword Alliance leader still around, you'd need to count toes just to squeeze the Demon Blade in. Still, he was probably among the top 20 in the continent. That should count for something. Top 20. Who counts strong people past 10? 10 is the limit. Wrath snorted, refusing to acknowledge anyone beyond 10. He may have been a worm to you, but he wasn't to me. Don't you remember saying he might be dangerous? Rayon lightly waved his hand, reminding him of his earlier warning. That was. Wrath had no retort for that and fell silent. Grrr, damn it. Wrath furrowed his brow, unable to deny that Rayon had defeated the Demon Blade with his current strength. Fine, but on the way back, no, even while we're traveling, you must prepare every dish I want to eat. He demanded compensation for acknowledging it. That's easy. Rayon nodded, saying that wouldn't be a problem. Count yourself lucky. If it weren't for me, the great demon king of wrath, no other demon king would accept this. Not quite. Anyone but greed would be easy to coax, just as he shrugged. Wuong, the Soul Requiem Sword, vibrated intensely and began infusing him with pure mana. The Soul Requiem Sword offers purified demonic energy. All stats increase by 25 points. New trait Demonic Energy Detection has been created. Having absorbed both the Demon Blade's demonic energy and what remained in Rayon's body, the Soul Requiem Sword offered him its purified energy. Wrath trembled, his blue eyes wide. He hadn't sensed this part. The Soul Requiem Sword kept half of what it absorbed and passed the rest to Rayon. Getting 25 points from just half meant it had taken in a massive amount. But what's Demonic Energy Detection? He checked the details of his new trait. Demonic Energy Detection allows detection of subtle demonic energy that cannot be found through normal senses or energy perception. That's useful. With this trait, Rayon might be able to find the same path. It won't be easy, though. Traits grow stronger with level. Demonic Energy Detection had just formed, so it couldn't match the Demon Blade's abilities yet, but it was better than nothing. Arg, Wrath screamed, throwing his head back. Every time I acknowledge something, new things pop out. I can't take it anymore. Come out, damn system. Either I die or you deal. Let's finish this. He swung his fists at the air as if preparing for a death match. Rayon stepped aside with a shiver. Once Wrath got like this, he couldn't be reasoned with. It was better to just leave him. As Rayon sighed and cleaned the Heavenly Drive and Soul Requiem Sword, Trevin approached him. Congratulations, you've changed an era. Trevin patted his shoulder. Like I said earlier, that's too much. It's not that big a deal. No, it is. Burin shook his head behind Trevin. The 5 demons in the 5 divine order were unbreakable walls. You're the first one to put a crack in that wall. He nodded firmly. Even before I joined Zeekhart, I knew their names. Well, they weren't called the 5 divine order back then, but I knew them. Martha chuckled and wagged her finger. From newborns to the elderly, everyone knew those names, and now you've erased one of them. That's what changing an era looks like. She stamped her foot with weight, calling it their greatest achievement yet. Yeah, you're awesome. Runan gave a thumbs up, unfazed by the situation. Come on, division leader. Enough with the modesty. I can see your heart pounding from here. Crane laughed, saying it was obvious. No, really. Rayon smacked the back of Crane's head and shook his head firmly. Crane's face slammed into the ground under the weight of Rayon's hand. Knew that would happen. Dorian clicked his tongue, muttering that Crane deserved it, and immediately offered medicine and an ice pack like a true quartermaster. Honestly, the current Demon Blade was weaker than the other 5 divine order. Rayon looked at Trevin and the Light Wind Division and nodded. His spirit, energy, and mind were all out of balance. For a martial artist approaching transcendence, balance of body, mind, and aura was crucial. The Demon Blade had gained overwhelming demonic energy, surpassing the 5 divine order, but his broken mind had made it uncontrollable. When Rayon said he'd gotten weaker, it wasn't a provocation, it was the truth. As expected of Rayon Zeekhart, Trevin stepped forward with a nod. I have something to ask. Go ahead. If the Light Wind Division is promoted to a palace, I'd like the Iron Division to be placed under it. He drew his sword and held it inverted. At first, we accepted the true Martial Palace's offer to help you, but today changed my mind. With his sword upright at his chest, his eyes burned with passion. He performed the formal salute of Zeekhart. We want to join the Light Wind Division too. The Iron Division behind him followed suit. Are you sure? Rayon narrowed his eyes slightly at Trevin and the Iron Division swordsmen. I'm someone with many flaws. You might regret it later. As Wrath said, Rayon still lacked in many human aspects. Since Trevin was showing sincerity, he wanted to return it with a genuine warning. A family fills each other's gaps. I don't know what your flaws are, but if I can help, I will. Trevin smiled gently. With words like that, how can we say no? Yeah, the Iron Division's always been the most aligned with us. All good. Martha, Burren, and Runnon nodded, accepting them as captains of the Light Wind Division. Then I accept. Honestly, this was one of the reasons we came to rescue you. Rayon nodded and formally welcomed the Iron Division. Trevin awkwardly smiled, saying he'd have to use honorifics once they returned. You can speak freely when it's just us. Rayon nodded, smiling. In formal settings, titles were necessary, but in private, it didn't matter. Feels good. More people to suffer with. Burren chuckled at the sight of Trevin and the Iron Division smiling. Welcome to hell. Martha waved her hand ominously. No more leaving. Runnon nodded with a cold gaze. Q-hu-hu-hu, heh. How many do you think will survive? Dorian and the other Light Wind Division swordsmen let out eerie laughs, excited for what lay ahead. What's wrong with them? Trevin trembled in confusion. Don't mind them, that's just their way of saying welcome. Heh. Even Mark Gorton let out a dark chuckle and shook his head. Village Chief. Rayon stepped past the others and approached the chief of Badri village. This area probably won't be livable for a while. He pointed at the ruined plains and river, still tainted by demonic energy. I figured. The chief bit his lip deeply. Would you consider coming to Zieghart, but we have no money. Most of our livestock are dead, and we've lost our food. He lowered his gaze, saying they'd lost everything to monsters and demonic energy. Zieghart's territory has expanded recently. There's unused pastureland, we can help you settle there. We'll waive taxes for a while, so don't worry. Really? But why? The chief stammered, suspicious of such generous conditions. The strength of a force ultimately lies in its people. Rayon looked at the chief and the villagers behind him. A group without people will wither and die. They weren't criminals or fugitives, they were simply seeking refuge from the flames of war. If Zieghart protected them with force, they would repay it in kind. With the war against the five demons continuing, expanding Zieghart's population was the right move. The chief dropped his cane and knelt, trembling with emotion. The villagers bowed deeply with gratitude. Feels like we become benefactors everywhere we go. Yeah, last time it was the dwarves. Crane and Dorian exchanged proud smiles. My heart feels fuzz. Even Runnon bowed, pleased to help others. Time to prepare for the return trip. We've got a lot of people to bring back. Let's move fast. Burren and Martha returned to the Light Wind Division to give instructions. Rayon licked his lips, watching the preparations. This time I gained a lot. He defeated the Demon Blade, received multiple rewards, and even secured a lead to the Black Tower's location. It was a greater harvest than usual. Grandfather will be pleased too. Just as he wondered what Glenn's reaction would be. Aard come out already. Wrath screamed and blasted frost into the air. Still at it, Rayon's eyes grew colder than the ice on his hand. Still fighting, huh? Rayon returned to Zieghart with the Light Wind Division, Iron Division, and the people of Badri village. Why do you always bring more people every time you return? Commander-in-Chief Ilyun sighed in disbelief. This might be the most yet. Their new residence for Zieghart. Rayon bowed, saying he planned to bring the villagers in. Nomads, well, I trust you'll handle it. Ilyun nodded and opened the main gate. Now that I think of it, I won't be speaking casually to you anymore. If you become a palace lord, you'll outrank me. You can keep talking to me the same way. You said the same thing when I became division leader and then went back to speaking casually. Did I? Then I'll just keep at it. Ilyun grinned and nodded. Please do. Rayon frowned, looking down at the ground. It trembled like an earthquake was coming. Maybe I took too long. Go on inside. Ilyun hurried him along once the vibrations began. Understood. Rayon nodded and entered through the gate. Strangely, the tremors eased the closer he got to the main hall, as if the land were welcoming him. There are too many people. Only the chief should come into the audience chamber. He led the anxious chief into the Lord's hall alone. Don't be too nervous. Despite the rumors, the Lord is kind. Rayon reassured him and opened the audience chamber doors. Greet the Lord, I greet the Lord. Rayon stepped into the center and bowed, followed by the Light Wind Division and Iron Division kneeling behind him. Their unified posture made them seem like a single force. Rise, Glenn nodded gravely. Rayon bowed again and stood. You only wrote that you'd return soon. What happened? Glenn raised an eyebrow, curious. Some things are difficult to explain in writing. Rayon apologized and bowed again. It's fine, just tell me now. Glenn leaned forward, clearly ready to listen. Then I'll begin. When the Light Wind Division arrived at Badri village, the plains and village were already overrun with violet demonic energy. We rescued the Iron Division first. Rayon looked up at the platform and began explaining from there. Glenn's red eyes sparkled, and the corners of his lips trembled with anticipation. Chief Kiprin slowly raised his gaze as he listened. Atop the golden platform, sitting on a throne of gold, was Glenn Zieghart. Though they looked to be of similar age, Glenn was a towering giant at the peak of the world, and like himself, a lowly commoner. Despite Rayon's reassurance, all the rumors of Glenn being a cold-hearted man made his heart pound with fear. He said he was kind, but those eyes, As he nervously swallowed and looked up, Glenn's quivering lips and reddened ears felt oddly familiar. That's exactly the same expression I make when looking at my grandson. Whenever Rayon recounted his and the Light Wind Division's deeds, Glenn's mouth twitched and his ears flushed red. It looked just like the pride a grandfather felt when his grandchild showed talent in farming or herding. So that's how it is. People really are the same everywhere. Kiprin smiled faintly, his nervous heart slowly calming. When I cut through the demonic energy and struck the boulder, the one who appeared was the leader of the Black Lotus, Demonblade Dreg. Rayon paused. Demonblade, the golden armrest beneath Glenn's hand crumpled like paper. Yes, strengthened by the Black Tower's curses, he became a monster who surpassed the 5 divine order and attacked us. Accursed Demonblade. Then what happened? What did you do? For the first time, Serena and Latin, leaders of the Light and Blade division, spoke up. Their eyes burned, eager to hear more. Someone must have helped. Even if my nephew's a transcendent, defeating the Demonblade alone is too much. Balder licked his lips, curious. The Demonblade. Rayon looked over the now silent audience chamber and calmly spoke. I cut him down. Boom. As soon as he said it, a deafening crash echoed behind Glenn. He looked up. Golden throne embedded in the platform had been completely uprooted and hurled into the air, but only the Light Wind Division and Iron Division witnessed it. Boom. Even when the throne crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise, the officials in the audience chamber couldn't tear their eyes away from Rayon. Why you defeated the Demonblade? Alone. Serena, leader of the Light Sword Division, trembled. Her jaw slightly dropped in disbelief. Even if you've reached transcendence to take down one of the 5 divine. Latin, the former Blade Division leader, also stammered, too shocked to finish her sentence. Shut your mouths, my nephew will explain it himself. Balder stepped forward, waving a large hand, but he too swallowed dryly as if struggling to accept it. Ahem. Glenn let out a cough and flicked his finger, and the fallen throne returned to its original position. However, the impact had dented it so badly that its original form was already lost. Rayon, no Light Wind Division leader, can you explain how you defeated the Demonblade? He covered half his face with his hand, perhaps to hide his flustered expression, and gestured with his chin. As I mentioned, the Demonblade recovered his demonic energy through the Black Tower's sorcery. But he acquired more than he could control, which disrupted his balance. I thought there was a chance and chose to fight rather than flee. Rayon nodded and began recounting the battle with the Demonblade. By seizing the opening in his swordsmanship, I was able to strike the final blow. As he finished, a deep and heavy silence filled the audience chamber. If he had been in peak condition, I wouldn't have won. It was luck. Rayon shook his head just as he had told Trevin before hadn't defeated a complete member of the 5 divine order. Don't talk nonsense. Balder stomped so hard the chamber shook. Nephew, a win is a win. Whether his balance was broken or his arms were severed, he was still the leader of the Black Lotus, feared across the continent. No one defeats him with luck. He stepped forward and placed a large hand on Rayon's shoulder. Hold your head high. From today, you're a swordsman who has defeated a member of the 5 divine order. Balder nodded with conviction, emphasizing the truth of his words. The palace lord of the Central Martial Palace is right. Glenn, now seated on the battered throne, nodded. Even if damaged, the one you defeated was still the Demonblade of the 5 divine order. Be proud. He pointed toward the still stunned officials with a trembling finger. If anyone thinks you had it easy, then they're free to challenge a fully intact member of the 5 divine order themselves. Wait, what do you mean? Rayon raised his chin slightly, looking at Glenn. There are rumors that other members of the 5 divine order have also made contact with the 5 demons. It seems the order is beginning to fracture. Glenn frowned, saying the situation wasn't good. That's why what you've done is significant. If the Demonblade had fully adapted to that demonic energy and joined their side, it would have led to massive casualties. He nodded, calling Rayon's feat a great achievement. Which other members of the 5 divine order were approached? Rayon asked, though he already had a guess. The Thespian Emperor and the Ghost Spear. Glenn clicked his tongue, saying envoys from the 5 demons had likely approached both. I figured. The evil Blade Queen would have instantly slain anyone from the 5 demons out of pure hatred, so she likely wasn't approached at all. After that, the Ghost Spear disappeared, and the Thespian Emperor made no moves. Glenn bit his lip, saying the Ghost Spear had clearly crossed over, so it's come to that. Rayon let out a short sigh. I suspected as much when the Thespian Emperor never replied. After receiving Rayon's warning, he had offered Soulstone information clearly leaning toward the 5 demons but in the end, made no choice. Judging from now, it must have been indecision within his faction. Of course, nothing is confirmed, so let's leave that matter for another time. Glenn waved it off for now. Iron Division leader. He placed his hand on the throne's dented armrest and called Trevin. Yes, my lord. Trevin stepped forward and bowed. I heard you said that if the Light Wind Division is promoted to a palace, you wish to be placed under it. Is that true? Yes. Trevin nodded without hesitation. It started with the true Martial Palace Lord's offer, but now it's entirely our decision to serve under the Light Wind Division. He looked Glenn in the eye, stating that it was their own will. That's good. Glenn rose from the throne with a serious gaze. Not just for this mission, but for all the achievements the Light Wind Division has accumulated, I will hold a promotion ceremony in 1 week to elevate the Light Wind Division to Light Wind Palace. Standing at the edge of the platform, he formally declared Rayon as the Palace Master and the Light Wind Division as the newly promoted Light Wind Palace. If anyone has objections, raise your hand. Glenn looked down from the platform, but with Karun and Denier absent, no hands went up this time. In fact, it wouldn't have been strange if they'd been promoted much earlier. Yes, if anything, this is overdue. To become a palace master at that age, it still feels like a missed opportunity. We should have chosen him during the selection process. Baldur, Serena, and Lati nodded, saying it was the obvious outcome. The other officials clapped in agreement. The situation had drastically changed compared to when achievements used to draw suspicion. Light Wind Division leader and Iron Division leader make the necessary preparations. Yes, understood. Rayon and Trevin bowed simultaneously. That's all for today. Glenn waved them off. My lord. Rayon stepped forward and addressed him again. This is the village chief of Badri village. They've lost their land and have nowhere to go, but they have strong expertise in dairy farming. I'd like to request we entrust them with the pasture land we recently acquired. He bowed in request. I am Kiprin, village chief of Badri. Kiprin bowed calmly, unlike the first time he saw Glenn. As the division leader said, I'm confident in our skills. If given the chance, we would like to live and work for Sieghart. Knowing that Glenn was just a grandfather who treasured his grandson, Kiprin felt less intimidated. Very well. Glenn stared deeply into Kiprin's eyes and nodded. Don't worry about taxes or anything else for now. Just focus on rebuilding the village. He lowered his hand, indicating that Sieghart would handle the rest. Kiprin cried out, saying he'd repay this favor for life, and pressed his forehead to the floor. Glenn closed and opened his eyes with indifference and sat down on the broken throne, to break through the wall of the 5 divine order. Insane, that's all I can say. No one's going to believe this even if we tell them. Of course not. I heard it straight from him, and I still don't believe it. The officials chatted in disbelief as they exited the audience chamber. Once everyone had left, Rayon personally closed the door and approached Glenn. Is there something else? Glenn asked with a hopeful look. Food. Wrath jumped and shouted, tell him to hold a feast, make a waterfall of ice cream. He licked his lips, listing off his demands. Later, Rayon brushed him aside. There's something more important first. He let out a short sigh and looked up at Glenn. There's one more thing I must tell you. Ahem, go ahead. Glenn nodded, willing to listen. Before I killed the Demon Blade, he told me something. Something he said before dying. Yes, he offered me a deal. Rayon explained how the Demon Blade revealed the location of the Black Tower, Montiro. Glenn furrowed his brow at the name. It was classified, so I couldn't say anything earlier. Good, you were right to wait. Glenn nodded, now understanding why Rayon withheld the report. Montiro is on the southern border, a large city and tourist hub. Hard to believe the Black Tower would be there. I thought the same, but the Demon Blade swore on his soul. Even if the Black Tower itself isn't there, there may be a lead. Rayon clenched his fist, saying he wanted to gather intel at least. Yes. That must be done. However, it's a dangerous and delicate task, so... Don't worry, Glenn pointed at Roan, who stood below the platform. Ho ho ho, I haven't seen the sea in a while. Roan placed his hand on his chest, asking to be trusted. No arguments there. Rayon let out a laugh and shook his head. Roan's far more suited than I am. Roan, known as the King of Killers, was an assassin with skills even superior to Rayon's past life. He was perfect for covert missions like this. Then I'll leave it to you. Wait. Just as Rayon bowed and was about to leave, Glenn raised his hand. I have one question for you. Glenn looked at him with calm, steady eyes. Why did you bring the people of Badri village? They weren't going to starve if they could have settled elsewhere. He tilted his chin, wondering why Rayon brought them all the way here. Because I want Sieghart to grow stronger. Rayon placed a hand on the hilt of the heavenly drive. Not just martial force people themselves are the strength of a faction. For Sieghart to rise higher, we'll need more people. The villagers are skilled in dairy farming. Even if it's a loss now, I believe they'll become a great asset. He bowed after stating the reasoning behind his decision. I see. A subtle smile curled on Glenn's lips, his red eyes filled with joy. I asked you once before, do you have any interest in becoming the Lord of Sieghart, the Lord? Rayon brushed the hair from his forehead and smacked his lips. To be honest, I had no thoughts about it before, but now I feel a little intrigued. Why? Because I want those I care about and those I brought here to live happier lives. I see, so that's how you've grown. Glenn sighed and closed his eyes as if deep in thought. You've done well. A separate reward will be issued for this mission. Wait for it. Yes, then. Rayon bowed to Glenn and Roan and exited the audience chamber, a king possessing both the qualities of a conqueror and a wise ruler. Glenn slowly raised his gaze and smiled. Talents fit for both chaos and peace. He nodded, clearly anticipating Rayon's future. I agree. Roan chuckled and nodded. I don't even know when he grew so much. He smiled softly, remembering Rayon as a child. For someone like him, I'll do a proper investigation. He rolled his shoulders, saying it had been a while since he moved like this. Be careful. If the Black Tower's base really is in Montero, even you could be in danger. Of course, I'll prioritize my safety. Roan nodded and was about to leave. Wait, Glenn raised his hand. M. Montero is in the south, right? Yes. Well, since you'll be in disguise anyway. He swallowed and lowered his voice. Ho 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 ho. This time, Roan laughed genuinely with joy and nodded. Of course, I'll make sure the whole continent hears it. He waved reassuringly and left. Glenn slowly stood and looked out the window. Watching the green leaves flutter in the breeze, he gently trembled. Rimmer, I guess you really did have the better eye. He smiled softly, remembering how Rimmer used to barge into the audience chamber and demand Rayon be made lord.
Theo.
Trevin lowered his sword and exhaled deeply. Light Wind Division's training really is something else. Now I get how you all grew so fast. Even he, a grandmaster, was exhausted. Truly, this is way tougher than our training.
To think they've done this daily.
The Iron Division swordsmen, who had trained from dawn to dusk with the Light Wind Division, raised their thumbs in admiration. It's already dinner time. Finally, we can rest. Trevin sheathed his sword, gazing at the darkening sky just as Rayon stepped down from the platform. Rayon gestured and left the 5th training hall, but instead of leading them to the mess hall, he took them to Northgaze Mountain. Isn't this Northgaze Mountain? Why are we here? Trevin tilted his head, confused. After returning from a mission, the Light Wind Division always does field training on Northgaze Mountain. Now that the Iron Division is with us, I'd like you to join. Rayon smiled gently, suggesting joint training. What's the method? Just endure on that mountain until dawn. Endure, that's it. Yes, that's all. He handed each swordsman a Nadine bread. That sounds simple. Right, we even have rations. Just eat and relax. Sounds fun. Let's chat.
The Iron Division nodded, thinking it'd be easy training.
No, not again.
It's here, he's really here.
Meanwhile, the Light Wind Division looked pale, like they'd stuck their heads into a tiger's mouth. Then let's begin. At Rayon's clap, the Light Wind Division sprinted up the mountain like madmen. They're fast climbers. Let's go too. Trevin gave the order and the Iron Division followed them up. The Light Wind Division really does train differently. Now I see why they're so strong in real combat. Trevin chatted with a few swordsmen as they climbed when suddenly, kayak, uog. Screams echoed from halfway up the mountain like someone was dying. What the hell? Trevin flinched and turned. Screams? Isn't this basically a monster ambush? Those were death screams. Even the Iron Division swordsmen trembled in shock. It's coming. Dorian peeked out from behind a rock with a twisted grin. What's coming? Trevin grabbed his shoulders. What else? The filthy demon bastard. Dorian raised his glassy eyes. Welcome to hell. As he uttered that final word, a pair of red eyes pierced through the darkness and descended upon them. Wham! Huff, huff, Trevin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he ran toward the summit of Northgaze Mountain. What the hell was that? Just moments ago, Rayon had suddenly leapt out from the darkness and assaulted the Iron Division swordsman and Dorian. And it wasn't an exaggeration, literally, smashed Dorian's head with his sheathed sword. There was no better word than assaulted. He's insane. To think he would crack open the head of a trusted subordinate just because he badmouthed him from a distance. Rayon had to be crazy. I was almost next. But why did he attack? Rayon had said that they just needed to endure the night on Northgaze Mountain while eating Nadine bread. So why was he launching surprise attacks? Wait. Come to think of it, when they were climbing the mountain, the Light Wind Division swordsmen had gone pale like they'd lost their souls. And just earlier, Dorian was drooling like he was out of his mind. Putting the pieces together, it wasn't that Rayon had gone crazy, this was the training all along. Yeah, that must be it. There was no way someone like Rayon would consider just enduring as field training. It was clearly a surprise attack training exercise from the start. Kayak, hey, Iron Division. Let us rest a little, you lunatic, don't unsheath your sword. From below, powerful shockwaves and screams echoed. Rayon seemed to be attacking both the Iron Division and the Light Wind Division indiscriminately. There's no point in running. Even at full sprint, the screams were getting closer. There was no escaping Rayon. Wait a second, he said it was field training. And in field combat, concealment and cover are the most important. Rayon likely wanted them to hide and suppress their presence or counterattack. Hide, Trevin made a quick decision. He erased his presence and crouched beneath a thick patch of bushes under a tree. But someone was already there. Crane, the most carefree member of the Light Wind Division, Crane, was sitting with his knees drawn in, hands trembling violently. You're hiding too, hiding. Crane tilted his eyes strangely, as if Trevin had said something absurd. Hiding is pointless. I'm just He rocked back and forth, laughing creepily. I'm just waiting to get hit later. W, what do you mean, get hit later? You'll understand soon enough, division leader. This isn't training. Crane closed his eyes, saying running and hiding meant nothing. Wait, what do you kayak? Division leader, I was going to reach enlightenment tomorrow work. Screams burst out from just below them. Crane clutched his head with his fingers, saying it was all over. Trevin gripped his sword and lowered his stance, calmly breathing in to prepare for a counterattack when Rayon appeared. It's useless. Crane chuckled at him. That man, this isn't training. He's just out to destroy everyone. As Crane shook his head, Rayon's sword sheath burst through the bushes. Whack! Crane took the sheath to the gut and tumbled down the mountain without even letting out a scream. I expected that. Trevin had predicted Rayon would go for the noisy Crane first, so he prepared to defend against the next strike. Come on, huh? Just as he was about to block and flee like before, Rayon unsheathed his sword. Goo! A crimson aura manifestation surged over the silver blade. A aura manifestation. Unlike him who had just reached Grandmaster level, Rayon's aura was completing the power flowing from his sword far surpassed his own realm. Wait, Rayon, I can't block that yet. Trevin shook his head and shouted, saying he wasn't ready. That's exactly why we're doing this. Rayon smiled coldly and swung his sword downward. Gah! Trevin tried to gather all his strength to block, but Rayon's superior technique and aura overwhelmed him instantly. You filthy demon bastard. That man, he's not training. He's just beating us senseless. As the flame surged through his guard, Dorian and Crane's words echoed in his head. They were right, this guy. Trevin swallowed dryly as Rayon brought his sword crashing down. He's just a madman. Trevin's sword was knocked from his hand, and Rayon's blade struck the top of his head. Thunk, he collapsed backward from the blunt edge of the sword. As his vision blurred like mist, he saw Rayon smiling. Damn it. I never should have come here. That should be enough of an introduction. Rayon brushed off his hands after conducting concentration training until sunrise for the Light Wind Division and Iron Division. They had all passed out. Time to go down the mountain. Introduction. Wrath let out a dumbfounded snort. You beat them all into the ground. How is that an introduction? He furrowed his brow, calling him insane for calling that an introduction. I feel bad too, but it couldn't be helped. Rayon clicked his tongue, looking at the unconscious swordsman. The battles ahead will be far worse than this. With a full-scale war against the Black Tower likely, he had to raise both divisions' combat power as much as possible before then. It was brutal now, but the training would help them tremendously later. Well, I guess you're not wrong. Even Wrath had nothing to say to that. Let's go down. I got to enjoy some action, so I'm satisfied. Rayon dusted off his clothes and turned toward the mountain path. That's a good wait. Did you just say enjoyed? So it was for fun. Wrath flailed his hands furiously, just a feeling. Feeling my ass, you just beat everyone senseless to relieve stress. You twisted, what do you want for breakfast? Huh, oh, as soon as breakfast was mentioned, Wrath's pupils spun. He had already forgotten the beatings. It's morning, I'm in the mood for something light like lobster. Light lobster, muttering at the absurdity, Rayon descended the mountain. Just as he was about to return to the annex, a familiar face approached from the right. Long time no see. Denier smiled and waved his right hand. Lord of the Black Tortoise Palace. Rayon turned and bowed. What brings you here? Since there was quite a distance between the 5th training grounds and the Black Tortoise Palace, his presence was unusual. I was on my way back and heard the rumor that you defeated the Demon Blade. I wanted to congratulate you. Denier nodded, saying it was an extraordinary feat. His gentle smile radiated genuine goodwill. I just got lucky. Rayon shook his head, saying it wasn't a big deal. Even if he was mentally compromised by the demonic energy, the Demon Blade is still the Demon Blade. You changed history. Like Balder, Denier told him not to downplay his achievement and nodded. Rayon silently looked into Denier's eyes. In 3 days you'll become a palace master. Younger than Martha, no less. I still can't believe it. He joked that he wouldn't be able to speak casually anymore. I still have a long way to go. That kind of humility made you who you are. Keep walking the same Patan, take care of Martha for me. After glancing at Northgaze Mountain, Denier waved and left. Denier Sieghart. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched him walk away. What's he really thinking? Recalling his words, expressions, and gestures, there seemed to be no ulterior motive. It was just an uncle congratulating his nephew. Though Rayon had taken precautions against this mysterious man, the sincerity in his calm eyes made him feel even more uneasy. That guy. Wrath scowled, watching Denier's unwavering gait. It's like he's a different person every time I see him. I can't read him at all. Even Wrath said he had never encountered a person with such an unreadable nature. He's complicated. Rayon clicked his tongue and returned to the annex. As soon as he opened the door, Je ran up and hugged him. Rayon, a kid shouldn't sleep outside. Je pouted, scolding him for not coming home. You didn't come back, so I slept here with a sleeping bag. Sylvia sighed, saying she couldn't stop her. Edgar chuckled as he rolled up the sleeping bags. Breakfast is ready. Hurry up and wash up. Helen waved her hand, saying she'd prepared a hearty meal. KHH, what a mouthwatering aroma. Wrath wagged his tail as he licked his lips. Got it. Looking at the smiling family and maids before him, Rayon clenched his fist. Denier, no matter what you're planning or what you do, I will protect these people. The dried-up riverbed of the plains, tainted by violet demonic energy, a black shadow rose over the cracked terrain like a spiderweb. The shadow writhed, ignoring the brilliant moonlight, and vomited out a blue-haired woman in a robe. Step. The woman narrowed her eyes as she looked at a shard of ice embedded in the ground. He died here. She recognized the demon blade's remains as she gently touched the ice. Wu-wang. When she lowered her hand, a warm white light flashed, and the lingering demonic energy sealed in the silver shard gathered into a violet orb in her palm. Less than expected. She frowned at the shimmering sphere. You tried to use others' resentment, so you can't complain. She spoke coldly to the demon blade and tucked the orb into her robe. How far will you go, Rayon Zeekhart? As she whispered his name, she disappeared with the blue wind, leaving only the empty ice behind. Rumble. Zeekhart's grandest jeweling Air served for the family had opened magnificently. Normally, even swordsmen were barred entry, but today, even common citizens were allowed to pass through its towering gates. Didn't they just get promoted to a division a while ago, and now a palace already? From division to palace in less than 10 years, right? Seriously, then this must be a record. What's more surprising is that no one objects. Their skill and achievements speak for themselves. Well, they did defeat the Demon Blade. As they climbed the arena stands, people chatted about the Light Wind Division's promotion. What do you think? In the VIP seats, Balder nudged Karun with his elbow. Your nephew's nipping at your heels, are you okay with that? He grinned and shrugged. The Light Wind Divisions handled many missions admirably. If anything, this promotion is overdue. Karun calmly shook his head, showing no sign of jealousy. And honestly, I don't care what happens to them. It has nothing to do with me, he waved dismissively. Funny word is you rushed back as soon as your mission ended. Left a few people behind too. Balder snorted. Is that so? No wonder you returned so fast. Denier chuckled with amusement. Nonsense. Karun brushed them off and waved his hand. Heir. Sylvia pressed her hands together on her knees and sighed deeply. I'm so nervous, I think my heart's falling out. She trembled, unable to compose herself. Dear, do something. She turned to Edgar, but... Grrrkk. Edgar was foaming at the mouth from nerves. You idiot. Sylvia's gaze turned icy and she smacked him on the back of the head. Rayon, when is Rayon coming out? She leaned on the railing, calling his name. As the star of the day, he'll come out a bit later. Eris sat next to Sylvia and nodded. Sis. Sylvia blinked at Eris. You've already finished your training? Not yet. Eris calmly shook her head. To absorb the dragon heart's mana, I still need to raise my condition further. It'll take a while, but... She smiled softly as she looked down at the arena. I can't miss the day my dear nephew becomes a palace master. Eris leaned back in her seat like it was the most natural thing in the world. Sylvia smiled, relieved to see the old Eris again. I still can't believe it, that our young master is becoming a palace master. I know we just prayed for him to grow up healthy. Maybe our prayers were too strong, grew up too well. Helen and the maids recalled Rayon's childhood tearing up. He was different from the start. Judil gave an awkward smile, remembering their first meeting. What was Rayon like? Tell me, please, she began asking the maids. Rumble, the left gate of the arena opened, and a powerful vibration swept the area. Amid the rising smoke, the martial forces of Zeekhart entered one by one. Boom. As the martial forces finished entering, the gate guards stomped and turned to the center. The sky of Zeekhart enters. At the shout, all swordsmen and spectators turned their backs and knelt. We greet the Lord. Rise, today's main character isn't me. Glenn calmly walked onto the stage and raised his hand. Unlike usual, he hadn't waited to appear last, arrived before the Light Wind Division and was already seated on the throne. Rumble. The swordsmen stood and returned to formation, and the spectators let out quiet sighs as they sat down. Let's begin. At Glenn's gesture, Chad of the Shadow Agent stepped forward and bowed. We will now commence the promotion ceremony. Light Wind Division, enter. At his words, the still-closed right gate opened with a grand rumble. Boom! The gate guards stomped louder than even for Glenn's entrance and raised their heads. Entering are the Light Wind Division and their leader who has slain dragons and defeated the Demon Blade. Under the resounding announcement, solemn footsteps echoed. Despite numbering over 30, their footsteps blended as one. Crossing the shadowy threshold of the arena entrance, the Light Wind Division finally revealed their full presence. Clad in black ceremonial uniforms, with white swords at their waists, they emitted a heavy presence like heroes marching to war. Honor to the swordsmen who have upheld the name of Zeekhart. At Chad's shout, the swordsmen split to the sides and drew their swords. Pointing their reversed blades to the ground, they formed a path of reverence. Bathed in sunlight, Rayon and the Light Wind Division entered through Zeekhart's sword salute. Screech, Rayon and the swordsmen of the Light Wind Division walked toward the center of the dueling arena, following the path opened by the Zeekhart armed forces. They had completely erased the usual playful glint in their eyes, and now exuded a sharp pressure as if they had become a single sword. standing in front of the platform. Rumbly, the cheers and applause from the spectators ceased as they were overwhelmed by the solemn and weighty presence radiating from the Light Wind Division. Even the swordsman performing the ceremonial salute swallowed dryly in surprise at the pressure. The grave aura flowing from the Light Wind Division, as they stood lined up before the platform, with their hands on their sword hilts, resembled the dignity of heroes saving a battlefield in crisis. Their presence carried the power to silence the previously loud and bustling dueling arena in an instant. At the front of the Light Wind Division, Rayon nodded at Chad. It was a signal that he could proceed with the next part. Chad, overwhelmed by just receiving Rayon's gaze, let out a low groan and nodded, returned to position. At his command, the swordsmen who had been performing the salute returned to their original positions, and the audience, still seated, let out quiet breaths. They had only faced the Light Wind Division's presence for a moment, but cold sweat trickled down everyone's foreheads. Phew. Chad exhaled a murky breath and stepped forward. The Light Wind Division made the greatest contributions to our victory in the war against the North-South Union, thwarted the dragons that attacked Safia and strengthened our alliance with the elves, and rescued the Grey Hammer Guild from the demons, providing all Zeeghart swordsmen the opportunity to acquire weapons made from dragon bones. He solemnly listed the achievements of the Light Wind Division one by one. And in their most recent mission, the Light Wind Division leader struck down the Demon Blade, who threatened the Iron Division, raising the name of Zeeghart to shine even brighter than the Five Divine Order. In recognition of these many achievements and their growing fame, with the agreement of the Lord and all executives, the Light Wind Division will be elevated to the Light Wind Palace. Chad turned the slightly crumpled papers in his hand, trembling from nerves. First, the Lord will give a word of encouragement. He glanced at Glenn sitting on the throne, then stepped back. Ahem. Glenn let out a soft cough and stood up from the throne. His crimson eyes, crackling with lightning, quietly swept over Rayon and the Light Wind Division. Just receiving Glenn's gaze made the Light Wind Division and the swordsmen in the arena let out stifled groans. The Light Wind Division started humbly. The division leader was a worn-out swordsman still recovering from injuries, and the members, barely in their 30s, had only just begun walking the path of the sword. No one had expectations for them. Unlike the domineering aura he normally gave off, Glenn began listing off every poll in which Rayon ranked first, slowly curling his lips into a smile. That's not all. He was also ranked first in most potential for growth, and most likely to break the balance of the 5 demons. The list continued endlessly, making one wonder where or how the data had been collected. Lord, Chad, lips trembling, whispered a small reminder. This is supposed to be a speech of encouragement.
Wow.
Realizing the dazed stares from the audience, Glenn cleared his throat and forced his smile back down. Do you know what palace means? He turned his now expressionless gaze back to the Light Wind Division. It means a pavilion or a hall. Without hesitation, Burin responded with the definition of palace, correct. A pavilion or hall, but there's more to it. Glenn met Burin's eyes with a faint smile. It's not just a simple structure, it refers to everything within it. Everything. The house, clothing, food, weapons, and people. He folded his fingers as he nodded. So I'll ask again, what do you think a palace is? He shifted his gaze to Rayon. A household, is it a small household? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he glanced at Glenn and the audience behind him. That's right. Among the Zeeghart armed forces, a palace is an independent entity. It often acts outside the control of the Lord, making its own decisions. It's not much different from running a small household. Glenn slowly turned his gaze to Karun, Denier, and Balder sitting in the audience. Thus, another name for a palace master is heir candidate. By managing this small household, they gain the opportunity to one day grasp the entire Zeeghart. He nodded, saying that becoming a palace master was the same as being a candidate to inherit Zeeghart. If you have any ambition for the Lord position, you'll need to accumulate achievements that outshine them. He hinted that even tougher times lay ahead, smiling faintly. The same applies to the Light Wind Division. If the palace master is the Lord, then you are the household members. If you cause problems, you'll disgrace the Lord, so you must be even more mindful of your words and actions. He glanced at the Light Wind Division standing behind Rayon and lowered his hand slightly. Yes, the Light Wind Division swordsmen placed their hands over their hearts and shouted with enough force to shake the arena. That is all. Glenn stepped back, signaling he had finished his speech. Next, we will present the Light Wind Palace insignia. Starting with the division leader, please step up to the platform one by one. Chad quickly moved on to the next part, making sure Glenn's dignity remained intact. Yes, Rayon nodded to Chad and stepped onto the platform to stand before Glenn. You said you became interested in the Lord position to protect those you cherish. I'll expect great things from you. Glenn handed him a golden badge with cold eyes, unlike his previous smile. The badge looked similar to the gold ones he had received before, but the center was engraved with a sword blooming with green wind instead of a flaming blade. It was a design he and the Light Wind Division had wanted to remember Rimmer. Rayon brushed his Requiem sword once and received the Light Wind Palace badge. Though small, it felt heavier than a lump of steel likely because of Glenn's words. I believe in you. Glenn spoke in a voice only Rayon could hear. I won't let you down. I don't think you will. He patted Rayon's shoulder, speaking in a way that could be interpreted many ways. Rayon bowed his head and stepped to the end of the platform. As he looked at the Light Wind Palace badge in his hand, Rimmer's face came to mind. Don't you have any interest in becoming Lord? I feel like you'd do a great job at it. Just think about it. No pressure. Yeah, no pressure. I'm not pressuring you. Rimmer had brought up the idea of becoming Lord at least once a week. Perhaps it was his words that had sparked Rayon's interest in the position, even slightly. He would have liked this. Rimmer had always been the one to rejoice the most at Rayon's promotions and growth, even more than family. Indeed, Wrath clicked his tongue and nodded. That pointy-eared bastard thought of you all like younger siblings. He let out a short sigh, saying it had been more like a family than a teacher and disciple relationship. Yeah. As Rayon wore a bittersweet smile. Wuong, the Requiem sword, let out a clear ring and stirred a green wind, as if responding to his feelings. It felt as though Rimmer, who had already passed on, was now standing beside him, celebrating the elevation of the Light Wind Palace together. At Chad's words, Martha stepped onto the platform. Your courage and tenacity have always been a great asset to the Light Wind Division. I'll be counting on you going forward. Glenn gave her advice as he handed over the badge. Yes, don't worry. Martha replied boldly, as always, and accepted the badge with the wind engraving. Burin, your greatest weapon isn't just your refined and sharp swordsmanship, it's your calm personality. Continue to cultivate it well. Glenn nodded his chin, emphasizing Burin's strength. I will never forget it. Burin clutched the Light Wind Palace badge with trembling hands, clearly moved. Glenn smiled warmly, clearly pleased by Runan's selflessness. MK. Thankfully, Runan didn't speak informally this time, but still gave a very short reply as she took the badge. Glenn, caught off guard, fell silent when he saw her blank expression and let her pass. Dorian, always being terrified is not ideal for a swordsman, but you gave everyone courage in your own way. I look forward to seeing more from you. SNRK, huff. Dorian clutched the Light Wind Palace badge while wheezing like someone without a heart. His face had turned pale and more tension, and he might have collapsed on the spot. He really saw everything. Glenn had indeed observed the entire Light Wind division. He praised each one and pointed out ways they could grow. Just listening to him made Rayon's heart pound. Clap. After presenting the Light Wind Palace badge to every swordsman, Glenn gave a light clap. A salute to the Light Wind division, marking their end and their new beginning. As soon as he finished, the swordsmen in the arena and the audience stood and drew their swords. Chi-yang, salute to the Light Wind Palace. A second salute, more reverent than the first, was delivered by the Zeekhart swordsman toward the Light Wind division. Faced with this grand and solemn greeting, the members of the Light Wind division clenched their fists and held back tears of emotion. Light Wind Palace leader, please share your remarks as a representative. Chad announced the final part, calling Rayon forward again. Rayon stepped to the edge of the platform like Glenn had and faced the swordsman and audience of Zeekhart. He exhaled slowly and began the speech he had prepared. At first, I had no strong feelings toward Zeekhart. If anything, I held more malice than goodwill. That was the impression Zeekhart left on me. There were few good memories in my childhood. The direct bloodline and executives who had tormented him since childhood bit their lips and bowed their heads. But there was someone who taught me how precious family is and how important people are. Rayon joined his hands and met Sylvia's gaze as she looked at him. He looked away from the teary Sylvia and turned to the Zeekhart swordsman. Rayon met eyes with the swordsman and drew the Soul Requiem sword. He raised the silver blade upside down, returning the reverence they had shown him. As he smiled at the swordsman, moved by his words, a faint tremor came from behind him. SNRK. Turning around, he saw Glenn hiding his face with his cloak, laughing openly. Rayon quickly turned away to avoid losing his composure. Mother and father are happy too. Sylvia and Edgar were both crying openly, while Zhe was cheerfully waving, clearly enjoying the attention. Rayon, even Eris, her mental age matching Zhe's now, gripped the railing and waved enthusiastically. HM. Nephewa Karun opened only one eye with a satisfied look, while Baldur waved his large arm as if to draw attention. They've changed a lot too, huh? Just as Rayon nodded slightly to end the salute, that guy, Denier, was smiling. But it wasn't his usual gentle smile. It was a twisted grin, like someone who had achieved the wickedness they'd desired, sticky and grotesque enough to send chills down Rayon's spine. That's Rayon trembled as he watched Denier's flickering eyes. What kind of smile is that? Denier's smile was unlike anything he had ever seen in either his past or present life. It seemed filled with anticipation, as if he had been waiting for this moment, yet also felt like a sneer and somehow conveyed the emptiness of a puppet imitating human emotion. Lord of Light Wind. While Rayon was chewing his lips, he heard the voice of Chad, the head of the Shadow Agents Division. Yes. Rayon hurriedly turned his eyes toward Chad. It's time to head down. Following his hand, Rayon looked down and saw that the Light Wind Palace, which had been beside him, had already returned to their original positions. The only ones left on the platform were himself and Glenn. My apologies. Rayon bowed to Glenn and Chad and stepped down from the platform. You spacing out, that's rare. Were you thinking about the past? Dorian grinned, clearly delighted at the opportunity to tease him. Spacing out is the best. Run-On lightly tapped Rayon's arm and praised him for it. He's not just a division leader anymore. He's the Lord of Light Wind. You should start calling him that. Buran nodded, urging Rayon to adjust the way he addressed him. Rayon narrowed his eyes at Dorian, Run-On, and Buran, so none of them saw it. Seeing the entire Light Wind Palace smiling, it seemed he was the only one who noticed Denier's eerie expression. Wrath. Rayon called out to Wrath with only his eyes. Of course I saw it. Wrath nodded slowly, not disappointing his expectations. It was a mixture of desire, relief, and emptiness. Even this king cannot fathom that human's identity. Wrath frowned as if just thinking about Denier gave him a headache, so only we saw it. The smile lasted for an extremely brief moment, and everyone else here was focused on your sword ritual, so no one else likely saw his expression. Wrath nodded, saying it was only natural others missed it. That makes sense. Since it happened during his acceptance speech and sword ritual, Rayon had likely been the only one looking at Denier. Then with this, the promotion ceremony is concluded. Glenn formally ended the ceremony and turned around. Wah, Light Wind Palace, Light Wind Palace, Rayon, Rayon, Rayon. The Zeekhart swordsmen and spectators once again applauded and cheered for Rayon and the Light Wind Palace, Lord of Light Wind. Once the cheers died down, Glenn gestured for Rayon to approach. Since the Light Wind Division is now the Light Wind Palace, we should prepare a proper building and training ground. Do you have anything in mind? He nodded, indicating that Rayon could choose any empty location. Then may I develop the road that connects Training Ground 5 to Northgaze Mountain? The road from Training Ground 5 to Northgaze Mountain was wide, and developing that area could allow for a new building and training ground. You plan to demolish Training Ground 5? No, I'd like to leave it as it is. Rayon firmly shook his head. Even if we don't use it, I want to keep it. Rimmer had cherished that place so much he used it as the code for his vault. Rayon wanted to protect Training Ground 5 until the day Zeekhart disappeared, head of the Shadow Agents Division. Is it possible? Glenn nodded slightly and called out to Chad. I anticipated the Lord of Light Wind would say that, so I already looked into it. There's ample space to build a new training ground. Chad smiled faintly and explained that he had already investigated it. You looked into it beforehand. Yes, I knew the Lord values memories. He slightly bowed, saying it had been expected. Rayon bowed back to Chad in return. Chad waved a hand with a calm expression. Then I'll be going ahead. I have many places to receive blueprints from. He left, vowing to construct the best building possible. He's a bit light-hearted, but his work is reliable. There's a reason the previous head trusted him enough to retire. Glenn nodded, saying it was good for the younger generation to build rapport. Yes, I felt that too. Rayon nodded while watching Chad's back. At first, I thought he was Karun's spy, but I was wrong. Because Chad had been overly kind and cautious, Rayon initially suspected he was trying to extract information for Karun. But Chad had proven to be completely neutral and had fulfilled his duties as head of the Shadow Agents Division so well that Rayon now felt guilty for having doubted him. He would need to apologize soon. Congratulations once again. Glenn patted Rayon on the shoulder, saying he had done well. Rayon bowed to Glenn and turned away. Smack. Just as Glenn let out a sound of regret, Rayon heard heavy footsteps approaching from the front. Rayon, son, nephew. Sylvia and Edgar ran toward him with arms wide open, and Eris, smiling brightly for the first time in a while, called out to her nephew. Brother. Imitating Eris, also waved her hands and called him brother. Wait one at a time. Though he tried to call for order, the four of them simultaneously hugged him like they were apprehending a criminal. Young master, congratulations. We knew you could do it. Helen, Judiel, and the other maids tearfully congratulated him. Rayon bowed deeply to his family and the maids who had cared for him since childhood. You did it all, right? We didn't do anything. Sylvia and Helen shook their heads, but Rayon didn't withdraw his gratitude. Ewer and Julius, you two did great too. Sylvia hugged Ewer and Julius, who stood behind Rayon, sniffling. It must have been tough training while helping out at the annex. You both worked hard. The maids hugged the two children and teared up. We could do it because everyone helped. Julius shook his head with a reddened nose. Yes, I'm kind of amazing. In contrast, Ewa put her hands on her hips and tilted her chin confidently. Their contrasting attitudes brought wide smiles to everyone at the annex. As expected of Pineapple Girl, Wrath nodded approvingly. A subordinate of this king must be as bold as she is. If you're as meek as you are, it's no fun. He snickered, saying that's why you appealed to him. She's doing well. Rayon shoved away Wrath, who was mumbling about raising you himself, and looked at the other Light Wind swordsmen. Run-On's father and head of the Sullian family, Rockin, furrowed his brow. Just say it's a good thing. Run-On's mother, Clara, smacked Rockin's back. Karun and Buran simply stared at each other without speaking. Since Light Wind Division became the Light Wind Palace, you'll likely become the Vice Lord. Karun narrowed his eyes and broke the silence. Me, Vice Lord. Buran opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Not because you're amazing, but because there's no one else. Karun pointed at Martha and Runnan. Buran looked at the clueless Runnan and fierce Martha and gulped. Vice Lord isn't a position to slack off behind the Lord. You'll often need to handle tedious and difficult tasks, so be prepared. Yes. Though he answered, Buran furrowed his brow, unsure of how to prepare. Karun clicked his tongue and turned around. Ah yes, Buran smiled even more brightly than when he was promoted and followed him. Looks like you'll be getting a leadership position next. The gambling monster, slightly flushed as if he'd had a drink, gestured toward Mark Gorton. If that happens, I plan to decline. Mark Gorton shook his head firmly. Decline. He clenched his fists, saying he wanted to keep fighting in an independent position. Well, that's not a bad idea. But you know, a guardian needs to be more powerful than a lord or division leader, right? The gambling monster nodded and lowered his hand. Yes, that's why I plan to focus solely on training for a while. Mark Gorton nodded, saying he understood, sir. If I don't like what I see, I'll kick you out immediately. Be ready. The gambling monster handed him the liquor bottle and left training ground 5. Understood. Mark Gorton hugged the bottle like a treasure and followed him. A gift. These are southern supplies. Come on, I didn't do anything. Our Lord did everything. Surrounded by many, Dorian received gifts and congratulations, as befitting someone so well connected. The other members of the Light Wind Palace were also enjoying joyful reunions with their families and friends. Over there, Rayon turned his gaze to 2 people wearing the warmest smiles of all. From now on, you have to call me division leader. Your daughter is a division leader now. Martha raised her chin proudly in front of Denier. Of course, I should even call you division leader, ma'am. Denier nodded, saying he'd use an honorific. I had hoped you'd join the Black Tortoise Palace at first, but now I can only say your choice was right. He smiled with only joy in his eyes, any regret now gone. Unlike her usual fierce self, Martha lowered her head with a gentle gaze. Denier reached out and hugged her gently. The smile he gave Martha was the warm, kind one of a father, completely different from what Rayon had seen earlier. Congratulations. Denier met Rayon's eyes and offered a soft congratulations. Though his voice was calm, it sent a chill down Rayon's spine. That's kind of scary now. Wrath let out a hollow laugh. I don't get it. Even with all his experience as both Assassin Rayon and Rayon Sieghart, he couldn't read Denier's intentions. There was clearly something there, but he couldn't accuse or interrogate him, making it all the more frustrating. He's never actually done anything suspicious. Whoosh. As Rayon bit his lip, a gentle breeze from the Soul Requiem sword wrapped around him, as if to say not to worry too much. You're right, he nodded, feeling the cool, comforting breeze. I won't let something like what happened with Master happen again. Rayon clenched his fist, vowing not to lose anyone else. Though the sun hadn't yet set, a tavern in a back alley of Camelin was bustling. Amidst the noise fueled by rumors from across the continent, Rayon's name was being whispered in a far corner. Did you hear? A black-haired, middle-aged man with caterpillar, thick eyebrows tapped his chin with a beer mug. About what? You know how many rumors there are in Camelin. A muscular, red-haired, middle-aged man frowned. Not those garbage rumors. I'm talking about Rayon Sieghart. The black-haired man slammed his beer mug down. As soon as he said Rayon's name, the tavern quieted. Oh, about him defeating the Demon Blade Dreg. I heard, but it's hard to believe. The red-haired man popped a peanut into his mouth and shook his head. Everyone knows Rayon Sieghart is strong, but the Demon Blade Dreg is different. He was an unbreakable wall for decades. And you expect me to believe some kid under 30 took him down? He shook his head, unconvinced. The Demon Blade Dreg will probably pop out and yell that it's all a lie. Thinking that isn't weird, I felt the same, but... The black-haired man leaned forward and shook his head. There's evidence piling up. Evidence, yeah. Rayon Sieghart returned home and was promoted from division leader to a palace lord. Do you think someone as cold as the King of Northern Destruction would reward a false achievement like that? He furrowed his brow, asking if the red-haired man really didn't know Glenn's nature. That's true. The red-haired man nodded. There's more. The movement of the Demon Blade Dreg group, led by the Demon Blade Dreg, has completely stopped. They're not even collecting taxes. Are really? Yeah, the ones who were prepping for outside activity locked themselves in completely. Why else would that happen unless the leader is dead? He blinked, seemingly entranced by the black-haired man's words. And lastly, it's about the Demon Blade Dreg and the Black Lotus group. The Demon Blade Dreg and the Black Lotus. Right. Among the 5 Divine Order, they're notoriously sensitive about their reputations. If someone spreads false rumors, they hunt them down and behead them. But this time... The black-haired man bit into a cold sausage and shook his head. They haven't responded at all. Even though their name is being dragged through the mud, they're staying silent. Why do you think that is? Because it's true. Exactly. The Demon Blade Dreg really was killed by Rayon Sieghart, so they can't say anything. He nodded firmly. On top of that, I heard details about the fight between Rayon and the Demon Blade Dreg. What? How? The red-haired man widened his eyes. I picked up some goods from Zeeghart territory recently. The rumors have already spread there. The black-haired man smacked his lips. So what happened was... Just as he began to describe the battle, his eyes swept the room. The once chaotic tavern had gone completely silent, as if it were a library. Every eye was on him. I'm feeling a bit parched. He cleared his throat and shook his empty mug. As someone who loved gossip, he recognized this as a golden chance for a free feast. Bartender, 2 beers for that guy. Me too. 2 more. Bring snacks too. Put it on my tab. I'll pay. Just get talking already. The tavern patrons shouted over one another, ordering drinks and snacks just to hear more. Some even threw coins. Then let's get started. The black-haired man downed his fresh beer in one go and grinned. Come on, I'm dying to know. Hurry. The red-haired man bounced his leg, clearly at his limit. In truth, the Demon Blade Dreg, to strengthen his lost arm and demonic energy, used his subordinates as... The tavern went dead silent. Not even the sound of a bug passing could be heard. But this scene wasn't unique to this tavern. As Roan traveled south, the stories he told spread by word of mouth soon, blanketing the entire continent with Rayon's legend. The entire continent is in awe of your achievement. All stats increase by 10 points. The trait Flame that overcomes death has leveled up. The trait Blade that divides death has leveled up. The trait Demonic Energy Detection has leveled up. Rayon stopped mid-swing and opened his eyes blankly. What's this? He was just training in the training ground, but a reward message suddenly popped up. What is this? Wrath, who had been napping contentedly after eating some pearl ice cream for dessert, shot up. Why did a reward suddenly appear? Wrath trembled with frustration. The continent is in awe of what I've done. Rayon narrowed his eyes at the first message. It must be a reward triggered by the rumor of me defeating the Demon Blade Dreg spreading across the continent. Honestly, even he still had trouble believing it, so it wasn't strange that the whole continent was shocked, though he hadn't expected this kind of reward. Gah! Wrath clutched his head and groaned. This cursed system. It's like it exists just to torment this king. He shook his head in outrage. After briefly checking the rewards, Rayon picked up Heavenly Drive and resumed practicing the swordsmanship of Heavenly Thunder art. Wrath frowned at Rayon. You're not happy. I am. Of course he was happy getting those rewards for free. But even with rewards like that, I still have to become strong myself. It was true the system's rewards made him stronger, but they were meaningless if his martial strength remained stagnant. If he wanted to protect everyone in future battles, he needed to grow strong enough to face any Onevan among the 5 Divine Order. Geez, you change your mind every second. Wrath crossed his arms and snorted. His lips pouted, but his eyes betrayed joy, because that's the truth. Though he defeated the Demon Blade Dreg, Rayon still had far to go. There was no guarantee he could beat others among the 5 Divine Order, especially the Thespian Emperor. Now was the time to focus on training. Clang. As he practiced his swordsmanship by channeling lightning through Heavenly Thunder art, the door to the training ground opened and Chad entered. Lord of Light Wind. Chad bowed as he spoke the still unfamiliar title, head of the Shadow Agents Division. Rayon lowered his Heavenly Drive, brimming with lightning, and bowed in return. What brings you here? The head of house is calling for you. Chad raised his head. His gaze was heavy and somber. It's about the Black Tower. I greet you, head of house. Rayon stepped onto the red carpet in the audience chamber and knelt down. Rise. Glenn waved a hand, saying there was no need for such formality. Does that old geezer like formal greetings or not? Wrath scrunched his nose, saying if Glenn hated greetings, he shouldn't have demanded them in the first place. Yes. Rayon awkwardly straightened his back and approached the platform where Glenn sat. I heard you called for me. That's right. Glenn flicked the fingers resting on the armrest of his throne. The golden chair that had once been broken on the floor was now perfectly restored. Did Sir Roan find something? He asked with anticipation, curious as to whether Roan, the so-called King of Death, had discovered anything. No, he's been combing through Montiro, but says nothing stands out. Glenn shook his head, saying nothing had been discovered yet. I see. Rayon bit his lips slightly. Well, finding something would have been more surprising. The Demon Blade Dreg had said he found the Black Tower because their demonic energy resembled his own. But Roan, though an assassin, had learned orthodox martial arts, so it made sense he couldn't find it easily. Thankfully, it seems he's still in contact. Rayon had been uneasy sending Roan alone, but it seemed nothing had gone wrong. Yes, I received a message from him this morning. Glenn nodded, saying Roan would continue the search. He seemed to trust him completely. He's been changing faces and identities, searching all of Montiro, but says it's hard to even find a single demon, let alone the Black Tower's passage. Glenn furrowed his brows, saying it was harder than expected. Of course, Rayon let out a short sigh. If it were easy to find, someone would have discovered it already. Montiro was a well-known tourist spot. Many of the continent's powerhouses had passed through. If the Black Tower had been poorly hidden, its location would have been revealed long ago. That's why I'm thinking of increasing the search team. Glenn nodded as he looked at Rayon. You mean you want to assign that task to Light Wind Palace? Indeed. The Light Wind Division and Iron Division fought most recently against those using demonic energy, so I believe they're the best fit for this mission. And he lowered his calmly flickering eyes. Because you are strong, because we're strong, this mission will begin as a search but end in war. The moment you discover the path to the Black Tower, battle will erupt. Glenn nodded gravely, saying the Light Wind Palace was best suited for that fight. Rayon bit his lip and nodded. He's right about that. There's no way a filthy force like the Black Tower would let a search party go unharmed. The moment the path is found and the entrance opened, a brutal battle would break out. It's not just because of your familiarity with demonic energy. I'm entrusting this mission to you because I trust the Light Wind Lord's martial prowess and coordination. Glenn explained why he was assigning the search to Rayon's unit and placed his wrinkled hand on the armrest. Can you handle it? The search will likely be harder than the battle, but we'll do our best. Rayon sighed softly as he thought of Martha, Run-On, and Dorian likely to cause trouble during the investigation. But he raised his head again, narrowing his eyes slightly. What if the Lord of the Black Tower appears the moment we find its location? If the Black Tower's Lord appeared to block them, Rayon wouldn't be able to even buy time. They'd be wiped out before they could flee. There's no need to worry about that. Glenn nodded, saying they were prepared to handle the Black Tower's Lord. Don't tell me you plan to go yourself. Rayon exhaled sharply at Glenn's calm gaze. If he said that, it could only mean Glenn was planning to act personally. No, someone else insisted on going in my place. That person is. Glenn furrowed his brows slightly, and the air in front of the platform split open, revealing a yellow lollipop. That would be me. A clear voice, completely unfitting the heavy atmosphere, rang out as a girl with a wide-brimmed hat jumped out. It was Chamber, the Archmage of Illusion. Rayon, long time no see. Chamber placed the yellow lollipop in her mouth and tilted her chin. I heard you stirred up quite a mess. She narrowed her eyes as she looked him over. Makes sense now. I can't treat you like a kid anymore. She whistled, saying his entire presence had changed. It's been a while, Lady Chamber, you haven't changed a bit. Still talkative and childlike just like before. Charming women are always consistent. Chamber brushed her hair back with the back of her hand. But you've made an even bigger mess than defeating the Demon Blade Dreg, haven't you? She stepped completely out of the rift and approached him. You mean the Black Tower? Rayon tilted his head as Chamber's scent of sweet candy filled the air. Yeah, if the Black Tower is really hidden in Montiro, that'll be a far greater feat than slaying the Demon Blade Dreg. She nodded, calling it an extraordinary achievement. You don't have to praise me so much. Rayon waved his hand. It was just luck that he obtained the information. He didn't think it was anything that amazing. No, I mean it. You've created a chance to flush out one of the 5 demons hiding like rats. If the Black Tower really is there, I'll do everything I can to help. Chamber patted her chest confidently and said he just had to say the word. Ahem. Glenn tried to suppress a grin as Chamber openly praised Rayon. Oh, I'll even marry you if you ask. Chamber nodded, saying she wouldn't normally do something so unprofitable, but she'd consider it for Rayon, even if I'm like this now, when I grow up a bit. Chamber. Glenn furrowed his nose, all traces of a smile gone. Act your age. He sighed sharply, telling her to get serious. This is acting my age. Chamber stuck her tongue out at Glenn. Well, we'll save the payment discussion for later. She snapped her fingers and the audience chamber twisted and split in two. It looked like a mirror world, or as if this world itself had been divided. I'll be the one protecting you. Before the Black Tower's Lord targets you, I'll kill him. So don't worry. Chamber said she wouldn't be of much help in the investigation, but she'd lead the charge in battle, from what I heard. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. I heard your compatibility with the Black Tower's Lord isn't great. Are you sure you'll be okay? I developed a way to reverse that. That's why I'm here. I've overcome it. Chamber raised her small fist, full of confidence. Rayon looked at Glenn. He gave a small nod, indicating it was safe to trust her, and there's no one else who can go. The musclehead still dragging his feet. The bratty king has to protect Owen and Balkan. The shut-in mage can't even step outside, and your grandpa. Chamber trailed off before saying anything more about Glenn. Anyway, I'm the only one who can open the path once we find it, so I have to be the one to go. She said there was no choice and that he should trust her. Of course, I trust you. Rayon nodded at her confident expression, though truthfully it was Glenn's presence that gave him the most reassurance. So when do we depart? You'll need some education about the Black Tower, so let's go in 3 days. Glenn raised 3 fingers, indicating he had already planned ahead. Understood, then we'll be ready by then as well. Rayon nodded, already thinking about what he needed to tell the Light Wind Palace. And it won't just be your palace. Other combat units will go with you. Other combat units. The Black Tower's forces are too great for just your palace to handle. At least 2 more will be needed to minimize losses. Glenn said that even with the mage's chamber brought, they could be overwhelmed, so reinforcements were necessary. Understood, then go prepare. He waved his hand, saying there was much to do. See you before we arrive in Montero. Chamber waved goodbye with a grin. Yes, then. Rayon bowed to both Glenn and Chamber and exited the audience chamber. As soon as Rayon left, Glenn's expression stiffened. Will you really be okay? It'd be better if I went. He narrowed his eyes, clearly worried about Chamber. I said I'll be fine. I only panicked before because I didn't expect the Black Tower's lord to have fully absorbed that artifact's power. If I fight him again, I'll win. Chamber shook her head, saying she could stop him this time. And even if I'm pushed back, I can still buy enough time for him and the others to escape. So stop worrying. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that the Black Tower's lord always uses dirty tricks. That's what worries me. I'm the one who's fought him the most. No matter what, I'm the right person for this. She waved her fingers, still dusted with candy powder. Besides, you don't have much time or freedom left. Chamber lifted her hat slightly and frowned. Even if you could beat the Black Tower's lord easily, he's tenacious. You'd probably end up using your heart sword, and then your time in this world would be drastically shortened. That would lead to the downfall of the Five Kings. She smiled faintly and told him to save his strength for the final war. Glenn closed his eyes, seemingly without a rebuttal. Just staying in that throne keeps the balance. This time, let me and your grandson handle it. Chamber waved her hand, telling him to trust and wait. But she narrowed her eyes. Who are the ones you're sending with us? More than 2 divisions, just one. Glenn calmly shook his head and gave a faint smile. A unit that'll work well with Rayon. Status window. Name Rayon Sieghart. Title Transcendent. Condition None. Traits Wrath, Sloth, Envy, Gluttony, Lust, Ring of Fire 9, Water Resistance 11, Fire Resistance 10, Perception of the Snowflower 11, 10,000 Flames Cultivation 9, Glacier 9, Bleeding Curse 5, Assassination 13, Indomitable Will 9, Demonic Energy Adaptation 10, Tranquil Mind, Poison Resistance 6, Demonic Eye of Wrath 10, Spiral Force 7, Water Affinity 6, Formation Analysis 2, Fire Affinity 5, Snowflower's Veil 5. Divine Power Blooming in Darkness 8, Demonic Energy Resistance 6, Snowflower's Armor 9, Snowflower's Absorption 4, Snowflower's Lance 4, Wrath Unleashed 2, Flame that Overcomes Death 5, Blade that Divides Death 6, Divine Power Resistance 1, Blood Path 1, Askerai's Fighting Spirit 4, Byarong 1, Heavenly Kill 1, Authority Amplification 1, Light Resistance 1, Demonic Energy Detection 2. Strength 1451. Agility 1483. Stamina 1442. Energy 1458. Perception 1496. Wrath 250. Sloth 150. Envy 150. Gluttony 100. Lust 50. Rayon exhaled softly as he stared at the status window floating before him. It's getting hard to even read this. The number of traits and stats had grown so much it was difficult to take it all in at once, even had to crane his neck to see it all. Huog. Wrath let out a groan as if his breath had stopped. Rayon ignored him and continued reading. Lust increased, The lust trait received from Lust was now fully listed and had already risen significantly. He hadn't noticed much of an effect yet, but once it passed 100, it would likely begin to manifest more actively. But why hasn't Assassination changed? Though focus had transformed into Tranquil Mind at 12, Assassination remained the same even at 13. It probably needed even more profound experiences to evolve. Well, it's practically something I brought from my past life. In his past life, he hadn't relied on martial strength but used assassination skills to kill. That skill was already at a high level from the start, so more accomplishments were likely required for it to evolve. Askerai's fighting spirit is doing well despite being gained late. Since it had replaced his previous fighting spirit, it was already at 4. He could see how important it was during the fight with the Demon Blade Dreg and expected it to be a major asset moving forward. Demonic energy detection at 2, that's a bit disappointing. It would play a crucial role in the upcoming Black Tower investigation, but it was still only 2. He'd have to keep using it on the road to raise it more. How many stats increased? No wonder I wasn't physically outmatched by a monster like the Demon Blade Dreg. Though martial arts and aura became more important the higher one climbed, raw physical power still mattered. Even if the efficiency of stat growth diminished, Rayon's ability to continuously increase them gave him a consistent advantage. Jaya, Wrath finally screamed, unable to hold back. Why is there so much? I can't even see it properly. You can't see it anyway. Rayon tilted his head. Wrath could read message content, but not see the actual status window, so why the fuss? I can't see the contents, but I can see the size. It's blocking out the sky. How could this king not notice? Wrath ground his teeth, asking if Rayon summoned the window just to torment him. I didn't summon it to tease you. I needed to check the traits before anything happens during this mission. With so many traits, if he didn't review them, he might forget what he had available. He simply reviewed it in advance to know his own limits. GRRRRGH. Wrath bared his teeth at the status window, which he couldn't even see properly. All of my blood and sweat are in there. He scratched the air with his tiny hands, shouting how unfair it was. He's plugged his ears again. Shaking his head, Rayon stepped out of the Lord's office. The Light Wind Division and Iron Division were fully prepared, lined up before the platform. Now they're starting to feel aligned. Rayon climbed the platform, satisfied by the yellow gleam of madness in the Iron Division's eyes. Are you ready? Yes. The swordsmen of both divisions responded in unison. This mission is crucial. We must find traces of the hidden Black Tower. If anyone's identity is exposed, the mission could fail, so even the smallest mistake must be avoided. He warned them that once inside Montero, they must pose as tourists, travelers, or mercenaries, not Sieghart swordsmen. Don't worry, if I get exposed, I'll just end my life. Martha pounded her chest confidently. No, Rayon shook his head gravely. The Black Tower is a vast and well-organized force. If your identity is exposed, it means the entire tower already knows, so treasure your life. As he had learned from Darius, he would not use sacrifice to complete a mission. He was no longer Assassin Rayon, but Swordsman Rayon Sieghart would not let comrades die. Lord. Understood, the swordsmen bit their lips, surprised by his unexpected response. Given the urgency, the Light Wind Palace's structure will remain as it was for now. We'll operate under the names of Light Wind Division and Iron Division. Yes, the swordsman nodded, seeming more comfortable with that. Lastly, I expect everyone to return, no exceptions. Rayon passed down his final order, his wish, and stepped off the platform, walking between the two divisions and opening the training hall's door. Pong. The swordsmen, clad in jet black and blood-red uniforms, followed behind. Woo-woo, sensing Rayon's overwhelming momentum, the Light Wind Palace sharpened their aura like a single blade, walking solemnly down the main road. Not bad, they'll grow more too. As Rayon led the way toward the front gate, he narrowed his eyes. Are those the ones? The combat unit Glenn mentioned must have arrived first and were waiting. As he approached, trying to see who it was, a familiar face appeared. You're late, Karun Sieghart. His noble crimson eyes turned down toward Rayon, Lord of Light Wind. The one accompanying us on this mission is... Rayon swallowed dryly as he met Karun's cold, piercing gaze. Is it you, Lord of True Martial Palace? He had expected Glenn to assign a powerful force to the mission, but he never imagined it would be Karun. I thought it would be the Public Sword or Battle Sword Palaces. He had prepared greetings for Serena, the head of the Public Sword Palace, or Latin of the Battle Sword Palace, but with Karun suddenly appearing, his heart nearly sank. Is his father really joining the mission? Burin seemed just as unaware, eyes wide open as he stepped forward. Yes. Karun gave a calm nod. The head of house personally assigned me to this mission. He said Glenn had come to him directly and entrusted him with the task, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. To think I get to go on a mission with father, it's an honor. Burin clenched his fists, clearly thrilled at the prospect of working with his father. Burin Sieghart. Karun frowned as he looked at Burin, whose face was flushed with excitement. Out here, I am not your father. I am the Lord of True Martial Palace. Keep your head straight, sorry. Realizing his mistake, Burin quickly lowered his head. As long as you understand. Karun turned away with a frosty air, satisfied that the point had been made. Haya. Wrath shook his head as he looked back and forth between Karun and Burin. Why is everyone in that family the same? The old man, the father, are all identical. He clicked his tongue, saying they all kept their true feelings hidden behind cold expressions. The head of house himself. Rayon glanced back at the main palace and quietly clicked his tongue. He's more concerned than I expected. Summoning chamber and elite magicians from the Black Tower, and even calling in Karun. Glenn clearly intended for no one to be sacrificed on this mission. You've brought quite the amusing news, Lord of Light Wind Palace. Karun's sharp eyes narrowed even further, as if to reproach Rayon for not telling him about the Black Tower earlier. That's well done. Contrary to expectation, he nodded and praised him. Valuing your family and maintaining secrecy are two separate matters. You can't guarantee there aren't spies within Sieghart, so it's best not to bring up sensitive topics in front of others. Karun raised a finger to his lips, instructing Rayon to keep secrets tightly sealed moving forward. Rayon blinked in surprise and accepted the compliment. He hadn't expected such words from Karun, and it left him slightly dazed. Then are your preparations complete? Time was short, but we've completed training and devised a basic strategy. Karun nodded reassuringly. A strategy. No need to worry. I understand that the central role in this mission lies with the Light Wind Palace. He added that unless something special occurred, he wouldn't be taking the lead. That's unexpected. Rayon frowned slightly. I thought he'd take command himself. He had assumed Karun would step in front and lead the mission, so this decision to leave it in Rayon's hands was surprising. The Light Wind Palace still hasn't finalized its structure. How do you intend to proceed? Karun tilted his chin to the left, curious. As you mentioned, since we haven't finished personnel assignments, I plan to operate as before, dividing into the light wind and iron divisions. He believed the current method, with him overseeing the light wind and Trevin commanding the iron division, was still the most efficient. That does seem best. Karun nodded without argument. For a short time frame, you've done well, however. He narrowed his eyes as he scanned Rayon and the Light Wind Palace members. Being late is never acceptable. Late, Rayon looked up at the sky in confusion. I don't think we were. Though some time had passed while talking with Karun when they first arrived at the front gate, it had been 5 minutes early. 10 minutes. Karun raised his fully spread hand in front of Rayon's eyes. Arriving 10 minutes early is the baseline for punctuality. He said this was a matter of etiquette, narrowing his nose. Being early is definitely a good habit, but I think 5 minutes early is enough. Or rather, I think anything not late is fine. Since it wasn't a combat mission but simply a meetup, arriving on time should have been enough. No, you must arrive 10 minutes early and be prepared. If preparations are already made before departure, there's no need to stand around for 10 minutes. Rayon and Karun locked eyes, each staring into the other's crimson gaze. If you act so relaxed, you'll end up late during emergencies. As I said, we finished preparations at Training Ground 5 before coming here. We anticipated unexpected issues. Even so, arriving early is. Unless it's a combat mission that starts immediately. The two of them began an odd, silent war over punctuality, exchanging philosophical arguments while ignoring the time completely. These two, Ilyun, the chief of external operations, stopped mid-motion while opening the gate and furrowed his brows. What the hell is this mess? He shook his head as he watched Rayon and Karun's silent standoff. Why would they pair up two people who clearly don't get along? Crackle, crackle. Rayon sat in front of a softly burning campfire, eating that evening stew. The salty chicken and smooth broth blended into a sweet harmony that filled his mouth with gentle satisfaction. MMM8. Wrath held his head and sighed deeply. This kind of rustic meal is great once in a while. You can taste nature itself. He raised the corners of his mouth in bliss. Should we just eat this all the time then? Rayon shrugged while taking another spoonful of stew. Once in a while. I said once in a while, you petty bastard. Wrath ground his teeth, saying he wanted it only as a change of pace, not every day. Really? Rayon smirked and picked up a piece of bread that came with the stew. Wait, that bread is. Ignoring Wrath's attempt to stop him, he took a bite. It must have been freshly baked, a soft texture melted in his mouth. Ooh. Wrath finally lowered his round hands in relief and sighed. Why, I thought it was Nadine's bread. He sighed, saying his life had just been shortened by 10 years. Why, were you hoping it was? Of course not, I was terrified. No worries, we won't be eating that during this mission, because it would be too suspicious if a large group suddenly disappeared near Montero via teleportation. They were walking from the central region instead. Since they were still far away, there was no need to erase their traces yet. Maybe I'll raise my demonic energy detection level while I eat. Rayon activated the new trait. A refined energy bloomed from deep in his chest, harmonizing with his aura and extending outward. There's demonic energy here too. There were no monsters or demons around, yet he sensed a faint trace of demonic energy lingering nearby. Of course there is. Wrath snorted in disdain. Demonic energy, blood energy, and dark aura are part of the world's natural forces. They're not as pervasive as mana, but so long as humans exist, faint traces will always be present. He shook his head, saying it was stranger for such negative energy not to exist near people. I see, I didn't know that. Rayon slowly lowered his hand, sensing the tiny demonic particles, finer than dew. Clink. As Rayon meditated with his eyes closed, Karun finished eating first, washed his own dishes, and handed them to the duty officer. Rayon exhaled quietly as he saw Karun sipping tea afterward. He washes his own dishes. Even I'm surprised. I thought he'd just toss it aside with a click. Wrath nodded, clearly thinking the same. You wash your own dishes, Lord. Rayon blinked as he looked across at Karun. A Zeeghart swordsman should do what he can for himself. That's only natural. Karun tilted his chin as if the question was absurd. Does the Lord of Light Wind Palace push his duties onto others? He narrowed his eyes slightly in disappointment. That's not true. Before Rayon could respond, Burin jumped in. Rayon doesn't just clean up after meals, helps pitch tents and stands watch too. Burin shook his head, saying Rayon had always set an example as a leader. Exactly. He butts in so much we don't even have anything to do. Martha sighed, saying it was annoying how involved he was. Yeah, he's always darting around. Run-On raised her hand, saying she found it amusing to watch him. I see. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Karun lowered his head slightly, admitting his mistake. Whether he had always been this way or had changed recently, his immediate apology was surprising. Let's talk about the mission now. Karun looked over the fire at Rayon and nodded. I heard the general outline from the head of house, but I want to hear the details from you directly. He straightened his posture, asking Rayon to explain everything from Demonblade Dreg's story to Chambers' involvement. We're curious too. Yeah, we only heard it was a Black Tower search mission. I want to know. Buran, Martha, Runon, and the others nodded, eager to hear the full story. Understood, then. Rayon created a soundproof barrier and explained everything from what Demonblade Dreg told him to Chambers' arrival and their preparations. I see. No wonder the head of house praised you so much. Karun nodded, saying it wasn't just luck that led Rayon to the Black Tower's information. So what's the plan moving forward? I plan to have small groups infiltrate Montiro one at a time to search each sector. Small groups, yes. It's currently a busy tourist season in the south. I intend to divide our people into family, couple, and friend units, then have them enter and investigate buildings, objects, and people to find a clue connecting Montiro to the Black Tower. Rayon brought his hands together and laid out the plan. A standard strategy. Not bad, but not especially good either. Given the lack of information, though, it's the best option. Karun nodded, agreeing it was the only path for now. But there's a problem. I think I know what it is. Rayon's eyes sank with understanding. The Black Tower's detection, correct, exactly. If the Black Tower is truly hidden in Montiro, they'll have detection spells or monsters that sense presence and intent. Karun nodded gravely. We might be able to bypass those, but others will be at risk. If multiple master-class warriors disguised as tourists, mercenaries, or adventurers suddenly show up, it'll definitely raise alarms. He narrowed his gaze at the Light Wind Palace. There could even be artifacts that detect only powerful individuals like you, me, and the Iron Division leader. Without addressing that, the plan is doomed. Karun's tone was cold as he pointed out the hole in the strategy. I expected that. I've prepared accordingly. Prepared? Yes. It's not with us now, but at the rendezvous point. Ah, so that's it. Even before Rayon finished, Karun understood and nodded matter-of-factly. Buran let out a quiet breath, watching the smooth exchange between Rayon and Karun. What the? Why are they getting along so well? Who put those two together? A golden beach soaked in sunlight. A broad-shouldered, black-haired, middle-aged man plopped down into the sand. Hugh, this isn't easy. Disguised as a rich man, Roan massaged his shoulders with a soft chuckle. I've checked every suspicious spot, but nothing's come up. He had changed disguises 5 times and stayed in Montiro for a month, but hadn't found a single demon or wrongdoer, just a few drunken brawlers at night. No trace of demonic energy or dark aura, either. No matter how well hidden, Roan believed he wouldn't miss such foul energies, but he hadn't felt even a whiff of it since arriving. Is the Black Tower really here? It wasn't that he didn't trust Rayon. He trusted him more than anyone but Glenn, but seeing it with his own eyes, Montiro didn't feel like a place where the Black Tower could be. If anything, this place feels too peaceful. Maybe because it was tucked away in the southernmost region, but the locals were kind, and the tourists were calm and gentle. It really was one of the best places on the continent for a quiet yet luxurious vacation. Maybe I'll check out the underground casino tonight. He hadn't visited yet, and now that he was playing the rich man, it was a good time to drop in. Just as Roan smacked his lips and tried to stand, a massive wave rose from the sea. KWHHHH. A towering wave rose high enough to block the sun, and from behind it, a giant tentacled limb burst forth. A Krakena top-class sea monster, but this one had only 7 legs instead of 8. Aeg, K-Kraken, get out of the water. Tourists swimming and surfing panicked and swam for shore, but the tide pulled them outward, preventing escape. Roan furrowed his brow at the Kraken looming over the people. He wanted to help, but his current identity made it impossible to act. Oh, there it is again. A voice called out from his left. Should I take 2 legs today? A white-haired young man with a massive sword slung over his shoulder tilted his chin with a smirk. He rushed forward in a gust of wind and severed the Kraken's leg before it could attack the people. Skre. The Kraken shrieked and retreated. Where do you think you're going? Give me another one. The white-haired youth stepped on the sea like it was solid ground and cut off another leg. Ki. The Kraken let out a sorrowful cry and fled into the deep sea. No need to worry about octopus dishes for a while. The youth, displaying not just swordsmanship but monstrous strength, slung the severed Kraken leg over his shoulder and dragged it back. Callop, Callop, Callop. The tourists and locals cheered and chanted the young man's name. We'll have an octopus feast tonight. Everyone's invited. The white-haired youth Callop grinned, saying everyone could enjoy the delicacy. Roan narrowed his eyes as he watched Callop's massive sword and well-trained physique. He's strong. There were 4 like him, right? Because Montiro was often attacked by monsters, it had 4 powerful local forces. Callop was one of their leaders. Despite his young age, his power was immense. Roan had investigated his background but found nothing unusual. His aura wasn't demonic or malicious, just pure mana. HMPH. This is getting more complicated. As Roan sighed and shook his head, a small voice called out from behind him. Mister, a boy of about 12 ran up with a bright smile. He was one of those young guides often found in tourist spots. It's time for your meal. It's that late already. Roan glanced up at the blazing midday sun and nodded. Right, Perrin, where were you taking me today? There's a place with the best chili crab. The boy Perrin licked his lips excitedly. Though it was the third time visiting the same spot, Roan nodded as if it were new. All right, let's go. Roan smiled softly and patted Perrin's head. Hey, old man, come back here tonight. I'll give you something tastier than that chili crab. Calip waved him over, having overheard the conversation. Kraken cuisine, huh, even if it's pricey, I can't miss that. Roan nodded in agreement. I don't need your money. Calip shook his hand, saying just to show up, then left the beach. Calip's really good at cooking too, and he never accepts money. It's like he hates it or something. Perrin laughed as he watched Calip walk away. Hating money. Roan nodded slowly as if he understood. Ah, we have to go. We'll lose the reservation. Perrin ran ahead, saying someone else would take the seat. Slow down. Roan waved and followed after him, smiling faintly unaware of the black flicker hiding deep in the eyes of both Calip and Perrin. A small uninhabited island dotted with gray palm trees. Rayon, who had dyed his hair blue, turned his gaze as he landed on the island. They're not here yet. Not yet. Burren stopped and tilted his head. Don't tell me we're meeting Chamber here. Here, isn't this too far out? Martha furrowed her brows, finding it hard to understand. That's right. Rayon nodded as he looked back at the puzzled swordsman. Since we don't know how far the Black Tower's influence reaches on land, we agreed to meet at sea. They couldn't know what kind of magic or curses the demons might have cast around Montiro, so meeting on nearby land wasn't a safe choice. A wise decision. Karun stroked his chin with a calm gaze. No matter how careful the Black Tower is, I doubt they've tampered with this uninhabited island. He nodded, saying it wouldn't be a bad idea to establish a temporary base here, given the distance from Montiro and the presence of mages. Agreed. Same thought. Runnan nodded with the same motion beside Karun, not showing the slightest fear. Karun glanced sideways at Runnan, but she stared back more intensely, wearing a defiant expression. Let's set up camp before Chamber arrivesham. Rayon stopped as he brushed aside some tall bushes and tried to head further inland. There's something here. Sensing an odd mana flow from inside the island, he immediately turned around. Everyone fall back. He warned the swordsman following him and tried to retreat, but it felt like looking through a kaleidoscope. Space shattered, and his arms and legs were bound within the cracks and unable to move. Magic. Without panicking, he activated 10,000 Flames cultivation. The purifying flame burned away the mana binding his limbs. Kyrie-riring, with his freed right hand, he drew his sword. Just as he was about to slash through the spatial barrier, a witch's hat popped out from the crack. Wait, don't. Chamber emerged from beneath the hat, waving her hands. It took effort to make this. It was just a prank. She shouted for him to put down the sword and shook her head. It was a joke on my part as well. Rayon let out a faint smile and lowered his sword. You knew, your magic has a distinct scent, Chamber. He hadn't realized at first, but when space began to split, he recognized it as her magic. Truthfully, he could have torn through it right away, but decided to play along until she revealed herself. HMPH, thank goodness. Wrath snorted as he looked at Rayon. Had the one who devoured my flesh and blood fallen for a mere trap, I would have thrashed the ground in frustration. He scowled as if he didn't like either outcome. I didn't eat your flesh and blood. To this king, it was even more than that. Wrath shouted and ground his teeth. All right, Rayon accepted it, thinking any more comments might lead to real biting. Now I'm scared to even joke. Chamber snapped her fingers, and the yellow split space returned to the normal uninhabited island. Leader, what happened, Edo? Huh, Lady Chamber. Burren, Runnan, and Martha widened their eyes as they saw Chamber standing at the barrier. Archmage of Illusion, it's an honor. Karun, having anticipated this to some extent, bowed without surprise. His martial strength seemed to be growing just as fast. Karun, Chamber exhaled in surprise. So the person the head of house said would match well with Rayon was you. Match well. Karun frowned slightly, clearly displeased. I respect the head of house, but I don't think that's true. He insisted it was a misunderstanding and bit his lip. I agree, it must be a mistake. Rayon shook his head with the same look in his eyes as Karun. You two seem to get along quite well, though. Burren grinned, saying they made a good team. What nonsense, that's not it. Rayon and Karun stomped and frowned at the same time. Ah, I see now. Chamber smiled faintly as if she understood. Come in. Let's talk inside. With a flick of her finger, the bushy area vanished, revealing luxurious tents and magical equipment. Valkar's mages were stationed inside, preparing something. I came early to set up the barrier. Chamber placed a red candy in her mouth and motioned with her chin. A barrier to prevent intruders. Rayon looked around as he entered the space she'd created. Of course, and I made sure the mana and presence inside doesn't leak out. Also. With another snap of her fingers, a blue screen appeared, displaying people at the beach. I added a device to show footage from Montiro. Rayon exhaled in surprise at the footage of Montiro. He hadn't expected Chamber to prepare this much in advance. She truly seemed determined to catch the Black Tower. But right now, only 3 people are there. 3. I got help from agents in the black market. The footage is sent from artifacts they're wearing. Chamber pointed to a jewel box on the table. It contained necklaces, rings, badges, and bracelets, but no mana could be sensed from them. I made them all in different forms to avoid suspicion. That was the hardest part. She sighed, saying it wasn't an easy task. So if we wear those and enter Montiero. Yeah, dozens of these screens will light up here, making the search much easier. She shrugged as if asking what he thought. Rayon bowed his head. Though he had requested her help, he hadn't expected everything to be ready so quickly. I've been researching visual artifacts for a while, so mass-producing them was easy. She waved it off as no big deal. These artifacts must be confidential to Balkan, so her sharing them showed a lot of trust. Geez, I told you it's nothing. Chamber turned her head, embarrassed. Have you entered Montiero yourself? Rayon placed the bracelet she made back down and narrowed his eyes. I briefly went before coming here. She nodded, removing the lollipop from her mouth. I checked underwater, but nothing seemed out of place. She smacked her lips, saying she hadn't sensed any demonic energy or malice. I see. Rayon bit his lip. This might be harder than I thought. Even someone as powerful as Chamber, a top-tier transcendent, couldn't detect anything. That meant it'd be even harder for him. No wonder Roan couldn't find anything either. Rayon sighed briefly and approached Chamber. Then did you make that too? Of course I did. Chamber pulled out a yellow hard candy from her robe as if she'd been waiting for the question. Eat this and the mana in your danchin will scatter, making it undetectable by barriers or artifacts. She explained that she had improved an existing medicine and that even the Black Tower's barrier would have trouble detecting it. What if I need to use mana? Use aura manipulation. But after that, the candy's effect weakens and you'll be detectable again. Chamber waved her finger, saying mana use should be avoided as much as possible. Rayon bowed and accepted the candy. It's lemon-flavored. Excuse me, it's lemon flavor. She smiled, saying she even considered taste. Lemon flavor. Wrath widened his eyes and stuck out his tongue. This king loves lemon. Try it immediately. Drooling, he extended his tongue. That must be the countermeasure you mentioned. Karun nodded calmly as if he'd expected it. Yes, with this, we can avoid detection from barriers and artifacts that scan for aura. Unlike Rayon and Karun, the light-wind palace swordsman couldn't escape detection, otherwise they had to eat the candy to enter Montiero. Bring more candy. Chamber flicked her hand, and a familiar young woman in a robe approached with a basket of candy. It was Balkan's princess, Jaina. Long time no see. Jaina wrinkled her forehead as if she hadn't forgotten what had happened before, yet still spoke politely. You'd have to be a frog to forget that. Wrath nodded, saying it was natural. How did you end up here? The Black Tower insulted our kingdom, so as a princess I had to act yes. Jaina clenched her fist with a deeper resolve than before. She was nothing like the girl who used to run away. I see. Rayon sensed that she'd changed a bit and accepted the candy basket she gave him. We're not all going in at once, right? Chamber tilted her head with a worried look. Of course not. We'll go in separately. Sending everyone into Montiero at once would only raise suspicion. They needed to choose who went in first. You might be excited for my swimsuit, but I can't go. Chamber sighed and shook her head. If I get captured by the Black Tower Lord, it's all over. She raised an eyebrow, saying she'd be at a disadvantage in his stronghold. Of course. And I'm not particularly curious about your swimsuit. Only Chamber could go up against the Black Tower Lord, should only move once his location was discovered. HMPH, you don't understand a mature woman's charm. Chamber snorted, sounding slightly sulky. I'll go first. How about you enter last, Karun? That would be best. Karun stroked his chin, saying he'd train the swordsman while waiting. Then who? It's a resort and a beach. Pretending to be lovers is probably the best cover. Chamber looked at the women around Rayon. Ah, you're not acting cocky anymore. Got your head on straight. Martha was picking a fight with Princess Jaina. Ah, hermit crab. Run-On was blinking while poking at a hermit crab on the ground. Yeah, that won't work. Chamber shook her head, saying they'd get found out instantly. Yeah, that won't be easy. Rayon clicked his tongue and looked at each of the swordsmen. Whoa, this plant is a rare pharaon, and it's here? Supply stock. Dorian, oblivious to everything, was pulling up plants and stuffing them into his belly pouch. There he is. Rayon grinned and pointed at Dorian. The real deal, not an act. Trujujuduk, a small cargo wagon, rolled along a dirt path sprinkled with golden sand grains. 3 people sat inside. A blue-haired youth yawned. A brown-haired one counted cargo, and a red-haired one drove the wagon with a large sword at his side like a mercenary. I get making me a third-rate mercenary, but... Crane sighed as he glanced back. Why is the head of our trading company disguised as the owner, not the heir? He looked at Dorian, who was counting goods with a smile, and shook his head. I can't be the one carrying luggage, can I? Rayon, disguised as the young head of the trading company, jerked his chin. Crane let out an exasperated breath. Hey, say something. How can the heir be fine as a porter? He grabbed Dorian's head and shook it. I'm just happy. I'm curious what kind of supplies we'll find here. Dorian giggled, looking genuinely like a merchant more than a mission participant. Geez, enough, focus now. We should see the signpost for Montiro soon. Even though they were still far from Montiro, Rayon continued his laid-back merchant act while warning the others to stay alert. NNGH. Crane wanted to argue but gave up and focused on driving the wagon. Yawn. Rayon leaned against the stacked cargo and let out a long yawn. How strange. Wrath narrowed his eyes. You're never this relaxed, but when you do it disgustingly well. Your acting has soul. I've seen a lot of it. Ah, because of that pointy-eared bastard. Wrath smirked, clearly thinking of Rimmer. He must have been a teacher in more ways than one. Exactly. Rayon smiled faintly. Just mimicking Rimmer's antics was enough to make him a top-class loafer. But will I be able to find it? And if not, just eat a bunch of seafood and call it a day. That's life. Wrath waved his hand, suggesting food tourism. That might be your idea of life, not mine. The mission had consumed astronomical resources and manpower. Even if they couldn't find the Black Tower itself, they had to at least uncover some clue. Still, in the end, food is what's left. Fish, lobster, shrimp, seaweed, clams. As Wrath listed the seafood he craved, Montiro finally came into view. Montiro, and behind it the sea. Crane, fully in character as a mercenary, pointed and exclaimed, "See, that means supplies like seafood, water attribute stones, and..." Dorian began listing goods as if it were real. This time, his performance seemed better than Rayon's. Rayon narrowed his eyes at the approaching Montiro. There's no barrier or malice I can feel. Just like Chamber said, even right in front of Montiro, no ominous energy could be sensed. What about you? Rayon clicked his tongue and looked to Wrath. Nothing I can detect, however. Wrath scanned Montiro and bared his white teeth. It feels disgusting. Disgusting? Yes, there's something here that provokes this king's wrath. He scratched his chin, unsure of the source. Is that your demon king intuition? Wrath always trusted his instincts over theory. If he said that, then something vile was definitely hidden here. Ah, my butt's about to fall off. Let's go in already. Rayon spoke lazily like a loafer and hopped off the wagon. Yes, got it. Dorian grinned and followed. Crane drove the wagon to Montiro's front gate. Please show your identification. They handed their forged IDs to the guard at the gate. This side is flawless. Their current identities were from a small trading company secretly run by the black market. There was no reason to raise suspicion. Your visit is for trade. Yes, Dorian nodded, saying they came to shop. Well, a bit of this and that. Rayon tilted his chin lazily, oozing the slacker persona. All right, time is gold in Montiro. Enjoy your stay. The guard welcomed them and opened the gate. Rayon waved and entered with the wagon. As soon as they stepped in, the atmosphere shifted. Shirtless men and scantily clad women roamed the streets, and colorful music poured out from taverns. It was clearly a place built for enjoyment. Welcome. As they looked around, a girl wearing a sea flower necklace approached. Is this your first time in Montiro? She handed out necklaces made of sea flowers with a bright smile. And if it is. Rayon looked down with a smug expression. Then you'll need a guide. This place is bigger and more complicated than you think. She beat her chest proudly, saying no one knew Montiro better than her. What's this brat? Wrath narrowed his eyes. She's one of those tourist kids who make money guiding visitors. We saw one like that before. People sure hustle. Wrath nodded approvingly. You know it well. What about gambling halls or fighting arenas? Rayon smacked his lips as if interested in entertainment. Of course. I know someone at the casino. She raised her hand, saying she could get them in right away. What's your name? Rencia. All right, lead the way. Rayon nodded and tossed her a silver coin. Rencia hugged the coin like a treasure. Where to first? The beach, the restaurant, the market. Crane, Wrath, and Dorian each voiced their preferences and glared at each other. Let's drop off our luggage first. Carrying it around is annoying. Rayon sighed and pointed at the wagon. Yep, I'll take you to the most cost-effective place. No, take us to the most expensive one. Ah yes, Rencia's eyes sparkled like she just caught a rich client, and she grabbed the reins to lead the way. Rayon followed behind, lowering his eyes. Still no demonic energy, just like Roan's report. No trace of demonic presence could be felt inside Montiro either. In that case, he activated demonic energy detection, now at 3 stars. Huh, Rayon let out a quiet murmur. What's wrong? Rencia turned her head, concerned. Nothing, I just tripped. He tapped the ground and clicked his tongue. Ah, be careful, there's a lot of sand and stones. She giggled, saying she trips often too. I'll be careful. Rayon looked down at the ground and pressed his lips together. What's wrong? Wrath narrowed his eyes, not understanding. You said where there are people, there's always malice or demonic energy, right? Indeed. As long as humans exist, so do negative energies. Even if it's a speck, it's there. I can barely sense them, but they're always present. He tilted his chin like Rayon was asking something obvious. But here, Rayon stared at the sand-covered road. There isn't even a trace of malice. No demonic energy at all. That doesn't make any sense. Wrath, who had been snorting, froze mid-sentence. Wait, now that I think about it, even malice is gone. His blue eyes trembled as he said he couldn't feel any demonic energy either, despite being able to in his current spiritual state. He really can't feel any malice. Rayon swallowed dryly as he looked at the stunned Wrath. I'm sure of it. Even though I'm in a spiritual form and my senses aren't perfect, I should still be able to sense malice. Wrath nodded, saying it was certain. Negative energies like malice and demonic energy should be present anywhere, right? Rayon lightly bit his lip as he looked up at Montero's clear sky. Not everywhere, but they exist wherever humans are. Wrath slowly shook his head. You may not understand, being so unhuman yourself, but humans are incredibly complicated creatures. One moment they're joyful over gaining a single gold coin, the next they're consumed with envy and rage because their neighbor got 10. He clicked his tongue, saying humans were more troublesome than demons or angels. Because of their complexity, they naturally emit negative energy like malice and demonic energy just as animals shed fur while breathing. Of course, it's usually too faint to cause harm. However, Wrath raised his small hand and slammed it down into the air. This land doesn't have even the tiniest speck of demonic energy. With this many people around, that's just not possible. His eyes darted around, saying some kind of mechanism must be hiding it. I feel the same. Rayon gave a slight nod as he looked ahead again. There hasn't been a single place where I didn't sense even a trace of malice. Since leaving Sieghart, he had continuously used demonic energy detection, and Montero was the only place where he felt absolutely nothing. Even in tiny villages with just a few residents, he could detect fragments of negative energy, but not here. Not even a hint. Let's try it again. He activated demonic energy detection one more time, but no suspicious energy could be felt anywhere. It was like gazing into a pristine spring of clear morning water, utterly pure. Same here. Wrath furrowed his brows, still no trace of malice. It's as if it doesn't exist at all. He bit his lip, saying it was deeply unsettling, even if we don't know exactly what's happening. Rayon tensed his fingertips as he looked at the joyful crowd. There's no doubt this place is strange. The words that Demon Blade Dreg spoke before dying were gaining weight, and this was only the beginning. Are we there yet? I need to go buy stuff. Dorian stomped impatiently and urged Rencia forward. We're close. The most expensive lodging is up on the hill because of the view. Rencia smiled and pointed to a building atop the hill. White structure shaped like jagged waves, it looked luxurious, almost shining under good maintenance. Whoa, that looks expensive. Crane, resting a greatsword on his shoulder, widened his mouth in awe. Then go sleep at a tavern. Rayon tilted his chin, staying in character as the wealthy, arrogant merchant. Ah, no way, I have to protect the master. Crane shook his head with conviction. Please just let me go already. Dorian smacked his lips, clearly more concerned with shopping than luxury accommodations. Rayon smacked the back of Dorian's head and muttered for him to just go already. You three are merchants, right? Rencia blinked her green eyes as she asked. With black hair and green eyes, she was just cute, no, but she had the look of someone who'd grow up to be a head turner. That's right. We scrape by picking up what we can. Rayon yawned and nodded. Young master, the head of a trading company shouldn't say that. You should be proud. Dorian raised his fist, shouting that he should show the pride of a merchant. Keep it. Want me to pass it down to you? Rayon waved his hand, saying he didn't need it. What? I couldn't. Dorian, the legitimate heir of the great Safia trading company, trembled at the thought. Rayon gestured for them to keep quiet and shook his head. They're playing their roles better than expected. Dorian's sincerity left little room for comment, and Crane played the part of a slightly off-kilter bodyguard quite naturally. At this level, no one would suspect a thing. Still, we need to be careful. This place was likely the Black Tower's inner sanctum. With a firm mindset to prepare for anything, Rayon followed Rencia up the hill. We're here. After walking for a while, Rencia stopped and extended her arm to the right. This is Valorant's, Montero's best hotel. She pointed proudly at the massive hotel like she owned the place. Her childlike enthusiasm only made her seem cuter. Go in through that entrance. She pointed and smiled. You're not coming in. Rayon raised an eyebrow. It was common for guides to escort guests and get tipped by the hotel staff. Her staying outside was odd. Oh, I need to take care of the horse. She smiled while shaking the reins in her small hand. Is that so? Rayon nodded and turned to enter when the hotel door opened and an elderly man in a gray suit stepped out. Welcome to Valorant's, home of Montero's best view. The old man bowed with a hand to his chest. I'm Appel, the manager of Valorant's. He straightened his posture and introduced himself. Caden. Rayon gave the name he was currently using. A pleasure, Mr. Caden. Despite Rayon's arrogant, one-word introduction, Appel kept smiling. Rencia, you brought these guests. Appel looked at Rencia, who was leading the horse around the hotel's perimeter, and nodded. Yes, Rencia giggled and walked over to him. Then you should say something, silly girl. Appel patted her head as if familiar with her and handed her a tip. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at Rencia's smiling face. Her hand is shaking. She was trembling slightly with the hand tucked behind her back. From leading the horse, since she'd held the reins all the way up the hill, her hands were likely sore. Tusk, making a little girl work like that. Wrath clicked his tongue. Can't be helped. Right now I'm not Rayon Zeeghart M. Caden, a spoiled merchant. He smacked his lips and shook his head. He could show off wealth, but not kindness. HMPH Rayon licked his lips as he looked at Appel, who was chatting with Rencia. He doesn't give off anything either. To run a hotel of this size, he'd have to be connected to the underworld, but Rayon sensed neither aura, malice, nor demonic energy from Appel. He was just an ordinary old man. Please come in. I'll take you to a room with the best view of the Emerald Sea. After wrapping up his conversation with Rencia, Appel gestured for them to follow. Not the best view, the best room. Rayon tossed him a gold coin and said money was no issue. Understood, sir. Appel nodded as if to say not to worry, bowed slightly, and opened the door himself. Rayon entered through the door Appel held open. Under a cathedral-high ceiling, a grand chandelier showered them with dazzling light, as if to welcome them. It's definitely flashy. Rayon narrowed his brows as he looked around the hotel's luxurious interior. But why does it feel so dark? Rayon smacked his lips as he stepped out of the hotel. It's good. As expected of Montero's finest hotel, Valorant's was decorated elegantly and cleanly throughout. The best part was the ocean view window. An entire wall was made of reinforced glass, giving a view so mesmerizing that it never got boring. Money really is nice. Crane smacked his lips, saying he didn't even want to leave the room. See, can we go to the market now? I have so much to buy. Dorian stuttered like a man suffering withdrawal and shouted about needing to resupply. Not yet. Rayon pressed down on Dorian's shaking shoulder and shook his head. Let's finish the general tour before splitting up. That makes sense. Crane nodded, but Dorian sighed heavily as if he couldn't hold it in any longer. Where to next? It's still daytime, so we can go anywhere. Rencia smiled brightly as she came up to them. Food, we eat first. Wrath raised his hand high. It'd be weird for a rich guy to starve. Say it, food. Rayon looked at Rencia's now steady hands and nodded. Let's eat first. Got it. I'll take you to the best seafood restaurant. Now understanding their preferences, Rencia led the way down the hill toward a high-end restaurant. Let's go. Yes, yes. Rayon lightly smacked the back of Dorian's neck and followed her. Soon after descending from Valorant's, Rencia stopped in front of a restaurant with a blue sign near the beach. This is Sea View, the best seafood place in Montero. She gave a thumbs up, saying both the ingredients and chef were top-notch. The best, huh? Rayon smacked his lips and opened the door. You're not coming? Dorian tilted his head as he looked at Rencia sitting by the stairs. Me, I'll wait here. She shook her head as if she couldn't possibly go in there. You're hungry. Oh, I brought bread. She pulled some out of her blue backpack, saying not to worry. Master. Dorian looked at Rayon, silently asking him to include her. Rayon lowered his gaze and stared at Rencia. No, it's fine. That place is really expensive. I could never eat there. She waved both hands, saying she couldn't possibly afford it. Expensive? Rayon furrowed his brow deeply. Come with us, and don't ever say something is too expensive in front of me again. He clicked his tongue, motioning with his finger. Oh, okay, I said come. Rayon left the words behind and entered Sea View. Dorian set that up well. If it had been about kindness, it might have felt forced. But since it flowed naturally from money, treating her didn't seem out of place. Kaya, Wrath let out a moan of admiration at the smell of butter and seafood. This is it. Such elegance suits this king perfectly. He motioned proudly, demanding they order everything. Welcome, the restaurant owner, wearing a black vest, bowed politely. Rencia, he looked up and was surprised to see her. You brought them, yes. They wanted the best place. Rencia beamed just like she did with Appel and nodded. You really are the best. The owner, visibly moved, bit his lip and tossed her a silver coin. Ah. She dropped the bread she was holding in surprise. Sorry. She tried to pick up the bread and the coin, but kept dropping the coin due to her trembling hands. Here. Dorian picked it up and handed it to her. Rencia bowed with a bright smile as if nothing had happened. This girl makes 4. Rayon motioned to the owner to lead them to a table. With Rencia too, of course, this way to the window seats. It wasn't uncommon for guests to treat their guides, so the owner showed them in without fuss. What would you like to order? Bring everything. Rayon scanned the entire menu and tossed a gold coin. I'll bring it out right away. The owner bowed and ran to the kitchen before Rayon changed his mind. You. Wrath's lips trembled in disbelief. What, did you find something? No, I realized something far more important. More important? Yes, I've realized that when you disguise yourself as a rich man, you order food you can't even finish. Can't you just stay in disguise forever? He grinned, clearly enjoying the situation more than he cared about detecting malice or magic. Rayon stared coldly at Wrath. After this mission, you're getting a steamed bun party. KRRGH, Wrath let out a satisfied groan after the meal. They weren't lying when they said this was the best. The ingredients were fresh, the cooking perfect. He rubbed his round belly, saying it was a rare, satisfying meal. Let's go. Rayon set down his empty glass and stood up. Rencia timidly raised her head. Would it be all right if I take the leftovers? She pointed to the mostly untouched dishes and looked nervous. Oh, go ahead, Dorian nodded without hesitation. Their seafood, though, might not taste good later. Crane blinked, wondering if she'd be okay. I'll give them to my younger siblings. Rencia chuckled, saying she had little brothers and sisters. Oh, you have siblings, then it's fine. Just don't take the raw stuff, you'll get sick. Dorian and Crane, feeling sorry for her, even helped pack the food. Rayon watched them for a moment, then paid the bill and exited. I thought you'd order something new for her. Wrath tilted his head in surprise. The guy named Caden, who I'm pretending to be, wouldn't do something like that. Rayon shrugged. Maybe if it were money related again. He smirked and headed down to the beach. There's no malice here either. Even in Seaview and now here on the beach, Rayon still couldn't sense any malice. Whether it's the Black Tower or not, there's definitely some special barrier or artifact set up here. The question now was how to find it. What should I do? As he rubbed his temple and clicked his tongue, Dorian and Crane approached from behind. The sea is so clear, you can see right through. Crane exclaimed, moved by the view. Seriously, everything there looks like it could be sold. Dorian smacked his lips while scanning the water. You guys. Rayon sighed and shook his finger. Get to work, no point in waiting around. He figured it was best to send Dorian off before he went stir-crazy. Yes, sir, got it. Dorian answered energetically while Crane gave a nod and walked off. Where to next? Rencia clutched her backpack strap and bowed her head. Next. Rayon opened his mouth as he watched the waves lap at the shore. Hey, look who it is. A middle-aged man with black hair he'd never seen before waved like greeting an old friend. It's been a while. Rayon frowned the moment he saw the black-haired middle-aged man. You were here, I came to relax for a bit, didn't expect to find you here. The black-haired middle-aged man chuckled and patted his own shoulder. So it's the chuckling geezer. Wrath snorted like he had lost interest. Chuckling geezer. He's always going, ha ha ha, so that's what he is. He shook his head like it was only natural, not entirely wrong. Rayon clicked his tongue briefly as he looked at the man. At least he's safe. The man who had suddenly spoken to him was Roan in disguise. As expected of the man called the King of Assassins, his acting was natural. How's Monteiro? Isn't it laid back yet lively at the same time? I only arrived today, so I'm not sure. I came here for work anyway. Work. More likely you'll dump the chores on your subordinates and go sightseeing. Roan smiled faintly like he could see right through him. It was surprising how he had transformed into not just a different-looking man, but with entirely different expressions and mannerisms. That's not it. Rayon shook his head curtly. And who is this? The white-haired man beside Roan narrowed his eyes. Strong. He looked to be in his mid to late 20s, but the power Rayon felt from him was well above master high class. A martial artist he had never seen before. He's the son of a man I owe a great debt to. Roan gave a faint smile, saying they had a certain connection. I see. Well, enjoy your conversation. I'll be off. I enjoyed it as well. The white-haired man called Calip waved a hand as if to say not to mind him. Rencia, as he turned to leave the beach, he stopped when he saw Rencia standing behind him. Sir Calip, hello. Rencia smiled brightly and bowed like she was greeting her own older brother. The hand clutching her backpack trembled slightly. Your guest? Yes, I'll be helping him from today. Diligent. That's good to see. Calip looked at Rencia briefly, patted her head, and left. Where did you decide to stay? As soon as Calip left, Roan asked where he was lodging. Up on that hill. Valorance figures there's nowhere else you'd go. He nodded knowingly like it was obvious Rayon would choose the expensive option. I'm staying at the Valorance as well. How about a drink together for old time's sake? Roan turned without leaving him any room to refuse, telling him to follow. Rayon sighed deeply and called to Rencia. Looks like I'll be drinking with that guy tonight. Come back tomorrow morning. He handed her today's pay as he told her to return the next day. I already got it though. Rencia pulled out the silver coin she had received earlier, eyes wide. That's a tip. Rayon tossed her another silver coin, telling her to take it. Rencia deftly caught the coin and bowed. Hurry up, will you? Young man moving so slow. Roan called him over in a casual tone like he really was his father's friend. Yeah, I came ahead to check the place out. It's bigger than I thought, lots to see. First, there's the Western Caves. After sending Rencia home, Rayon followed Roan, eyes half closed like he was bored while committing all of Monteiro's details to memory. By the time Roan was talking about a church on the eastern side, they had reached his lodgings. Sit over there. Roan pointed with his chin to a table by the window overlooking the sea. Sure. Rayon nodded with effort and sat across from him. Have I been talking too much about myself? How have you been? Same as always. Work, rest, repeat. He rolled his shoulder and said he had just been working. Still hiding it here. No one's around, but artifacts or barriers could pick up sound. Since Monteiro was definitely strange, it was best to be cautious until the secret was uncovered. How's your father? So healthy it's a problem. As he nodded, thinking of Edgar, a knock came at the door. Come in. At Roan's word, a guide entered, carrying a tray with drinks and snacks. The drinks and snacks you requested. The boy set them on the table with a polite bow. Roan patted the boy's head as he tipped him. Not at all. Have a good time, you two. Clutching the tip like a treasure, Perrin closed the door behind him. Diligent kids, right, you should work hard like that too. Roan smirked like he was chiding him. It's been a while, light-wind palace lord. At the same time he spoke, he wrote words in the air with his finger. I work hard enough, so don't worry about it. Rayon gave a cool reply while writing in the air just like Roan. I was worried, but I'm glad you're safe. I trust my disguise and acting, but even if the Black Tower had noticed me, they wouldn't have attacked. The moment I was attacked, their suspicion about this place would turn to certainty. Roan shook his head, saying it seemed the watchful eyes hadn't settled on him yet. But how did you know I was here? He smiled faintly, glad he had met the agent beforehand. Then have you found anything suspicious? No. I toured all of Montero while pretending to enjoy a vacation, but there's nothing strange. Even as he chided Rayon aloud, his finger wrote politely. If anything, everyone is happy here. Monsters rampage now and then, but the so-called heroes handle it immediately, so no harm comes to anyone. Roan had visited in various guises but found nothing each time. I see. Rayon bit his lips slightly. Well, that's to be expected. Even Wrath hadn't found anything until hearing there was no deathly energy here. If Wrath couldn't sense it, it was only natural Roan couldn't either, and those so-called heroes. Do you remember the white-haired young man from the beach? Yes, young but strong, he nodded, recalling the greatsword-wielding youth. He's the commander of the armed forces here, called Calip. There are 5 like him, all at master high-class level, but staying here without seeking fame on the continent. Roan narrowed his eyes at the mention of Calip. Could they be tied to the Black Tower? I suspected as much, so I kept watch, but no. They use purer aura than I do, and though rough in personality, they truly have a hero's bearing. He downed his drink, certain they weren't connected to the Black Tower. I see. Rayon tapped the table lightly as he replayed the meeting with Calip in his mind. Honestly, I can't believe the Black Tower is here at all. Roan shook his head, saying from what he'd seen, it didn't make sense for the Black Tower to be present. Have you found anything? There are a few things, but it's too early to say. Aside from the absence of deathly energy and demonic energy, there was one more thing, but it wasn't ready to be revealed. Then I'll trust you. Roan refilled his cup with a faint smile. But you? I trust the Palace Lord's judgment over my own. He lowered his head, saying he trusted Rayon more than what he'd seen for himself. You've seen more than me since you were young. With an easy laugh, he drank. Roan. Feeling the sincerity, Rayon's hand holding the cup trembled. Receiving someone's genuine trust was both gratifying and heavy. I've been in this form too long, so I'll step out for a bit. Roan bowed slightly, saying he'd return in a new guise. That's for the best. The Light Wind Palace and true martial palace swordsmen are rotating shifts entering now, so it won't be hard. Then I'd better prepare quickly. He smiled faintly, saying he would get ready to leave right away. I must have been nagging too much. Your face is all stiff. That's what happens when you get old. Roan chuckled and shook his head. All right, off you go. It was good to see you again. Say hello to your father for me. He waved his cup in farewell. Got it. Rayon sighed and stood. I'm going. Don't go too far. Without looking back at Roan waving, he opened the door and stepped outside. He trusts me over his own judgment. Rayon clenched his fist, engraving Roan's written words in his heart. Let's uncover it. The secret of this perfect city. Phew, Rayon exhaled slowly as he watched the sun sink into the horizon. 3 days already. In those 3 days, the Light Wind Palace and true martial palace swordsmen had successfully infiltrated in various disguises, and the black market agents had entered covertly to play their parts. But no one had found anything strange about Montero. Tourists, merchants, and residents alike enjoyed happy times. No one seemed to suffer misfortune. He himself had spent lavishly to meet many people, but without exception, all ages and genders showed no cracks. At this point, it almost felt like chasing a non-existent Black Tower. Chamber must be fuming. Even with elite forces from the Light Wind Palace, True Martial Palace, and the Black Market, nothing had been found. She was likely stomping her feet in frustration. Sip. Rayon emptied a bottle of alcohol and glanced to his right. HM. Rencia was humming as she knitted. She was ordinary too. Because a demon could be in disguise, he hadn't taken his eyes off her, but she was simply a cheerful girl her age. There was one odd thing, but it wasn't the same as suspecting her. Rencia. Yes, she set down her needle and thread, looking up. Over the past 3 days, she'd grown more familiar with him. Everyone here seems happy. As you've seen, only good things happen here. Rencia nodded brightly. The weather's nice, the sea's clear, and everyone's kind. Sometimes monsters show up, but the heroes take care of them. She clasped her hands, saying there was no chance for bad things to happen. I see. Rayon swirled his bottle and clicked his tongue briefly. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as only happiness in the world. Even the seemingly perfect annex occasionally had negativitimades quarreling, Sylvia crying over his condition, Edgar kneeling in prayer over his sins. In both his past and present lives, he had learned that perfect happiness didn't exist as long as people lived together. The sun's down. Shall we go? Rayon set down the empty bottle and jerked his chin. Tonight was the Underground Arena's opening night. It was held only once a week, so he had been waiting. Yes, I'll guide you. Rencia packed her knitting into a blue bag and stood. The entry fee's not cheap. Is that all right? Seeing how freely he spent money, she asked like it was obvious he could pay. No need to ask. Then let's go. She grinned and led the way down the boulevard. She had feared him at first, but now treated him familiarly, seeing him as a wealthy spendthrift. This way. She took him to a small church behind the Valorant's hotel. A church? There's an arena here. Yes, strange, right? People must not believe in the gods. Rencia said it like she didn't believe either and stepped inside. Welcome. A man over 2 meters tall with tan skin approached in a priest's robe. Hello, Rencia greeted brightly as always. Give the entry fee to the priest. She gestured toward the man, though her fingertips trembled slightly in fear. Rayon narrowed his eyes slightly and tossed him gold coins. May the blessing of the gods be upon you. When the muscle-bound priest waved his hand, the floor beneath an angel's statue opened, revealing stairs leading down. Let's go. Following Rencia down the stairs, a space more dazzling than the Valorant's hotel lobby appeared. Under brilliant lights, many people were gambling. This is the underground casino. The odds here are 2 to 10 times higher than outside. She nodded, saying it was better not to gamble here at all. You know that makes me. Yes, gamble more, sorry. She bit her lip like she knew she'd slipped up. Rayon scanned the crowd. No deathly energy here either. Montero, as a tourist spot, had plenty of casinos. Yet even in these dens of ruin and joy, there was no deathly energy. This was no exception. No demonic energy either. Wrath wrinkled his nose in disbelief. It really makes no sense. That neither despair from losing nor joy from winning produced any negativity was incomprehensible. Where's the arena below this? She crossed the casino and led him down to the second basement. The high ceilings meant there were more stairs this time. By the time they reached the dimly lit entrance, the roar of the crowd was already echoing. It was the kind of sound that stirred the blood and rattled the mind. The matches had begun. Looks like it started. Rencia waved for him to hurry. Take it slow. As Rayon descended at an unhurried pace, Rencia stopped at the entrance, her mouth slightly open. How did you get here? A young man with blue hair, a spear slung over each shoulder, blocked her way, frowning. Ah, Sir Felix, I was guiding this guest to the arena. Rencia beamed and bowed, clearly familiar with him. Guest, Felix looked Rayon over, brows furrowed. Having fun is fine, but bringing a child somewhere like this is questionable, don't you think? He exhaled in disapproval. Rayon didn't answer him, his gaze instead on Rencia, still smiling, but with the hand clutching her bag trembling. Looks like I've found a crack. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman, you saw that? No, felt it. Rayon called out to Wrath as he watched Rencia's trembling hand. Yes, I felt it. Wrath lowered his deep blue eyes. It was definitely anger. He nodded, saying that anger had flared within Rencia's soul. Anger mixed with resentment and fear. Whenever Rencia met certain adults, her hand would tremble ever so slightly, subtle enough not to be obvious. At first, he had simply noted it down, thinking it was normal for a child to fear adults. But just now she had shown not only fear but also anger and resentment. That meant there was definitely a problem. It's gone. The anger that had surfaced in Rencia had vanished in an instant, as if it had never been there. That's not natural. Wrath shook his head coldly. This land has devoured the anger. He frowned, looking at the ground and ceiling. I felt it too. Rayon bit his lips slightly. Now I'm sure. There was something in Montero that consumed human deathly energy, demonic energy, and even negative emotions. Now it's time to call her. With the Demon Blade's information confirmed, it was time to summon the necessary people and request their help. Are you listening to me? The man called Felix stepped forward, looking down at him. He was well over 2 meters tall, so Rayon had no choice but to look up. I'm sorry. Rencia bowed her head, saying it was her fault. Miss Rencia has done nothing wrong. Felix gently pushed her aside, though his brows were furrowed. The moment his hand touched her shoulder, Rencia shuddered. And you are? Rayon tilted his chin at him, saying he had no idea who he was. I am Felix, commander of the Spear Guard. Though anger was in his tone, Felix's manner remained polite. One of those so-called 5 heroes. He chuckled lightly and nodded. I'm no hero. I'm just a defender of this city. He shook his head, saying he wasn't worthy of such a title. Let me ask again we bring Miss Rencia here. You know this isn't a place for someone her age. His brows furrowed as if questioning his judgment. Rayon clicked his tongue as cheers from the arena reached his ears. Well, you're not wrong. I didn't pay enough attention to a teenage girl. He apologized and flicked a silver coin to Rencia. She blinked and caught the coin midair in one go. Wait outside. Are you sure you'll be okay? She blinked quickly in concern. The hero here will show me around instead of you. Rayon smirked and tossed Felix a gold coin. Very well. Perhaps because of his earlier words, Felix nodded calmly. But this isn't necessary. He returned the coin untouched and stepped toward the arena entrance. Suit yourself. Telling Rencia to wait at the church, Rayon followed Felix inside. Strong, but nothing unusual. He narrowed his eyes at Felix's back. A master high-class martial artist. That's it. Like Calip, he was strong for his age, but that was all. His height was more impressive than his skill or presence. Still, appearances could be deceiving. Judging by Rencia's reaction, Felix wasn't a normal human. You're just going to leave her. Wrath narrowed his eyes in concern for Rencia. I can't cling to her now. That would draw more suspicion. though he was worried leaving with her now would only attract unwanted eyes. Better to appear as if he was just enjoying the arena. This is the arena. Felix stood in the circular stands and pointed to the sandy ground 3 floors below, stained red, likely from the fighters' blood. The betting counters are there. No limit on stakes as far as I know. He pointed to the crowded booths, saying they could wager as they pleased. No limit, I like that. Rayon's lips curved just as. Creak, the blood-stained iron door opened, and a hulking giant with muscles like armor entered, along with a short but solidly built young man. Since it was pure physical combat, both had suppressed their aura. No bets now, Felix said, shaking his head. Let's just watch then. Rayon leaned over the railing with mild disappointment. Do you gamble, hero? Doesn't quite suit your image. He tilted his chin at Felix. A friend comes here often. You learn whether you want to or not. Felix pointed to the short fighter in the arena. I get the picture. That fighter was likely another defender of Montero like Felix and Calip. Well, I'll be going. Not going to watch your friend fight. The outcome's already decided. No need. With that he left. How dull. Rayon snorted at his retreating back. The crowd's roar drew his gaze back. Felix's friend had reduced the giant to pulp and was raising both hands in victory. Already, feigning surprise, Rayon's eyes swept the arena. A bloody fight in front of a betting crowd, yet no deathly energy or demonic energy. Impossible, as we saw. Wrath twisted his mouth as he looked down. This place is absorbing all negative energy. He shook his head with certainty. At this scale, something massive is being sacrificed. Wrath furrowed his brows, imagining the horror. Likely. Caden, turning toward the voice, Rayon saw a well-groomed red-haired man approaching Burin, disguised as a thug. What happened? He tilted his chin, having seen him with Felix. Nothing much. Rayon shook his head, sending a rising aura message to Burin. Listen and pass this to the black market agents. Montero is. He relayed everything he had learned so far. The arena's noise and crowd ensured even the Black Tower couldn't eavesdrop on such a high-level aura message. Just here to watch then. Burin maintained casual small talk despite the heavy news. One more thing. There's someone we need to call. She's. Rayon tightened his fist as he named the person. After losing and winning money, Rayon stayed until the last fight, then left. Merencia sat on a church bench, knitting. The color was different. Nosh was making new clothes. Knitting's a hobby. He sat beside her, shaking his head. When did you get here? She smiled and set her work down. Just now. Did you enjoy the arena? Very. Lost everything. He pulled out an empty pouch. She blinked in surprise. It was spending money for today. You'll still get yours. He held out his hand reassuringly. That's not what I meant. She bit her lip. Why's your mouth dry? Didn't eat the candy I bought you. I'm saving it for my siblings. She smiled faintly, saying she wanted to share it at home. Right, she took food home before too. At the seafood restaurant, she'd packed food for her siblings, and judging by her knitting, she truly cared for them. Rayon nodded at her green eyes. Mind if I visit your home? She stared wide-eyed. Yes, I want to see the siblings you treasure so much. Why suddenly? Lost money, feeling hollow, he said he wanted to calm down. Oh. After some hesitation, she nodded. All right, but. It's dinner time. How many siblings? He pulled out a gold coin. 4, that's a lot. They're not blood-related. Her tone was affectionate nonetheless. On Montero's western outskirts, a shantytown. Here, Rencia opened the door to a well-kept though old house. Big sister, 4 children aged around 5 to 8 ran to her. Why so late-o? Seeing Rayon, they froze in wide-eyed surprise. They trembled, scared despite being with their sister. He's not a bad man. Rencia smiled and introduced him. He's a good guest I'm guiding. He even bought you dinner. She set down seafood on a broken table. Wow, shrimp and lobster. There's sashimi too. The kids dug in eagerly, avoiding the oysters. Did he buy the candy yesterday too? A little girl tugged her pants. That's right. We'll eat well. I'm scanning the tidy home. He note no parents. Rencia was raising them. And the youngest shirt matched the one she'd been knitting earlier. A commendable girl. Wrath patted her head. Agreed. At 15, she worked as a guide, maintained the home, cared for the kids, and made their clothes. Won't you eat? The youngest waved him over. I'm full. He chuckled. I've eaten plenty of money today. Can you eat money? You'll understand when you're older. Watching them eat filled him as if he'd eaten. Well, you're doing fine. I'll go now. He stood. I'll walk you out. She rose, but he waved her off, telling her to care for the kids. She bowed. Go on inside. Waving, he left. I don't want to involve that place. Biting his lips, he walked away. I'll find another way. Tusk, watching surfers in the Emerald Sea, Rayon clicked his tongue. Still found nothing. Even after a week of intensified searching, no trace of the Black Tower or its demon sand, no deathly energy or demonic energy. If they stayed too long, they'd draw suspicion. A decision was needed. Phew. He glanced right. Worm. Run-On, disguised as a shy tourist, was following a worm on the beach. Don't pick that up. Martha, posing as a mature woman, slapped her back. The two had grown closer. Got everything? Rayon asked Dorian. Yes, sold and bought all I needed. I'm done too, Crane added. Rencia's eyes widened as she realized they were leaving. Why you're going? A merchant can't stay forever. He smiled faintly. Ah. Her eyes trembled, but before that. Drawing on the sea's water energy, he created a soundproof barrier. I want to ask you something. Anything, she nodded. You said Montero was full of happiness. I did. I disagree. He shook his head. No place or person is happy all the time. That's a dream or a nightmare. She fluttered her eyelids. I'm perceptive, you know. Huh. Ignoring wrath, he continued. You tremble when meeting certain adults, especially known figures. Ah, she looked at her hands, swallowing dryly. Are they hurting you? And no, she waved her hands. Just nerves, really. Since she stayed silent, he shifted to a more emotional appeal. I didn't have an easy childhood either. Always wary of adults. Biting his lip, he said, so I can tell. You're not in a good situation. She gripped her needle tightly, shoulders trembling. If something bad is happening, tell me now. I can take care of you and your siblings. If he could get her out, he might find answers or at least allayed. Sir Caden. She stared blankly for a while before parting her lips. No, we're happy. The adults help us. She forced a smile. You were scared of Felix. I saw it. He lowered his gaze. If you don't tell me now, I can't help later. This wasn't just about finding the Black Tower. Wanted to help her. I was scolded a lot for being naughty when I was younger. That's all. She scratched her head. Really, nothing's wrong. Don't worry. And don't tell anyone. People might take offense. Her gaze dropped. If you're leaving, do it quickly. As soon as possible. She stood, brushing off sand, and wore her doll-like smile, again sending a chill down his spine. Rencia. I'll go first today, she bowed and left the beach. Rayon bit his lip, watching her small back. Failed. He had thought to stir her emotions, but it seemed a mistake. Shouldn't we grab her? Crane asked. No, she said nothing important. Let her think it's just a rich man's whim. He hadn't mentioned Sieghart or the Black Tower, so even if his identity vanished, the plan wouldn't be compromised. We'll leave in 3 days to avoid suspicion. Rayon ran a hand through his hair with a sigh. Nothing's easy. 2 days later, ready to depart, Rayon gazed at the darkening sea. What should my next identity be? It would be hard to move more freely than as Merchant Caden. That's not the only thing bothering you. Wrath narrowed his eyes. Right, I'm worried about her. Rencia hadn't visited in 2 days. He was concerned she might talk in for her well-being. Already, Crane said. Me too, Dorian added. Then tomorrow at dawn, we leave. Load the wagon. Knock knock, he knew who it was. Come in. The door opened and Rencia stepped in with her familiar blue backpack. I thought you weren't coming anymore. He decided it was best to push her away for her sake. Why haven't you left? She shook her head, asking why he was still here. Last chance. Sensing she might say something important, he formed a soundproof barrier. Why should I leave like I'm running away? He shook his head. I'm richer than you think. I'm not afraid. He flicked a gold coin. There are things money can't fix. Leaving would be best for you. She bit her lip, her perfect expression cracking. That makes me want to stay more to find who's bothering you and might target me. He tilted his chin arrogantly. And Rencia set her backpack down, suddenly lifting her shirt. Wait, what are you He froze mid-step. On her right side, a black heart-like mass jutted out. Thump, the sight of it beating sent a cold shiver down Rayon's spine. Thud, Rayon's lips trembled as he stared at the black heart pulsing at Rencia's waist. What is that? The black heart was alive, breathing and exuding a faint rage. Just looking at it made his chest feel tight. Dorian, clearly flustered, dropped the bag he was holding and fell to his knees. Rencia, you. Crane was so shocked that he couldn't even form a sentence, only muttering her name. You saw it right. Rencia lowered her top to cover the black heart protruding from her waist. Her flushed cheeks suggested that despite her confident tone, she was embarrassed. As Lord Caden said, there's no such thing as a life that's always happy. Montero may appear full of smiles and joy on the surface, but inside it's filled with pitch-black shadows so huge that no amount of money or power can erase them. She shook her head, saying it was a problem that neither she nor anyone else could solve. Can you tell me what that is? Rayon pointed at the black heart still at her waist. You know what oysters are, right? Yeah, I even bought some when I went to your house. Rencia hadn't really wanted to buy them, but thinking one of her younger siblings might like them, she had brought them herself. Oysters have the ability to purify water, so they're called the cleaners of the sea. Put them in a dirty tank and they'll turn the water clear in a day. She suddenly brought up oysters, wearing a clouded smile. It's the same thing. What? Rayon repeated, unable to accept her words. He had an idea what she meant, but didn't want to believe it. The black hearts we have absorb the bad energy flowing from this land and send it elsewhere. Lord Caden, we're not human. Rencia grasped the black heart protruding from her waist with trembling hands. This Montero is a giant tank, and we're nothing more than oysters that purify it. We can only live here if we feed on that foul energy. A teardrop clung to the corner of her eye as she pressed her lips together. You mean all of you? That's right, just as you saw. Every resident of Montero except those with status has the same heart I do, even my younger siblings. Rencia bowed her head, saying that even her youngest sibling, who had just turned 6, had been implanted with one of these hearts. That's why I made the clothes to keep their skin from chafing. She let out a deflated laugh, explaining that was the reason for the knitted garments. Those bastards. Crane clenched his fists so tightly that his palms bled. How can humans? Dorian's hands shook, his eyes full of disbelief. Summon me immediately. Wrath pressed a hand on Rayon's shoulder, his brow furrowed. I'll tear apart every last wretch who uses demonic energy like that. He was furious as well, powerful energy radiating from his blue eyes. Rayon exhaled deeply as he looked at Rencia. He wanted to be angry like the others, but now was the time to gather as much information as possible. By people with status, you mean the hotel manager or those so-called heroes. That's right, Rencia nodded, saying those people were the Watchers, and everyone else has a black heart. Rayon closed his eyes tightly, recalling every resident of Montero he'd met. Now everything makes sense. The Black Tower had used the residents to create a barrier hiding demonic energy, which was why not even the faintest trace of demonic energy or deathly energy could be sensed. Exactly. With so many people sacrificed, it's no wonder there's not a speck of demonic or deathly energy left. Wrath scoffed, those Black Tower scum aren't worth keeping alive. A frosty silver killing intent rose from him, as though he wanted to storm the Black Tower immediately. But I never saw any of the residents with a heart sticking out like yours. Rayon narrowed his eyes at her waist. Being near the sea, plenty of men went shirtless, yet he had never seen such a thing. Most have it attached next to their actual heart. But I had 2 surgeries, so when I get angry, it protrudes from my waist like this. Rencia shook her head, saying she was the only one whose heart came out like that. Then when you met Felix. She nodded, confirming that the reason her anger had surged when she met Felix, the commander of the Spear Guard, was because the heart had emerged. That man. She lowered her gaze, saying Felix was the one who implanted the black hearts in her and her siblings. That's why you carry that backpack, hide it if it comes out. Yes. She nodded again, that bastard. I didn't like the way he looked down on people from the start. Crane ground his teeth, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I'm not scared this time, I'm just angry. Dorian clenched his fist, agreeing. Does it hurt? Suppressing his urge to rush out and cut down those so-called heroes, Rayon looked at Rencia. About once a month, it hurts a lot. Otherwise, unless it's sticking out, it's not too bad. If what she said was true, she was in a lot of pain now. But there was something he had to do. I'm sorry, but can I touch it? What? Her eyes widened. This is my last request, please. He bowed his head, saying it was necessary. Then I have a condition. I'll let you touch it, but you must leave immediately afterward. She lifted her top again. Eyes squeezed shut from embarrassment and pain, she waited. I don't have a choice. He had to examine it to find out where the Black Tower was and how to remove it. Even if he couldn't figure it out himself, he could pass the information to Chamber. Sorry. He reached out and grabbed the black heart protruding from her waist. She bit her lip but said nothing. Demonic energy and deathly energy. Yes, now I can feel the demonic energy, but it's moving away from her body. Downward, down, yes, but not physically. Think of it as another dimension. Wrath shook his head, saying digging wouldn't help, so it's up to Chamber. This wasn't something he could solve alone. He'd have to consult her back at headquarters. Then what I need to do. He activated his upper dantian and the ring of fire to memorize the black heart's movements and mana flow perfectly. He patted her head and stepped back. She exhaled deeply, lowering her top. Sweat ran down her forehead. You okay? Dorian wiped her forehead with a handkerchief. You'll leave now, right? She raised a trembling hand, asking him to keep his promise. Why do you keep asking us to leave? Rayon narrowed his eyes. There was someone like you before. He tried to save the sister who raised me. He and his entire family were erased from the world. And my sister. She covered her eyes and forehead with her hand. You're looking after the children because of that, aren't you? That's right. Just as my sister helped me, I helped the children. So please leave us alone. She bowed her head in plea. Her emerald eyes were full of conflicting emotions. Damn it. Crane gripped his greatsword's hilt, struggling to contain his rage. Dorian finally let his tears fall. It's not just us, you and your guild could vanish too. No matter how much money you have, you can't beat the ones who rule Montero. She asked again for them to leave. I see. Rayon stood. I made a promise, so I'll keep it. We'll leave at dawn. What, Misterno, guild master? Crane and Dorian both stared at him in disbelief. Shut your mouths. Ignoring their protests, he pulled a gold coin from his pocket. You've done well. He flicked it to Rencia. She pocketed the coin and bowed her head. With that, she left the room. Leaning against the wall outside, she took out the coin and gazed at it tenderly before tucking it away and slinging her backpack over her shoulder. This is the right way. This was the way to save everyone. She forced a smile and hummed as she walked down the glittering corridor. Rayon kept his promise and left Montero, detoring to return to the headquarters Chamber had established. The swordsman who had infiltrated Montero around the same time had also returned to rest. You're back. Chamber conjured a chair for him, wearing a bitter smile. Well done. Karun nodded slowly. You both saw it, right? Rayon pointed at the necklace Chamber had made for him. Cold killing intent rose in Karun's crimson eyes. This just confirmed the Black Tower's demons aren't worth sparing. His long fingers twitched as if he wanted to destroy them immediately. I knew demons were vile, but this is beyond what I imagined. Chamber bit down on her lollipop, shattering it. Damn it, I want to go kill them all right now. Martha ruffled her hair and stomped her feet. Freeze them so they can never get out. Even Run-On spoke venomously. Agreed, our ice cream girl understands. Wrath raised his hand in approval. Usually I'm the one telling you to calm down, but not this time. Even Burin couldn't suppress his emotions, sneering. Rayon, you memorized the heart's movement. Yes, I'll show you using orates hard to explain in words. He took Chamber's hand and transmitted everything he'd felt from touching it. As expected, Chamber nodded. That black heart is a tiny dimensional gate that absorbs negative energy like demonic energy and deathly energy and sends it to the Black Tower. She smiled faintly at him. Can you open that dimension? Normally, no. But with the movement and flow you gave me, we can trace it back to the Black Tower. She traced a large circle in the air. Clap, at her signal, Jaina and the mages of Balkan gathered, eyes gleaming. Ready? She smiled. Now it's our turn to move. Creek Rencia, wearing her blue backpack, opened the door quietly. She hadn't applied much force, but the old house still made noise. Big sis, you're leaving already. Her siblings, awakened by the sound, rubbed their eyes. Yeah, I have to work. Breakfast is ready, eat slowly. She waved lightly and left. As she exited the shantytown and headed toward Montero's entrance, a red spear blocked her path. Her lips trembled as she felt the black heart push against the backpack strap. Good, it seems I was mistaken. Felix, commander of the spear guard, and the dark doctor who implanted the black hearts, slowly shook his head. What do you mean? That Caden you guided a month ago returned to his guild and has been living a debauched life. I was worried he might have blabbed, but it seems not. His eyes narrowed. After all, you saw your sister die with your own eyes. You wouldn't be stupid enough to try anything. He lowered the spear. Keep living for our sake. You have much to protect. With that, he walked toward the hills. Yes. Even after he left, Rencia stood frozen for a long time. Forcing a doll-like smile, she headed down toward the shantytown. Suppressing her emotions was harder today. She reached into her pocket and touched Caden's coin, feeling a little calmer. It's fine. This is the best way. It had been a month since Caden left Montero. She'd feared he might barge back in, but that never happened. Lucky, or is it? Truthfully, part of her wished he would return. His unassuming yet kind demeanor reminded her of the sister who raised her. But more than that, she hoped he wouldn't come back. The darkness swallowing Montero was too great for anyone to erase. Nothing's changed. I'll protect the children in my sister's stead. Wiping away the moisture in her eyes, she ran to Montero's gate. She had too much to protect to dwell on sorrow. Approaching tourists crossing the gate, she bowed and offered to guide them, but most refused, hiring younger children instead. Welcome. Keeping her smile despite the heaviness in her chest, she approached travelers. First time in Montero. I was born here so I can show you all the best places. Anywhere. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man at the head of the group tilted his chin. Yes, there's nowhere in Montero I don't know. She patted her chest with confidence. Good, you're hired. He tossed her a silver coin. The way he flicked the coin reminded her of Caden, making her chest tighten, but she bowed with a smile. Here, take this first. She handed each of the 6 a handmade flower necklace and laughed. Where to first? I'd like to see the sea. Yes, I'll take you there. Nodding, she led them to a nearby beach. This is Montero's famous Emerald Sea. You can see straight through. She spread her arms, saying you could swim, surf, and fish here. Nothing's changed. The blonde man clicked his tongue. Would it have changed in that time? The slightly plump man chuckled. Oh, you've been here before? Yes, a month ago. The blonde man lifted his gaze. His blue eyes, like the Emerald Sea, strangely reminded her of someone she'd seen a month ago. No way. Long time no see. Caden, the man she'd shown her secret to, trying to send him away alive, was back in Montero. Why? She dropped the coin in her pocket onto the sand. Why did you come? You promised to leave. Her doll-like smile shattered. I promised to leave. I didn't promise not to come back. He smiled gently. Are you stupid? I told you it's dangerous here. I'm strong, know we're strong. Golden flames rose in his blue eyes. We'll shatter this tank called Montero. Tank? Rencia's lips trembled as she repeated the words about breaking the tank. Did he remember what I said? When she had first explained the situation here to Caden, she had said Montero was a filthy tank, and she was like an oyster that purified it. Now he was declaring that he would shatter that tank, as if he still remembered. My chest hurts. Her heart ached with gratitude that Caden and his companions had come back to save her in Montero. But to save Caden's life, she could not accept his goodwill. Phew. Suppressing the pain gnawing at her chest, Rencia looked at Rayon. There's something I didn't tell you. She decided to speak the words she had deliberately kept hidden to avoid causing trouble. The power that rules Montero is. With her fists clenched tight, she forced her parched lips open. The Black Tower of the 5 Demons, one of the 10 monsters that dominate this continent. You can't win unless you're on their level. Her eyes dimmed with resignation as she nodded. For now, it's safe. Pretend you're here for sightseeing, then get out of here as quickly as you can and never come back." She smiled her usual doll-like smile, claiming she would be fine. "The Black Tower of the Five Demons." Rayon calmly spoke the name. I knew from the start the Black Tower was here. Now that he had grasped the entire mana flow of the area, he blocked off his presence so no one would notice, smiling faintly. "What?" Rencia's eyes widened. "How? They're the only ones capable of something this vile." Rayon picked up a piece of black trash from the clean sand, tilting his chin toward it. "Lord Caden, just who are you?" Rencia stared blankly at him, unable to comprehend. "There's something I didn't tell you either." Rayon motioned for her to sit beside him. Rencia held her waist with a trembling hand and slowly sat down next to him. "My name is Rayon Sieghart, Palace Lord of the Light Wind Palace." He looked into her quivering eyes with a faint smile. Rayon brought the bewildered Rencia into the lodging he had reserved in advance. Palace Lord of the Light Wind Palace. Even now, Rencia muttered the title in disbelief. "You've heard of it." Rayon gestured for her to sit. "Oh, of course." Holding her trembling wrist, she nodded. "My siblings know too." There wasn't a person alive who didn't know the man who had slain 2 ancient dragons, repelled demons, and recently cut down Demon Blade Dreg of the 5 Divine Pillars, the greatest genius of the age who had reached transcendence in his 20s. "So you're that Rencia." Martha walked up to Rencia and patted her head. "You held out well. It must have been so hard." She bit her lip, perhaps recalling her own past through Rencia. "Good girl." Run-On quietly moved beside Rencia. "And admirable." It seemed she too remembered her childhood, when her soul had been bound by Syria, and gently embraced Rencia. "You recognized our palace lord, but what about me?" Dorian grinned and nodded. "Sir Kevin, did you gain that much weight in such a short time?" Rencia blinked at the now chubby Dorian. "He's always like that, pay it no mind." Burin shook his head and went down on one knee in front of Rencia. "I'm impressed. In a hopeless situation, you still thought of others first and looked after your siblings. You're far greater than we are." He bowed his head sincerely. "I feel the same." Mark Gorton smiled warmly. "I'd have given up long ago. You have the makings of a warrior. These people are my comrades." Rayon smiled, saying they were comrades, not subordinates. "And this isn't all of us. There are plenty more outside." They were already preparing to erase the Black Tower. Really. Clear drops formed at the corners of Rencia's eyes. She hadn't cried when they left, but now tears trickled down her cheeks. "You can really destroy the Black Tower, so everyone can live freely." She clasped her hands, saying that was all she wished for. "Yes, I can promise that." Rayon nodded. "But there's something you need to do." "Something I need to do?" Her tearful eyes opened wider. "The Black Heart implanted in you serves as a dimensional gate that sends the demonic and deathly energy from Montiro to the Black Tower. We plan to trace that flow in reverse to open a path to the Black Tower." He explained the situation so far, letting out a short breath. "What problem?" "We need the core of the barrier connected to the Black Tower. Without it, we can't pinpoint its location or open the dimension." Chamber and the magicians of Balkan had devised a spell to open the dimension hiding the Black Tower, but to activate it, they needed something currently linked to the Black Tower. The only such thing available was the Black Heart in Rencia's body. "That core is the Black Heart inside me." She grasped it immediately and nodded. "Can you do it?" She forced strength into her trembling hands and lifted her gaze. "What do I have to do?" 1 hour. Rayon raised a finger. "You just have to stay at the center of the barrier for an hour while the magic runs." "But..." He turned his gaze away with a sigh. "You'll have to keep the Black Heart protruding the whole time. It'll be very painful, and the mana flow forming the magic circle will probably make it worse." It would hurt her, but this was the only way to draw out the Black Tower. She lowered her head without answering immediately. "Can I do it?" Keeping the Black Heart outside was more painful than most could imagine. Now she had to endure an even greater agony for an hour. Cold sweat slid down her back. But this might be the last chance. She had been bound by the Black Tower's chains since birth. She had suffered enough that dying now wouldn't matter, but she wanted her young siblings to live truly happy lives. "Right, I endured that surgery too." Felix had cut her chest open without anesthesia to reimplant the Black Heart. Compared to that, an hour was nothing. "I can do it." She raised her head, her resolve set. "If I could endure having my chest cut open by a blade coated in demonic energy, I can handle an hour." She clenched her small fist. I should be praising her, but the more I hear, the angrier I get. Martha bit her lip until it bled. "I'm getting mad too." Run-On pressed ice to her forehead, her brows furrowing slightly. "Me as well. But let's hear the rest first." Burin hushed them. "The current barrier over Montiro is an inverted pentagram." Rayon unrolled a map of Montiro, tracing the lines of the barrier hiding the Black Tower. "We'll draw another pentagram over it in reverse to open the dimensional gate to the Black Tower." "Huh," Rencia blinked. "Wait, won't the Black Tower's demons come out to interfere when the magic activates? How will we last an hour?" "As I said, by drawing a pentagram over a pentagram, the Black Tower won't be able to open their own gate, and no information will reach them. It'll be a completely sealed space." Chamber had made sure the magic would remain secret. The Black Tower wouldn't know until the gate opened. but unlike the Black Tower, the demons here in Montiro will sense the magic circle's activation. Then we have to defend each point of the pentagram. Exactly. Rayon nodded. That little one's showing her true colors. She's something else. Wrath smacked his lips. Yes, though I think magic suits her better than martial arts. Not just the people Harith Sieghart swordsmen spread across Montiro will protect the 5 points of the circle and you. Rayon smiled reassuringly. I'll do it. No, I'll see it through. Rencia's tiny courage burned for her siblings and the people of Montiro. Just make sure you destroy the Black Tower. No, Rayon shook his head, taking her hand. We'll destroy it together. Today's the day. Rayon clasped his hands, looking at those who would be at the heart of the operation. By the end of today, the Black Tower's name will vanish from the world. Over the past week, he had planted the barrier artifacts chamber made at points on the ground forming a pentagram. Headquarters had confirmed the placements, and with everyone's attention on the weekly arena matches, today was the perfect time to act. Phew, Dorian's legs shook as he bowed his head. Scared, Crane clicked his tongue. No, it's not fear, Tadia, it's anger. Dorian bit his lip, saying he wanted to destroy the Black Tower. If even this coward spoke that way, he must have been truly frustrated. First time I've liked you. Martha threw an arm over his shoulder and smirked. That's the spirit. If you see a demon, cut them all down. She raised her chin. I'll freeze them all. Runon's icy aura was as chilling as Wrath's. Sorry, but today we're defending. Calm down. Rayon lowered his hands to gather everyone's attention. Last briefing. While the magic is active, Rencia and I won't be able to move. Same for Chamber, who'll be operating from range, and the true Martial Palace Lord, who'll stay at HQ to guard her. He placed a hand on Rencia's shoulder, tilting his chin up. That means for the 1 hour the circle is active eerily. The 30 minutes after the demons catch on you will have to hold out with just the Light Wind Palace and true Martial Palace forces. Can you all do it? He looked at them challengingly. As long as you give the order, my lord. Burin bowed. It's not holding out, it's crushing them. Martha snorted, rubbing her neck. I'll manage. Runon blinked slowly. I've endured 20 years, 30 minutes is nothing. Mark Gorton touched the sword at his waist. My job is to guard you. Iron Division leader Trevin licked his lips. No, I need you at the southern coast. It's farthest from the center and most dangerous. He smirked, saying he wasn't sure if he should be pleased or disappointed. Left point is Burin. Right point, Sir Mark Gorton. Upper left, Dorian and Crane. Upper right, Morel Kazan of Balkan. Rayon nodded as he assigned positions. All the light wind and true martial forces had entered Montiro over the week. Once the battle began, they'd show their true strength, though there's one thing missing. The reinforcements he'd asked for hadn't arrived, but they couldn't delay any longer. What about me and me? Martha and Runon frowned at not being called. You two are guarding us. He smiled, resting a hand on Rencia's shoulder. Just the two of us. You two are the best choice for this job. Rayon sat in front of the fountain in Montiro's Central Plaza, sunlight blazing down. Rencia let out a soft breath, standing beside him. Ready, he tilted his chin toward her. I've said my goodbyes to my siblings. I don't think I'll have any regrets no matter what happens. Your strength comes from them. Yes, she nodded calmly. I wanted to give others what my sister gave me, so they wouldn't have to live in pain like I did. She smiled faintly, saying she was here for them, not herself. Yeah, it'll happen for you too. Rayon patted her head. She's beyond admirable. Yeah, she's had to grow up too soon. Wrath sighed heavily, pained by her forced maturity. It's fine. Rayon smiled faintly. We'll erase the Black Tower and let her be a child again. He hung a necklace with a clear gem around her neck. Let's start. Yes, her voice was brighter than ever, lifting his own spirits. He hugged her briefly, then infused mana into her necklace. VRRRM. A small flame rose over the gem, spreading across the ground. When the gem was filled with flame, the dimension to the Black Tower would open here. 1 hour. Rayon held her trembling hand and smiled gently. Let's endure together. Rayon slowly closed his eyes. It's starting to spread. He could feel Chamber's energy, blooming from the necklace Rencia wore, flowing toward the artifacts that formed the pentagram. After checking her own body, Rencia blinked her green eyes. The pain isn't too bad. I can handle it. She touched the black heart protruding from her waist and smiled. It's fine for now, but it'll get worse soon. Rayon shook his head with a bitter look. Right now it was bearable because the mana was still spreading, but once the pentagram connected, she would feel excruciating pain. It's okay, I can endure anything, because we're together. She squeezed his hand and gave him a soft smile, as if steeling herself by thinking of her siblings. Rencia. Hearing her words, Runon pressed her lips tightly together. That little kid's about to make me cry. Martha's brows furrowed as she looked at her. From now on, I'll call her the little old lady. Wrath decided on her new nickname and smacked his lips. It fits, but she'll hate it. Rayon shook his head. HMPH, if I've decided it, that's final. Wrath snorted. The mana's moving quickly. He rolled his eyes, noting the faster-than-expected flow. High-level magic for something made in a hurry. It was crafted by an archmage and her disciples, working through the night. Montiro, befitting a tourist city, was vast. To quickly encompass its land and see with the magic circle, Chamber and the Balkan magicians had worked without sleep. I'm looking forward to it. Wrath smacked his lips at the thought, the sight of those foul things who defiled demonic energy crumbling to dust. His blue eyes flashed with lingering rage toward the Black Tower. Same here. Rayon nodded calmly. I want to destroy them without leaving a single trace. He believed there were people of honor among the five divine order, like the Axe King of the North-South Union or the elders of the Holy Sword Alliance. But the Black Tower and Darius Robert were exceptions. They were fiends who had abandoned their humanity, soaked in the word Mara. None of them needed to be spared. It seems your anger has ripened. Wrath smiled faintly in approval. From the beginning, Rayon stopped himself from speaking Darius' name and turned his gaze to the right. It's reached the corners now. He could feel Chambers' mana, sent from Montero's center, connecting with the artifacts that formed the pentagram. Now it was truly starting. Rencia began to feel the pain, bowing her head and biting her lip. Hold on a little longer. Rayon channeled Glacier's frost into her. Using the cold to dull her pain, he pressed against the black heart. This isn't easy. He had to stabilize the magic circle's core while also caring for her. If someone disturbed it, she would cough blood and collapse. Will you really be fine? Wrath narrowed his eyes. Yes. Rayon nodded without hesitation, smiling faintly at Runan and Martha opposite him. The ice cream girl and the beef girl you like so much will guard us. Rencia. Martha bit her lip hard as she watched Rencia endure the agony. She reminds me of when I was young. When the white blood cult slaughtered her village and kidnapped her mother, she thought she was alone in the world. Weak and small, she had fought desperately, killing low-level blood fiends with a blade clenched in her teeth. If she hadn't met her father when she was on the brink of death, she would have become a blood fiend or been eaten by one. No, Rencia's had it worse. Martha had been rescued younger than Rencia and brought to Sieghart. Though she'd worried for her mother, her life afterward had been safe and comfortable. But Rencia had lived with nothing but pain, without help from anyone, caring for siblings not bound by blood, forcing herself to smile. The thought made Martha's chest ache as if torn. Hey, she jerked her chin toward Runan while sitting on the bench beside the fountain. You're thinking the same thing, right? Probably. Runan nodded heavily, watching Rencia's trembling body. She's braver than me, much braver. Runan had been trapped in Syria's grasp for over 10 years, never even thinking of escaping the cage she was in. If Rayon hadn't appeared to open that cage, she wouldn't have tried to leave even now. Like her, Rencia had been under the Black Tower's claw from birth, suffering all her life. But she never gave up, protecting her siblings and thinking of others first, never losing her kindness. She was far braver than Runan, who had given up and stayed caged. I'll protect her. She wanted Rencia to smile the innocent smile of her age, not a false one, even if Runan still found smiling awkward herself. Let's do it. Runan clenched her fist with Rayon and Rencia behind her. No matter what, of course. Martha raised her fist. Thump. Runan nodded and held out a cloth to meet Martha's fist. I win, you little. Rayon slowly opened his eyes. It's going smoothly. With Rencia as the core, the pentagram's magic circle was shifting Montero's mana flow. Demonic energy is starting to appear. Wrath nodded, finally sensing it in Montero. Yeah, deathly energy too. The deathly energy that hadn't existed here before was rising from beneath the ground. It meant a crack had formed in the magic circle connecting Montero and the Black Tower. Looking at Rencia's necklace, he saw the clear gem was 1/3 filled with flame. In 40 minutes, the dimensional gate to the Black Tower would open here. HNN. Her lip was caught deeper between her teeth's pain had grown worse. It's hard, but she has to endure. If Chamber herself had said it was painful, then it was brutal for an untrained child. He added Garanua's wind to Glacier's frost to lessen her pain. She let out a low breath, bending at the waist. You've done well. Now praising her, he turned his gaze sharply. They're moving, already. Only 26 minutes had passed, but he could feel movement all over Montero. It seemed demons with keen senses or strong power had begun to act. That means they're stronger than we thought. Chamber had estimated the Black Tower's demons would notice the magic's disturbance in 30 minutes. Realizing it 4 minutes sooner meant they were more formidable than expected. So they'll try contacting the Black Tower, find the link severed around the 28-minute mark, and the fighting will start at 30. Kulong. Boom. When the flame in Rencia's necklace reached about halfway, shockwaves and explosions erupted across Montero. The the war had begun. SSSHHK. Martha and Runan drew their swords from subspace, taking positions before and behind Rayon and Rencia. What the? Is it war? What's going on? The residents and tourists were bewildered, darting their eyes about. You'd best leave. Head for the mountains. Martha and Runan pointed out the prepared evacuation spots. Rayon watched them guiding the people away, then narrowed his eyes. They've engaged. He could feel the swordsmen guarding the pentagram's points clashing with the Black Tower's demons. They were all at least master class, with some grand master level among the demons. At least none are coming here. Once the magic circle activated, the artifacts forming the pentagram emitted stronger energy than the core, drawing the demons away. Faster than expected, but nothing major. The light wind and true martial swordsmen, hidden among the tourists, ambushed the demons. The demons had moved sooner than expected, but the prepared defenses let them dominate the skirmishes. If we can just buy time, that won't be easy. Wrath snorted and pointed. SSSHH. From that direction came a white-haired man with a greatsword on his shoulder and a tall man planting a long spear into the ground. So this is it. Rencia is the core. Calip, one of Montero's heroes, smirked. Even after watching your sister dissolve in demonic energy, you do this. Foolish. Felix, also a hero and the one who implanted the black hearts, shook his head down at her. Rencia's small shoulders trembled before them. It's okay. Rayon squeezed her trembling hand. Let's trust the pretty big sisters. Martha narrowed her eyes at the approaching Felix and Calip. They're as strong as I heard. From black market intel, she knew they were top-tier Mastershare own level. But that was just what could be seen. Who knew how much more they were hiding? Do it as usual. Run-On nodded, telling her to fight her own fight without wavering. I know, Martha snorted. Normally irritating, but dependable when standing behind her. No need for words. Kill them. Calip leveled his greatsword, and black monsters like shadows burst forth behind him. Chi-eyeing, their ruby-like eyes flashed as they charged Rayon and Rencia. Thump, just as their yellow fangs lunged at Rayon, tourists near the fountain all drew swords. Slash, before the radiant aura of masters, the creatures melted without a trace. Sieghart's light wind palace, well prepared. Calip frowned at their insignia. Do you know what you're doing? It's no different from summoning the demon realm here. He scoffed. Calip. Don't waste your breath. Felix scraped his spear shaft along the ground. Rencia, I thought you were someone who knew gratitude, but you're worse than a dog. He glared at her as she squinted against the pain. If you want to follow your sister into death, so be it. I'll melt your flesh and bones in demonic energy. He exuded killing intent to scare her into stopping the magic. Her trembling worsened, tears falling. It's okay. Rayon squeezed her hand and smiled. Don't cry. We'll stomp that lanky bastard. Martha smashed the ground and swung at Felix. Titan aura's heaviness rose from her blade. Quum, even blocking, Felix's ankles sank into the earth. Calip, Felix's hand on his spear trembled. I know. Calip dashed at the fountain, his greatsword falling toward Rencia's head. Crash! But was stopped mid-swing by a wall of silver ice. If you target her, your head will shatter. Run-On stomped, silver flooding the ground to freeze his lower body. Sieghart's Rakshasa and Blue Moon Sword, Calip nodded. This isn't easy. They're top-tier masters. He gestured to Felix. Agreed. Their skill is beyond what I heard. Felix groaned as Martha pushed him back. Release your demonic energy. Should have done that from the start. At once black wings sprouted from Felix's back, and a black horn rose from Calip's forehead. Their power spiked, burning the surrounding mana black a grand master's might. Rumble. Martha was knocked back, and Run-On's frost shattered like dry leaves. Let's end this quickly. Mana gathered at Calip's blade tip into a huge sphere evidence of a grand master's aura. Run-On tried to block with an ice wall but was forced back. Crack. Felix's spear shaft was wreathed in black flame as he pressed Martha. She had to focus on defense, batting the flames aside. Not getting up, Felix tilted his head at Rayon. Why would I? Rayon opened his eyes slowly, smirking. Your beloved subordinates will die if you stay there. Felix's strike nicked Martha's waist. No, they won't. Rayon spoke with certainty as if seeing the future. You can't get up. Felix licked his lips. A chance to kill a transcendent. His black flames grew darker. Even if I could get up, I'd leave this fight to them. Rayon shook his head calmly. It'd be a waste for them to fall to the likes of you. He smiled faintly at Martha and Run-On's backs. You trust those women with your life? Calip scoffed. It's not trust. Rayon shook his head. It's just the truth. You sure know how to talk. Moved, Martha shoved Felix's spear back. My chest is warm. Run-On wound her ice into an octagon to form a shield against Calip's aura. Their eyes shone steadily, unbending before the strong. Whoosh. Feeling their master's will to win, the blades they held began to burn with clear radiance. The western side of Montero's Pulen mountain, between the verdant valleys, lay a buried silver orb, and around it, black demonic energy seeped out. Burin stood before the valley as if guarding the silver orb, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. While he watched the demonic energy being absorbed into the orb, heavy footsteps rose from below the mountain. That one. Burin narrowed his eyes at the small-framed man climbing the valley, the champion of the arena. No, I should call him one of the 5 heroes. When Rayon had gone to inspect the arena, this man had crushed his opponent in an instant and claimed victory. He was a fighter and one of Montero's 5 heroest martial artist Luf. Was it you? Luf tilted his thick neck from side to side like a log, using such cheap tricks. He showed not the air of a hero, but that of a thug, his cold gaze making it clear he already understood the situation. Tricks, I don't know what you're talking about. I just came up because I enjoy the scenery. Burin shrugged as though he knew nothing. Why don't you pick fights in the arena instead, great hero? He waved him off as if to tell him to leave. That orb stuck behind you aside. Luf let out a deflated laugh. While hurling killing intent at me, what are you trying to say? He shook his head in disbelief. Well, fine, I'm not much interested in magic circles anyway. Loof stepped closer, shrugging his shoulders. Whether you're Sieghart or Owen makes no difference to me. I want only one thing to know: whether your sword can satisfy me. He licked his lips as if in anticipation. Well, can you match my picky taste? If you don't mind losing your tongue while savoring, then come. Burin drew his sword from his waist and tilted his chin. Many swordsmen have said the same to me. Loof smiled thinly as he slipped on leather gloves engraved with a black bull. I wonder what you'll be like. His form vanished in a swirl of red aura. Loof reappeared beneath a boulder buried in the valley. He truly showed no interest in the orb, sending his fist straight toward Burin's waist. SSSHHH. As though reading Loof's every move, Burin twisted his ankle and slashed diagonally upward. Clang! Sword and fist collided, unleashing a metallic roar like crushing steel. Loof's hand was intact, and his bull-engraved gloves, clearly special artifacts, were not torn. Cheek! They both retreated 3 steps, staring at one another. Good reflexes. Loof smacked his lips, saying Burin's senses were sharp, but your edge is lacking, my hand's unscathed. He lifted his unharmed hand and glove, tilting his chin. I was only measuring your level. Burin calmly shook his head, summoning a fierce current of blue wind. Then I hope my sword doesn't taste bland. Loof grinned, lifting his toes, wrapping himself in a thicker layer of red aura as he charged from the left. Don't worry. Burin's cold eyes gleamed as he unleashed the wind-cutting sword. A chilling gale imbued his strike as it fell toward Loof's throat. Faster. Loof let out a small admiration as he struck with his red aura-coated fist. Clang! Their second clash. As before, both slid back 4 steps, sword and fist still aimed at one another. Drip, drip. Loof's leather gloves tore, red blood seeping through. Burin's sword energy had pierced through his aura and cut his skin. This one's pretty spicy. Loof curled his lips at the wound. Tonight's meal won't be bad. He seemed pleased rather than discouraged. Burin frowned at Loof, licking his lips, exactly as he was in the arena. There, Loof had hurled his sturdy body and overpowered opponents with brute force. His style was no different in real battle. It won't be hard to stall for time. Loof was strong, but if Burin fought defensively and accumulated wounds, he could endure until the magic circle opened. You're just barely worth it. Loof rubbed the back of his neck, nodding. What do you mean, that I can use my true strength? He stomped, and black demonic energy flared atop his red aura. Demonic energy. Burin bit his lip at the black scales rising on Loof's hands. As expected, Rayon and Father had predicted the demons would openly wield demonic energy once they learned of the circle. Loof proved them right, releasing torrents of it as if he didn't care. Don't die too blandly. Loof shattered the earth beneath his feet as he rushed forward, no longer weaving but striking head-on. Burin exhaled, facing the onrushing Loof. No need to meet him head-on. This was the Black Tower's land, and Loof was a demon wielding demonic energy. Fighting head-on here was foolish. But this time I want to fight foolishly, not for pride, but because he couldn't stomach fighting evasively against scum like the Black Tower who used children like Rencia. He wanted to cut this man's throat with his own sword. Chi-eyeing. Instead of retreating, Burin's sword arced toward Loof's fist. Clang. The third collision. The roar was the same, but the outcome changed. Croc. Burin was forced back 8 steps, dropping to one knee while Loof hadn't budged. Burin narrowed his eyes at his trembling grip. That much difference. He'd known Loof would grow stronger, but hadn't imagined he'd leap to Grandmaster level. The gap was absurdly clear. Don't be so shocked. Loof smiled, shaking his fist. This is just the beginning. He thrust his massive fist toward his own abdomen as if warming up. KGH. Burin grimaced, raising the wind-cutting sword in a defensive form. Clang. The sword bent as if about to break, barely holding. The ground split beneath Burin's feet from the force. His power grew even more. Pain seared his sword hand as if he'd struck unyielding metal. Good, stay right there, don't break. Loof cackled, charging again. One question. Burin deflected another blow, shaking his head. What did you think when you saw children with black hearts implanted in them? That they'd break with a tap? Loof sneered, not even seeing Rencia as human. Then I needn't worry. Burin pressed his lips and straightened his back, his sword glowing blue. Because before I break, your head will fall. Huff. Burin slammed into the stone wall at the end of the valley, gasping. He tore off his shredded coat and uniform, wiping the blood from his lips. So you're Burin Sieghart. Loof nodded, now recognizing him. Burin stared silently, eyes heavy. Loof tilted his head mockingly. They say you're a pampered, noble brat, but standing your ground wasn't bad. I didn't want to back down before someone like you. Unfortunate you should have. He raised his fist, black scales sprouting hooks of demonic energy. Had you tried dodging, my hooks would have torn out your heart. Lucky for you that ignorance saved you. Loof waved dismissively, but that luck ends now. His burning gaze cooled, losing interest. Your sword can't pierce my demonic energy. Against others you might have struggled longer, but with me, your match is poor. He clenched his black aura-wreathed fist. No interest in broken toys. Time to smash your skull. He gathered his energy, ready to finish it in one strike. Burin raised his sword silently as at the start, not even the strength to speak. Loof clicked his tongue, leaping from 10 steps away with a fist aimed at Burin's heart. Smash! Burin barely blocked, coughing up black blood from the impact. Still struggling, you're only prolonging pain. Loof frowned, pounding him with fists like a storm. Bam! Burin endured, bloodied but unyielding, his sword never lowering. Just die already. I'm tired of this. Loof snarled, unleashing denser demonic energy. Burin forced his cracked lips to move. But do you know why I'm here alone? What? Because I earned the vice leader's trust. His bloodied lips curved faintly. To repay that trust, I trained night and day. Sparks flared from his sword as he pushed Loof's fist back. From the moment I returned, not missing a single day. Every moment went to my sword. From Zeeghart after returning, to Monteiro, to every rest at the temporary base, never stopped swinging. He could not fall, not after the faith of father and Rayon. Why the wind? Loof's eyes widened at the gale rising from Burin's blade. I've always been bad at enduring, even pain. Since childhood he'd lacked patience, acting mature only to win father's approval, but truly less enduring than even Dorian. But today I cannot step back. For Rencia and the other children who lived more maturely than he did, he had to stand. Then die here. Loof pulled back his fist, black demonic energy swelling into a dark vortex. Burin closed his eyes at the approaching storm. No need to see, just feel. Both Rayon and father had always told him his flaw was his lack of confidence, but now it was different. Even at the bottom, it didn't matter. What mattered was not wavering. SSSHHH. Burin slashed downward, his sword infused with wind. It felt like Rayon's sword watching from behind or father's blade he admired. Quoom. The slender strike of wind split the vortex of demonic energy, falling toward Loof. Smash, but the demonic energy guarding his body held, flaring darker. Heir. Burin's hand shook, drained. Close, but that's your limit. Loof, sensing his decline, rushed for the final blow. No, this is the end. Burin slowly opened his eyes, blue wind shining within. A grandmaster pursues his ideal. His lifelong pursuit was pride in his house, to guard it with a sharp yet graceful sword. Whoosh. From the days he first wore Zeeghart's cloak, his conviction rose from his blade in silver light. Wind-cutting sword's secret art, spirit of the wind. Threads of unraveling wind sliced through the demonic energy and tore into Loof's body. Smash! The body once impervious to blades cracked open. Through the silent cut glimmered pale blue light. Shreyak. As Burin lowered his sword, a long gash opened across Loof's chest, wind pouring out. You by the likes of you. Loof collapsed before he could finish, his demonic energy unable to mend him. So this is Grandmaster. Burin slumped, laughing faintly. It doesn't feel real. I still feel weak. But I kept the promise. More than reaching Grandmaster, the joy of upholding Rayon and father's trust lifted him. No, it isn't over yet. Burin rose, gripping his sword. He stood firm, ready to bar any who came. The blue wind behind him felt like the cloak of his boyhood settling once more on his back. HRRRMMM. Crane kicked a stone on the ground, groaning as if in pain. This is way too unsettling. He clutched his hair while staring at the silver orb hidden behind the statues of the 5 heroes. Hey, you okay? Crane jerked his chin toward Dorian, who was leaning against one of the statues. Why are you acting all serious for once? He narrowed his eyes, clearly unnerved. How could I be okay? Dorian shook his head, panting. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Not from food, feels like my guts are about to spill out. His whole arm trembled as he sniffled, not just his hands. Why did the palace lord leave this place to us? He shut his eyes, gasping like he was suffocating, because he trusts us. That's why. Crane exhaled, looking up at the sky. If not, he wouldn't have sent us to guard such an important place. He clenched his fist, unwilling to betray that trust. Yeah, you're right. Dorian nodded, agreeing, but the trembling spread through his entire body. 5 stabilizers, and I'm still shaking. Guess it's not enough. As he slapped his cheek and reached for another pill. Woo-woo, the shadows of nearby buildings deepened, and a chilling wail crawled up their spines. They're here. Crane pressed his lips tight and stepped forward. Be careful. Dorian pushed himself off the statue, his fingers trembling pitifully on his sword hilt. Whoosh. As the two stood before the statues, sky, ground, and buildings were all stained in a dark shade as if splashed with black paint. What? Why is it suddenly night? What the hell's going on? The people around the statues froze in confusion, unable to move. Crack, crack. When the darkness filled everything, a dull thump of a staff echoed and a white-haired old man in a black robe appeared. That old man. Dorian furrowed his brows at the wrinkled face. You don't know? It's the guy your back was against. Crane gestured at the statues behind them. The old man's face was identical to the mage carved on the far right. They called him the Warlock, Furzen. Crane named him as he drew his sword. I'm glad young men still recognize me. Furzen stroked his white beard with a gentle smile. Hand me the orb behind the statue and I won't harm you. He shook his head softly as though offering mercy. What a load of crap. Crane snorted, tilting his chin aside. If you were that kind, you wouldn't have left those kids to suffer. He curled his finger, goading him. How unfortunate. Forzen lifted an eyebrow and sighed, refusing the offered wine, choosing the punishment instead. Punishment my ass. Why do villains always spout the same lines? Do you all go to some villain school? Crane clicked his tongue, mocking him, such insolence. Wrinkles deepened on Forzen's brow as veins bulged in anger. If you trust the children around you, you'll regret it. What's the old fool blabbering? What children? I see them. Your natures are too alike, you must be of the same house. He smirked at the trembling people hiding in the shadows. Sharp eyes, I'll give you that. Crane ground his teeth, stomping the ground. We've been found, get ready to fight. At his signal, Sieghart swordsmen disguised as tourists and villagers revealed themselves. So it was Sieghart. Forzen nodded calmly at their uniforms and blades. Every one of you a master impressive, but before me meaningless. He struck the ground with his staff and the darkness rose. Ruumble, Dezensno hundreds off shadow beasts with blood-red eyes erupted. Strong. Crane frowned at the sight. Each one is at least large monster class. Worse, they had no information on these beasts fast, strong, unpredictable. Even masters would struggle. Form the high wind formation. At his command, the light wind swordsman formed a barrier before the statues. Defending, not a bad choice, but how long will you last? Forzen lifted his staff. His summoned shadow beasts sank into the ground. Roar. They reappeared before the statues, jaws snapping at the swordsmen's throats. Shreyang. Without hesitation, the Sieghart swordsman slashed down. The beasts melted into black mist under their wind-charged blades. HMPH. As if expecting this, Forzen twitched his staff and the slain beasts revived, maws opening once more. Then we'll just kill them again. Crane showed no panic, cleaving them down once more. What about this? Forzen's fingertip gleamed, his staff fired condensed dark magic at the statue. Boom! The darkness aimed to erase both statue and... But Dorian burst from the formation, intercepting it. He swung down, blade gleaming with insight. Shreyang, his strike split the core of the spell, quelling even the explosion. Who? He trembled, saliva dripping, drained by the effort. Good job. Crane clapped his back, praising him just for enduring. You've got skill enough to run your mouth, not that it'll matter. Forzen scowled, reviving his beasts once more to press harder. We'll see about that at the end. Crane snorted, unshaken. Very well, I'll show you your end. Forzen's magic erupted, swords clashed, and the battle became a brutal war of attrition. Forzen frowned as the swordsmen still held the orb. They're lasting longer than I thought. He'd expected to crush them in 10 minutes, but these youths backed each other flawlessly, enduring both beasts and spells. Their spirit, stamina, and experience exceeded their years, and the orb's power is growing stronger. The artifact was unraveling Montero's barrier. Time was running short, no choice. If the barrier fell, much would collapse. He would have to destroy the orb himself. Thud, he struck the ground. Darkness thickened, spreading impenetrable night. Stay focused. If we hold, we win, Crane shouted, rallying them. Dorian, however, trembled all over in the suffocating dark. This won't be difficult. Forzen licked his lips in the shadows. They can't kill me. My only weakness, no chance they'll even find it in this darkness. He sneered at the green-haired swordsman. Pathetic. The strongest one, yet he shakes like a child. Though his skill blocked Forzen's spells, his fear slowed him. What a pitiful fool. SSSHHH. Forzen slipped through the dark, appearing behind the statues. He reached for the buried orb. Thunk, but a blue blade pierced his thigh above the left knee. He noticed. Impossibilethis can't cuterk. Forzen coughed black blood, staring at the sword driven into his sole weakness. How? That tiny spot above the knee, like a dragon's reverse scale, how had they known? Be because I was waiting. You were acting from the start. Forzen's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, his body swallowed by darkness and blood. Whoosh. With his death, the beasts dissolved into mist. Heir. Dorian collapsed flat, gasping. Hey, what did you do? Crane rushed over, wide-eyed. Dorian, you really killed that old bastard. What the hell happened? The swordsmen all shouted in disbelief. I read him. Dorian shook his head, breath ragged. He was nervous too. Our endurance threw him off. It was obvious he'd go for the orb. Instead of striking vital spots like heart or head, Dorian pierced the place he was desperate to guard, his left thigh above the knee. So you really acted my ass. Dorian snapped coldly. I really thought I'd die. Look, I'm still shaking. He held up his trembling hands and legs. Then how? Because I saw Rencia. Dorian clenched his fist, still shaking. If I couldn't move after seeing her, I wouldn't deserve to hold a sword. That alone had driven him. Oh, look at you, Dorian. Crane grinned, grabbing his shoulder. Maybe you're better off as a swordsman than a merchant. I was always a swordsman. What? Not a quartermaster. You ruin a good mood. Screech, Runan, and Martha rolled across the ground. What the hell? Did they get stronger? Martha ground her teeth in disbelief. Yeah. Runan nodded at the demonic energy blazing on their weapons. They definitely did. After gaining insight, Callop and Felix unleashed even greater power, crushing them with force. They weren't showing their full strength before. This time, that was dangerous. Callop licked his lips at the wound on his chest from Runan. Same here. I nearly slipped despite not letting my guard down. Felix scowled at the scar carved into his spear. They're stronger than expected, but what's worse is their battle sense. They could grow anytime. His eyes sank cold. We should finish this quickly. Yes, I'll do the same. Felix lowered his stance, spear aimed at Rencia. That so? Calip nodded, be careful. Martha clicked her tongue, stepping back. This feels like the real fight now, I know. Run-On nodded calmly, frost flowers blooming around the fountain. From here on will be the villains you wanted. Calip charged through the frost with demonic energy covering his body, swinging a greatsword straight at Rencia's head. Shigging, Felix mirrored him from the left, spear swirling with demonic energy also aimed at Rencia. Clong, Martha and Run-On barely intercepted them, blocking sword and spear. Their eyes shook like storm-tossed waves. Ruumble. Calip and Felix didn't relent, pouring heavier pressure, demonic energy surging. Of course the demons would stoop so low. Going after a child, Martha snarled, forcing back the spear. It stinks. Run-On wrinkled her nose, raising walls of frost. You may stop some of it, but not all. Felix pressed his spear down on Martha's shoulder, jaw tilted smugly. You can endure, but those behind you cannot. His aura spread, ready to swallow the entire area. That's right. If we kill Rencia and Rayon Sieghart, it's all over. Calip pressed harder, sword falling like a storm. Ruumble. The demonic energy Martha and Run-On couldn't block spread around the fountain, black flames igniting the ground. KH. It won't go out, damn it. The Sieghart swordsman couldn't even approach, overwhelmed by the difference in strength. Ooh. Rencia trembled violently, racked by the demonic energy. Blackened blood spilled from her lips. Rencia, Martha screamed at the sight but couldn't move closer, barely holding off Felix's spear. Run-On tried to erase more of the energy, but Calip's interference held her down. As I thought, it's clear now. Felix licked his lips, staring at Rayon's calm face. You won't move from that spot. I still don't get it, to stake your life on such trash. Calip laughed, mocking Rayon. You make me repeat myself, fool. Rayon shook his head. I trust them because they're worth trusting. And when you die with Rencia, will that trust still hold? Calip licked his lips, eager to see Rayon's last expression. I believe only in myself, and that means... Rayon smiled faintly at Martha and Run-On's backs. I trust myself who has watched them all this time. Me too. Rencia forced her eyes open. I trust my sisters. Despite veins bulging from pain, she smiled radiantly. It was a sorrowful moment, but her pure smile made the darkness seem brighter. Thud. At her smile, Martha and Run-On's childhood memories surged. The girl crying for her mother in a corpse-filled village. The girl unable to see the world, gripped by her brother's hand. Now Rencia stood before them with a bright smile, reaching out. Martha and Run-On reached back with burned, bloodied hands. Their three hands met. The burning village vanished, and the cage of blood swung open. Clong, Martha's titan forged energy whirled diagonally, crushing the demonic energy. F-whoosh. Run-On's sword, Snow Flower, blossomed frost shards like chandeliers, freezing the incoming tide. No way. What is this? Calip and Felix's eyes widened in disbelief at their simultaneous awakening. End it now, before their sword field completus spur out everything. Felix lost composure, shouting bluntly, bursting all his demonic energy. I know. Calip gritted his teeth, blasting black flames into a vortex aimed at Run-On. Run-On. Yeah, Martha and Run-On didn't look at their enemies. They stood before Rayon and Rencia, swinging their swords toward each other. Clong. Frost and earth clashed, their blades colliding, releasing a clear blue radiance. F-whoosh. The demonic energy that had covered the world melted away like spring snow, powerless before the natural force of ice and earth. Hua, Run-On and Martha's combined strike shattered the vortex of demonic energy, cutting into Felix and Calip's very bodies. Gah, and no. Calip screamed as both his arms were ripped away while Felix's spear snapped in half, his legs frozen so solid he couldn't move. Now's the only chance. Yeah, coughing blood, Martha and Run-On stepped forward, knowing this was their one chance to kill them. Wait, just wait a moment. Calip staggered back, trying to regenerate his arms with demonic energy, while Felix swung his broken spear in desperation. You didn't listen to Rencia's plea, should I listen to you? Martha twisted her lips and drove her sword into Felix's chest. As if to make him feel the same torment Rencia had suffered, she crushed bone and flesh with her blade. Grrrhhhhhhhhhk. Felix let out a strangled scream before his eyes rolled back and his head slumped. Pain that will never fade. Run-On ducked Calip's kick and drove Snow Flower into his abdomen, keeping her promise to Rencia. Shhhhhhhh. Frost spread from her sword, freezing Calip's body entirely. Khuug. He tried to block it with demonic energy, but he couldn't withstand the awakened frost of Run-On. Before a single breath left him, his body was encased in silver ice. D-damn. Terror flickered in Calip's eyes as his body went numb, then life was extinguished. Haya. Ooh. Martha and Run-On bent deeply at the waist, breathing heavily, their tension finally released. Rencia smiled faintly, bowing her head to them. But even that small act caused her to bend over in pain, groaning. Hey, stay still, don't move. You really are good sisters. Weird but good. Rayon chuckled faintly watching them. You could have left out the weird part. Martha scowled. Rayon. Run-On tilted her chin slightly toward him. You knew we'd break through that wall, didn't you? She blinked curiously. Yeah, how'd you know? Martha tilted her head too, eyes narrowing. I never thought I'd awaken either, so tell me why. I didn't know. Rayon tilted his chin. What? You clearly said you believed in us. I didn't know you'd awaken, I just believed you'd win. Not only Martha and Run-On, but all the Light Wind had endured countless battles and training, even training that forced them to taste death over and over. With that experience, he trusted they could win, though awakening was beyond his expectations. You knew. Rayon glanced at Wrath. Did you not say it yourself? They've faced experiences no ordinary humans could endure. Even if they only supported from behind, the difference between experiencing it directly and merely hearing it is vast. Wrath shook his head as if it were obvious. Especially that insane training where you dragged them up the mountain and pushed them to the brink of death. Brutal, but highly effective. Humans who faced death raised the level of their souls. He flicked his hand, saying that was why the Light Wind had grown so unnaturally strong. With you leading them and giving them those trials, it's almost surprising they awakened this late. Wrath snorted. True, they've followed me well. Rayon gazed proudly at Martha and Run-On. You should have won without awakening. The fact you barely managed with it means training will only get harder when we return. Since Wrath acknowledged it, harsher concentration training was more than justified. Should I just kill him now? Martha gripped her sword again, seriously tempted. I thought he was handsome, but nope, he's ugly. Run-On lowered her head in disappointment. I was joking, huh? Rayon tried to lighten the mood, but... Ruumble from the ruined ground rose a middle-aged man with black hair, covered in spines of demonic energy. So they've fallen. He glared at the corpses of Callip and frozen Felix, eyes blazing with bloodlust and demonic energy, stronger than either of them. You may have awakened, but your strength is spent. The spines covering his body sharpened, writhing like living things. Damn it. Martha raised her sword with trembling hands, biting her lip. Who? Run-On drew a deep breath to hide her exhaustion, stepping in front of Rencia. Rayon smirked faintly. Batoratan, a Black Tower floor lord, had told Demonblade of the sacrificial rite, leading them here. Rayon taunted him with a mocking smile. Nonsense, I never told Demonblade about this place. Batoratan shouted, unnerved by the demon's stares. You underestimated a transcendent. Rayon shook his head. Then I'll rip open your skull and take your memories. Batoratan raised his spine-covered arm with chilling intent. Don't you dare, absolutely not. Martha and Run-On struck, but their weakened blades couldn't pierce his spines. HMPH, I care nothing for brats. He ignored them, charging Rayon. Any closer and you die. Rayon tilted his chin at the rushing demon. Empty threats. Batoratan snorted, towering over him. I already know you can't move. He claimed Callip and Felix had told him everything. A transcendent who can't move is no threat. He sneered, stepping past Rayon's line. This is the end. Rayon closed his eyes. It's not over yet. Yeah, we'll protect. Martha and Run-On stood in front of him, ready to give their lives. Fools, you think you can. Batoratan grinned, spines thrusting. SSSHHHK, a red line traced across his neck and his head fell. That's why I told you not to come. Rayon opened his eyes. W what? Batoratan died without knowing what struck him. Thud, behind his collapsing corpse stood Roan, clad in black. You both did splendidly. Roan lowered his spotless blade, smiling kindly, and all of you as well. He looked proudly at the Light Wind swordsman. Roan, Run-On blinked. You were here the whole time. Martha widened her eyes. Then why didn't you? My first mission was to secure escape routes for the villagers and tourists. Roan chuckled, saying he'd returned after saving them. I did arrive while you fought the Montero heroes, but since the Palace Lord trusted you, I trusted as well. He smiled, saying the reward of trust was sweet. I see. Oh. Martha and Run-On collapsed, finally letting go of tension. Oh, and... Roan stepped between them, driving his slim blade into Felix's chest. KHKK, blood-spurted Felix wasn't fully dead. Occasionally demons seem lifeless, yet still breathe. It's best to finish them. Roan wiped his blade with the same gentle smile, chilling in its casualness. Then I'll leave the rest to you. Rayon bowed, unsurprised. Of course. Roan glanced at Rayon and Rencia before vanishing like the wind. I heard he was strong. Martha exhaled at Batoratan's instant death. Didn't think it'd be like that. That wasn't even full strength. Rayon shook his head. The name Killing King is heavier than we imagine. Roan moved south where the Iron Division battled countless demons, the division leaders fighting a grandmaster. Trevine clashed fiercely with a floor lord wielding a halberd, an even match. Better not to step in directly. He chose only to save those in mortal danger, leaving stronger foes as growth for the swordsmen. Soon, Trevine's advantage grew, pushing the floor lord back. He'll win. Roan saluted him and moved east. F. Woosh. In the forest, Mark Gorton faced the last hero Thunder Sword Varans. The two stared each other down, hands on sword and blade, sweat dripping. They've been locked for long. Both trembled, drained of mental strength. I can't interfere. Killing the foe was possible, but helping Mark win properly wasn't. I'll trust him. Mark had clawed out of despair himself. Roan trusted his resolve and vanished. Even as demonic energy and aura clashed like a storm, Mark's eyes never wavered. Unable to endure, Varens drew first. Shrong, his blade split the air. Zap, Mark's strike of wind became lightning, slashing Varens' throat. Ha. He exhaled, drenched in sweat. In a draw of blades, patience wins, not speed. Satisfied, he nodded. Congratulations. Roan applauded silently and moved east again. Quwum, Morel Kazan incinerated demons with his mage core. A top magician of Balkan needed no help. Carry on. Roan saluted and moved to Dorian and Crane's position. They're coming. Block them. Damn it, why so many? I'm dying here. Dorian, Crane, and the light wind fought waves of beasts, screaming, but their long-forged coordination left no gaps. They can hold. Roan smiled warmly and moved to the last battlefield. Kaya Burin, gravely wounded, still cut down demons without budging from his post. So you reached Grandmaster 2. Roan chuckled. Burin's mastery of his new strength seemed more refined than Martha or Runnan. You finally did it. He had swung his sword day and night to catch up, seeking lessons from Karun and Rayan. Now his blade of wind had caught up at last. Head of house, Roan smiled deeply. Sieghart will only grow stronger. Rayan looked at the jewel on Rencia's necklace. The flames that once flickered now filled it entirely. Click, he severed the aura sustaining the magic circle and gripped the necklace. It's complete. The heat pressed against his skin, like holding the source of fire itself, a lamp to awaken the darkness. Rayan recited the spell Chamber had taught him and released aura from his mana circuits. Whoosh. The jewel blazed, crimson flames bursting into 5 rays, shooting toward the star-shaped artifact. Ah. The pain gone, Rencia slowly opened her eyes, awed by the 5 blazing flames. You did well. Did you succeed? She swallowed, asking if the circle was complete. I didn't. You did, and now. Rayan stroked her head as he gazed at the pentagram of fire. It's my turn to repay you. Haya, Rencia collapsed to the ground as though all strength had left her, relieved that her part was finally over. You really endured well. Rayan smiled and nodded. That's right. Even Chamber said the most important thing was that you endured. Martha praised her proudly and pulled Rencia into a hug. It was beautiful. Runnan smiled more naturally now as she stroked Rencia's head. It seemed she was starting to use words like handsome and beautiful as simple compliments. Then, shall we take a look? Rayan tilted his chin toward Rencia. Hey, take a look. You should see with your own eyes the results you achieved, shouldn't you? What do you startled. Rencia was lifted by the waist as Rayan kicked off the fountain. Stepping through the air like stairs, they rose up to look over Montiro. Whoosh. From the fountain, a path of flame spread out, meeting 5 silver orbs to form a red pentagram. The crimson blaze was not satisfied. With just forming the pentagram, it drew a vast circle that wrapped around all of Montiro. Wuang. Inside the immense circle, 5 red stars shone brightly. This was the true form of lamp that awakens the darkness. It's beautiful. Rencia clasped her hands as she gazed at the pentagram encircling Montiro. It's the magic lamp that awakens the darkness. Your role was the greatest in making it possible. Rayan lowered his finger, pointing at the flames forming the pentagram. Did I really help? Having lived her whole life bound by the Black Tower's grasp, Rencia still didn't realize the magnitude of what she had done. Yes, without you this magic wouldn't exist. Rayan nodded, telling her she did very well. Rencia let out a faint smile of relief and brought her hands together. And the true effect of that magic begins now. As Rayan snapped his fingers, the jewel in Rencia's necklace shattered, and the flames forming the pentagram began turning blue. Kaya. In that instant, a deafening sound erupted like thousand snow, tens of thousands soft glass panes shattering at once. From beneath Montiro, a blackened pentagram magic circle surged upward. Rumble. As expected of a barrier that had hidden the Black Tower's existence and concealed the demonic energy and demons, the magic circle itself exuded a sticky, revolting aura like filth, such a vile stench just like those fiends. Wrath scowled in disgust. I want to freeze that foul energy right this instant. He waved his hand furiously, urging Rayan to shatter the magic circle. That's the barrier that bound your arms and legs. Rayan bit his lip thinly. Rencia's eyes trembled violently in fear. There's no need to be afraid anymore. It will vanish now. Following Rayan's gesture, lamp that awakens the darkness descended and collided with the Black Tower's magic circle. Kuang. 2 magic circles of different nature and color clashed, unleashing a shockwave as though Montiro's land and sea were collapsing. Crackle. The blue flames and black demonic energy fiercely resisted each other, but before long the black energy was consumed by the azure fire, and cracks began appearing in the Black Tower's magic circle. Of course, the barrier installed over Montiro was not meant for combat, but to conceal the Black Tower and gather demonic energy. In contrast, lamp that awakens the darkness was created specifically to erase the Black Tower's barrier quickly. Its victory was inevitable. Kaya. At last, the black pentagram barrier that ruled Montiro melted away under the azure flames and was completely destroyed. Whoosh. As the Black Tower's magic circle crumbled, the once clear sky began to dim. From the earth, demonic energy squirmed upward like worms, while the emerald sea turned as black as sewage. Though the barrier was destroyed, it was as if the beautiful land had been transformed into hell. Ah, Rencia's jaw quivered in disbelief. How could this? As I said before, you can't always be happy. This is the true face of Montiro, which had been filled with laughter and joy. Rayan shook his head as he looked at Montiro buried in darkness. I see. Rencia bit her lip, unable to turn away from the corrupted city. You've changed too. Before you would have blamed yourself. Rayan smiled faintly at her eyes. Rencia pointed to herself, Martha, and Runan. Because of the swordsman, I learned it wasn't my fault, it was the Black Towers. And that I must always have courage. She nodded calmly, saying she had learned a lot through this ordeal. A wise child indeed. Wrath let out a puff of admiration. She's far better than you and the others. I'd want to raise her myself. He waved his hand proudly at Rencia. I feel the same. Despite living in such hell, Rencia still thought of others before herself. As Wrath said, she might have stronger mental strength than even him or the light wind swordsman. What a pity. If you were a bit younger, she could have become great, whether as a warrior or a magician. Wrath clicked his tongue regretfully. Magic might not be too late for her. Rayan chuckled as he shook his head when the ground beneath the fountain began to split slowly. It wasn't simple collapse, a black dimension was opening beneath. Wrath narrowed his eyes at the slowly widening rift. Though corrupted, that's true demonic energy at its root. He licked his lips, saying he could sense the aura of the devildom from within the crack. True demonic energy. Rayan strengthened his grip as he descended back to the ground. The battles ahead won't be easy either. When Rayan landed with Rencia, the dimensional rift had only opened to the size of a fingernail. The demonic energy inside was so strong that it would take considerable time for the gate to open fully. Rayan, Trevin came running with the Iron Division swordsman, waving his hand. His body was battered, but he had won and returned stronger. You've done well. Rayan bowed his head. It was tough. No, it was very dangerous. A high-ranking floor master suddenly appeared. Trevin exhaled deeply, saying the fight was almost even, but he had managed to seize momentum and win. That's why I trusted you. Rayan smiled, saying he never doubted him. Palace Lord. The next to return was Mark Gorton. Thankfully, I preserved my life, he bowed cautiously. Unlike the Iron Division, he looked unscathed, but mentally more drained. Did you have a duel? As expected, you can tell. Mark Gorton nodded. I was fortunate. My opponent lacked patience. In sword draw duels, luck alone can't win. Rayan squeezed his shoulder, saying he won with skill. The third group to arrive were Dorian Crane and the light wind swordsman sent with them. They collapsed, gasping as though at death's door. Why did you send us toward the statues? I thought I was going to die. Dorian and Crane glared at Rayan resentfully. It was really tough. We defeated Warlock Forzen, then a demon came. Then after defeating the demon, endless monsters came. The other swordsmen squeezed their eyes shut, exhausted. But you succeeded, didn't you? Rayan tilted his chin. We did, but unable to refute, they blinked vacantly. None of you died and you returned stronger, right? That's true. Dorian lowered his head slowly. Then that's enough. Why yes, afraid to argue further, he averted his gaze. Hey, you promised we'd argue together. Crane complained bitterly. Argue together, huh? Rayan stepped toward him with a chilling smile. Crane, you've grown bold, haven't you? And no, we'll see back home, I'm sorry. Realizing he had misstepped, Crane bowed immediately, but Rayan's cold smile remained. You're all here before me, I see. The fourth to arrive was Burin, waving his blood-stained hand. Burin, Rayan's eyes widened. Did you reach Grandmaster? He hadn't expected Burin to reach that level after Martha and Runan. I was lucky. I managed to awaken at the very end. Burin smiled modestly. An awakening. Rencia gave me inspiration. Breaking through walls is all about image. He lifted his chin toward Martha and Runan, hinting at them. Though feigning modesty, he clearly wanted to boast. Sorry to say. Rayan shook his head, stepping aside. Martha and Runan reached Grandmaster too. He pushed them forward. What? Burin gasped as he felt their equal pressure. Oh my, did you think you were the only one, cute little brother? Martha snickered, patting his head, still last. Runan wagged her finger up and down. Burin flushed red with embarrassment at his earlier boasting. Don't end up like him. Rayan grinned at Rencia. Wait, then we have 3 Grandmasters now, Dorian gasped. No, 4. Division leader Trevin counts 2. Crane shook his head. Even for us, having 1 Transcendent and 4 Grandmasters is too much. Trevin tilted his head, astonished. With this power, even if outnumbered, we won't lose against the 5 demons. Mark Gorton agreed, saying no force matched their strength now. Sir Mark, doesn't it trouble you? Burin looked at him. I moved past envy and resentment long ago. I only wish to congratulate you. Mark Gorton applauded Burin, Martha, and Runan. Lastly came Balkan's Morel Kazan. Untouched and proud, he nodded. Well done, Rayan bowed with a smile. The lamp is lit properly. Well done, Palace Lord of Lightwind. Unlike before, Morel spoke respectfully. Now we only need that gate to open. Yes, it will take some time, please rest. Rayon turned. You all take medicine and recover your strength. He narrowed his eyes at the rift, because once it opens, the true war begins. Crackle, like a giant prying open castle gates, the earth split apart, revealing a dimension flowing with crimson-black currents. Unlike previous rifts, this one created by lamp that awakens the darkness was vast. Montiro itself wasn't even half the size of the Black Tower's dimension. Rumble, the colossal gate split Montiro in two, releasing crimson-black demonic energy like a tidal wave. Its stench alone made Rayon's aura royal. At last, true demonic energy. Wrath inhaled deeply, eyes gleaming. True demonic energy. I thought they were mere imitators of demons, but this thighs is real. The foes within will be on another level. He licked his lips. Rumble, the sea and land of Montiro split, fully opening the dimension to the Black Tower. Demonic energy surged endlessly, covering the sky in oppressive gloom. Hugh, Rayon stepped toward the rift's edge. Wuong, the dimension mirrored Montiro like a reflection. Unlike this white land, that one was pitch black with rivers of lava, and from its depths rose an enormous upside-down tower. So that's the Black Tower. Rayon bit his lip as he stared at it. The tower itself spewed demonic energy like a living being, surrounded by massive monsters screeching with spread wings. Boom! As he steadied his breath, the first floor of the tower opened with a deafening roar. Screech! A gate fit for giants swung wide, unleashing countless monsters. Ruar. Beasts, humanoid fiends, demons from legendary eyes filled the land. Crackle! Then the second floor opened, releasing demons with crimson-black weapons. They stood in formation, glaring across. Kaya, from an upper floor, a black knight astride a dragon soared out. At its roar, monsters and demons charged. Their numbers. Burin frowned. Just fighting them all will exhaust us. Martha exhaled sharply. Sturdy. Run on side at the oppressive aura. See, can we handle this? Dorian's chin trembled. Icharke, Rencia swallowed dryly, stunned at the endless tide. Don't worry. Rayon shook his head calmly. This fight isn't ours alone. At his words, dozens of magic circles bloomed in Montiro's black sky. Wuong, blue light shone as armored knights bearing lion crests stepped out. Unite! At the command of Greer de Owen, third Prince of Owen, the knights drew their swords and slashed through the monsters. It has been a while. Greer saluted. You've become a swordsman beyond honor. From another circle came Duke Tartan, resting his sword on his shoulder with a grin. Kua, the monsters shifted left, startled by Owen's knights, only to be met by another blue circle. Burn them. At Princess Jaina of Balkan's order, her mage corps detonated dozens of prepared spells. Kua, the oncoming horde turned to ash. Jaina bowed slightly in respect. Rayon nodded lightly, acknowledging her. After seeing her growth over the past month, she was now worthy of recognition as a princess. Kaya, the Black Knight's dragon roared in dove. With its blackened spear aimed at Rayon, it plummeted. FYI, just as it closed in, a frigid slash cut through. Vermin, it was Karun. His blade severed both dragon and rider's head. Well done. Karun spared only brief words before striding straight into the rift. So that's the Black Tower. At the familiar voice, Rayon turned. Chamber was smiling at the sight. Filthier than I imagined. She clicked her tongue. Best to clean it up, don't you think? Of course. Rayon nodded. Good. At her clap, entire lower floors of the tower, along with waiting monsters and demons, were torn from existence as if cut from space itself. Rumble, dozens of demons vanished without her even chanting. Refreshing. Chamber laughed, biting her lollipop. Let's go. We're cleansing the whole tower today. She chewed calmly, unshaken. All these people. Rencia trembled at the countless allies now before her. I told you. It's not mates who are strong. Rayon smiled, placing a hand on her shoulder. Today, that tower disappears from this world. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. This demonic energy is potent. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he studied the energy flowing inside the dimension. With demonic energy far denser than mana, it seemed both swordsmen and magicians would struggle to exert their full strength. It will be worse than you think. Wrath frowned as he gazed at the Black Tower. Why, as I said before, the demonic energy flowing in that dimension is genuine, drawn straight from the devildom. He shook his head, saying this war would not end easily. As long as you're human, your strength will be heavily suppressed within that dimension. Wrath warned him that not only demons and monsters, but the demonic energy itself had to be treated cautiously. It doesn't feel that heavy to me, though. Rayon tilted his head, watching the Black Tower churn with demonic energy. Wrath was right, it was foul enough to crease his brow, but not overwhelming. That's because you've been sucking up this king's authorities. Wrath smacked his shoulder and yelled. You carry my authority and others as well. If you're pushed back by this filth, you may as well die. For you, this demonic energy could even become strength. He raised his fist, saying if Rayon faltered, he was unworthy. Ah, you're right. Rayon chuckled and nodded. Still, even tainted, it's rare to see demonic energy of this magnitude. Wrath scratched his head, muttering it was not something humans could do. Do you know something? Rayon was about to turn toward him when There's too much demonic energy, and it's vile. Chamber flicked her lollipop into the air and stood before the dimensional gate. Shall I reduce it a little? She traced a triangle with her fingers. The black sky split in half, sucking away the demonic energy around the black tower. There's too much to erase it all. Then, she clicked her tongue in distaste. Breaking it will be better. Placing her palms together like in prayer, she summoned countless flames and frost blades from above, carried down by the wind. Rumble, though each looked small, their power rivaled the ultimate spells of high mages. Monsters touched by the flames crumbled to ash, and demons pierced by frost froze solid before shattering apart. Let's call this our declaration of war. Chamber stretched her hand skyward. A rainbow glimmering staff appeared. As she gripped it and swung downward, the black tower and the surrounding space split vertically. Crack! Even the black tower, shielded by flames of demonic energy, could not withstand her magic. Its lower walls shattered, spilling black blood as the demons inside were cleaved in half. Rumble, the tower itself did not collapse, but every demon within its lower levels was slain. It was a terrifying display of magic. Chamber alone had annihilated the entire lower floors. Yet despite a direct strike, only minor cracks appeared in the middle floors, while the upper floors remained completely unscathed. The higher the level, the sturdier the structure seemed. Even after all that, the middle floors still stand. Chamber let out a hollow laugh. This isn't a human-built fortress, clearly. She frowned, saying it made no sense to resist spatial severance. Well, I've reduced the demonic energy. Now we begin in earnest. She raised her staff, prompting the allied forces of Sieghart, Owen, and Balkan to charge into the dimension toward the Black Tower. Rumble, though the thick demonic energy weakened their aura and bodies, their momentum grew even greater. As the coalition trampled over the corpses of demons killed by Chamber, aiming for the tower's entrance, the middle floor's gates opened and colossal monsters leapt out. Warbeasts, artificial creatures created by Black Tower demons from the flesh of giants. Their demonic energy wasn't that strong, but their physical power was overwhelming, enough to trouble even elite swordsmen. Rumble, and not just warbeasts, uncountable hordes of monsters poured forth from the shadows behind the tower. Most were lower-level beasts, but mixed among them were upper monsters that even masters would need to be wary of. Hold the line, do not let them near the tower. A huge red-haired brute raised his shield and shouted. It was Zeppel, the Beastmaster, known as the Tamer of Monsters. Rumble, warbeasts the size of buildings, thousands of monsters, and Black Tower demons interspersed among them. Sight was like gazing into hell itself. Do not fear, Karun scoffed as he swung his blade. A warbeast's massive body split cleanly in two. I stand at the front. At his shout, the coalition forces of the Five Kings roared forward like waves, crashing into the Black Tower's defense line. Rumble, though the coalition's raw power was overwhelming, the warbeasts and monsters reinforced their bodies with the dimension's demonic energy, fighting evenly. The upper floor demons aren't moving. Rayon frowned at the still Black Tower above. They want to fight from their own nest. Chamber snorted in disdain. The reason this dimension is so thick with demonic energy is because they've been stockpiling what flowed from Montero demonic energy and deathly energy alike for decades. If it's this heavy outside, inside the tower it will be far worse. She shook her head, warning the battles within would be brutal. So the Tower Lord is waiting inside. Rayon fixed his gaze on the unseen summit. The black mist hid details, but just looking sent chills down his spine. Exactly. A coward by nature. Chamber nodded. Unless it's for something he wants, an item or spell, he'll never leave that tower. Which is why I can't unleash my finishing spells. If I start chanting, the Tower Lord could strike mid-cast. She clicked her tongue. I'll go first and cut down more demonic energy inside. You catch your breath and then follow. Chamber strode calmly into the Black Tower's dimension. Rayon bowed at her back, then turned. Ready. He crooked his finger at the light-wind swordsman. Wait, hurry, put these on and eat. Dorian threw fresh uniforms and recovery medicine from his pouch to the group. Let's hurry in, I'm itching. Martha slung on her uniform, licking her lips. MN, prepared. Runan swallowed her medicine and nodded. I've never wanted to fight this badly. I won't waste this feeling. Buran tightened his grip on his sword. They've grown indeed. Rayon smiled faintly, seeing Buran, Martha, and Runan turn tension into resolve. Their self-belief outweighs fear now, indeed. True strength comes not from raw power, but belief in oneself. Wrath curled his lip upward in satisfaction, truthfully. Rayon sighed softly, glancing at Mark Gorton. I had hoped Sir Mark would be the first to reach Grandmaster. Given his years of effort, Rayon had wanted him to awaken first, but he hadn't. HMPH, that one will awaken differently. Wrath narrowed his eyes at Mark. Differently? Yes. What was bound will erupt even stronger. It will be a good thing, he smirked. If so, that's a relief. Rayon raised a thumb to Mark, then approached Rencia. Rencia. He placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled softly. You've done your part. Now trust us and wait here with the others. He gestured to the tower. We'll return after destroying it. Yes, I'll wait here. Freed at last from despair's chains, Rencia smiled brightly like a girl her age. Please, I'm entrusting you. As Rayon bowed, Roan appeared behind her. Of course, I'll protect her well. Roan nodded and took her hand. Rumble, buildings collapsed, and survivors who had escaped monsters stumbled out. Kaya, the beasts roared, spewing flames of demonic energy toward the fleeing people. How dare you? Burin slashed, sending blue wind to slice the monsters into pieces. Haya, you saved us. The shaken survivors bowed. It's nothing. I'm glad you're safe. Burin shook his head. Rencia, a boy around 12, waved at her. It was Perrin the guide who had brought them food and drink when they first arrived. Perrin. Rencia's eyes widened. You're safe. He rushed toward her. I'm glad you're safe too. Come this waha. As Rencia moved, Rayon blocked her path. Rayon, don't go. He pushed her behind him, hiding her from Perrin's sight. Perrin is fine. He grew up with me, always helped me. Rencia shook her head. With the barrier gone, demons can't hide their demonic energy anymore. Rayon's mouth twisted as he saw black energy flicker in Perrin's eyes. He's a demon, a strong one at that. Though hidden in a child's body, he could not escape Rayon's gaze. And no, you know me, Rencia. Tell them. Perrin knelt, pleading. Sir Roan. Rayon nodded at him. You too a demon. Roan sighed sadly at the boy he once trusted. SSSHHK, but his hand moved mercilessly. Rencia, help me. Perrin shrank, weeping, offering no resistance. Wait, Perrin would never please, just a moment. Rencia grabbed Rayon's sleeve. A burst of demonic energy exploded from her chest. Blackened blood gushed out. Rencia toppled, vomiting dark blood. Rencia, Rayon caught her, inspecting the wound. The black heart embedded in her chest had ruptured, gravely harming her real heart. Damn it. He ground his teeth and forced divine power of darkness into her. How he hadn't let down his guard, yet it happened. Squelch. Meanwhile, Roan drove his blade into Perrin's chest. What did you do? He glared furiously. That girl. All the black hearts in Montero are mine. If I die, it's better she dies too. Perrin cackled grotesquely, saying he detonated it remotely. Damn wretches, even at the end. Wrath seethed, exhaling blue frost. Damn it. Rayon poured divine power into her, but her body was already too damaged. Sprinkle holy water. Dorian doused her wound, but her face only paled. At last Rayon used every drop of divine power he had. The bleeding stopped, but her condition remained dire. Rayon, Rencia weakly raised her trembling hand. I'm sorry. He was one of the few I trusted. She gasped. It's fine, don't speak, just breathe. Rayon kept pouring holy water and medicine. Forget me, just protect my siblings. She barely finished, then collapsed unconscious. Alive but on the edge of death, I'll take her. Roan bowed deeply, regretting his failure to act sooner. Please. Rayon gripped her hand one last time, then entrusted her to Roan. There are healers inside. I'll save her. He carried her away gently. Damn it. Even near death, she thought first of her siblings. Rayon's heart ached. Drawing a long breath, he approached Perrin. The boy sneered. Did you think you'd be safe? Even if I die, the demons will hound you to the end. You won't die. Rayon thrust 10,000 flames, cultivation, glacier, and Garanua into his mana circuits. Nothing Wilga. Perrin shrieked as heat, frost, and wind tore through his circuits, bringing unbearable agony. Stop. Within a minute, he begged for death. It will never end. Rayon ignored his pleas. Watch from here as the black tower falls. Burning fury in his eyes, he strode to the dimensional gate. Not until that tower is rubble will we stop. He raised his hand, commanding the light wind. We understand. Burin bit his lip and nodded. Don't worry, we'll smash every pillar. Martha drew her sword, grinding her teeth. Rencia. Runan lowered her head, whispering her name. Damn it, you Dorian stomped in frustration, while Crane clawed at his hair and screamed. Light wind, advance. Rayon drew heavenly drive and stepped into the black tower's dimension. The swordsmen followed into the world of darkness. Wuwang, the oppressive demonic energy weighed on them, but their fury consumed it, turning into strength. His wrath, the authority of a monarch of the devil-dom devoured demonic energy as fuel. Rayon Sieghart, a black-skinned demon charged atop a warbeast. The beast's colossal fist came crashing down. Begone. Rayon swung heavenly drive, imbued with wrath. The warbeast and its rider were split in half. Roar. Unstoppable, Rayon carved through all monsters and demons, blocking his path to the tower. Slash. Each swing burst monsters apart, severed demon necks, leaving only black blood and scattered demonic energy. His overwhelming might and chilling fury even froze Owen's knights and Balkan's mages in place. You are dangerous. Red-haired middle-aged man with a black shield blocked his path. Beastmaster Zeppel, the floor master commanding this defense. He was clearly here to stall. This is the end. He threw down his shield. Boom, it devoured the ground's demonic energy, rising as a towering wall that blocked the coalition entirely. It looked nearly impenetrable. Then break it. Rayon swung revolving sky. The whirling flames cleaved through the demonic energy wall and cut straight into Zeppel's body. This shield the tower, Lords Artie. Zeppel's eyes bulged as the shield shattered in one blow. He fell, lifeless. Rayon stepped on the corpse and stood before the black tower. He unleashed the Azure Sky Drive of the Azure Sky Sword. Kaya. The blazing sky imbued with wrath split the demonic energy, slamming into the tower's center. The cracked middle walls shattered, and the demons inside were burned alive as they fell. Even if I die here. Rayon's eyes glowed coldly as he watched them perish. Not one of you will escape. Tusk, Rayon clicked his tongue as he looked at the shattered mid-level of the Black Tower. Even when I struck with full strength, I couldn't break it all. Even though he slammed his full power into the wall already cracked by Chamber's magic, he couldn't destroy the entire mid-level. The wall itself was so hard that attacking it felt pointless. The higher you go, the more extremely the demonic energy is compressed. Even if the quality is a little lower, the quantity is overwhelmingly large, so you won't be able to break it with your current strength. Wrath shook his head, telling him not to waste his strength needlessly. Something. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the hand gripping Heavenly Drive. It felt like I could do it. Ever since entering the Black Tower's dimension, he felt himself slowly getting stronger. Even if it wasn't growth in martial arts itself, he thought he could shatter the wall with the strength of wrath, but it seemed it was still too much. It's true you're devouring demonic energy through this king's wrath, but you're still far short on time. Wrath snorted, telling him to get a grip. Right now, the only one who can break the upper floors of that tower is that sorceress pretending to be a little girl. He pointed at Chamber, who was erasing the demonic energy of this dimension. Of course we can't help it since we never know when the one inside that tower will jump out. Right. Rayon let out a short sigh. What a shame. Chamber had also said she couldn't use large-scale magic when the Black Tower Lord was out of sight because he might launch a surprise attack. In the end, the only answer was to go in themselves and cut down the demons. However, Wrath frowned as he looked at the tower's topmost floor, veiled in black mist. The aura over there is strange. Strain, how so? Since you lot entered this dimension, the flow of demonic energy has accelerated sharply. It seems that fellow called the Black Tower Lord is preparing something. He waved his hand, saying the flow of demonic energy was twisting. What is he preparing? Rayon bit his lip as he scrutinized the tower's top floor. As I always say, this king knows little of things like sorcery or magic. Wrath lowered his brows, telling him not to expect detailed information. But it's certain the mole hiding up there is scheming something. You wouldn't spout nonsense. Rayon tightened his grip as he glared at the black mist. We need to get inside as fast as possible. He wanted to drag the Black Tower Lord and the demons out of the tower, but it seemed they themselves would have to enter that tower. Lady Chamber. When Rayon shouted toward the sky, Chamber descended as if she had been waiting. I have something to report. He relayed to her what he had just heard from Wrath. You sense that too? Chamber's eyes widened in disbelief. Just what is your sense made of? She was aghast that he, who had only just earned the name Transcendent, had read the Black Tower Lord's ploy. Did you feel it as well, Lady Chamber? Rayon looked at Chamber, who let out a dry laugh. Yes. Chamber smacked her lips as she surveyed the entire Black Tower. That Black Tower Lord. He's condensing demonic energy very covertly. She nodded, saying the flow of demonic energy had changed. I don't know exactly what spell it is, but something enormous is coming. Echoing Wrath's words, Chamber let out a long breath. But that also means the Black Tower Lord was greatly flustered by this raid. We have to reach the top floor where he is before that spell is completed. She crunched a candy, saying that once they stopped that spell, they'd seize the initiative. Then time will decide it. Rayon gazed at the Black Tower with a chill in his eyes. Yes, in truth, we're basically inside the tiger's mouth. Before it closes, we have to pull its teeth and cut out its tongue. Chamber frowned, saying if they failed to stop the Black Tower Lord's magic, everyone here could be in danger. Can't the Archmage take the first strike? Karun, who had approached at some point, tilted his chin to Chamber. The Black Tower Lord is hidden, and my position is completely exposed. He could well spring a surprise attack on me even while triggering that spell. Chamber wagged her finger, saying the situation here was disadvantageous. So you go in first. She smiled faintly and tucked a blue candy into his uniform's inner pocket. I'll delay the completion time of the Black Tower Lord's magic from here. Chamber waved her staff, telling them to go in and open the way. Understood. Rayon nodded as he held the pocket with the candy. That seemed to be the only method now. Karun, I'm asking you as well. Chamber also handed Karun a blue candy. It didn't seem to be an ordinary candy, but a special artifact. I will make sure you can meet the Black Tower Lord. Karun thumped his chest as if to say not to worry and nodded. Then I'm counting on you. Chamber popped a new candy into her mouth and disappeared into the black mist where the tower's top floor lay. We'll go in first. Follow behind and recover your strength as you come. Saying he'd keep the path open, Karun leaped up to the mid-level he had smashed earlier. The central martial palace swordsman followed him and plunged into the mid-level in an instant. Let's go too, Martha waved the hand holding her sword, urging them to move quickly. Going isn't the problem is that the monsters here keep coming out. Rayon frowned as he looked at the darkness behind the tower. Even after killing the demonic wolf Japel, monsters kept pouring out endlessly, as if the place truly connected to the devildom. If they push in from behind, there's even a chance of total annihilation. If high-ranking demons attacked from within the Black Tower while endless monsters pressed from the rear, their retreat would be cut off, putting them in danger as well. Leave this side to us. The third Prince Greer raised a sword flashing with blue light. Not even a rat will get into the tower. He thumped his chest as if asking them to trust him. Owen came to assist Sieghart and Balkan, so we will leave the main course to you. Duke Tartan also grinned, saying he'd block the entrance. Then we'll trust you. Both the third prince and Duke Tartan were trustworthy men and warriors. Leaving the rear to them, they climbed to the Black Tower's mid-level. The air is foul. The demonic energy flowing inside the tower was incomparably more noxious than outside. However, because he bore wrath, his body actually felt lighter than when he was outside the tower. Let's go too. At Martha's shout, the light-winged palace swordsman followed him into the tower's mid-level. The light-winged palace swordsman also didn't seem particularly affected by the demonic energy. By contrast, Princess Jaina and the Balkan mages who followed behind them had their faces turned pale from the tower's demonic energy. Are you all right? As Rayan checked on Jaina and the Balkan mages, he felt a fierce shockwave erupt from above. It seemed Karun and the central martial palace swordsmen were slaughtering demons and monsters as they ascended the tower. I can endure. Jaina's hand holding her staff trembled as she nodded with difficulty. Contrary to her words, it didn't seem easy to withstand the demonic energy. No real problem. Morel Kazan shook his head as if to say not to worry. Of course, even he wasn't unaffected by the demonic energy. On thick veins stood out on his forehead. Then let's go up. What are you doing? Just being here makes it feel like my strength is filling up. More than the wrath he harbored, it felt like demonic energy was clinging to his body, and it was pure demonic energy being absorbed without any foul impurities. Damn it, Wrath twisted his lips and punched the air. If I'd known this, I wouldn't have yielded any wrath. He ground his teeth so hard a creaking sound came out, as if mortified. Don't get so worked up. Rayon chuckled and shook his head. It's not like this will make me stronger permanently. The demonic energy he was gaining now wasn't something earned through effort, so it was only a temporary power. There was no reason for Wrath to get that angry. However, as he climbed, hearing Karun's sword cry grow ever more distant, Rayon frowned. Just how much does that man intend to smash on his own? Glenn exhaled a murky breath as he looked out the window. It's strangely unsettling. Even though he had sent the Archmage's chamber, the Transcendents Rayon and Karun, and even Roan, the tremor in his chest wouldn't subside. He had the feeling something big was going to happen. It wasn't like this at first. With Owen joining the Sieghart-Balkan alliance, it had seemed there would be no problem no matter who the opponent was. But after hearing the plan and then hearing the news that it had succeeded, his insides suddenly felt uncomfortable, like indigestion. It's because you're old. Old. Aris, perched on the dais, waved her hand to tell him not to worry. Karun aside, Rayon isn't the kind of kid to die in a place like that. She curled her lips, trusting Rayon more than anyone. You do speak well. Glenn frowned as he looked at Aris popping a grape into her mouth. It's because I've seen and felt things. To be honest, I trust Rayon more than Lady Chamber. Aris thumped her chest with the empty grape stem as if speaking from the heart. Spout your nonsense to yourself. Glenn bit his lip and turned his gaze back out the window. Strangely, I too feel more trust in Rayon. He told Aris not to talk nonsense, but he himself had trust in Rayon and Karun on par with Chamber. Of course, even with that trust, his uneasy feeling didn't disappear. This is something I can't read either. Were up to me, I'd go right now. Glenn shook his head at the stifling situation. By the way, are you done training now? He narrowed his eyes again, looking at Aris. No, I came down to check my condition. Aris pointed at herself with her finger, saying she'd just been examined by Frederick. What did that quack say? He said the body's almost fully recovered. The muscles are coming back too. She smiled, saying both training and treatment were going well. So after one more round of training, I'll start. Aris took out a dragon heart from her subspace pouch and smacked her lips. If I'm to live up to that kid Rayon's expectations, I have to be fully prepared. She shook her head, saying she wanted to show a fully recovered self when Rayon returned, handing over a dragon heart like it's nothing. Glenn let out a dry laugh as he looked at the iridescently gleaming dragon heart. Rayon isn't in his right mind. Of course, neither are you. Where do you think that abnormality came from? All from you, father. Aris pointed her calloused finger at Glenn. So just wait without worrying. She cast her gaze out the same window Glenn was looking through and smiled. My nephew will bring everyone back safely. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked up at the floor above. The sword cry stopped. Karun, who had been charging up like a bull, had stopped on the floor directly above, and the sounds of fighting no longer came. It seemed the battle had ended. What is this? We're near the upper floors now, right? Burin lowered the small window and drew down his brows. Did a monster appear that even the central martial palace lord couldn't subdue? Martha smacked her lips as if that only heightened her anticipation. I don't feel any presence. Runan shook his head, saying Karun and the central martial palace swordsmen had all halted. Let's go up quickly for now. Nodding to the light wind palace swordsman, Rayon used his footwork and climbed the circular stairs. When he crested the last step, an incredibly vast space like a training ground opened up. It was a grand space large enough that even hundreds lying down wouldn't fill it, and only 2 doors protruded within it. The door on the left was decorated with white feathers like an angel's wings, while the door on the right bore black horns and bat wings, forming a demonic shape. a fork in the path. Karun tilted his chin as he looked back at them. If we go by the Archmage's words, we must reach the Black Tower Lord as quickly as possible no matter which way we go, so it would be best to split our numbers. He pointed to the doors behind them, suggesting they divide here. You choose first. Rayon nodded and examined the two doors closely. Only the forms differed, both billowed with thick demonic energy. I'll take the door on the right. He pointed to the right-hand door with the black horns. Perhaps because of Wrath and Darius, the demon door drew him more than the angel door. Then we'll take the left. Karun said his side would go left and stood before the door of white feathers. What about your side? He sent his gaze to Princess Jaina and the Balkan mages who had followed behind the Light Wind Palace. I'll go this way. Jaina rolled her eyes left and right, then stood behind the Light Wind Palace. Then I'll take the left. Morel Kazan said he'd go with Karun and took his place behind the left. Not a bad choice. Karun smirked and opened the angel door. Just as he was about to step through, he paused and looked at Burin. Don't let your guard down just because you've reached Grandmaster. In most cases, when a warrior dies, it's because he thinks he's strong. He offered advice that applied not just to Burin, but to Martha and Runnan as well, then turned his head. Congratulations on reaching Grandmaster. Leaving that final remark without waiting for a reply, he stepped through the angel door. The central martial palace swordsman gave Burin warm smiles and followed after him. That man really can't say what he's feeling inside. Martha shook her head at Burin. Your dad is Are you crying? She gaped as she saw Burin with tears brimming in his eyes. It's been so long since I was praised. Unable to control his emotions, Burin let fat tears drip down. I get praised every hour. Runnan cocked her head, not understanding. That's what's strange. Martha shook her head in disbelief. Enough, get ready. Rayon motioned to Burin, Martha, and Runnan. He finished issuing the deployment orders on the spot and stood before the demon door. Our top priority is to reach the Black Tower Lord, so getting separated along the way is part of the plan. Everyone remember that, got it. Jaina let out a long breath and nodded. Of course. Trevin smiled as if to say they could leave it to him. Then we're going in. After meeting everyone's eyes, Rayon opened the demon door. Even before stepping through, he felt a sensation as if his body was floating, along with a fierce light. What is this? He felt his aura grow stronger than it had been on the lower and mid levels. It was as if demonic energy was being absorbed through his skin. Thud. Feeling his feet touch the floor, he lifted his gaze to see a man spreading black wings atop a space about the size of a sparring ring. In his jet black stained hand, he gripped a sword shaped like a bolt of thunder, and just looking at it made Rayon's eyes sting. Human, the being that had gone beyond humanity, rolled his black eyes toward him. That. A true demon. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman, a true demon. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he studied the eerie presence before him. It feels distinctly different. While many demonized humans had grotesque appearances, the one before him exuded an overwhelming and ominous demonic energy unlike any other. Its demonic energy at the level of a transcendent. If this demon revealed its full power, it might surpass even the flame demon General Orgoth, but there's something odd about it. Wrath briefly clicked his tongue. Odd, this one is clearly high-ranking, but the scent of the devildom isn't as strong as it should be. He narrowed his eyes further, noting it felt more like this demon had been born on this continent. Shall I take it? Martha stepped up beside him, gripping her sword tightly. No, stand down. Rayon shook his head, gently pushing Martha behind him. That thing is dangerous. Though the demon wasn't emitting much energy outwardly, the power it was hiding was vast. At the very least, it was on par with Orgoth. Only Rayon could handle it. Human. The demon looked around at the Light Wind Palace swordsman and Balkar's mages before turning back to Rayon. What exactly are you? Its sunken, black eyes narrowed in confusion. What do you mean? Rayon stepped forward, lowering his chin. The aura I sense from you, it's not far off. Almost as if. The demon trailed off, wriggling its blackened fingers. If you're trying to stall, I'm not interested. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive, pointing it at the demon's neck. We don't have time. Move aside. Though they were unexpectedly facing a powerful foe early on, Rayon was confident that he could overcome any enemy in his current state. Demon appeared to weigh something in its mind before lowering its charcoal-colored arms. By all rights, I should die here, but I think I'd like to observe a bit longer. It stepped back, spreading large black wings. With a gust of wind, the demon wrapped itself in darkness and vanished. What was that? Burin's mouth hung open in disbelief. Did it run away from Rayon? Martha squinted as she looked him over. Idiot. Runnan blinked slowly, still confused. Maybe it had an urgent bathroom trip. Happens to me sometimes. Dorian rubbed his hands together, oddly sympathetic. Wrath. Rayon narrowed his eyes, staring at the space where the demon had disappeared. Was that demon aware of your presence? There's no way such a lowly being could recognize me, but it may have sensed this king's resonance with the surrounding demonic energy. Wrath shook his head, admitting the demon was sharper than most. If it sensed you, shouldn't it have bowed? Demons are not all the same. Unlike Balrog, who is obsessed with battle, demons have diverse thoughts and values. Some would bow, others would run, and others might attack outright. He waved a hand, likening demons to humans in their unpredictability. That one didn't seem to flee. It looked like it had something else in mind. Wrath surveyed the area quickly, urging caution. A moment later, the ground where the demon stood trembled, and a staircase leading to the next floor rose up. Let's go. Rayon exhaled, faintly laced with demonic energy, and approached the newly revealed door. Even if it leads into a tiger's jaws, there's no turning back. Karun furrowed his brow as he looked at the golden-haired woman standing before him. An angel, she had snow-white wings and a golden crown atop her head, a textbook image of an angel from myths. I can't sense any demonic energy. Unlike other enemies they faced, this angel radiated a pure and sacred aura. Her gaze was so gentle, it felt more like standing inside a holy temple than on a battlefield. But angels aren't benevolent either. If Darius Robert could summon an archangel, then angels were just another threat, no different than demons, especially one appearing within the Black Tower. You've been through much. The angel smiled softly and opened her arms. You can rest here. No more swords need to be raised. She nodded toward them, inviting them to stay. Who are you? Morel Kazan stepped forward, raising his staff. My name is Peridot. I've come to release you from your destined path. Destiny? Karun frowned. Yes. If you continue climbing, you will all die. Peridot lowered her arms, explaining she had come to prevent such a fate. Her warm smile oddly soothed the heart. Morel Kazan's hands trembled around his staff, visibly shaken. Lady Peridot. Maybe she's right, Palace Lord. Should we stop here? Yes, perhaps it's best to wait and let the Light Wind Palace Lord handle the rest. Even the resolute swordsmen of the Central Martial Palace began lowering their weapons, captivated by her presence. Did you say I would die? Karun approached Peridot, ignoring the throbbing ache behind his eyes. Not just you, Lord Karun. Peridot joined her hands and gave a sorrowful smile. Everyone here will meet their end on the top floor. She shook her head, unwilling to witness that hellish sight. I'm certainly afraid of death. I always have been. Karun nodded solemnly, loosening his grip. But if my death serves Sieghart, I'll gladly offer this life. Clenching his jaw, he slashed toward her neck. With a sharp snap, Peridot's head flew off, golden blood gushing from her slender throat. If an angel blocks my path, I'll slay the angel. If a god stands in my way, I'll cut down the god. I'm moving forward, no matter what. Karun wiped her blood from his cheek and let out a deep breath. Ah. Palace Lord, what have we? The Central Martial Palace swordsman looked on in shock. At the moment of her death, a white current rose from Peridot's body. Her severed head reattached, her wounds reversed as if time rewound. You're more ruthless than I imagined. Peridot gave a serene smile. But you will regret this decision. With those final words, she faded into a beam of white light. As the angel vanished, a staircase to the next floor appeared. Regret, huh? Karun let out a low scoff. That's not in my vocabulary. He climbed the stairs without hesitation. Rayon clenched his fists upon arriving on the next floor. I've grown stronger again. As he absorbed the demonic energy of the upper floor, his power had increased even more. He seemed better able to harness the tower's energy than even the demonized humans. Damn it, Wrath ground his teeth. Why is it this guy always gets stronger wherever he goes? He pounded his chest in frustration. Well, Rayon dodged Wrath's flailing hand. What surprises me is how fine the Light Wind Palace swordsmen are. The demonic energy here was easily twice as thick as before, yet the swordsmen moved as if nothing had changed. Others aren't so lucky. The Iron Division and Balkar's mages were already struggling to breathe. Of course they're fine, they've been with this king. Wrath smirked. They haven't spent as long with me as you, but they've been exposed to Wrath long enough to build resistance. He raised his chin proudly. Some of them may even be able to tap into it. I see. It made sense now. Their exposure to Wrath had granted them partial resistance. Good, that means they can fight properly. Feeling reassured, Rayon picked up the pace. Up ahead, a vast stone maze filled the space. It's huge, much bigger than the lower floors, surrounded by thick walls. Ha, is this even real? Martha let out a dry laugh. I heard the upper floors are like a whole different world. A maze isn't surprising. Burin frowned, it's sturdy. Run-on lightly tapped the wall. Let me try. Trevin stepped up and struck the wall with full force. Not even a crack appeared. They're really trying to stall. Rayon chuckled, brushing a hand against the wall. How bothersome. Jaina stepped up. There's a spell for this. I've finally got a reason to use it. She began chanting. A red light spread from her staff, but quickly faded. The demonic energy is interfering. She bit her lip, even freezing the floor would take forever. Run-on lowered her hand. Magic or aura, it's no good. Mark Gorton scratched his head, then we must go in manually. No, Rayon shook his head. That would take too long, then what do you propose? Trevin narrowed his eyes. There is a way, a brute force one. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive and slashed. A blast of energy ripped through the walls. You're going to break through? Trevin was stunned. Not even aura left a scratch. More swings. The walls crumbled like paper. You're unbelievable. Burin shook his head. Save your strength. Martha tried to block him. Yeah, rest. Run waved. I haven't used much, just borrowed a bit of demonic energy. Rayon grinned. With one final swing, he smashed through to the exit. It's the first time I've seen someone bulldoze a maze. Wrath groaned. He really had to be using demonic energy, huh? Just then, a man in gray armor stepped forward. You must be tired. I am Cabber, the floor Maz. A red line split his nose, then his entire body split in half. Arg, he collapsed into the maze, unable to finish his name. Sorry, I don't have time for small fry. I'm here for your tower master. Rayon shook blood from his blade and headed up. The others followed silently, their expressions frozen in awe. Only the soft sound of blood dripping echoed through the shattered maze. As soon as Rayon stepped onto the next floor, he tilted his head. A town, spread out before him, was a massive coastal city infused with the scent of the sea. Many people were gathered on the beach, and a refreshing vitality filled the city itself. But there was a problem. Time seemed to have stopped. The people were frozen like statues, the waves crashing onto the sand were motionless, and even the clouds in the sky didn't move. What kind of trick is this now, huh? While walking through the city, Rayon widened his eyes. As he looked around, buildings and people that felt oddly familiar began to appear. This is Montiro. He had found it strange from the beginning because it felt familiar, and now he realized Waihai's instincts were right. The city before him was Montiro, where he had lived for nearly 2 months. Montiro? What the hell? Why is Montiro here? Burin, Martha, and Runan also gaped in shock at the sudden sight of Montiro. This is definitely Montiro. I lived in that inn. Trevin pointed to the inn on the right and let out a hollow breath. It's probably not the real Montiro, but it looks like a perfect replica of the surface. Jaina, who had seen Montiro on the map, nodded, saying it looked exactly the same. Why is time stopped? Mark Gorton reached out toward a seagull perched on a vacant chair. As if the time axis had shifted, his finger passed right through the seagull without touching it. Damn it, why do these disgusting riddles keep popping up? Martha ground her teeth in frustration. It clearly means they want to waste our time. Burin bit his lip, looking equally irritated. What kind of magic are they preparing? Dorian looked up and swallowed dryly. Let's go inside first. Rayon let out a short sigh and entered the replica of Montiro. Walking through the frozen city while observing his surroundings, he eventually arrived near the fountain. Wait. He stopped the swordsman heading for the fountain and looked at the ice cream shop on the right. What is it? Did you find something? Burin and Martha quickly turned to him, waiting for his answer. That man. Rayon raised his finger and pointed at a man inside the bead ice cream shop. I've seen him. You've seen him. Yeah, today in fact. He had been watching the surroundings while caring for Rencia, so he remembered clearly. That man had been buying ice cream midway through the operation. Then maybe. Rayon left the ice cream shop and ran to the fountain. Just as he expected, Rencia stood alone and frozen in front of the fountain. Rencia. She had her eyes closed as if bearing pain. It really did seem to be the time right after the operation was executed. That family next to the fountain. I saw them earlier today too. Martha pointed with her chin, saying those people were also ones she saw earlier. The kid I saved. Runan lowered her head, saying she had protected the child playing by the fountain. Looks like. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the frozen sky. This is the moment just before the demons launched their attack after we executed the operation. This frozen world seemed to represent the moment when the demons detected something wrong with the barrier and moved toward the place where they had planted the artifact of the pentagram. Everyone in this place remained frozen, except for them. Wait here for a moment. Rayon exhaled sharply and leapt. He moved to the upper left side, where Dorian and Crane had stood guard in front of the 5 heroes' statues. Dorian and Crane were nowhere to be seen, but he could feel the presence of the artifact beneath the statue and the approach of the dark sorcerer Forzen. Screech. Rayon slashed at Forzen's neck with heavenly drive, but the man didn't die. His sword simply passed through as if the man were in another dimension. Seems they're stalling for time since they can't stop you physically. Wrath shook his head, saying it looked like this would take a while. Maybe not. Rayon smacked his lips and moved to the opposite upper right section. Morel Kazan is here. Unlike Dorian and Crane, Morel Kazan and his subordinates who had left with Karun were present in this space. That's the answer then. Rayon looked at the frozen Morel Kazan with calm eyes. You've got the answer. You already solved the riddle. Yeah, he nodded and returned to the fountain. Did you figure something out? Burin stepped forward and bowed slightly, just as I said earlier. Rayon reached into the frozen water of the fountain and clicked his tongue. This is the moment about 30 minutes after we started the operation. The demons were just beginning to move to destroy the artifact. Ah, then. Jaina widened her eyes as if she finally understood. Right, we need to recreate that scene exactly. Rayon nodded and gestured for Runan and Martha to return to the fountain. Everyone else, same thing. Go to the spot you were in originally. He reached out and told them to go to their original positions during the operation. But what about Morel Kazan? Trevin tilted his head, asking what they should do about him. He's already here. We just need to take our places. Having confirmed that Morel Kazan was present, he could confidently provide the answer. Once the Light Wind Palace swordsmen returned to their positions, this world would move again. Move at full speed. Rayon shouted for them to act quickly and waved to the Light Wind Palace swordsmen. What should we do? Jaina and the mages looked lost, unsure of their role. You were at headquarters back then, so stay here. After telling them to remain where they were, Rayon sat next to Rencia. Crack. A few minutes passed and then a black crack tore through the air. The frozen world began to move again. The mystery of this floor seemed solved as all the Light Wind Palace swordsmen returned to their positions. So that really was the answer. Wrath clapped in surprise. It's done. Run-On clenched her fist tightly. I told you our leader's brain works damn well. Martha raised her finger with a grin. Truly. If nothing else, he's got the best scheming brain in the whole dimension. Wrath nodded in agreement. It's not over yet. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked around. The riddle might be solved, but they hadn't defeated this floor's floor master yet. They would need to kill the floor master to go up. Where is it? Just as he was about to expand his aura to search for the floor master, a portal rose from beneath the fountain, allowing access to the next floor. A portal? Do we not need to kill the floor master? Run-On and Martha approached curiously, but they bounced off before reaching the fountain. It was like they were in a different dimension, just like when time was stopped. What is this? Rayon reached out toward Run-On and Martha, but he couldn't touch them. Yet Jaina, standing beside him, could be touched with no interference. What's going on? As Rayon furrowed his brow in confusion, Calip and Felix, whom they had already killed, burst out from below and charged at Run-On and Martha. Why are those dead bastards here? They're the same. Martha and Run-On furrowed their brows as they blocked Calip and Felix's attacks. They seemed to possess the same strength as when they fought below. It's not just here. Wrath turned his gaze to the right and left, shaking his head. The others who went different ways are also being attacked by the same guys. He nodded, saying the demons were attacking again just like during the operation. I need to find the floor master. Rayon expanded his aura, but he couldn't sense the floor master's presence. It seemed to be hiding somewhere invisible. Go, just as he was trying to extend his aura even further, Run-On raised her voice. We'll take care of this. She nodded, telling him to go ahead first. That's the first good thing you've said today. Martha shoved Felix's spear aside and grinned. We don't have time to wait around. Go on, we'll drag that mole out by the neck. She also raised her finger, telling him to go up to the next floor. Unlike outside, this was inside the Black Tower. The floor master of this place could pull anything, and Rayon hesitated, unable to move easily. Go, my lord. This is exactly why you made us go through all that insane training. Trust us. The Light Wind Palace swordsmen thumped their chests as if they knew what he was thinking. Whoosh. Massive sword energies shot into the sky from the direction of the artifact, as if the others shared the same resolve. All right. Rayon looked at the Light Wind Palace swordsman with eyes filled with trust. Don't be late following after me. Leaving behind that message to catch up no matter what, he stepped into the next floor. Are you really going? Jaina followed behind him, swallowing dryly. If the floor master on the upper floor is empowered by the strengthened demonic energy, he could kill all of them. She looked back repeatedly, clearly worried about their separation. That's exactly what the enemy wants to stall me by making me stay. If they wanted to tie down even a transcendent like himself, it would cost too much demonic energy. The floor master must have given him a choice and opened a path out. I know that too, but the ones left behind. Just like you, the enemy has no idea about the conviction and will of the swordsmen I've raised. He chuckled as he continued climbing without looking back. They will never betray my trust, and I won't either. For the sake of the subordinates who believed in him, Rayon ascended the stairs without hesitation. Chamber narrowed her eyes as she stared at the dark, glistening black tower. They're doing well, right? Both Rayon and Karun had stepped beyond the threshold of transcendence. Even within this demonic energy-laden tower, they should be able to reach the top floor without much trouble, though it will take some time. The Black Tower was infamous not just for brute strength, but for its filthy tricks. Even for transcendence, time was bound to be consumed. Still, I never expected Rayon to grow this much. The first time she saw Rayon was during the Six Kings Conference. Back then, she had dismissed him as a handsome brat, but now he had reached transcendence and stood at the forefront of the Black Tower extermination campaign. It still felt unreal. What's more amazing is not the present, but the future. Rayon was still growing even in this very moment. Even Chamber, who stood above transcendence, couldn't predict how strong Rayon might become. If he survives this, he might really be able to face the Thespian Emperor or the Lord of the Martial Society. Chamber smiled faintly at the thought of Rayon after the war, but surviving, thinking of the future, reminded her of the Black Tower Lord, and unease welled up in her chest. I have no idea what that bastard is planning. Even as she suppressed the flow, the demonic energy of this dimension rushed toward the top floor like water through a broken dam. The more it condensed, the more suffocating her chest felt. Phew. Chamber cut away the massive influx of demonic energy into another dimension and bit her lip. Please, reach him as soon as possible. After parting from the Light Wind Palace swordsman, Rayon had cleared 5 more floors. He fought a winged floor master in the sky with no footholds, battled a silent assassin in pitch-black darkness, and more. I knew transcendents were strong, but this is overwhelming. Jaina shook her head in disbelief at the power that cut down floor masters one after another. That's not the only reason. Rayon calmly lowered his hand. The higher he went, the more his aura continued to amplify. He had grown stronger than even the demons, allowing him to move up without delay. What's more important is what I've learned. To ascend, he needed to either kill the floor master or receive the floor master's permission. Even in a seemingly empty floor, the floor master was always hidden somewhere, observing. He had to find them. Though the situation remained unfavorable in many ways, with the amplified strength and accumulated intel, he had managed to rise without major issues. It must be close to the end now. According to his calculations, there weren't many floors left until the top. Hoping for the end, he climbed the last set of stairsonly to find, unlike the floors before, a narrow space like a training arena. What is this place? To the left of the entrance he came through was another entrance. On the opposite wall was the portal to go higher, but it was sealed shut, impossible to open. The floor master, still no sign. It seemed this floor's master was also hidden, just like before. Judging by his past experience, this floor master would only appear when it was time to kill him. Rayon narrowed his eyes and slashed at the portal with heavenly drive. Clang! Even while channeling his fully amplified power, not even a scratch appeared on the door. He tried the wall just in case, but it was the same. Unlike a maze, this place seemed made of condensed demonic energy. It couldn't be destroyed. Then what the hell am I supposed to? Just as Rayon crossed his arms and furrowed his brows, he heard footsteps beside the entrance he had used. No way, the familiar sound of footsteps made him turn his head, and Karun stepped out from the left entrance. As befitting a transcendent, not a single part of his robe was ruffled. He nodded at Rayon. Light Wind Palace Lord. Karun raised his brow, surprised to see Rayon also here. Typical behavior for demons. Rayon let out a deep sigh as he looked at the sealed portal and the training arena. Such a rotten personality. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched Karun enter through the doorway. The Central Martial Palace swordsmen aren't with him. It seemed Karun had experienced something similar. None of the Central Martial Palace swordsmen were in sight. He had also climbed the tower alone. Looks like the Light Wind Palace Lord left his people behind as well. Karun glanced briefly at Jaina and the mages behind Rayon and nodded. What happened? He tilted his chin slightly, as if asking Rayon to explain what had happened so far. Burin was not present, so he likely wanted to know the situation. There was a floor that replicated Montiro exactly. There. Rayon gave Karun a concise summary of the events thus far. You left it to them. Karun looked into Rayon's eyes and lightly moved his lips. Seems it was similar. We had a floor where each room held a monster. I left that to my subordinates and came up alone. He nodded heavily, saying he had also entrusted things to his men and climbed alone. What happened to Lord Morel? Jaina clasped her hands as she mentioned Morel Kazan's name. He took care of the next floor. He's a man more reliable than he seems. He's someone who will bring everyone up here without worry. He seemed to trust Morel Kazan as he nodded to Jaina. I see. Jaina let out a sigh of relief at Karun's confident tone. But this place. Karun narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 2 entrances, the training arena in the center, and the sealed portal on the far wall. Now I understand why you called it twisted. He seemed to realize the nature of this floor and lowered his brows. Yes, of the 2 who come through these doors, only one will be able to ascend. Rayon clicked his tongue at how vile the setup was, as expected. As Karun looked at the training arena in irritation, a ghastly voice scraped like metal echoed through the space. Only one of the entrances is connected to the portal. It seemed to be a message from the floor master. Just as expected, the master had no intention of letting both through. Have you tried breaking the wall or the door? Karun ignored the message and immediately asked Rayon. Yes, I struck with full force, but it didn't break. Rayon sighed lightly and shook his head. It seems they're using condensed demonic energy and artifacts like on the outer wall of the Black Tower. Even though his current strength was the highest it had ever been, he couldn't leave a scratch clearly. Some special artifact was in use. I see. Karun slowly raised his sword and slashed at the sealed portal. Boo! A massive shockwave exploded as if pulling power from the domain of transcendence, but not even a dent appeared on the door or wall. Just as you said. Karun lowered his hand, seemingly unsurprised. The floor master wasn't here from the beginning. He now turned his gaze around, trying to locate the floor master. Yes, it's hiding somewhere. Rayon shook his head, saying he couldn't sense even the faintest presence. The demonic energy is raging wildly. Even this king finds it hard to locate them. Wrath scowled at the space, clearly displeased. but it's certain you're being watched. He turned his gaze, saying he felt someone's eyes on them, of course. All the demons they'd encountered thus far had tried to buy time while keeping a constant, intense gaze fixed on him, looking for a chance to strike. The floor masters are willing to destroy their own domains to block our path. It seems what the Black Tower Lord is preparing really is their ultimate weapon. Karun looked up at the ceiling, saying it was best to ascend as quickly as possible. Rayan glanced over Karun, who was cloaked in calm energy, and smacked his lips. Is that really Karun Sieghart? He had been wondering ever since Karun first stepped onto this floor. That could be the real Karun, but there was also the possibility that a demon had taken his form. Central Martial Palace Lord. Rayan placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and looked at Karun. May I ask you one thing? Are you doubting me? Karun turned his gaze toward Rayan without any change in expression, as if reading his mind. It's not a bad decision. Go ahead. Instead of getting angry, Karun nodded, saying it was a reasonable move. It needs to be a question that will fluster him, something hard to answer but something where I know the answer. After thinking for a moment, Rayan slowly opened his mouth. Do you love Buran? To provoke even more, he addressed him simply as Karun rather than by his title and asked about his affection for Buran. It was a question he never would have asked before, but based on what he saw today, he felt certain. Karun widened his eyes as if he hadn't expected a question about Buran. Answer me. Rayan drew Heavenly Drive, making it clear he would cut him down if he didn't respond. The answer changes depending on the time, but if you're asking me now. Karun stared back at him with sharp eyes as if he had made up his mind. I love him. As much as I love Sieghart. He nodded, saying he loved Buran just as much as he cherished the entire Sieghart household. Wrath's jaw dropped as he stared at Karun. That bastard's a fake. There's no way his eyes for Brain's dad would say something like that. No, he's real. Rayan smacked his lips briefly. As he said, he's changed a lot. Karun had reflected deeply on his past blinded by jealousy and ambition that had allowed him to reach transcendence. Now, he would stay up all night helping Buran train, and earlier he had congratulated him in front of everyone for reaching Grandmaster. Knowing that, it wasn't strange for the current Karun to say something like that. Can I ask you a question as well? Karun tilted his chin with a cold look. Go ahead. Rayan nodded without hesitation. Karun was likely still suspicious of him too, so it was only right to answer. What would you do if you became the head of House Sieghart? Head of House Sieghart. Rayan furrowed his brows deeply. He hadn't expected a question about becoming the head, and his mind went blank for a moment. However, recalling the conversations he had with Glenn and Rimmer in the past, he knew what he truly wanted. Rather than making Sieghart the strongest among the 5 kings or 5 demons, I want to make it a place where everyone in the house can live happily. He looked up, saying he preferred the people of the house to live peacefully and joyfully over being the mightiest faction. That's just like you, Karun nodded calmly. The fact that he erased his cold gaze and even smiled faintly meant he wasn't dissatisfied with the answer. Then shall we begin? He raised his sword toward Rayan, saying they didn't have time to chat any longer. Yes, I'll go all out. Rayan emphasized the words all out and raised Heavenly Drive toward Karun's neck. Why you're seriously going to fight? Jaina lowered her head as if she couldn't believe it. There's no other way. Step back. Rayan and Karun, swords drawn against each other, both told her to move away. As Jaina backed off from the training arena, overwhelmed by the immense pressure of the transcendence, Rayan and Karun simultaneously kicked off the ground. Clang. Unlike their matching red eyes, their Orison crimson, the other blue clashed as they aimed their swords at each other's necks. Bo. Their full power clash as transcendence carved up the training arena, and the entire Black Tower seemed to quake with the impact. Crackle. Rayan twisted his lips as he pushed back against Karun, cutting through the aura of his 10,000 flames. He's serious. Karun was genuinely trying to kill him. If Rayan had let his guard down even slightly, his neck would have been gone with that first strike. But that's the best approach now. Rayan nodded and intensified the flames of his 10,000 flames, using the roaring inferno to burn away Karun's aura. HMPH. Karun, as if expecting it, condensed his blue aura into a blade sharp enough to cut through the fire. Seeing the aura of his 10,000 flames get sliced gave Rayan chills down his spine. He's going for the heart. Rayan deflected Karun's sword aimed at his heart and bit his lip. Precise and powerful, but even more dangerous is that refined swordsmanship. Karun had refined orthodoxy, speed, and destructive swordsmanship to their limits, then placed them atop a foundation of elegance. Normally, elegance is valued more in sword dance than actual combat, but at the level of transcendence, it formed a unique power unlike any other swordsmanship. Clang, clang, clang. Though his body and aura were being pushed back, Karun overcame it all with graceful strikes. Something once thought impractical had transformed into real power at the peak of martial arts. Still, I can't lose here. Rayan unleashed 36 crimson slashes toward Karun, who blocked every strike like an iron wall. That's swordsmanship, huh? Karun seemed to already know it, and with a shimmering blue blade, drew an arc to intercept the 36 strikes aimed from all directions. Crack, crack, crack. Red and blue sword flashes collided endlessly, sending hundreds of sparks flying across the training arena. Zen. Rayon, determined to end it here, swung a mighty strike imbued with crimson sky, while Karun condensed the aura of a conqueror into his blade, trying to erase everything before him. Boom! Clash of force against force. The sheer magnitude of aura overwhelmed even the spectators. Jaina and the Balkan mages collapsed to their knees, unable to open their eyes. Whoosh. Rayon and Karun dove into the exploding space, swords aimed at each other. Slash. Karun's shoulder split from Rayon's sword, blood spraying into the air. Thud. Karun's sword tore across Rayon's waist, ripping flesh and drawing blood. No longer comrades, they clashed like sworn enemies, unleashing even greater killing intent as their blades sought each other's hearts. Kyah. As Rayon and Karun fiercely clashed, matching each other's breath and rhythm, a transparent eye rose above their heads. It was a detection spell from Treve, a top-tier floor master ruling a high-ranking floor above. They're fighting more seriously than I expected. Treve curled his lips as he watched Rayon and Karun aim relentlessly for each other's vitals. They're consuming a lot of power and taking heavy injuries. Normally, Transcendents can draw mana from the air and fight all day, but in this upper floor of the Black Tower, where demonic energy is thicker than mana, the energy they used couldn't be recovered quickly. And with the blood loss from their many wounds, Rayon and Karun's complexions were visibly pale. Their combat power had clearly been halved since arriving here. This is my chance. He had planned to let one survivor go and ambush them later, but now he felt confident he could kill them both. If I killed 2 Transcendents here, I might surpass the sub-tower lords. The Black Tower was in a special state now. If he killed 2 Transcendents in this swirling demonic energy, he would surely reach Transcendence and perhaps even rise above the sub-tower lords. No, Treve slowly shook his head. If I mess up here, it'll be dangerous. Above this floor was the realm of the sub-tower lords, and beyond that, the very top floor where the Black Tower Lord resided. If he acted on greed and failed, he would suffer even in death, but I may never get a chance like this again. Tempted by the thick demonic energy, greed gnawed at his thoughts. Fine, I'll only move when they're truly trying to kill each other. He resolved to strike only when they were no longer pretending, when they were genuinely trying to kill each other, and gently gathered his demonic energy. Slash. As the fight reached its climax, blood burst from Rayon's collarbone and black blood spilled from Karun's mouth. Sword field creation. As if truly ready to end it, Rayon and Karun invoked sword field creation, and their auras surged with enough power to sweep away the surrounding demonic energy. Now, Treve, burning with greed, revealed his form from the shadows and unleashed his gathered demonic energy. The Black Tower Lord's orders were already forgotten in his mind. This is the only chance. At the moment they invoked sword field creation, they would be vulnerable to attacks from behind, and if he struck no one, their energy had surged would gain the greatest reward. Wung. As their swords began to glow, Treve detonated his gathered demonic energy behind them. Not even Transcendence could survive this, so he grinned, thinking he had ascended. But suddenly, Rayon and Karun's eyes turned toward him, unreadable. Wah! Treve found his body frozen. The explosion fizzled out, scattering into pieces, and even the world before him seemed to tear apart. What? His arms and legs were gone. Pain surged in and his thoughts vanished as he collapsed backward. Gya! Agonizing screams followed. Looking down, he saw his limbs severed. How? Your greed was your downfall. Rayon wiped the blood from his mouth and shook his head. Of course, no one would pass up a chance to kill 2 Transcendents. With a piercing gaze, he smirked. You knew I would come. Treve trembled as his chin quivered. I've seen enough of your kind. You all try to stall for time while hiding, but you can never suppress your desire to grow stronger as demons. Rayon gave a cold chuckle. That greed doomed you. Karun nodded calmly. You bastard. As Treve cursed and tried to sink into the floor, blood burst from his neck and his head rolled to the ground. The demon who dreamed of transcendence died, buried by his own ambition, and the door to the next floor opened. Are you all right? Rayon approached Karun and handed him healing medicine and holy water. Though his wounds were deep, none were fatal and he would recover soon. We were thinking the same thing. Karun narrowed his eyes, saying he had the same idea. You gave me a hint when you said all out. Rayon nodded and smiled softly, but you came in a bit too hard. He clicked his tongue and pointed to the wound on his chest. I figured you'd endure it. Karun lowered his hand, saying he trusted Rayon. I see. Rayon let out a quiet laugh and gestured toward the stairs. Not many left now. The next one might be the final floor. He stepped up, inviting Karun to go with him. Right, let's go. Karun poured holy water on his stomach and waist wounds, then looked at Rayon's back as he ascended. His gaze dimmed. Someday we might really fight for real. But Karun glanced at his hand and furrowed his brow. Why did I go so far just now? Rayon ascended the stairs to the next floor, gazing down at the hand gripping Heavenly Drive. As expected, he's strong. Karun had grown even more since the last time Rayon had seen him and now possessed power exceeding Rayon's own. Judging from how he had begun to dismantle Rayon's swordsmanship mid-fight, he clearly hadn't even gone all out, though I held back as well. Unlike Karun, whose strength was suppressed by the demonic energy of the Black Tower, Rayon was instead empowered by it. Outside, the fight would have been tough, but inside the tower, had they clashed with full power, Rayon was sure of victory. No, not just Karun. I doubt anyone could beat me right now. The higher he climbed the tower, the stronger the authority of Wrath became. The power surged within him uncontrollably, felt like he could crush anyone. You fool. Wrath suddenly smacked the back of his head. Do not be consumed by power. You must be even more cautious in moments like this. Wrath scowled, telling him to stay alert. Sorry, Rayon rubbed the back of his head, lowering it in apology. I was drunk on strength. Wrath was right, arrogance had no place, even with enhanced strength. This power wasn't his by nature. That made it all the more reason to fight carefully. The authority of Wrath truly is dangerous. The authority granted tremendous strength, but also messed with his mind. He hadn't expected it to breed arrogance, a confidence that he could win no matter the enemy. You're right for once. For once, this king is always right. Wrath raised his hand, proud. I don't think so. Rayon chuckled and stepped onto the final stair. As he entered through the curtain-like entrance, a mixed scent of old books and blood flooded his senses. A library. No, that's not all. To the left stood a well-organized library lined with countless books and shelves. To the right, in darkness as deep as night, countless weapons lay scattered. The atmosphere is completely different on each side. Library was blindingly bright, like direct sunlight shone upon it. In contrast, the armory-like space was pitch black, like a sealed room without even a sliver of light. The two opposing scenes merged into one floor, creating a deep sense of foreboding. Who's the floor master here? As Rayon spread his aura to search, an immense, unimaginable mass of demonic energy was felt above him. Just sensing it sent chills cascading down his spine. Above, he swallowed dryly and looked up with trembling eyes. It's right above us. The floor above was the topmost floor, home to the Black Tower Lord. Though whatever he was preparing wasn't complete, he lay in wait like a coiled serpent, drawing in colossal amounts of demonic energy. Ha! Wrath furrowed his brows in disbelief. Even for corrupted demonic energy, this is too much. That bastard is clearly insane. Even you're shocked. Indeed. If that much erupts, Montero itself will vanish from the map, though the bastard himself would likely perish too. Wrath scoffed. This was clearly beyond any normal situation. I doubt he'll self-destruct. The mole, too afraid to emerge because of chamber, wouldn't blow himself up. He was surely preparing some kind of powerful spell or ritual. It's infuriating. Rayon clenched his teeth as he stared up at the ceiling. To think one of the continent's strongest is that coward. After playing with so many lives, the man himself still refused to show his face and continued to stall for time. Rage boiled deep within Rayon's chest. This wasn't arrogance anymore, it was pure righteous fury. He really is a monster. Karun exhaled heavily, looking up at the ceiling. If we don't arrive soon, everything might really be over. He too seemed to sense the Black Tower Lord's gathering force. Yes, we must end it quickly. Just as Rayon turned toward Karun, a man emerged from behind a bookshelf. An elderly gentleman with white hair and a monocle. If not for the rapier at his hip, he would have looked like a kindly librarian. Told you we should have gone down and killed them. A robed demon rose from the darkness on the opposite side. No, wasn't just robed. It was as if he was clothed in the darkness itself, with black droplets dripping from his body. Strong, overshadowed by the Black Tower Lord's overwhelming presence, Rayon hadn't fully noticed, but both of these individuals radiated an aura on a completely different level than any demon he'd met before. This was the elevated presence only Transcendence possessed. That one cloaked in darkness is Sigil, one of the Black Tower's sub-lords. Despite his sluggish look, he's a master of all weapon and curse arts. He's not called the Black King for nothing. Karun narrowed his eyes, pointing at the demon who had merged with the shadows. The Black King Sigil. Rayon exhaled slowly as he looked at Sigil. So I finally meet the monster of legend. Sigil rarely left the tower, but when he did, he always left devastation in his wake. During the Six Kings era, 3 elite martial troops were wiped out by him alone. Even an Owen Transcendent who arrived later was slain. He left no blood or bone behind, only a scorched black crater, hence the title Black King, a monocle and a rapier. Jaina's lips trembled as she looked at the elderly man. That's Masengro, the Black Tower Lord's Buttlerand, his only family. I heard he still handles all the tower's internal affairs, and now he's here. She swallowed dryly, saying Masengro's influence rivaled even Sigil's. I've heard that name. Rayon nodded, eyes locking onto Masengro. They said he oversees all of the tower's management. Unlike the mighty Sigil, Masengro was the tower's Grand Chamberlain, handling all personnel and resources, and also a transcendent. As the one who raised the Black Tower Lord, his authority supposedly surpassed even the sub-lords. They're all here. The two most dangerous people to face when confronting the Black Tower Lord had gathered in one place. In a way, it was ideal. If they took out Mason Grow and the Black King, no one could stop them from reaching the top. This is your final chance, trash. Mason Grow slightly lifted his monocle and shook his head. If you take another step forward, I'll put a hole in your skull. He stepped in front of the bookshelf and raised his chin arrogantly in attitude befitting the one who raised the Black Tower Lord. Annoying, but it can't be helped. Sigil clicked his tongue and dragged his sagging body forward to block the path. As long as you don't cross this line, I'll spare your filthy lives. With a flick of his finger, a thin, deep groove carved itself into the floor. A butler who raised the Black Tower Lord. Rayon clicked his tongue and looked at Mason Grow. Will that rat show his face if you die? Wearing a smirk, he stepped over the line Mason Grow had drawn. FWOM. The moment his foot touched the ground, the rapier at Mason Grow's waist burst toward Rayon's forehead like a flash of lightning. True to the name Mason Grow, it was a terrifyingly fast thrust, but not faster than Rayon could react. Just before it reached him, he leaned back and deflected the strike. BOOM. The wall behind him shattered like it had been struck with a hammer. The attack wasn't just fast, it packed devastating force. Even dodging will only add to your suffering. Mason Grow scowled and reached forward again this time. His rapier was even faster, aiming for Rayon's throat. Though it moved too fast to see, Rayon read the angle and deflected it diagonally. CLANG. The impact between Heavenly Drive and the rapier collapsed a bookshelf and sent books tumbling down. Mason Grow's strikes weren't just fast, they carried tremendous power. The force rattled Rayon's entire arm. You're strange. Mason Grow frowned and unleashed another flurry of lightning-quick thrusts. The speed and power were enough to make Rayon's whole body feel like it was being pricked by Thorn7 without a direct hit. KYYANG. Rayon stepped around the strikes with supreme harmony steps, brushing away Mason Grow's blows. Normally it would have been hard, but his enhanced power and senses made it possible. He pressed forward with a taunt, spinning Heavenly Drive faster than Mason Grow's rapier and exerting heavy pressure. What is this? Mason Grow widened his eyes, shocked to be overwhelmed by speed alone. Arrogant brat. As Rayon circled to Mason Grow's right to slice his waist, Sigil unleashed a torrent of black energy. The demonic energy, twitching like an octopus's limbs, curled toward Rayon's ankles. HMPH. Rayon narrowed his eyes and drew Soul Requiem sword. But before he could guard, a blue blade sliced through the darkness. Karun had split Sigil's spell. I'll take this one. Karun stepped into the dark zone and aimed his sword at Sigil's throat. CLANG. Sigil blocked with a wave of demonic energy, frowning with displeasure. Reliable. Knowing how strong Karun was after their fight, Rayon didn't even look back. He refocused on Mason Grow. Looks like you've got no backup left. Rayon twisted his jaw and curled his lip into a smirk. Ah, wait, there is one. Maybe beg that rat you raised to save you. Not that he'd show up as too scared. He taunted again, waving his hand mockingly. Silence. Mason Grow stamped the ground, enraged at the insult to the Black Tower Lord. A black horn sprouted from his white forehead, and storm-like demonic energy cloaked his body. He was drawing in the tower's energy to go all out. They say you have to strike the ground to flush out a mole. Rayon sneered as he stabbed both Heavenly Drive and Soul Requiem sword into the ground. Rumble. A blue moon rose above the wrecked library, and a red sun flared in the pitch-black zone. If you die, maybe the Black Tower Lord will show himself. Rayon drew both sword and demonic sword from the corrupted earth, beckoning. You'll be the one to die. Mason Grow charged, cloaked in thunderous black energy, becoming a streak of darkness. In an instant, his blade was at Rayon's left chest, visible. But Rayon had already seen his style. Rather than following speed, he read the technique's path. CLANG. He brought the demonic sword down onto the rapier, aiming for his heart. BOO. The rapier struck the ground, blowing apart the library floor. Torn books filled the air, obscuring vision. They say moles have bad eyesight but good hearing, but maybe yours is deaf too. Still not showing. Rayon laughed, brushing the books aside. The provocation's working. Mason Grow took pride in raising the Black Tower Lord. He'd clearly never been mocked before Rayon's taunts were getting to him. Don't tell me that rat already ran away and left you behind. Silence. Mason Grow thrust his rapier, a bolt of dark lightning flaring. Countless strikes rained down, too many to count. FWSH. He poured his breath into the barrage, each strike fast and deadly. Blood burst from Rayon's waist and thigh. A slower reaction and the blow would have pierced his heart. He couldn't let his guard down even for a second. Someone like you has no right to insult him. Mason Grow bared his teeth, eyes bloodshot, continuing his furious assault. The sky seemed filled with endless lightning bolts. CLANG. Rayon blocked with flame wall, narrowing his eyes. I can read it now. Mason Grow had grown faster and stronger, but his core hadn't changed. He opened his mental world, etched with thousands of swords, and stepped into the storm. Rumble. The divine sword, wreathed in red flames, slipped into the crimson lightning. It wasn't fast or strong, but it was Mason Grow's natural counter. ZZZZZZZT. The frost-covered demonic sword followed, slicing deeply through Mason Grow's chest. Splash, black blood sprayed from the long gash down his chest. How is this? Mason Grow trembled, lips quivering in disbelief. Your sword no longer works on me. Shut up. His horn thickened, and he plunged completely into demonic energy, stabbing again with his rapier. Rumble, a massive blast burst from his blade. It looked like a beam that could bring the whole tower down. Boom! Rayon dove straight into the heart of the blast. He crossed his flaming divine sword and icy demonic sword, raising a tide of blue and red. Even massive explosions are weaker underwater. Mason Grow's full power strike was swallowed by the twin-colored aura. Impossible. Rayon appeared before the shocked Mason Grow and thrust his divine sword forward, just as the flaming blade was about to cut his neck. Crash, the ceiling collapsed with a rush of black wind. A crimson eye rose above a tidal wave of darkness beyond human, beyond demon, a being beyond comprehension. Karun held his breath at the sight of the entity cloaked in pure darkness. Black Tower Lord, just one floor above, and even moving his fingers was difficult under the crushing pressure. It was as if time had stopped. Grrrro. In a rage over Mason Grow's impending death, the Black Tower Lord raised a shadowy hand to rip off Rayon's head. Compared to this god of darkness, Rayon was a firefly before the sun. Death seemed inevitable. FWWOO. As despair-filled darkness reached for him, Rayon reacted. BOOM. The demonic sword wrapped in wrath smashed the shadowy hand aside. The divine sword, glowing like the sun, sliced past Mason Grow's neck. Splash, Mason Grow's head fell. Black blood rained across the darkness like a storm. You only show yourself once the blood falls. Rayon stepped on Mason Grow's corpse and glared at the Dark King. Lightning flashed in his ice-crimson thunder like Glenn's. Turns out you weren't a mole, you were a worm. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Crack. Rayon clenched his teeth as he stared at the Black Tower Master, who seemed to have become darkness itself. That was close. The moment the Black Tower Master had broken through the ceiling and descended, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy crushed down on his entire body. Normally, he shouldn't have been able to move a single finger, but Wrath's fury snapped his mind back into focus and granted him the strength to move. The Black Tower Master, confident in his own demonic energy, hadn't gone all out during the surprise attack. Like an elephant thoughtlessly crushing an ant, he simply swung his demonic energy-coated hand. Garrett, the Demon Thunder, fully trusted the Black Tower Master and made no effort to defend, only retreated. That was his mistake. Rayon had taken advantage of that moment, deflecting the Black Tower Master's hand and beheading Garrett. If those two hadn't let their guard down, the one whose head fell would have been him. Ah. The Black Tower Master trembled, not looking at Rayon, but at the already lifeless Garrett. The sorrow emanating from him made the entire tower seem darker. So the rumor was true. Garrett had been the butler who raised him since childhood. There must have been a deep bond between them, so that's why. Rayon glared at the Black Tower Master, tightening his grip on the heavenly drive. He came down before completing his spell. From what Rayon could sense, the Black Tower Master had not yet finished casting his magic. He had forcibly broken through the ceiling to stop Garrett's death hand failed. The psychological shock must be immense. In that case, provoking him a little more would be best. Even transcendent beings couldn't endure the death of a loved one. Rayon hadn't expected the worst demon like the Black Tower Master to grieve so deeply for a butler, but now was the perfect moment to take advantage of that crack. You'd best be cautious. Wrath narrowed his eyes as he scanned the Black Tower Master. That one's twisted in many ways, but his strength is real. He shook his head, saying Rayon only survived the first attack by sheer luck. I know, but I can't let an opportunity like this slip away. Rayon bit his tongue and stepped forward. Even someone like you has feelings. He twisted his lips as he looked at the trembling Black Tower Master. You trample over countless lives, but mourn the death of a piece of garbage. That's beyond laughable. Grinding his teeth, he recalled Rencia begging him to protect her siblings as she died. A worm like you doesn't deserve to feel grief. Just die, consumed by your own malice. There was no reason to pity the Black Tower Master just because he felt sadness. Whatever feelings he had, he was evil through and through. I won't kill you. The Black Tower Master slowly raised his gaze. Flames of hatred burned above his blood-red eyes. I'll drag everyone you know into the inferno of hellfire and make them suffer a pain worse than death. Muttering a curse-like threat, he reached out his hand. The black, writhing claw descended toward Rayon's head. Your head will fall first. Rayon bit his lip as he watched the hand slowly lower. I can't dodge this. It wasn't that his body couldn't move it, simply wasn't confident he could avoid it no matter where he went. This wave of demonic energy was on a different level from the first strike. Rayon, Karun, having come to his senses, forced his trembling hand to move and slashed his sword down. Whoosh. His desperate sword strike pierced through the defense of the Black King's sigil and struck the darkness surrounding the Black Tower Master. Though it didn't shake the darkness enveloping the Black Tower Master, it was enough to bring Rayon back to his senses. Boom! Rayon held his breath and dropped to one knee, driving his heavenly drive's flame and the soul requiem sword's frost into the descending claw. If I run half-heartedly, I'll be caught. I have to go all out. If escape wasn't perfect, then a counterattack was the best defense. This wasn't the time to retreat, it was the time to break through. Crash. With the heavenly drive, he unleashed Sky Slash. With the soul requiem sword, he summoned Heavenly Thunder Art Violent Thunderstorm. Celestial lightning coiled over both blades, slightly twisting the darkness of the Black Tower Master. Thud, Rayon didn't miss that slight gap and used Supreme Harmony steps to move beside Karun. Without looking back, Rayon thanked Karun. That wasn't me, just focus on the battle. No, if it weren't for you, I would have been caught immediately. This wasn't false humility. If Karun hadn't briefly drawn the Black Tower Master's attention, Rayon would have been swallowed by the darkness. You little rats sure love to huddle together. With a flick of the Black Tower Master's finger, pitch-black flames surged up, trapping both him and Karun. It was a cage of black flame. Shriek. Rayon struck the black flames with the heavenly drive, but the cage merely trembled, it didn't break. Karun also delivered a transcendent slash, but the flames weren't severed. You can't cut through it like that. Wrath raised a brow as he looked at the black flames. This isn't just demonic energy, it's magic. He shook his head, urging Rayon to see through it properly and erase it. I won't kill you too. The Black Tower Master raised his fingers, and the black flame cage rapidly shrank. SSSSSSS. Rayon's black dragon robe ignited, the searing heat seeping through to his inner uniform. Truly felt like hellfire had been summoned. I'll let you watch your families die from inside there. He unleashed massive deathly energy as though he really intended to drag all of their loved ones here to die. See through it properly and erase it. Wrath never said meaningless things. If he said to see through and erase it, there had to be a way. VMMM. Rayon activated the demonic eye of wrath. I see it. He could read the flow of demonic energy forming the black flames. He could clearly see where and how to cut. But I can't cut it like this. He focused on the frost rising from the soul requiem sword. Wrath was a power that overwhelmed demonic energy. No matter how strong the magic was, it couldn't overcome wrath. VMMM. He imbued all his accumulated rage into the frost of the soul requiem sword and slashed. Slash. The silver flashing blade sliced through the black flames, splitting the cage, imprisoning him and Karun in two. What? The Black Tower Master's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined the black flame cage could be broken. Now, Rayon gestured to Karun and kicked off the ground. Karun sensed the signal even before it came and escaped the black flame cage, which was starting to rejoin. Ha. Rayon clicked his tongue as he looked at the white-hot soul requiem sword. Good thing this is the Black Tower. The demonic energy of the Black Tower didn't just empower demons, it also gave him strength. If he'd been trapped in that cage elsewhere, he might not have been able to break free. What did you just do? Karun narrowed his eyes, unable to comprehend. Just got lucky. More importantly, now we shouldn't. Just as Rayon tried to speak, the small embers clinging to his black dragon robe flared up and engulfed his body. Karun too was wrapped in flame as the embers on his uniform suddenly ignited. Did you think you'd escaped? The Black Tower Master sneered, shaking his head. As his eyes narrowed, the black flames surrounding them flared even more intensely. Rayon bit his lip as the flames obscured his vision, turning tiny embers into a prison capable of restraining transcendence. This wasn't normal magic. This is bad. Unlike before, there wasn't even room to swing a sword. The heat was so intense it was hard to breathe. You'll never escape, not even in death. The Black Tower Master clenched his fist, saying he'd show them hell on earth. Whoosh, just as the thick chains of flame fell toward them, a blue light erupted from inside Rayon's pocket. Screech. The candy he had stored shattered, and the space where the flames were descending split open. Crackle. From the torn space stepped a girl wearing a large witch's hat chamber, the Archmage of Illusion who had been waiting outside the tower. Old men shouldn't play with kids. Smiling, Chamber snapped her fingers, and the black flame imprisoning Rayon and Karun turned into black paper and scattered. It was more like sorcery than magic. Your opponent is right here. She jerked her chin, inviting the Black Tower Master to face her. VMMM. As she gripped her staff, a noble blue-green radiance enveloped her. That majestic light pierced the darkness of the tower and became a blue sun in the world flooded with demonic energy. You worm of a girl. The Black Tower Master grit his teeth, glaring not just at Chamber, but also at Rayon behind her. Bring me that bastard before I rip your tiny body to shreds. He reached out a hand formed of demonic energy, demanding Rayon. Crash. Though his demonic energy was far stronger than before, it couldn't penetrate Chamber's light. It wavered and dispersed. You've already failed. Our ill-fated connection ends today. Chamber smirked, declaring that she would erase the Black Tower. Yes, it will end. The Black Tower Master gave a chilling smile and nodded. With your end. As he clasped his hands and twisted them, the demonic energy permeating the tower and this world began to distort. This much demonic energy is more than enough to kill you all. The darkness swirling at his fingertips opened the blackened sky. Shaded spirit world. Burin wiped the blood off his forehead and exhaled. I really almost died. He shook his head at the sight of a demon lying dead with a burst heart. No kidding. Martha nodded from where she leaned against the wall. That little bastard was disgustingly strong. She frowned at the hand holding her sword. I'm exhausted. Run-On bent over, trying to catch her breath, but we have to keep going. She pressed her lips tight as she looked up at the ceiling. Yeah, Mark Gorton brushed blood off his blade and nodded. It's only right that subordinates handle the subordinates. Let's go. Despite trembling at the overwhelming demonic energy above, Dorian insisted on continuing upward. You sure you're okay? You look scared. Crane gave a wry chuckle. I'm not okay, but I have to go. Dorian gagged but pressed on, saying it was the right thing to do. Then let's move. I'll just follow and control your breathing. Trevin nodded and turned toward the door to the next floor. Wait a second. Yua stepped in front of Trevin, shaking her head. Something's wrong. What do you mean? The tower is crying. She trembled as she said the entire tower was groaning. What are you saying? Martha approached her and gripped her shoulders. The walls, the ground, everything is trembling in fear. Just as tears welled in Yua's eyes, the ground shook and the ceiling began to collapse. Rumble. Even the tower's outer wall, which had withstood Rayon's blade, shattered like paper, revealing a sky swirling with enormous demonic energy. Screech. The massive monsters that had circled the top of the black tower began to flee in fear. We need to get out. The tower is going to collapse. Sensing it not with force, but with hearing, Yua shouted that they had to escape. The light-winged palace swordsmen looked at one another and nodded. Years of trust made them believe even a child's words. Everyone outside the tower. Following Burin's shout, the swordsmen leapt out through the crumbling walls. Woo-whoosh. Looking up from the wind-filled void, they saw a massive darkness devouring the world. The demonic energy was so vast, it looked small in comparison. What is that? Martha trembled at the sight of the all-consuming darkness. That's what the Black Tower Master was preparing. She gasped, overwhelmed by the scale of the magic. Crack! The swirling demonic energy tore through the tower they had just left and sent even stronger shockwaves. We'd be dead if we were still there. Crane gasped. If they had ignored Yua's warning, they wouldn't have left a trace. But what now? If we fall from here, we'll be injured or worse. Dorian swallowed dryly at the sight of the monster-covered ground below. I'll handle that. At the cheerful voice that didn't match the situation, everyone turned. Chamber, sucking on candy, came into view. Lady Chamber. With a light smile and a nod, she gently lowered all the swordsmen safely to the ground. Burin fell to his knees, exhaling deeply. Is it over? He looked up at Chamber as if asking whether they were finally done. No, the answer came not from her but from Rayon. It's just beginning. What do you mean beginning? Crane blinked in confusion. It can't be anything else. Rayon brushed his blood-soaked hair back, looking up at the black sky that had swallowed the tower. The gate to the devildom has opened. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman, Crash. With an earth-shattering roar, the demonic energy swirling in the sky tore open a new dimension. From the dimension, ripped open like a serpent's maw, pitch-black demonic energy poured out, as if the tree of darkness were planting its roots into this world. VMMMMM. The already thick demonic energy deepened even further, pressing down on their hearts with suffocating force. Everything around seemed to dissolve into darkness under the overwhelming flow. Black Tower Master. Rayon bit his lip as he stared at the Black Tower Master standing before the gate to the devildom. The world-ending demonic energy had vanished, and yet the man felt even stronger. He called it the Shaded Spirit World, didn't he? The magic the Black Tower Master had used earlier Dark Spirit World wasn't just a spell to open the gate to the devildom. It also seemed to grant special power to demons in this space. The gate to the devildom has opened. Outside the tower, holding off monsters and demons, Greer's eyes widened. Is that really true? He trembled, blood running down his brow, unable to wipe it away. Yes, Rayon nodded calmly at Greer and the Knights of Owen. That swirling black rift in the sky is the gate to the devildom. He raised his finger and pointed to the dimensional tier above, opening the gate to the devildom from the human world first. Wrath let out a scoffing laugh. That one's truly insane. He doesn't even bother to think of the consequences. He sneered, saying the Black Tower Master's head seemed to be filled with dung instead of a brain. Is it really that dangerous? Rayon exhaled a clouded breath and glanced at Wrath. Of course, a demon or monster on the level of a demon king may be not quite like me, but close could suddenly emerge. And if that gate explodes, everyone here will die. Wrath twisted his lips as he glared at the gate. The only good news is that the gate isn't complete, or rather, it was prevented from being completed. His gaze shifted to Chamber with a surprisingly impressed look. So no demon kings, just high-level demons. That's fine too. It'd be better to manipulate demon kings than to deal with half-baked elites. Besides, sloth was still napping atop a mountain, gluttony was making rounds at an ice cream shop, and lust was likely lost somewhere, so chances were high they weren't even in the devildom. That just leaves 3, envy wouldn't come, and the other 2, greed and pride, must not show up. Wrath's name held no sway with them. If those 2 appeared, retreat had to be considered, the gate to the devildom. Burin's lips trembled, finding it hard to believe even with his own eyes. Yeah, now that we've come this far, we might as well fight some demons too. Martha licked her lips with a tinge of anticipation. It'll be okay. Run-On comforted the nervous light-wind palace swordsman, pushing back the chilling demonic energy, to be exact. Chamber looked at the rippling gate to the devildom and shrugged. It's an exit to the devildom. Jaina, having just landed, knelt on one knee and swallowed dryly. Right, you can't go in, but things can come out. Chamber gave a wry smile, saying it was a one-way path, just like that old brat said. Wrath nodded at the increasingly unstable gate to the devildom. It's a half-formed gate, only allows exit from the devildom to here, not the other way around. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. Did you make it that way, Chamber? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. Yeah, after you entered the tower, I read a bit of that guy's spell work. She nodded, saying she had inserted interference spells into the Black Tower Master's magic. You read his thoughts too? Sure did. That bastard planned to fight us here and escape to the devildom if your grandpa showed up, so I blocked the route. She wagged her finger, saying his plan was far too obvious. Wouldn't it have been better to prevent the gate from opening at all? Dorian blinked, confused. That's impossible. They were far more prepared. Even preventing them from coming out was tough. She said erasing the exit was the best she could do and popped a candy into her mouth. Of course, that's not all. Chamber grinned. I also removed one of the pillars from the shaded spirit world, so we've got another mission now. Karun took a short breath and gripped his sword, closed the gate to the devildom. Though our top priority, taking the Black Tower Master's head, hasn't changed. Exactly. Chamber nodded, seemingly impressed by Karun's calmness despite the situation. The Black Tower Master. She was about to continue when screech, a bizarre shriek like thousands of people screaming at once, rang out as the sky turned pitch black. Rumble, the gate to the devildom split wide open, and a massive dragon cloaked in darkness emerged. Its presence was on another level. It carried the immense aura of a real dragon. Ruor, the black dragon, roared as if declaring dominion over this world, glaring down at the humans below. Noisy. Chamber narrowed her eyes and flicked her finger. Boom. The dragon's neck was torn in half, and its massive body crashed into the earth. Crash. The lifeless black dragon plummeted, crushing countless monsters from the Black Tower. But that was only the beginning. Unfamiliar monsters of all shapes and forms began to pour through the gate to the devildom. So those are devildom monsters. Rayon narrowed his eyes at the new arrivals. They don't seem too different from the Black Tower ones. Unlike the initial dragon, these newcomers didn't appear that strong. You're right. They're weaklings, Wrath nodded. The real threats are watching from within the gate. If they think they can devour this world, they'll descend. His eyes darkened. So many different types of monsters. Burin swallowed dryly as he saw the multitude of forms. Damn lizard bastards. They show up all the time when we don't need them, but now they're nowhere to be found. Crane stomped, cursing the absent dragons. Forget those hypocrites and focus on the fight in front of you. Martha shouted, taking the lead among the swordsmen. I'll freeze them all. Run-On stepped forward, spreading her silver frost. Let's go too. These monsters can't be stronger than our palace lord. We trained under that man. There's nothing we can't beat. The light wind palace swordsmen charged forward, trusting their captains and training. Owen can't lose to Sieghart. Knights forward. At Prince Greer's command, the Owen knights moved up, forming ranks. Though the gate to the devildom terrified them, the sight of the Sieghart swordsmen reignited their courage. Crash. Though the elite mage's magic was powerful, the monsters from the devildom had high elemental resistance and charged forward regardless. How dare you? Mark Gorton slashed the necks of the monsters charging at the mages. So annoying. Just die already. Trevin, shielding his upper body, unleashed a sword technique. A crimson force exploded from his blade, obliterating 10 bat-shaped monsters descending from above. Zing. Rayon drew twin arcs of flame and frost with the divine and demonic swords. The red and blue petals bloomed from the trees and swept across the land, erasing hundreds of monsters. Vanish. Karun's aura-infused sword sliced through hiding demons, bursting them apart without resistance. Despite not being naturally resistant to demonic energy, it didn't seem to affect him. Truly a transcendent. At this rate we can win. The allied forces, encouraged by Rayon and Karun's strength, surged forward, cutting down the monsters. Don't exert yourselves too much. Chamber looked at the swordsman with a cool gaze. What do you mean? Rayon tilted his head, unsure of her warning. Ruor. The corpse of the black dragon Chamber had killed began to float and regenerate mid-air. Screech. It wasn't just regenerating, it seemed reborn. Its jet black eyes gleamed as it roared again. And it wasn't alone. The monsters Rayon had sliced and the demons Karun had burst began to rise again. Dark Spirit World doesn't just open the gate, grants special power to demons and monsters here. Those killed here will probably keep coming back. Chamber shook her head, warning not to waste strength on futile killing. That's absurd. Rayon let out a rough breath and glared at the Black Tower Master. Grrr. Despite the Dark Spirit World working as intended, the Black Tower Master's eyes burned with rage. What's with that reaction? The resurrection spell succeeded, didn't it? Rayon turned to Chamber. I told you, right? I removed one more pillar. She smirked, candy in her mouth. The original spell would have revived everyone, killed here including the floor masters and Garrett, the demon Thunder. She spun her candy and shook her head, but I cut that part out. Anyone who died before the spell activated won't return, and even those reviving now aren't perfect. She smiled proudly, satisfied with her sabotage. Chamber, Rayon Zeekhart. The Black Tower Master shrieked from above, furious that the floor masters and Garrett didn't return. The darkness resonated with his rage. VMMM. He didn't unleash a horde, but instead struck Rayon with a bolt of demonic energy lightning. Flash. A black thunderbolt appeared before Rayon's eyes in an instant. HMPH. Chamber flicked the hand holding her candy. The black lightning fell as harmless as thread on her nose. I told you, play with me. She floated up into the air, glancing down at them. You know what to do, right? It'll be tough, but I'm counting on you. She smiled and rose to face the Black Tower Master. Damn. His voice oozed with murderous rage. He clearly despised Chamber for interfering. Come on, let's fight like proper mages. With a snap of her fingers, the two vanished, likely moving to a one-on-one battlefield. What just happened? Crane stammered, confused. No need to panic. We know what we have to do. Rayon nodded at the increasingly powerful monsters pouring out of the gate to the devildom. From now on, we'll give everything we've got to close that gate. It was no longer about the duel, it was about stopping that gate. How do we close it? Rayon glanced at Wrath. How would I know? Wrath frowned. If even you don't know. I've said this a million times, magic and spells aren't my thing. I just smashed through with brute force. He boasted about punching through the dimensions when entering and exiting the devildom. That's not something to be proud of. Rayon narrowed his eyes at the gate, which seemed to be growing larger. Maybe that brute force approach is actually easier. As the gate opened, Rayon's own wrath was intensifying. If he could channel all of it, he might be able to close the gate just like Wrath. Doesn't seem impossible. Wrath nodded calmly. It'll be tough if it grows larger, but right now, you can do it. You'll just have to deal with interruptions. As he raised his hand, stronger monsters began emerging from the gate. With the gate expanding, more powerful beings were appearing. Whoosh, and it wasn't just monsters. Demons with humanoid formshorns, wings, or both began to appear among them. As I said, they were watching from inside. Now that they think they can consume this world, they're coming out. Wrath narrowed his eyes, saying these demons would be formidable. Then I have to stop them quickly. Rayon tightened his grip on the divine and demonic swords, but where did that one go? The demon who had appeared near the middle levels, one who was clearly different from the rest. No time to think about that now. Rayon stepped forward, moving past the Light Wind Palace swordsmen. We're closing the gate to the devildom. Make way. His quiet command as the palace lord changed the swordsman's eyes. Understood. Burin, Martha, and Runnan stepped forward from the defensive line. Slash. Burin's sharp wind cut down the monsters ahead. Martha's heavy sword exploded the charging monsters into black blood. Runnan's frost froze and shattered the monsters falling from above. Rumble. The Light Wind Palace maintained formation and crushed every reviving monster behind them. The swordsmen advanced, destroying anything in their path. That's far enough. From among the fallen monsters, shadows writhed. The Black King's sigil and his subordinate demons rose. You go no further. Wielding a massive sword in his right and a spear in his left, he spread a black battle cloak. No further. Rayon chuckled, and in that moment his body transcended space. The heavenly drive thundered down like lightning. The soul requiem sword pierced in with icy precision. Both targeted Sigil's neck and heart. Clang. Sigil barely blocked the strike, but his arms trembled like the tentacles of an octopus, overwhelmed by Rayon's strength. That's not for someone like you to decide. Rayon pushed forward and twisted his lips. The strong are the ones who choose. Strong one, the Black King Sigil opened his mouth, black liquid dripping from his lips in disbelief. How could someone like you be considered strong? He twisted his greatsword and spear as if telling Rayon not to delude himself. Crackle, true demonic energy flowing from the devildom wrapped around Sigil's weapons and began to push back the flame of heavenly drive and the frost of the soul requiem sword. In the presence of this demonic energy, human strength is nothing more than an ant's struggle. Fully cloaked in demonic energy, the Black King Sigil began to pressure Rayon in turn. The intense force radiating from him made Rayon's fingertips tremble. You really can't self-reflect, can you? Rayon sneered, strengthening his grip on heavenly drive and the soul requiem sword. He roused his wrath, splitting the blazing black demonic energy that tried to overwhelm him. How can a human? Sigil's eyes widened as the demonic energy was cleanly parted. The Devildom's demonic energy covers the heavens and earth. How can a human possibly grow stronger under such conditions? He shouted in disbelief and thrust forward both his spear and greatsword. I'm special like that. Rayon broke the spear, falling like a hawk's talon, and deflected the greatsword aimed at his chest. Boom! Sigil's spear shot into the sky, and his greatsword slammed into the ground, bursting the corpses of nearby monsters. He's open. Rayon didn't miss the opening. He closed the distance and stabbed Sigil in the chest with heavenly drive. There was impact, but it didn't feel like piercing flesh or bone, more like stabbing thick cloth. Just as Rayon frowned at Sigil, something slammed into his shoulder. He glanced to the side and saw a black arrow lodged in his left shoulder. Bang! As Rayon stepped back, a black axe and whip shot down toward his head from behind Sigil. Shriek. Rayon unfolded Flame Wall with the Soul Requiem sword to block the descending axe and whip, but the demonic energy within was too strong. He couldn't stop himself from being pushed back. Another attack. Even before regaining his stance, he sensed another arrow coming from the right. As he moved left, the arrow curved like it had eyes, chasing his back. Better to break it. Rayon used spatial severance to slash down the incoming arrow. Clang! Though small, the arrow was packed with intense demonic energy. It felt like striking solid steel. Huff. Rayon stepped back and yanked the arrow from his shoulder. Even after using some divine power, the bleeding wouldn't stop. The arrow must have had a sealing spell to block healing. Rayon crushed the black arrow in his hand and narrowed his eyes. So you didn't just have two hands. At first, he thought Sigil was using some sort of sword manipulation art, but he was wrong. The Black King Sigil was using multiple actual arms to wield his weapons. Took you long enough to notice. Sigil nodded, and countless arms emerged from within his dark robe. These arms, forged of muscle and demonic energy, were wielding longswords, sabers, spears, greatswords, hammers, axes, shields, bows, whips, dagger-7 gauntlets. Now do you see? Sigil tilted his chin arrogantly. No human can defeat me. He raised his weapons with utter conviction in his victory. VMMM. The first to move was a greatsword as large as his body, thrusting toward Rayon's chest. Shriek. Rayon drew a half circle with heavenly drive and deflected the greatsword's thrust. There was no time to rest. A spear and hammer followed immediately. Boom! Rayon used supreme harmony steps to dodge between them, but then arrows and whips came flying. He twisted his shoulder to avoid the arrows and used Flame Wall with the Soul Requiem sword to block the whip. This is dangerous. Sigil wielded every weapon with transcendent level mastery. Whoosh! Longswords and greatswords targeted both shoulders. An axe swung from the left, a hammer from the right. A spear came from behind, while arrows and whips rained down from above. There was nowhere to dodge. Can't block them all. Rayon abandoned defense. He positioned Heavenly Drive and the Soul Requiem sword symmetrically and unleashed dual waves. Whoosh! Flawless sea of flames, flame and frost surged forward without hindering each other, blocking Sigil's onslaught. Crash! As if expecting this, Sigil punched with his gauntlet-clad fist the moment the technique ended. The black fist, glowing with demonic energy, flew at Rayon's face. Clang! Rayon caught the blow with the end of Heavenly Drive, but the shock reverberated through bone and flesh. Even the fists were deadly. Why are you only using half of your wrath? Wrath frowned, clearly not understanding. That guy's strength is enhanced beyond human limits by demonic energy. You can't go easy on him. He urged Rayon to stop holding back. I have to close the gate. Rayon took a short breath and looked at the gate to the Devildom. Sigil wasn't his goal. Closing that gate was. He couldn't risk wasting all his wrath yet. Now do you understand? A human cannot defeat me. Sigil's confidence seemed restored after their clash. His complicated fighting style grew even more chaotic. Spit. Rayon spat out blood and struck down Sigil's falling weapons. Harder than I thought. It felt like fighting dozens of transcendents at once. Each weapon moved independently as if controlled by different people. That cloak is a problem too. The black robe Sigil wore possessed its own mysterious power. To destroy it, he'd have to strike its core directly. Just die already. Not missing his momentum, Sigil struck with all his weapons at once, leaving no room to retreat. Crack! The power of the demonic energy-coated weapons was immense. Blocking them only piled up damage. Rayon's shoulders, waist, and thighs were now riddled with cuts. Blocking a greatsword, hammer, axe, and spear all at once, Rayon looked up. It's like an ant colony. Even now, monsters were pouring from the gate to the Devildom, with powerful demons among them. He couldn't delay any longer. I need to end this quickly. Even if it meant consuming more wrath, he resolved to finish Sigil as fast as possible. End this quickly. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Sigil smirked and raised all his weapons overhead. VMMM. Black droplets fell from every weapon: longsword, saber, spear, greatsword, hammer, axe, shield, bow, whip, dagger, and gauntlet. Demonic Heaven's Armory. This was the same technique that had killed Owen's Transcendent in one strike. Each weapon's unique force converged into a massive wave, like a black ocean falling from the sky. Boom! Rayon stepped forward and unleashed both Heavenly Drive and the Soul Requiem sword from behind his shoulders. Rayon Sieghart Swordsmanship Form 6, Divine Demonic Harmony Azure Crimson Invincible Blade. This technique, bearing the name Invincible, surged forth and clashed with Sigil's demonic heaven's armory. Crack! It was as if dozens of transcendents were attacking at once. Sigil's technique was packed with horrifying demonic energy. Even Azure Crimson Invincible Blade struggled to withstand it. Rayon felt like his body would be crushed. Let me give you the ending you desire. Sigil grinned and poured even more demonic energy into his technique. Then you'll be the one to die. Rayon looked up, his gaze trembling. At his waist, the twin ring sword floated into the air, controlling a sword remotely. Laughable, it's still just one blade. Sigil sneered, raising his shield, axe, and hammer in defense. Sometimes. Rayon raised his lips into a faint smile. One hand is enough to beat dozens. As he spoke, he fired the twin ring sword forward. Ridiculous. Sigil kept his guard up, fully prepared to block the flying sword with shield, axe, and hammer. VMMM. Just as he struck down with his hammer and axe, the twin ring sword ignited red and suddenly emerged from inside his shield. What in the? As expected of the Black Tower's vice master, he reacted quickly, trying to block it with his gauntleted hand. But Rayon's technique couldn't be stopped so easily. Rayon Sieghart Swordsmanship Form 8 Polar Slash. The space-piercing blade tore through Sigil's layered demonic energy barrier and burst his heart. Even until the end, Sigil seemed certain of victory. He fell back, eyes wide with shock. How did you pierce the cloak? He stared in disbelief. I cut through space twice. Normally, Polar Slash crosses space once to strike. This time, Rayon crossed it twice to pierce the cloak. The overuse of his upper dantian ached like it might burst, but it let him ignore the cloak and destroy Sigil's heart. Sigil clutched his chest and groaned. I'll return. He declared he would rise again with the Black Tower Master's power and collapsed. VMMM. As if to prove his point, just 30 seconds later, Sigil began to revive. His shattered heart reformed. The blood that had spilled refilled his body. Then, Rayon gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He used Form 1, Frost Pond, and carved 36 crimson slashes into Sigil's reviving body. Slash, slash. Sigil's body was cut into dozens of pieces, but still, his flesh and blood began to gather again. He's regenerating too fast. Rayon could kill him again, but it would waste too much time and energy. What should I do? If he left Sigil alone, both he and the others would be endangered. It was a painful decision. I have no choice. Rayon turned away and dashed toward the gate to the Devildom, but as he leapt, a black arrow from the revived Sigil flew at him. Just as he stopped to defend Clang, the arrow shattered before reaching him. It was Karun. He had cut off Sigil's arm and nodded at Rayon. But Rayon glanced toward where Karun had come from. He had torn apart the demons threatening the Light Wind Palace and blocked Sigil's arrow. This magic isn't perfect. Right after revival, their strength is halved. I can hold him off. The real problem. Karun looked toward the growing gate. Is that gate? The demons and monsters emerging are growing stronger. If we don't close it now, even you and I won't be able to handle what comes out. He urged Rayon to prioritize. Rayon, don't fear sacrifice. Karun killed Sigil and other demons again, enduring the charging monsters with his body. Go. He gave Rayon the warmest gaze he'd ever shown and nodded. Clench. Rayon bit down hard and turned. He kicked off the darkened earth and shot toward the gate. Damn it. He could feel the life force of those below waning, but there were no screams. Everyone was enduring the demonic energy to protect their comrades. Rayon resonated his 3 dantians, surging aura through his circuits. He cleaved through monsters and demons as he ascended. Boom! He stepped on falling corpses, cutting his way up, but the endless flood of monsters and demons slowed his ascent. His wounds increased and his breath grew ragged, but he couldn't stop. Even if he died, he had to close that gate. Whoosh! Enduring deathly pain, he finally reached the gate. If he unleashed all his stored wrath, he could close it. As he took the final step, a demon with black hands appeared. Of course, demons always block the way at the most crucial moment. The demon who had vanished in the middle levels appeared again, now barring his path. This one's dangerous. Even Wrath had acknowledged this demon. Defeating him would cost time and strength, but I can't delay. Rayon looked down. Below, the coalition was fighting desperately, surrounded in a giant circle of reviving enemies. Wounded allies inside the circle were pale and close to death. Move. Rayon struck with a combined Sky Slash and Heavenly Thunder art. Boom! Red lightning rained down, but the black demon casually blocked it with a wall of demonic energy. Do I have to use my wrath? He couldn't cut this demon quickly without using what he had saved for the gate. Forget the consequences. Just as he was about to unleash wrath, the black demon fell from the gate, but not to let him pass. VMMM. The gate twisted again, and the largest monster yet emerged. It had a dragon's body and eagle's wings, and demons with powerful demonic energy rode between its wings. Ha! Rayon exhaled harshly, unable to take in the full scene with one glance. Kill that monster, the demons riding it, and the black-handed one too. He could, but it would take too long. The people below would die in the meantime. Kurr, the demons laughed in triumph and the monsters shrieked in glee. Fine, I'll stop thinking and kill everything. Rayon's eyes flipped. Just as he resolved to cut down every enemy, Biwuwo, a clear trumpet call rang out, distinctly different from the monsters' cries. Fwoosh, then came a majestic hymn sung by hundreds. A song praising the divine descended upon the darkened earth. Ha! Rayon looked toward the sound. Clerics in white robes and golden crowns entered the land of darkness, pushing back the shadow. Shriek, monsters recoiled from the holy light surrounding the clerics. Humans, a high-ranking demon tried to teleport above them and strike down with a blade of demonic energy, boom, but a glowing white fist crushed him. Descending in a nun's habit with violet hair was a smiling young girl. Am I a little late? It was Olga, the saint of the Superi Holy Kingdom. You're very late. A young paladin beside her shook his head. It was Hofen, newly crowned king of Superi. We of the Superi Holy Kingdom have arrived by the order of the Light Wind Palace Lord. Hofen bowed respectfully to Rayon. Advance for our benefactor. As he drew the sword of the Holy King, brilliant light wrapped around the paladins and clerics. For our benefactor, they didn't act on a king's order, but out of gratitude for Rayon they raised their swords. Even if late, we'll do our part. Saint Olga brought her hands together in prayer, and golden light descended above the coalition, forming a divine barrier. Yuwu, clad in holy light and singing praise, the paladins swept away the monsters in front of them. Screech, blessed by true divinity, the demons and monsters struck by their swords didn't revive. Instead, they screamed in agony, terrified of resurrection. Crash, like white paint on a black canvas, holy light slowly spread. The holy radiance brought by the Superi Holy Kingdom pushed back the darkness and ignited hope upon the hell-tainted land. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Finally, Rayon tightened his grip on Heavenly Drive as he watched the army of the Superi Holy Kingdom bring light to the darkness. They made it. However, after the death of their previous Holy King, Superi had shut its borders and focused on strengthening from within, making communication nearly impossible. He had begged them to come even if late, and now it seemed that message had finally reached them. Ruumble. The paladins and clerics of the Superi Holy Kingdom unleashed overwhelming divine power to make up for lost time, pushing back the demons and monsters. The once tiny white speck now filled half the black canvas. Whoa! Rayon let out a quiet breath as he watched the army erase monsters without hesitation. I didn't expect this much. Truthfully, the paladins of Superi weren't as strong as the elite of the 5 kings or 5 demons. But blades imbued with divine power sliced through monster hides like tofu, and their armor, resonating with hymns, resisted demonic spells. On land soaked in demonic energy, the paladins of Superi were practically the strongest force imaginable. That damned divine power. Wrath clicked his tongue in irritation, but there's no helping it this time. He closed his eyes, resigned to enduring it for today. A god, Wrath had once told him that gods weren't what people imagined. Rayon didn't necessarily doubt that, but the divine power they granted was undeniably real. Rumble, the paladins and clerics of Superi pushed through demons and monsters and finally reached the allied forces. Start with the wounded, yes. Following King Hofen's command, the high-ranking clerics approached the wounded and began their healing prayers. VMMM, scattered divine light began healing rotting flesh. The pale, nearly dead faces regained color. This was a true miracle, something even the finest holy elixirs couldn't accomplish. Hey, Saint Olga pulled a cigarette from her nun's robes and stuck it between her lips. Don't just sit there getting all emotional. Go to your job, will ya? She lit the cigarette and flicked her chin. Her divine power and martial strength had grown immensely, but her personality hadn't changed one bit. Why do all these little brats like putting things in their mouths? Wrath wrinkled his nose, likely reminded of Chamber and her candy. Benefactor, leave this place to us. The newly crowned Holy King Hofen pounded his chest and bowed his head. His eyes were filled with pride, not just as a king but as a paladin. Reliable, he's changed a lot. Unlike his naive past, Hofen now stood proud and noble-worthy of being Superi's ruler. Seeing him like that filled Rayon with a strange sense of joy. I acknowledge him. Wrath nodded, but it's not just his attitude that's changed. His divine power has grown several times stronger. Most people would lose their faith after what he endured, but his only deepened. Humans are still baffling. He narrowed his eyes. That's for later. Rayon looked at the demons and monsters being pushed back by the holy army. For now, I need to focus on closing that gate. With Karun still holding strong, it felt like everyone could hold out until he shut the gate to the devildom. Palace Lord, don't worry about us, go. Burin waved his blood-soaked hand, smiling despite being wounded himself. Quit hesitating and finish this already. We're fine here. Martha wiped blood from her throat and lifted her chin, standing tall despite a near-fatal injury. We'll hold out. Runan nodded with a faint smile, so faint, yet filled with trust. Zing. The light-wind palace swordsmen raised their swords, pointing them toward the gate to the devildom. Even with exhausted hands, their eyes shone with conviction. Karun gave a wordless nod, his gaze calm and firm. Please take care of the rest. Rayan met each person's eyes in turn before turning around without hesitation. Just a moment ago, you were panicking. Wrath narrowed his eyes at him. Now you're finally resolved. Took you long enough, you frustrating idiot. Sorry. Rayan closed his eyes. I just didn't want to see anyone else die. Rimmer's death still haunted him. He didn't want to lose anyone else he cared about, but that hesitation nearly caused more deaths. I'll push forward now. Rayan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the gate to the devildom. More demons and monsters had emerged, covering the gate itself. There's nothing left to fear. He aimed Heavenly Drive at the enemies. The flame spinning along its silver blade created a gravitational pull that sucked everything in. Rayan Sieghart swordsmanship formed two mid-air cannon. The demons and monsters tried to flee its range, but swordsmanship on a transcendent level ignored their will and dragged them in. Boom, the compressed heat exploded, obliterating every monster and demon caught within, leaving no trace behind. Bang! Using the blast's recoil, Rayan ascended toward the gate. Rumble, when he arrived, cutting through demons, a familiar massive shadow blocked his way against one that had pushed him back before Superi's army arrived. A grotesque creature with a dragon's body and eagle's wings. Before, even his full power couldn't cut through it, but now he felt no fear. Cling. Instead of retreating, Rayan charged head-on, slicing through the black wind spewing from its mouth with his body and raised the twin ring sword. Boom. The polished edge of swordsmanship and unwavering resolve merged with the wrath of a demon king. A sharp blue radiance flared along the silver blade. Slash! The silver arc split the sky. The monstrous creature never even realized it was dead. It collapsed midair, its bisected body scattering blood-soaked frost blossoms. Whoosh! Rayan leapt through the air, flames blooming from Heavenly Drive like cherry blossoms. They incinerated every escaping monster. Now. He aimed Heavenly Drive at the demon with black hands floating above the gate. It's your turn. He jerked his chin, challenging the demon to come. A human. The black-handed demon looked down at the coalition and Superi's forces, then slowly lifted his gaze. His obsidian eyes locked onto Rayan. You are worthy. He licked his lips, eyes gleaming like an explorer who had found treasure. My name is Zircon. I'll see whether you or he is truly worthy. As Zircon extended his hand into the air, a lightning-shaped sword formed in his grasp. Worthy? What nonsense are you spouting? Rayan narrowed his eyes. From the beginning, this demon had behaved differently from all others. You just need to swing that sword at me. Zircon pointed at Heavenly Drive, revealing a chilling gaze. Put all your intent to kill into it, with everything you have. He flicked his wrist. If you can't kill me in one strike, you will die. As if casting a curse, Zircon pulled his blade behind him. Crackle, black lightning surged across the sword. The massive demonic energy from the gate gathered into his weapon. Rumble. Dark currents blazed around him. His sword now appeared large enough to blot out the sky. Rayan's senses twisted from the sheer force of it. One strike. Zircon warned there would be no second chance. He lowered his body, raising his sword. Ha! Rayan closed his eyes as he felt the pressure. This won't be easy. The demonic energy might be terrifying, but the sword felt even more dangerous. This was beyond master-level skill. I must end it here. If he didn't cut Zircon down, the gate would never close. Only one sword art will do. There was no room for gambling or holding back. He had to give everything to close the gate to the devildom. Esellik, Rayan sheathed the twin ring sword and gripped Heavenly Drive with both hands. He resonated the ring of fire at full power, gathering all of his aura. If you're ready, let's begin. Zircon stepped forward, raising his sword. His surroundings faded into complete darkness, and within that abyss, lightning cracked. He had become lightning itself, aiming for Rayan's life. Crash, the power of nature, shaped by demonic energy. Before Rayan could even react, Zircon's sword was already at his throat. The edge hadn't touched him yet, but blood trickled from his neck. Good thing, I decided. No sword art he possessed could stop this strike except one. Crackle, Rayan slowly raised his sword. It was both slow and fast, heavy and light, fierce and tranquil. Sword field creation Genesis blade. One sword, 10,000 swords. He swung Heavenly Drive while envisioning the strongest blade he could conjure. Golden light that pushed away night and summoned dawn collided with the black lightning. Boom! Zircon's attack was powerful enough to feel like fighting real lightning. The clash shredded flesh and splattered blood. But though Rayan's body trembled, his sword did not. The infinite variations of Genesis blade continued through the light, cutting through the sky covering lightning. Slash. Zircon's sword shattered and his body was torn in two. He disintegrated into black ash. So it was you. Even as death approached, Zircon smiled in satisfaction. We'll meet again. Leaving those words behind, he melted into the darkness. I'd rather we didn't. Rayan shook his head, hunched over. He couldn't guarantee victory if they met again. He had to close the gate before Zircon revived. Bang! Without pause, Rayan soared toward the pulsating gate. Blood dripped from his lips as he raised Heavenly Drive.
This is the end.
Glad I brought the new flavor. Chamber pulled a yellow glowing lollipop from her pocket. To abandon your subordinates and isolate me. The Black Tower Master's crimson eyes gleamed like rubies. Were you that desperate for revenge? He sneered. Number Chamber popped the lollipop in her mouth and shook her head. I believe in them, something you could never understand. She shrugged, stating her faith in her allies. Worms who worship a false god might hold out a little longer, but if the gate to the devildom isn't closed, everything will be consumed by darkness. The Black Tower Master lifted his chin, certain of victory. And you will be buried in this space as well. We've got the King of Variables on our side. Chamber twirled her fingers. King of Variables, Rayon Sieghart. I doubt you predicted the death of Garrett, the Demon Thunder. She giggled, mocking the loss of his subordinate. No matter what happens, your plan will fail. The Black Tower Master extended his dark, writhing hand and twisted his lips. You'll never defeat me. I'll make you beg for your life again. There's no such thing as never. Chamber shook her head, recalling one person. This time will be different. Crunch. She bit down on her candy and raised 2 fingers. Let's end this long, bitter feud right here. Whoosh! Chamber narrowed her eyes at the demonic energy creeping toward her. Even after moving through space, the demonic energy still follows. Perhaps it was because of the magic called the Dark Spirit World, but even after traveling a long distance, demonic energy from the devildom was still rising from the sky and earth. She wanted to weaken the Black Tower Lord, even a little, but it seemed she had no choice but to fight under somewhat unfavorable conditions. Well, when have I ever not been at a disadvantage? Her magic was not well suited against the Black Tower Lord. She was used to fighting from behind, so this much was familiar. I'll get rid of you and then kill that variable as well. When the Black Tower Lord formed a triangle with both hands, the faintly rising demonic energy thickened and began dyeing the world in darkness. Mana was driven back, and the deep, heavy demonic energy filled its place. The dark spirit world he created continued here as well. No, even if I miss you, I will kill him. The Black Tower Lord revealed stronger wrath and murderous intent toward Rayon than toward her. Go ahead. Chamber crooked her finger at him, if you can. As a smile appeared on her lips, a magnificent blue light surged from the staff floating in midair. Woo-wum. Though the blue light staff contained no divine power, it pushed away the demonic energy of the devildom and spread the pure mana of nature. I'll see how long that ugly smile lasts. With arrogant eyes, the Black Tower Lord reached out his hand. Dreary, sinister demonic energy flared above his palm. Fwash. Every movement of the Black Tower Lord was a formula and a spell in itself. The demonic energy born from his gestures sharpened like a beast's fangs, falling as if to tear Chamber apart. You're not even qualified to judge my smile. Chamber flicked her wrist, and the waves of mana grew stronger, dissolving the fangs of demonic energy, a worm that's lived its whole life in a hole. As she brought her fingers together, streaks of blue light burst from the staff and poured toward the Black Tower Lord. Rumbly, each beam carried the power of a high-level spell, but not a single one could shake him. The blue lights melted away without piercing his dark robe. Demonic Lord's robe. Chamber frowned at the curtain like waves flowing from his robe. That damn thing really is troublesome. That robe was a legendary artifact engraved with the Black Tower Lord's true magic. It absorbed all physical and magical attacks. Ordinary spells or martial skills could not so much as scratch him. The Black King Sigil's robe had been a downgraded version of this demonic lord's robe. Let's see how long you can endure. Chamber pressed her nose bridge as glowing magic formulas etched themselves onto the faint blue light. Woo-wum, the simple beams of mana transformed. A dragon of fire soared upward, a massive sword of frost plummeted down, and a green typhoon swept across the heavens. A bombardment of supreme spells. Will it work? She narrowed her eyes at the explosions striking the robe. No, even if it doesn't, I can't stop attacking. What was the most important thing in a battle between archmages? Some would say mana and magical power, some the rank of spells, others strategy and tactics. But there was one truth all agreed upon: space. The mage who could pressure and consume the opponent's space was the victor. It was an established theory. Of course, Chamber believed there was something even more important than spatial control, but for now she had to reduce the Black Tower Lord's foothold. Crash! But unfortunately, even her chain of supreme spells couldn't penetrate the robe and vanished in vain. The demonic lord's robe has gotten stronger. She frowned at the robe, not a single piece torn. Before, at least burn marks were left. In the past, it couldn't completely block supreme spells, left burns or tears. But now, spells had no effect at all. It seemed he had refined it further. Now it's my turn. The Black Tower Lord overlapped his hands diagonally, and black chains sprouted from the blue light. Stretching in all directions, they sought to devour the space Chamber was holding. Did you forget in the joy of your ambush? He tilted his chin at her. Your magic doesn't work on me. No, I am the nemesis of all magicians. His lips twisted as if to mock her to resist more. The lamp of glory shall not go out even in the darkness. Chamber bit into her candy and raised her bent wrist. Blue flames blazed upon her palm like a lantern. Whoosh! The countless black chains turned to gray ash the moment they touched the blue flames. For the first time, mana devoured demonic energy. With this, it's possible. The Azure Lotus Flame was a spell that burned everything it touched. No matter how thick the demonic energy, it couldn't endure this flame. Azure Lotus Flame. The Black Tower Lord clicked his tongue as he watched his chains melt. Indeed, that flame could burn even the demonic energy of the devildom. But he raised his chin, and the black chains no longer burned. They even began suppressing the flame. Did you think you had the advantage just because your stored demonic energy was dispersed? He laughed as black ripples spread from his palm. As long as the dark spirit world is complete, demonic energy is always with me. He erased her flame and shook his head. Meanwhile, you consumed immense mana to disrupt it. This battle was decided from the start. He waved dismissively. Black chains now bound even Chamber and her staff. Chamber said nothing, focusing only on the blue flame at her staff's tip. Space is important in battles between magicians, but it isn't everything. He shook his chin as if lecturing. That textbook reliance is your fatal flaw. When he flicked his hand as if to finish it, the chains tightened sharply. He scoffed and began to turn away. Crash! Blue flames surged from the chains, spreading through every connected space. In an instant, all the chains blanketing the world melted away in fire. Wooum. Through the scattering fragments, Chamber emerged. No longer a child, but a mature woman. She raised her long fingers. I've nothing to learn from the likes of you, so shut that mouth. She removed her shrunken witch's hat. As she tossed back her crimson hair, her golden eyes flashed with ultimate mana. That form did you use forbidden arts? The Black Tower Lord's lips trembled in shock. A woman's transformation is always innocent. Don't ask. Chamber rolled her shoulders with ease. Fine. No matter how you change, killing you is all that matters. He clasped his hands, summoning aberrant creatures of darkness. Not demons, not fiends, but beings drenched in thicker demonic energy rushing at her. How filthy. Her lips curled. Your summoning arts always are. His summoning magic was unlike normal monsters, immune to physical force and resistant to magic, blending the strengths of summoning and spirit conjuring. Wooum. As he spread his hand, Chamber's mana was drawn into him. The blue sparkles turned into demonic energy and merged with his body. Stop playing small and go all out. She erected a mana barrier, but even the mana within it was absorbed. Small words. I wonder if you can say that with all your blood and flesh torn away. The Black Tower Lord tightened his hold, summoning creatures and draining her mana. You won't even get a chance to resist. Finishing move, Chamber raised her joined fingers to her eyes. Fracture of emptiness. The moment her voice fell, shockwaves pierced space like an awl. The summoned beasts were erased, the demonic lord's robe shredded. What? He stared at his own blood with trembling lips, the robe torn, his flesh ripped. You wretch, what did you do? He glared with ruby eyes. I told you, let's go all out. Though wounded, Chamber didn't relax her focus. I've surpassed you. Darkness is no longer invincible. Darkness's nature was absorption. Until now, she hadn't broken through. But by strengthening her body and mana, her finishing move shattered it. Bullshit. He erased his wound, grinding his teeth. Then feel it again. Finishing move, fracture of emptiness. She invoked it again, and his darkness itself was torn from space. Slash. He tried to hold it with concentrated demonic energy, but her spell erased the very space. Thuud. In an instant clash of mana, Chamber's space slash pierced his chest. He coughed blood, his body trembling with pain he hadn't felt in decades. But Chamber didn't stop. She invoked again, finishing move, field of magic. The Black Tower Lord responded with his own finishing move, a compressed darkness to erase everything ahead but now used only to block her. Rumble, their transcendent techniques clashed, purple sparks storming across the heavens. Do you truly wish to die? He gnashed his teeth. Why would I die? Chamber smirked. You're the only one dying here. She unleashed fracture of emptiness again. Damn idiot. He roared and spread the field of magic once more. Crash. Darkness was torn, replaced by more darkness, only to be consumed again. A clash between a spell that cut all and one that absorbed all. Rumble. They remained locked in a terrifying contest, neither moving. To the outside, nothing seemed to change. In battle was too fast. Drip. Blood fell from Chamber's nose. Blue veins bulged on his skin. Both were pushing past the brink. Even coughing blood, she didn't stop. He too had no choice but to keep defending. Their finishing moves collided, collapsing space itself, purple currents flooding the skies. Rumble, the Black Tower Lord, gritted his teeth, barely holding back the endless fractures. She's insane. No sane person could do this. A finishing move was meant to be used devastating even to oneself. But Chamber was unleashing it as if it were ordinary magic, radiating intent to kill him even at the cost of her life. The problem is, he had no other choice either. Her fractures pierced his robe, injured his body and soul. If struck again, he would fall. He had to keep using his own. If this continues, it's mutual destruction. Though his attribute gave him advantage, at this pace, both would die. Damn it. He had one more card besides the dark spirit world, but couldn't use it here. He had to end it now. Away. As he struggled, his eyes caught sight of the black fragments behind Herhai's earlier summons. Those. He diverted mana into them. Wooum. Fed with demonic energy, the creatures shrieked in ecstasy and swelled. Kill Chamber. At his command, they bit her flesh, crushed her bones. They were small, but as beings of demonic energy, they could tear human flesh with ease, finishing move Fracture of Emptiness. Yet even as her flesh and bones were destroyed, she never lowered her joined fingers. Slash, her technique broke the field of magic, piercing his chest again. Her focus held highs faltered. What? His lips trembled. Wounds from demonic energy brought unbearable pain and fever, yet she still maintained her spell. Arg. He shouted, ordering the creatures to kill her fully, while once more casting his field. Finishing move. Blood streaming, she still refused to relent. Fracture of Emptiness. The field warped, his shoulders shattered. Weight. Finishing move Fracture of Emptiness. He couldn't even form the field now. Her spell tore his robe, pierced his chest again. Goo. He collapsed to his knees, tormented in body and mind. Finishing move. Though he had fallen, she did not stop. With skeletal fingers, she invoked once more. Fracture of Emptiness. Damn. With his last weakened curse, the final strands of demonic energy burst apart. Boom.